In this world, the SAT tests who plays games well. Anyone caught peeking at math books will be expelled. I crossed over to a world where gaming is supreme and awakened a cheat system, because the currency in this world is game points. Everyone's status is ranked based on their gaming rank. To gain status and wealth, one must play games well. Just as I arrived, I was listening to the teacher talking about the final exam. Today is the last final exam for the third year of high school? Are we going to enter the game cartridge world for the exam? After a brief moment of confusion, I was very happy. I am an ultimate gaming enthusiast. Playing high-quality games and conquering difficult games are my favorite hobbies. Now, being able to leave the boring world I was in before and come to this gaming city, for me, is definitely not a bad thing. I raised my hand and looked at the identity bracelet that recorded my basic information. Name, Lin Chen, level, LV1, 25/100, game points, 115 points. Level is the most important attribute for humans in this world, which can be improved by entering the cartridge world and playing games. Leveling up can not only improve physical abilities to some extent but also unlock permissions to learn certain skills. Game points are the universal currency in this world, with more purchasing power than the soft sister coins in my previous life. As a third-year student with no income source, carrying over 100 points is not considered little, indicating that my family conditions are good. In fact, that's true. However, my parents are busy and rarely come home, only occasionally giving me some points as living expenses. Finally crossed over, and into such a cool world. Why don't I make a name for myself too? Become a professional gamer. As I browsed the panel, chuckling thoughtfully, the classroom suddenly fell silent. At the door, the invigilator teacher walked in holding a PS8 cartridge reading device in his left hand and a sealed file bag in the other hand. Carefully placing the two items on the platform, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone return to your seats and prepare to register your identity bracelet information." With that, the teacher took out the game cartridge for this final exam from the file bag. Opening the PS8 cartridge reading device, he began installing the cartridge. Generally, there are three types of cartridges: standalone, local multiplayer, and global online. Standalone cartridges can only connect to one player. Local multiplayer can connect multiple players within a certain range. Global online can support players worldwide through an adapter. The cartridge used for the final exam is a local multiplayer type, one for each class. The price of the cartridge is very high, and each cartridge can only be used once. Even if you only buy the cheapest F-grade local multiplayer cartridge entry slot, it costs several thousand points. The teacher installed the cartridge on the platform. The students in the front row couldn't sit still, tiptoeing and trying to sneak a peek at this year's final exam questions. My friend Lu Zhou and I sat in the back, unable to see the test names, so we resorted to looking at the raised buttocks of the female students in the front row. Before long, through the whispers of the students in front, I roughly heard the name of the test. The game to be tested in the final is Plants vs. Zombies? Hey, this game, even my second uncle's grandmother with a brain infarction can play. I muttered quietly, my eyes shining, and I chuckled. As a once popular casual strategy game on Earth, Plants vs. Zombies, I was extremely familiar with it. Although the game content and rules in the cartridge world are definitely different from what I played on the computer before, with my understanding and experience from my previous life, I was already one step ahead. I heard that the exam is about Plants vs. Zombies, and Lu Zhou also looked pleased, patting his pregnant-like belly. Is it a strategy game? That's my specialty. As the teacher walked down from the platform, he used the card reader on PS8 to read the identity bracelets of each examinee. Then, the exam discipline was announced. 1. After entering the game world, no communication with other examinees is allowed. 2. No form of interference with other examinees' exams is permitted. 3. Follow the instructions of the exam invigilator and do not act on your own. After completing this set of procedures, the teacher walked back to the platform and reminded once again, the opportunity to enter the game world is very precious. Students, try to perform well. Although it is almost impossible for you to receive generous rewards at this stage, earning some experience points is still possible. After entering the game, you must play seriously, understand the game rules carefully. For strategy games like this, it is crucial to make each choice carefully. Alright, time's up, let the exam begin. Accompanied by a bell ringing, the teacher pressed the start button on the PS8 card reader. I couldn't help but clench my fists with a hint of nervousness and excitement. A new life begins. Let's start this exam off on the right foot. In the next moment, a white light flashed. The entire class, even the entire third year of high school students, disappeared in an instant. Almost simultaneously, information flashed in my mind. Host detected entering the game world, Plants vs. Zombies, the system is allocating game cheats. Please choose from the following 3 cheats. 1. Unlimited sunlight, allows you to plant plants freely. 2. 100-fold drop, increases the probability of dropping plant cards by 100 times. 3. Plant modification, you can use sunlight to modify plants. The system is here? Is it going to help me cheat? I was startled, browsing the information of the 3 cheats. As a top gamer, I was actually quite resistant to cheats like this. System, can I not choose? I tried to ask. System, sorry, host, I have performance requirements here. Me, I see it all. It's not that I want to cheat, it's forcing me to. Acting cool is one thing, but having cheats is definitely necessary. After all, this is not like ordinary computer games. Performing well in the game world can lead to substantial rewards in the real world. After some thought, I directly chose the 3rd cheat. 3. Plant modification, you can use sunlight to modify plants. Compared to the first 2 cheats that blindly increase strength, this 3rd one is obviously more able to enhance the gameplay. Choosing this should make the game more enjoyable. After making the selection, the panel disappeared. What appeared in front of me was a wide courtyard. The other students in the class also appeared in the courtyard at this moment. In front of the students, Dave, wearing a pressure cooker on his head, danced around, starting to explain the game rules to the students in detail. Wabadibab, baba wabadib, wabadibi wabadabab. The students were confused, not understanding at all. Only I nodded thoughtfully. A classmate beside me couldn't help but ask in amazement, "Can you understand what he's saying?" I smiled slightly. Wabadibab, baba wabadib, bidi bob. Classmate. Fortunately, the subsequent prompts appeared, giving everyone a certain understanding of the game rules in this game world. Game world, Plants vs. Zombies, game content. After the game officially starts, each player will be assigned a courtyard. Your task is to collect sunlight, plant plants, and prevent zombies from invading the house. There are a total of 40 waves of zombie invasions in this game. Successfully repel 40 waves of zombies to clear the game and receive generous rewards. Game start. The prompt box disappeared. The next moment, I appeared in a courtyard. On my left and right sides, there were 2 identical courtyards. In the courtyard, there are my 2 classmates, like the front and back desks in the exam room. The first wave of zombies is about to come. You have collected 100 sun points from the sun. Hint, before each wave of zombies comes, you will receive 100 sun points from the sun. Please plant plants as soon as possible. The prompt popped up again. I immediately looked at the available plants to plant. Just like the original, at the beginning, there was only 1 pea shooter that could be planted. Pea shooter, cost 100 sun points, can shoot peas to attack zombies. Powerful, only 100 sun points are available in the first round. No choice, I could only plant a pea shooter in the courtyard. With a thought, I spent 100 sun points to plant it. When choosing the planting position, I thought for a moment and planted it in the rearmost position in the center of the courtyard. This position not only allows the long-range pea shooter to have more shooting time, but also ensures that the shooting range covers a wide area, so that it won't miss zombies that are too high or too low. The classmate on the left side of the courtyard made the same choice as me. The classmate on the right side of the courtyard was quite different. The game hadn't even started, but it seemed like his brain had already been eaten by zombies. He directly planted the only pea shooter at the courtyard gate, fearing that the zombies wouldn't be able to reach it. About a minute later, a large wave of zombies is approaching, accompanied by a terrifying sound effect. The first wave of zombies staggered towards us, a total of 10. The pea shooter swayed its body, continuously spitting out peas, and could knock down a zombie in 3 to 5 shots. The zombies couldn't even get close to the house. Everything went smoothly on my side, with the zombies at most rushing to the middle of the courtyard. The pea shooter of the student in the right courtyard didn't even have a chance to knock down a zombie. As soon as the first zombie appeared, it was bitten by the zombie. Then, the zombie entered his house. A scream rang out. Ah ah ah. At the same time, in the chief invigilator's office, a group of invigilators and grade directors were observing the situation in each exam room through the PS8 terminal monitoring system. As the first wave of zombie attacks ended, 8 students in the entire grade were eliminated. The grade director's face looked a bit ugly. They can even lose in such a simple level. I don't know how these students got into our school. A nearby invigilator quickly comforted the director, saying, "Those with lower gaming skills won't be able to get into the top esports university anyway. Let's focus more on those top students." When it came to the top students in the rankings, the grade director's face looked much better, nodding. Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, Zhao Wenjun, their talents are good, and their levels have reached LV2. Even among the recent students, they can be considered top-notch. They all have the opportunity to compete for admission to the top esports universities in Kyoto and Qingyuan. I wonder who will come out on top in this final exam. Another invigilator beside him also nodded with a smile. This time the principal is really generous. He has prepared a year-end reward from his own pocket. The reward for the first place is quite generous. Unlike the original game's level mode, the rules here are more like the endless mode in the original. As long as the plants are not destroyed, they can exist in the courtyard indefinitely. In the exam room, after the first wave of zombie attacks, all examinees received a plant card for the Crazy Dave's reward. Sunflower, cost 50 sun points, collect an additional 50 sun points before each wave of zombie attacks. After planting sunflowers, you can receive additional sun points before each wave of zombie attacks, so planting sunflowers early will definitely yield higher returns. Many examinees, upon seeing this plant card, plan to use the next round's fixed 100 sun points from the sun to plant 2 sunflowers first. This is indeed the best strategy under normal circumstances. The second wave of zombies is about to come. You have collected 100 sunlight from the sun. Please plant plants as soon as possible. Facing the hint of the second wave of zombie attacks, I walked forward and approached the pea shooter I planted in the first round. Activate the plugin. Immediately, several options popped up in front of me. Modification Plan 1, Dual-Wielding Gatling Pea Shooter. Cost 50 sunlight. Effect, shoot 8 peas at the same time, output increased 8 times. Modification Plan 2, Laser Pea Shooter. Cost 100 sunlight. Effect, change to shoot laser peas, power increased 4 times, and can penetrate zombies. Modification Plan 3, Pea Shooter Girl. Cost 150 sunlight. Effect, feminized pea shooter, shoots 4 peas each time, and generates 2 pea shooters nearby before each wave of zombie attacks. After reading the 3 modification plans, I couldn't help but be stunned. It's really a plug-in. These 3 modification plans are all very abnormal. Not to mention the latter 2, just the first dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter can match the power of 8 regular pea shooters. The price of 8 regular pea shooters is 800 sunlight. The price of the dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter, including the cost of planting regular pea shooters in the first round, is only 150 sunlight in total. This cheat is really destroying the game balance. It's so unfair to other students. I angrily condemned, and then immediately chose the first modification plan. Immediately, the originally cute pea shooter changed its appearance. In the next moment, it directly transformed into a cool pea shooter soldier holding 2 Gatling machine guns and wearing a military helmet. With the remaining 50 sunlight, I casually planted a sunflower in the back position. The student in the left courtyard has been peeking at me. His grades are usually average, not as good as me who was above average. He copied the placement of the first round of pea shooters from me, and unexpectedly found it particularly useful. Before the start of the second round, he was peeking to see how I planned to operate next. Unexpectedly, my pea shooter directly changed its weapon, picked up 2 Gatling guns, and stood majestically under the sunlight, head held high and chest out. What the heck is this? The student in the left courtyard almost dropped his eyeballs to the ground. This way of solving the problem made it impossible for him to copy and understand. A large wave of zombies is attacking. While he was in a daze, the second wave of zombies had already begun to attack. Seeing this, the student quickly created a pea shooter at hand. Many students who planted 2 sunflowers in the second round started to feel nervous in response to the 15 zombies in the second wave. Because with only 1 pea shooter, some could not suppress the zombies' advance. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the last zombie fall in front of the pea shooter. Some pea shooters were placed poorly and were directly eliminated in this round. Those who chose to continue planting pea shooters in the second round, with double firepower, had no problem dealing with 15 zombies, and at most, the zombies could only rush to the middle of the courtyard. On the other hand, on my side, 2 Gatling guns were emitting blue flames. The zombies were as fragile as paper, unable to even enter the courtyard, and were shot into a sieve at the door. The second wave of zombie attacks has ended, with another dozen people eliminated. The third wave of zombies is approaching. You have collected 100 sunlight from the sun. You have collected 50 sunlight from plants. Total sunlight, 150. Please plant plants as soon as possible at this stage. Your firepower is already strong enough. In the third round, Lin Chen plans to improve his sunlight acquisition efficiency. He approaches the sunflower planted in the previous round and activates the enhancement. Modification Plan 1, Sunflower Coil. Cost 50 sunlight. Effect, a very hard-working sunflower, collects an additional 300 sunlight before each wave of zombie attacks. Modification Plan 2, Summoner Sunflower. Cost 100 sunlight. Effect, collect an additional 100 sunlight before each wave of zombie attacks, and randomly summon a plant. Modification Plan 3, Solar Panel. Cost 200 sunlight. Effect, collect an additional 900 sunlight before each wave of zombie attacks. Lin Chen. The modification plans for the sunflower are equally insane, and, clearly, this third plan is not even a plant. With 150 sunlight in hand, after some thought, Lin Chen chooses the first modification plan. This time, the sunflower's appearance changes are not significant. Only the smile on its face suddenly turns grim and painful. In the early stages, it is more prudent to accumulate more sunlight when passing levels with sufficient firepower. With the remaining 100 sunlight, Lin Chen plants another sunflower and once again modifies it into a sunflower coil. Having 2 sunflower coils, Lin Chen will gain an additional 600 sunlight before the fourth wave of zombies arrives. A large wave of zombies is approaching. The third wave of zombies is attacking. This time, the total number of zombies reaches 20. Among them is a buckethead zombie with strong defense. However, Lin Chen's dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters still easily suppress the zombies' advance outside the yard. Even the highly defensive buckethead zombie is crushed as soon as it steps half a foot into the yard. Looking at the other candidates, those who planted 2 sunflowers in the second round can now plant 2 pea shooters in this round due to the extra 100 sunlight they received. With the firepower of 3 pea shooters, they pass the level smoothly. However, there are also students like those in Lin Chen's left yard who only started planting sunflowers in the third round. Although they barely passed the level with 2 pea shooters, they have suffered losses. Some had their sunflowers eaten, some had their pea shooters eaten, and some unlucky ones had their brains eaten directly. With casualties in the third round, their situation is clearly not good. As for the few students who mindlessly planted pea shooters, although they are still doing fine in the current level, without accumulating extra sunlight, their elimination is only a matter of time. The fourth wave of zombies is approaching. You have collected 100 sunlight from the sun. You have collected 600 sunlight from plants. Total sunlight, 700. Please plant plants as soon as possible before the start of the fourth round. Lin Chen already has 700 sunlight available. The 2 sunflower coils directly provide him with 600 sunlight. With sufficient firepower, Lin Chen's main goal now is to accumulate sunlight. Spending 350 sunlight, he plants 7 sunflowers. Then, he uses another 350 sunlight to modify all of them into sunflower coils. Now, he has a total of 9 sunflower coils. A large wave of zombies is approaching. The fourth wave of zombies still consists of 20 zombies. However, this time, there is a highly defensive buckethead zombie mixed in. With the firepower of a dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter, Lin Chen still found it easy as the buckethead zombie only made it to the middle of his yard. Other students who had not made the right choices in the previous rounds began to be eliminated in large numbers. One of the students in Lin Chen's left yard was among the eliminated. The fifth wave of zombies is about to arrive. You have collected 100 sun points from the sun. You have collected 2,700 sun points from the plants. Total sun points, 2,800. Please plant plants as soon as possible. 9 inward sunflowers directly provided Lin Chen with 2,700 sun points. By the 5th round of the game, Lin Chen had so much sun that it was almost too much to use. It's time to boost the firepower. Sunflower costs 50 sun points, and transforming it into a summoner sunflower requires consuming 100 sun points. In other words, the cost of each summoner sunflower is 150 sun points. Spending 900 sun points, Lin Chen tried to plant 6 summoner sunflowers. The summoner sunflowers were dressed in robes and held magic wands. They looked very handsome. Afterwards, there were still 1,700 sun points. Lin Chen began to plant pea shooters and upgrade them. After some calculations, he planted 10 pea shooters directly, with 8 of them upgraded to dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters. The other 2 were transformed into pea shooter girls who could produce 2 pea shooters per round. The pea shooter girls had delicate features, light green skin, and held a pea cannon in their hands, looking heroic. After creating the pea shooter girls, a bold idea emerged in Lin Chen's mind. But considering that he was still in the middle of an exam with invigilators monitoring, Lin Chen quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea seriously. Humans can't, or at least shouldn't. Planting completed. Lin Chen's firepower instantly increased tenfold. It was equivalent to planting nearly 80 pea shooters. He felt that the terrifying lineup in front of him should be enough to pass the level. But it was only the 5th round. Standing under the pergola in the yard, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, feeling a bit emotional. I am indeed a gaming genius. With just a little effort, I have already reached the limit of this game. A large wave of zombies is approaching. Just as he spoke, the zombies of the 5th round attacked. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. 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 Countless peas erupted at that moment. In an instant, a barrage of peas covered the entire yard. Before Lin Chen could even see the appearance of the zombies clearly, the zombies of the 5th round had already been slaughtered by Lin Chen, leaving nothing behind. Awesome! This is what real firepower suppression looks like. Lin Chen sat back in the yard's cool chair, crossing his legs leisurely. The sixth wave of zombies is about to arrive. You have collected 100 sun points from the sun. You have collected 3,300 sun points from the plants. The pea shooter girls have produced 4 pea shooters in total. The summoner sunflowers have summoned 6 new plants, namely, ice pea shooter, fire pea shooter, kernel pult, cabbage pult, tallnut, cactus. Total sun points, 3,400. Please plant plants as soon as possible. What's the point of planting more now? I can easily pass this level by now just by AFK and G. I always feel like I've broken this game. Seeing a group of new plants suddenly appearing in the yard, Lin Chen laughed so hard that snot bubbles came out. However, he knew he still needed sun points. He tried to upgrade the 6 plants summoned by the summoner sunflowers. Meanwhile, in the examination room, Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, Zhou Wenjun, all of the choices you have made so far are the optimal solutions for this game. You guys are truly talented students from Yun City Second High School. Yuan Xiaoyu has unique insights into the placement of plants, maximizing the attack benefits. Li Nan, with a touch of luck, already obtained a double pea shooter reward card in the 6th round, allowing him to upgrade the regular pea shooter. Although Zhao Wenjun used a valuable game resource card to gain extra sunlight, the family's wealth is also part of a player's strength. The grade director was engrossed in watching the surveillance video of several top students. At that moment, a proctor suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" The grade director frowned and asked, "What's with the commotion? We are teachers after all, role models for others. How can we casually use foul language? Oh my god!" The proctor was too shocked to speak, only tremblingly pointing at the computer screen and shouting, "Oh my god!" Perplexed, the grade director approached and, upon seeing the screen, his pupils dilated. "Oh my god, your grandma's watermelon rind." Just then, the school's disciplinary director arrived for a visit and upon hearing the grade director using profanity, reprimanded, "Lao Zhang, as a disciplinary director, you should watch your words and actions." The next moment, he also saw the content on the screen. The disciplinary director was also dumbfounded. "I'll be damned." On the screen was a surveillance projection of Lin Chen's courtyard. At that moment, the entire courtyard was covered with colorful dazzling bullets. Before the shadows of the 6th wave of zombies even appeared, they were already obliterated by this terrifying barrage of bullets. Lin Chen dealt with the 6th wave of zombies in less than 1 second. "What's going on here? I've never seen these plants he's using before." The proctor's voice trembled as he turned to the grade director for answers. Is he playing a game with other students? Did he mix up the game cartridge? The grade director, also puzzled, turned to the disciplinary director for clarification. The disciplinary director pondered with a furrowed brow. It can't be. Their class is using a local multiplayer cartridge. If there was an issue with the cartridge, all students in their class should be affected, but clearly, only his side has an abnormal style. Could he be cheating? A proctor muttered under his breath. The disciplinary director immediately rebuked, "Is playing well considered cheating? Humans have been in the era of gaming for centuries, and I've never heard of anyone cheating in the world of cartridges. In my opinion, there are only 2 explanations for the current situation." "What are the 2? The grade director curiously inquired. The disciplinary director sat in front of the screen, fingers intertwined, and solemnly said, "Either this student has great insight and discovered the hidden rules of the game, or he has awakened powerful gaming talent and gained talent blessings in the game. Regardless of which it is, this student named Lin Chen needs to be nurtured vigorously. After this exam, have this student come to my office." The grade director responded excitedly, "Yes." Another genius player emerged in the grade he managed, undoubtedly a great joy for the grade director, which could directly impact his future position changes within the school. In the world of cartridges, the zombie attack had reached the 10th wave. The 10th wave of zombies is about to come. You have collected 100 sunlight from the sun. You have collected 4,800 sunlight from plants. Pea shooter mother has produced 4 pea shooters. Snow pea shooter mother has produced 2 snow pea shooters. Summoner sunflower has summoned 6 new plants, namely, twin sunflower, puffshroom, fumeshroom, torchwood, spikerock, tallnut. Total sunlight, 7,200. Please plant plants as soon as possible. The transformed plants cover the yard. Even though every plant has been transformed, Lin Chen's sunlight is still far from being used up. He can only transform the new plants summoned by Summoner Sunflower as much as possible. Orthopedic Sunflower, Puffshroom, Homing Missile Fumeshroom, Shadow Clone Torchwood, Toxic Spikerock, Nut Wall. After a series of transformations, the strength of the plants in the yard has increased to a new level. In the 10th wave, Lin Chen still did not see any trace of zombies and smoothly passed the level. Is the game I'm playing called Plants vs. Air? I haven't seen zombies for a long time. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. After the 10th wave of zombie attacks, only half of the examinees who participated in the exam were left in the field. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of all examinees. You have passed the introductory level of this game cartridge. Next, for each wave of zombie attacks you resist, you will receive experience point rewards. The examinees who were still on the exam field saw this prompt and all showed a happy expression on their faces. Experience points are used to level up, and the level will directly affect everything about a person. For most examinees, being able to gain some experience points in the cartridge world is already considered a great harvest, because the game is too easy. Lin Chen, who was already a bit drowsy and planning to sleep, felt a bit more energetic when he saw this prompt. The 11th wave of zombies is about to come. You have collected 100 sunlight from the sun. You have collected 4,900 sunlight from plants. Pea shooter mother has produced 4 pea shooters. Snow pea shooter mother has produced 2 snow pea shooters. Shadow clone torchwood has summoned 3 new torchwood. Summoner sunflower has summoned 6 new plants, namely garlic, kernel pult, pea shooter, repeater, starfruit, coffee bean. Total sunlight 11250. Please plant plants as soon as possible. Facing the upcoming 11th wave of zombies, Lin Chen slightly raised his expectations and began another serious plant transformation. His entire yard is now filled with all kinds of transformed plants. However, after the zombie attack, the barrage covers the field of vision. Lin Chen still did not see a single zombie, and his plant army instantly melted all the zombies outside the yard. Successfully resisted the attack of the 11th wave of zombies, experience points +1. It was at the moment when the 11th wave of zombies attacked that Lin Chen received the prompt of experience point growth in front of him. Damn, boring. Lin Chen saw that he still won without seeing the shadow of a zombie, yawned, and lay down on a cool chair to take a nap. A gentle breeze passed through the yard, very comfortable. Before long, Lin Chen really fell asleep. Snore. A slight snoring sound echoed under the cool shed. In front of him, the clearance prompts kept popping up. Successfully resisted the attack of the 12th wave of zombies, experience points +1. Successfully resisted the attack of the 13th wave of zombies, experience points +1. Successfully resisted the attack of the 14th wave of zombies, experience points +1. Outside the cartridge world, in the school examination room, a group of school leaders summoned by the headmaster were now gathered around the monitoring screen, intently watching Lin Chen's gameplay. When they saw Lin Chen actually dozing off in the cartridge world, the school leaders couldn't help but fall into silence. They had been in the school for quite some time. They had encountered students who went on a rampage in the cartridge world, and they had also encountered students who slept lazily in the cartridge world, but sleeping on one side and rampaging on the other. This scene was somewhat unbelievable. Principal, what do you think? A female teacher in her 40s, also the head of the academic affairs office, adjusted her glasses and asked. The principal, a chubby man with glasses, looked at the scene on the monitoring screen for a long time, sighed slightly, and said, he must have discovered the hidden rules of the game, rather than awakened a gaming talent. Because gaming talents at most assist players in the game, even the top gaming talents do not have such a strong effect. Such a terrifying effect can only be achieved by utilizing hidden rules. Upon hearing this, the other leaders also couldn't help but feel regretful. Although discovering the hidden rules of the game proved the player's insight, finding hidden rules was still a very accidental event. Moreover, hidden rules were also known as bugs, game glitches. Once discovered and exploited, the worlds would intervene and fix them in the short term. Even with strong insight, players could not find hidden rules in every game. Therefore, players who occasionally had insight into hidden rules were far less popular than those who awakened powerful gaming talents. Stable gaming talents that could be effective in every game were what top players and esports athletes relied on. However, Lin Chen has only just entered the game for a short time and can find and utilize hidden rules. He can be considered a talent and should be nurtured more intensively, the principal said, glancing at the headmaster. The headmaster immediately understood and made a note of the matter. After confirming the situation on Lin Chen's side, the school leaders turned their attention to the other top students in the third year of high school. By this time, the wave of zombies had reached the 20th level. With the increasing number of zombie waves, these top students also began to feel the pressure. Yuan Xiaoyu managed to hold off the 20th wave with a perfect formation layout, but it was not as easy as before. In the previous waves, she defeated a pole vaulting zombie and obtained a nut plant card. By fully utilizing the defensive ability of the nut, her entire formation was strong and effective. Li Nan, with his gaming talent lucky bonus, also successively obtained 3 plant cards, successfully defending against the zombie attacks in the 20th wave with the diversity of plants. Zhao Wenjun's situation was more dire. Although he had an advanced resource card worth 1,000 yuan, giving him extra sunlight in the early stages for a better start, the placement of plants was too random. In Zhao Wenjun's yard, there were already a lot of casualties, with many plants being eaten by zombies. Although he passed the 20th wave, he was clearly struggling to deal with the subsequent waves. Even these top geniuses from the second high school felt the pressure. Other students were finding it even more difficult. At this point, out of over 500 examinees in the entire grade, less than 50 students remained in the examination room. In the examination room, other students were doing their best to come up with strategies, gritting their teeth to resist the waves of zombie attacks, constantly eliminating them. On the other hand, Lin Chen was sleeping soundly. During the process of killing zombies, there were sporadic plant cards bursting out on Lin Chen's side. However, there were no powerful plants, and he couldn't be bothered to pick them up. He couldn't even use all the plants summoned by the Sunflower Summoner. Successfully defended against the attack of the 20th wave of zombies, experience +2. Successfully defended against the attack of the 21st wave of zombies, experience +2. Successfully defended against the attack of the 22nd wave of zombies, experience +2. After the 20th wave, the experience reward for each wave passed by the students became 2 points. Successfully defended against the attack of the 28th wave of zombies, experience +2. Successfully defended against the attack of the 29th wave of zombies, experience +2. Successfully defended against the attack of the 30th wave of zombies, experience +3. Soon, they arrived at the 30th wave. The experience reward increased again. In the 30th wave, powerful football zombies and giant zombies appeared. These two types of zombies with thick defenses and health bars finally managed to barely step into Lin Chen's yard, but they fell under the colorful barrage of bullets on the screen. Under the attack of these two powerful zombies, a large number of examinees were eliminated. Among the examinees who survived the 30th wave of zombie attacks, only 7 remained. The highly anticipated examinee Zhao Wenjun was clearly struggling by the 30th wave, but he thought of the confidential information he had received and the reward for winning first place in the final exam. Zhao Wenjun gritted his teeth and pulled out a green card from his pocket again. Can't bear to let the wife fall into the hands of the wolf. Let's do it! This was an intermediate power-up card, priced at over 30,000 game points. Intermediate power-up cards can provide a large amount of power needed by players in the game. After using the card, Zhao Wenjun immediately had a green glow above his head. The next moment, a row of Gatling pea shooters appeared in his yard. Gatling pea shooters could fire 4 peas at a time, with half the power of dual-wielding Gatling peas. This group of extraordinary Gatling pea shooters helped him smoothly pass the 30th wave. After passing the 30th wave, Lin Chen was also awakened by the system prompt in his mind. Your total sunlight has exceeded 100,000, reaching the game limit. Do you want to consume all sunlight to upgrade your plugin plant modification? Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, touched his chin, and said, this plugin has become so abnormal, and it can still be upgraded? Then let's upgrade it and see how far this plugin can go. Ding! Upgrade complete. Your plugin has been upgraded to Plant Super Revolution. Plant Super Revolution, you can consume sunlight to evolve plants into ultimate forms. As the 31st round was about to strike, a large amount of sunlight came in. The ultimate form of plants? Sounds pretty awesome, let's give it a try. Lin Chen smirked, approached his plants, and tried to super evolve them. Inward Sunflower can super evolve into Sudden Death Sunflower. Super Revolution, Sudden Death Sunflower, cost 300 sunlight. Effect, a sunflower that dies suddenly due to excessive effort can receive a death compensation of 6,000 sunlight from the company before each wave of zombie attacks. Lin Chen. Although the ultimate evolution form of this inward sunflower has a funny name, but the effect is top-notch, providing 20 times more sunlight per round. Lin Chen attempted the super evolution. Immediately, the inward sunflower transformed. The fierce and painful expression on the sunflower's face disappeared, replaced by a very calm and peaceful one. However, this peaceful face was carved on a tombstone. Yes, after the super revolution, the inward sunflower had turned into a tombstone. Alas, it's really pitiful. Lin Chen saw the scene, feeling a bit emotional, as if recalling the time when he was a laborer in his past life. He looked at the other laboring sunflowers with a reluctant expression. Then, he directly transformed all the laboring sunflowers into instant death sunflowers. Compared to the painful laboring, death is your best destination. A kind and pure light overflowed from Lin Chen's eyes. He transformed a total of 12 laboring sunflowers. After all of them evolved, the 12 laboring sunflowers turned into 12 instant death sunflowers, providing Lin Chen with a total of 72,000 sunlight points per round. Successfully resisted the attack of the 31st wave of zombies. Experience points plus 3. The 32nd wave of zombies is approaching. You have collected 100 sunlight points from the sun. You have collected 75,400 sunlight points from the plants. Pea shooter girl has produced 2 pea shooters. Snow pea shooter girl has produced 4 snow pea shooters. Flame pea shooter girl has produced 4 flame pea shooters. Shadow clone torchwood summon 3 new torchwood summoner. Sunflower has summoned 6 new plants, namely cob cannon, blue flame torch, spikeweed, sunflower, garlic, sunshroom. Total sunlight points 81,500. Please plant the plants as soon as possible. With an instant abundance of sunlight in his hands, Lin Chen immediately began to try to super evolve other plants. Dual wielding Gatling pea shooter can super evolve into Titan mech pea shooter. Super evolution. Titan mech pea shooter cost 250 sunlight points. Effect: fires 100 peas simultaneously each time, increasing output by 100-fold. Snow pea shooter girl can super evolve into Frost pea Valkyrie. Super evolution. Frost pea Valkyrie cost 300 sunlight points. Effect: attacks with Arctic blast, instantly freezing all enemies and causing massive damage. Cob cannon can super evolve into corn nuke. Super evolution. Corn nuke cost 500 sunlight points. Effect: launches a corn nuke attack, causing tons of area damage. If the previous Lin Chen could be considered invincible, then the current Lin Chen, who super evolved all plants, can be said to be completely lawless. Successfully resisted the attack of the 32nd wave of zombies. Experience points plus 3. Successfully resisted the attack of the 33rd wave of zombies. Experience points plus 3. Successfully resisted the attack of the 34th wave of zombies. Experience points plus 3. Lin Chen didn't even see what was happening clearly. Wave after wave of zombies were completely wiped out. In this process, other candidates gradually couldn't withstand the pressure of the zombie army and were gradually eliminated. Except for Lin Chen, only the wealthy Zhao Wenjun held on until the 38th wave. At the 36th wave, he once again used an intermediate power-up card. The purpose was to secure the first place in the final exam. Holding on until the 38th wave, Zhao Wenjun felt that getting first place should not be a problem, so he no longer increased his spending, calmly facing elimination. In terms of the exam, reaching this point, he had basically handed in a 98-point answer sheet. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was still there. Successfully resisted the attack of the 38th wave of zombies. Experience points plus 3. Successfully resisted the attack of the 39th wave of zombies. Experience points plus 3. After easily overcoming the attacks of 2 more waves of zombies, Lin Chen finally reached the final level, the 40th level. The ultimate boss of this game, Dr. Zomboss, finally appeared. As the BGM played in his ears, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Come on, Dr. Zomboss, let's battle. In the roar of Lin Chen, Dr. Zhang Wang drove a huge zombie robot, showing half of his head. Glancing at Lin Chen's courtyard, Dr. Zhang Wang's face unexpectedly revealed a very human-like confused expression. His brain began to think rapidly. After a brief pause, Dr. Zhang Wang turned and ran. Lin Chen? Lin Chen, I've been waiting for you for half a day, why are you running away? Controlling the corn nuclear bomb, Lin Chen fired. Boom! Successfully killed Zombie Doctor. You have cleared this game. You will receive generous rewards for clearing the game, as follows: Game Card X 10,000, Experience 100 points, Pet, Double Pea Shooter X1, Combat Level LV5, Equipment, Protective Vine Armor, Quality, Good, Life Skill Book, Basic Botany, Learning Level Restriction greater than or equal to LV5, Silently recite to exit and return to the real world. Lin Chen scratched his head. Is this the end of the game? I haven't had enough fun yet. At this moment, in the control room, all the school leaders who saw the scene were dumbfounded. They may have anticipated that Lin Chen would successfully clear the game, but no one expected that when faced with Lin Chen's plant lineup, the zombie doctor actually ran away. And not only that, he didn't even make it far. He was instantly killed by Lin Chen. Can someone achieve this level by relying on hidden rules? A school leader asked dumbfoundedly. The principal clicked his tongue. To be honest, I have never seen such an outrageous game process. It's simply outrageous to have learned Tai Chi. It's too outrageous. The exam invigilator who had suspected Lin Chen of cheating before muttered quietly again, could he really be cheating? The grade director weakly retorted, just because it looks like cheating, does that mean it is cheating? In the world of game cartridges, there are no cheats at all. The principal remained silent for a moment and then said, after the exam, let him come to my office directly, I want to have a private chat with him. During the conversation, the leaders found that in the game cartridge world, Lin Chen did not leave immediately after clearing the game. He slowly walked towards the courtyard gate. In the game cartridge world, Lin Chen did not leave immediately after clearing the game. Thinking of the zombie doctor's final escape, Lin Chen suddenly had a question. Where did it want to run to? Logically, it would definitely run back to where it came from. Then, another extended question arose. Where did all these zombies come from in the first place? This question popped into his mind, and as a skilled player, Lin Chen immediately had an impulse. The world is so big, I want to take a look. He wanted to see the world outside the courtyard. Maybe he could discover some hidden game content. However, as he approached the courtyard gate, Lin Chen was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. With a thought, he tried to control the plants to attack this barrier. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Various bullets hit the barrier, causing it to shake. Faintly, he seemed to see cracks appearing on the barrier. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. This is interesting. Controlling the corn nuclear bomb, Lin Chen directly fired 2 shots at the barrier at the gate. Boom! Boom! The cracks became more and more obvious. Everyone, attack! Controlling all the plants, Lin Chen launched a full-scale attack on the barrier. Several seconds later, crack! The invisible barrier shattered. Lin Chen once again tried to reach out beyond the door, and there was no obstacle in front of him. Stepping out, Lin Chen walked out of the courtyard, truly entering the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Outside the courtyard, instead of the expected devastation and corpses everywhere, the world outside the door was a thriving urban area. There are vendors doing business in the shops. There are leisurely customers walking their pet dogs. There are old men reading newspapers in the park. There are office workers everywhere, dressed in suits and ready for work. Everything is harmonious and beautiful. However, all those living in this beautiful city are zombies. Lin Chen was stunned. In an instant, he thought of a possibility. Throughout his past life on Earth and as a player in this world, cute plants have always been seen as the side of justice. Ugly zombies are naturally classified as villains. So, everyone playing Plants vs. Zombies can plant plants and kill zombies without any sense of guilt. But, what if this world originally belonged to the zombies? The zombies lived happily in this world, but the invading plants took over their homes. Perhaps the zombies just wanted to return to their own homes. If that's the case, can the plants, or rather, these green invaders, still be considered the side of justice? Can the players controlling these plants still be considered the side of justice? The amount of information was overwhelming, and Lin Chen felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Just then, the system prompt appeared again. You have discovered an Easter egg, a world belonging to zombies, extra reward obtained, normal level combat skill book, summon zombie, learning level restriction greater than or equal to LV15, your clearance reward is doubled. After doubling the clearance reward, the rewards are as follows: game card X 20,000, experience 200 points, pet, Gatling Pea Shooter X1, combat power level LV8, equipment, Pea Shooter gloves, quality, excellent, life skill book, intermediate botany, learning level restriction greater than or equal to LV6. Seeing the extra reward he received in the doubled clearance reward, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Combat skill books are extremely rare in this world, treasures that even professional gamers compete for. A combat skill book can easily sell for at least 100,000. Generally, only card worlds of D rank and above produce combat skill books. Lin Chen never expected that the first F-grade game he played would yield such a valuable treasure. Moreover, the value increased significantly after doubling the clearance reward. Not only the basic game cards and experience, but even the rewards such as pets, equipment, and life skill books were of a higher quality. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, but he held back, because another prompt popped up. Attention! 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 You have left the courtyard and angered Crazy Dave. Please leave this card world as soon as possible. Please leave this card world as soon as possible. Please leave this card world as soon as possible. If Crazy Dave kills you, you will lose all clearance rewards. Lin Chen was stunned. What's going on? Why would leaving the courtyard anger Crazy Dave? Could it be that Crazy Dave is the final boss? Did Crazy Dave plan the invasion of plants into the zombie world? Or is it? For a moment, countless thoughts raced through Lin Chen's mind. After eliminating some useless speculations, only one thought remained. Should I take on Crazy Dave? Lin Chen had a premonition that if he could defeat Crazy Dave, the rewards he would receive would be immeasurable. After a brief thought, damn it, let's do it. With cheats, it should be easy for me to clear a game. Even if I haven't done it before and lose the clearance rewards, it's not a big loss for me. Lin Chen thought so, immediately retreated to the courtyard, standing behind countless plants. After a moment, the crooked blood-red font suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's field of vision. Crazy Dave is here. The one who looked like a lunatic wearing a pressure cooker on his head, the incomprehensible Dave, appeared in Lin Chen's courtyard. And, he was also holding a shotgun in his hand. Bang! Bullets shot out, instantly killing several plants that had undergone super evolution by Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately commanded the plants to counterattack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Bang. Various barrages crazily smashed into Dave, forcing him to retreat continuously. At the same time, an abnormally long health bar appeared above the head of Crazy Dave. These attacks that could instantly kill Dr. Zomboss could only chip away a tiny bit of Dave's health bar every second. Dave loaded the shotgun again. Bang! Another shot, and a large number of ultimate form plants collapsed. Lin Chen felt the crisis. He quickly used the sunlight at hand to build a pea shooter. Then, he activated the plant super evolution sheet, immediately evolving the pea shooter into the ultimate form Titan Mech pea shooter. This battle lasted a full 20 minutes. It was extremely thrilling. Fortunately, Lin Chen had plenty of remaining sunlight. In the end, he relied on hundreds and thousands of ultimate form Titan Mech pea shooters to wear down Crazy Dave alive. Boom! Crazy Dave's body fell to the ground. Suddenly, all the scenes in front of Lin Chen shattered. In the next moment, the plants disappeared, the zombies disappeared, and even the entire courtyard and the city outside the courtyard disappeared. He actually appeared on a battlefield strewn with corpses. The battlefield was extremely cold, covered in white snow. On the left side, soldiers with sophisticated equipment kept killing the soldiers charging from the right side. While on the right side, although their equipment was inferior, they fought desperately to engage in close combat. Such a huge gap made this battle close to a massacre. Lin Chen focused on the national emblems on the uniforms of both sides. The soldiers on the left were German soldiers. The soldiers on the right were Soviet soldiers. Behind the German soldiers on the left, a man who looked like an officer was shedding tears, staring blankly at the scene. That person was Crazy Dave. The scene in front of his eyes flashed again. The camera focused on a calendar. March 7, 1929, Dave, why do you have to leave? I don't want you to go. Wait for me at home, I'll be back soon. We are already doing well, why do we have to invade others? This is the Führer's order. I love you, take care of yourself, I love you too, dear. Shadows of a man and a woman were cast on both sides of the calendar. Soon, the man's shadow disappeared, leaving only the woman's crying shadow. The camera flashed again, still focusing on a calendar. However, the lighting was dimmer. May 18, 1935, Dave, Captain Degust has died. How did he die? Suicide. How could this happen? The affairs at the concentration camp were too heavy. It's understandable that he couldn't bear it, so, what is the purpose of you calling me here? You need to take his place, this is his sidearm. Two shadows were still on the left and right of the calendar. Soon, the shadow on the left disappeared. The remaining shadow picked up the sidearm that Captain Degust used to commit suicide, lost in thought. The camera flashed again. Still frozen on the calendar. This time, bloodstains were on the calendar. July 26, 1942 Commander, they've run out of bullets alright, prepare the handcuffs, get ready to capture the enemy they're recharging with bayonets. What? Should we shoot them? Shoot, just shoot. Aren't we here for this kind of thing? Two shadows. One gradually fading away. The other, slumped over the table like a pile of mud. Subsequent scenes began to shatter. Corpses littered the field. Shackles attached to bodies. Darkness in the prison cells. Silence in the infirmary. Finally, the scene froze in a courtyard. Dave sat alone on a recliner, a pot on his head, quietly watching the flowers and plants in the courtyard. He could only use fantasy to suppress the guilt in his memory. Imagining the brave Soviet soldiers defending their homeland as evil zombies. Imagining the German soldiers under his command as plants defending their own backyard. This is the truth of the Plants vs. Zombies world. Everything is just a sinner constructing a naive fantasy world to escape self-condemnation. Seeing this, Lin Chen was somewhat moved and also a bit annoyed. I'm an idiot. Who would have thought that this damn Plants vs. Zombies turns out to be a game promoting anti-war? He looked up, and Dave seemed to glance in Lin Chen's direction. After seemingly saying something, all the scenes began to slowly dissipate. Ding! Congratulations on successfully deciphering the worldview of Plants vs. Zombies. Dave's World All Plants vs. Zombies game cartridges will lose their effectiveness in the real world. The content of the Plants vs. Zombies game cartridge world will be integrated into the metaverse game cartridge. You have obtained the worldview deciphering reward, extra skill slot X1. The reward for deciphering the worldview is an extra skill slot? Lin Chen was stunned, then ecstatic. For the people in this world, skills are crucial for survival. And the number of skill slots means the number of skills a person can master, which is extremely important for both ordinary people and esports players. It can almost be considered a priceless treasure. Generally, the number of skill slots available to everyone is fixed. People from level 1 to level 9 have only one skill slot. Those from level 10 to level 19 can unlock a second skill slot, and so on. If you have an extra skill slot, it means you will have one more skill than others in the same level range. In any field, having an extra skill slot means you can demonstrate abilities far beyond others in the same level range. In the esports arena where combat skills are relied upon, the advantage brought by an extra skill slot is particularly significant. There are many who offer millions of game points to buy an extra skill slot on the market. However, few would sell the opportunity to obtain an extra skill slot for game points, just like how few would sell their important organs for money. This reward of an extra skill slot has propelled Lin Chen far ahead of a large part of the world at its core. However, the rewards for deciphering the worldview are not over yet. You have successfully deciphered the worldview, all your clearance rewards are doubled. After the clearance reward is doubled, the rewards are as follows: Game Card X 40,000, 400 experience points, Pet, P-Shooter Girl X1, Power Level LV10, Equipment, Plant Tempered Ring, Quality, Rare, Life Skill Book, Advanced Botany, Learning Level Restriction greater than or equal to LV8. Additional rewards obtained in the game include Normal Level Battle Skill Book, Summon Zombie, Learning Level Restriction greater than or equal to LV15. The sequence of equipment quality is Normal, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythical. The sequence of battle skill book quality is Beginner Level, Normal Level, Elite Level, King Level, War God Level. The clearance reward is doubled again. The total value of these clearance rewards definitely exceeds 100,000 game cards. Moreover, by digging out Easter eggs, Lin Chen also obtained a LV15 Normal Level Battle Skill Book. The value of this skill book should be around 200,000. In other words, even without considering the priceless additional skill slots, Lin Chen's rewards obtained through this final exam exceed 300,000 game cards. So cool! Just one game, and I've made a fortune. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited, a bold smile appearing on his face. Exiting the current game cartridge world. Game cards have been credited. Remaining rewards have been deposited into your storage space. Obtaining experience points. Experience points obtained. Your level has increased to LV2. Your level has increased to LV3. Before the entire Plants vs. Zombies game cartridge world completely dissipated, Lin Chen returned to reality and back to his seat in the classroom. After leveling up, he clearly felt that his overall physical fitness had improved significantly. Raising his hand, he looked at his personal information wristband. Name, Lin Chen. Level, LV3, 185/300, game cards, 40,115 points. Experience and game cards all arrived as scheduled. He remembered that Li Nan, who was the top of the grade before, had only just reached LV2. Now, Lin Chen, who has reached LV3, is undoubtedly the student with the highest level in the whole school. Their homeroom teacher in his 30s is only at LV4. At this moment, the classroom was very noisy. Many students who had finished the exam were discussing answers everywhere. Those who performed exceptionally well were showing off the wise and correct actions they had taken. Those who performed poorly were regretting the mistakes and foolishness they had made during the game. Seeing Lin Chen was the last one to exit the exam, the students in the class were very puzzled. Lu Zhou was the first to come forward and ask, "Linzi, what's going on? Why are you coming out now?" Lin Chen scratched his head and truthfully replied, "Just cleared the level, so I came out a little later." Put. Ha ha ha, what did he say? Lin Chen said he cleared the level. That's some bragging, I almost believed it. Why don't you say you've cracked the whole worldview? Ah ha ha ha, when it comes to showing off, it has to be me, brother Tian. Hearing this, the surrounding students burst into laughter together. On the platform, the homeroom teacher heard Lin Chen's words and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Lu Zhou was also a bit confused, but he knew Lin Chen quite well, and from Lin Chen's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel puzzled. What exactly happened? Just then, urgent footsteps sounded outside the door. The head teacher, grade director, and other leaders appeared at the classroom door. The head teacher took the lead to enter, with a warm smile on his face as he approached. Lin Chen, congratulations on clearing the game and the final exam. The principal would like to talk to you about the reward for being the top of the grade. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. A few minutes later, Lin Chen appeared in the principal's office. Come on, Lin Chen, please have a seat. The principal's fat face was filled with a warm smile. Whether it was a characteristic of this world or not, in this gaming city, the image tended to lean towards being overweight, but generally their strength and status were not lacking. Lu Zhou and this principal were typical examples. Hello, principal. Sitting across from the principal, Lin Chen grinned and rubbed his hands in anticipation of what reward the principal would give him. The principal calmly poured 2 cups of tea and asked with a smile about what happened in the recent exam. Lin Chen, in the world of the Plants vs. Zombies cartridge game you just played, after you cleared the level, instead of returning to reality immediately, you broke through the barrier of the courtyard gate and defeated the crazy Dave. Why did you do that? Lin Chen replied, it's fun. Principal, just for fun? Lin Chen, isn't playing games all about having fun? The principal's mouth twitched. So, after breaking the gate and defeating Dave, did you receive any game prompts? The monitoring room could only see Lin Chen's actions in the game, but couldn't see the prompts given to Lin Chen by the game, or even the final animation about the worldview decryption. The school leaders only saw Lin Chen standing in the courtyard, staring blankly for a few minutes. However, the experienced principal still managed to guess some clues. Facing the principal's question, Lin Chen replied, the game prompt said, you're awesome. You're handsome. You're amazing. Principal. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't want to say more, the principal didn't press further and said with a somewhat solemn tone, I just received news that all the Plants vs. Zombies game cartridges worldwide have become ineffective. I feel that the failure of the game cartridges should be related to you, but since you don't want to say more, I won't ask further. If you don't want to expose yourself, the school will try to help you hide it as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen just smiled and did not respond. Unable to get more information from Lin Chen, the principal chuckled and changed the topic. Anyway, you have won first place in this final exam, and I will give you the reward I promised. With that, the principal pressed a button on the table. Immediately, a small bookshelf on the side wall slowly slid out. The principal smiled. These single-player game cartridges are my collection over the years, including position rewards issued by the game education department and treasures I bought with my own money. You can choose one as a reward for winning first place in the final exam. Compared to the local multiplayer game cartridges used during exams, single-player games were cheaper because they could only be played by one player. However, the price difference was not significant. The difficulty level of the cartridge was the most important factor in determining its value. The higher the difficulty level, the higher the experience points gained during the game and the richer the final rewards upon completion. The advantage of single-player cartridges was that there was no competition as only one person could access it. After successfully completing the single-player cartridge, all the completion rewards could be enjoyed alone. On the other hand, local multiplayer cartridges had more variables, including cooperation and competition among players. If multiple players completed the game at the same time, the completion rewards would be distributed based on the players' game scores. On the hidden bookshelf of the principal, there were full of single-player game cartridges. Lin Chen walked up to take a look. At the bottom were the F-grade single-player game cartridges, the most in quantity. The games include Violent Motorcycle, Contra, Super Mario, Blazing Dragons. The second level is E-level single-player game cartridges, with 5 of them. The 5 game cartridges are Half-Life, Metal Slug, Frontline of World War II, Hitman, Dungeon Warrior. The top level is D-level single-player game cartridges, with only 2 of them. One is Grand Theft Auto, and the other is Call of Duty. Lin Chen has to choose one from these many game cartridges as the reward for ranking first in the final exam. Seeing Lin Chen picking up and examining the cartridges one by one, the principal smilingly suggests, if you want to pursue the completion reward, you should definitely choose the simplest F-level cartridge. But with only 1 month left before the college entrance exam, I suggest you practice with an E-level cartridge to gain more experience. You only have one chance, so think carefully before making your choice. Lin Chen nods in agreement upon hearing this, and then directly picks the D-level Grand Theft Auto, saying, I'll take this one. Principal. The principal clicks his tongue and says, although the D-level cartridge is definitely the most valuable, it's still too difficult for you at this level, and the game's timeline is quite long. If you really want to complete it, you might not finish this game before the college entrance exam. Lin Chen scratches his head. So, can I choose this one? You only have one chance, so think carefully before answering me. Principal. The principal slightly sweats on his forehead. You can choose it. A D-level game cartridge starts at tens of thousands. Although he is getting older and no longer has the energy to challenge such high-difficulty games, he is mentally prepared to give away his cherished cartridges. But, when it comes to giving away a D-level game cartridge, the principal still feels a bit reluctant. I'll choose this one. Seeing the principal's affirmative response, Lin Chen immediately stuffs the cartridge into his storage space, not giving the principal a chance to change his mind. In this world, everyone has a storage space they carry with them. The higher the level, the larger the space in this storage. Rewards obtained from the game cartridge's world are usually directly deposited into the storage space. Seeing Lin Chen put away the cartridge, the principal sighs and says no more. Since you've chosen, make good use of it, strive to show your style in the college entrance exam, and bring glory to our school. Alright, go back and continue working hard. Thank you, principal. Principal is awesome. I wish the principal a smooth flight and never crash. I also wish the principal to receive a lenient sentence if caught in a double regulation. To show his gratitude, Lin Chen adds 2 auspicious phrases. Principal, can you leave now? Leaving the principal's office, as soon as he stepped out, Lin Chen ran into 3 students coming towards him. Among them, there was 1 girl and 2 boys. Lin Chen knew these 3 students. They were the top 3 students in the grade rankings: Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, Zhao Wenjun. Seeing Lin Chen coming out of the principal's office, the only girl among the 3, Yuan Xiaoyu, spoke first. Did you just come out of the principal's office? Are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen shook his head in rebuttal. Your logic is wrong. If I came out of the principal's office, I should be the principal, right? Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, Zhao Wenjun. Yuan Xiaoyu turned to the other 2. Did this guy really complete Plants vs. Zombies? Li Nan coughed and said, Lin Chen, we also came to the principal's office to receive the rewards for the final exam. Zhao Wenjun looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat cold gaze, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, I put in so much effort for this exam, only to find out that a scumbag who discovered the hidden rules stole first place with a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and walked up to pat Zhao Wenjun on the shoulder, saying, I received many rewards after clearing the game. How about I share some with you as compensation? The 3 of them were stunned at his words. The coldness in Zhao Wenjun's eyes dissipated, and he asked with a furrowed brow, is it true? Lin Chen replied, not true. Zhao Wenjun exclaimed, you. Seeing the veins popping on Zhao Wenjun's forehead, Lin Chen quickly made a hasty retreat. After the final exams, the senior students of Class 12 at No. 2 High School welcomed a long-awaited weekend break. Including the afternoon of the exam day, they had a total of 2.5 days off. Lin Chen and Lu Zhou walked out of the school gate together. Along the way, Lu Zhou kept asking questions, wanting to know how Lin Chen cleared Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Chen earnestly gave the same answer repeatedly, cheating. Nonsense, in the world of game cartridges, there are no cheats. Lu Zhou, seeing that Lin Chen was unwilling to elaborate, decided to stop asking. When they reached the school gate, Lu Zhou's new girlfriend was waiting for him. Seeing the chubby Lu Zhou, he hugged the beautiful class flower and kissed her. Lin Chen patted his solid muscles and began to consider whether he should gain some weight. After waiting for a while, the class flower ate too much fat and started feeling nauseous, squatting by the street-side tree pit to vomit. The 2 of them then bid farewell. Lu Zhou returned to Lin Chen's side and said with a smile, finally done with the exams, where do you want to relax? Lin Chen thought for a moment and suggested, how about going to the internet cafe to play games? Lu Zhou. Lin Chen's proposal was equivalent to a student who had just finished the final exams after a year of hard work, only to be asked to go to the library to do more practice papers. Isn't that insane? Lu Zhou naturally objected. Are you a masochist? Addicted to gaming now? Come on, let's go karaoke somewhere. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. After some consideration, Lin Chen agreed, okay, but you don't have to treat me to barbecue. I cleared the game and got a lot of game point cards. To celebrate, how about treating me to seafood instead? Lu Zhou, is that even human language? Despite the banter, Lin Chen ended up paying for the expenses that afternoon. Although Lu Zhou had good grades, his family background was quite average. The income from the game point cards earned that day was worth tens of thousands, so Lin Chen didn't hesitate to treat his friends to a meal and some singing. In the evening, they parted ways. Lin Chen arrived at Kangju Yaoyuan, one of the upscale residential areas in Cloud City. The price per square meter here was over 20,000 game point cards. Lin Chen's family lived in this community. Their financial situation was not bad, even better than most of his classmates. Lin Chen's father was an archaeologist at level 8, spending his days exploring ruins outside the city, searching for ancient game cartridges and valuable equipment treasures. Although dangerous, the income was substantial. His mother was a medical researcher at a large company, at level 6, currently working on a medical storyline game cartridge world project for the company, trying to bring back advanced medical skill books. In Cloud City, where the average level was only level 3, his parents were considered high-level individuals, and their salaries were naturally good. However, the 2 of them were indeed busy, and Lin Chen hadn't seen his parents for nearly 3 months. Taking the elevator, going upstairs, and opening the door, Lin Chen returned to his familiar yet unfamiliar home. After washing his face, Lin Chen sat back on the sofa, still feeling somewhat dreamlike and unrealistic about his crossing into the game world, with a sense of emptiness in his heart. However, more than anything, he felt excitement and anticipation. Lin Chen was already an ultimate game enthusiast. For a person, having work overlap with hobbies was undoubtedly something to be grateful for. Let's see what rewards I got today, Lin Chen smiled, opening his storage space. After reaching level 3, Lin Chen's storage space had expanded to 3 cubic meters. Inside his storage space, there was a humanoid pea shooter girl, a green ring, and 2 books displayed. Beside them, there was a game cartridge he had received from the principal in the morning. With a thought, he first took out the pea shooter girl. Immediately, a cute pea girl appeared on the sofa. However, at the moment, the pea girl seemed lifeless, with her legs tightly closed. Please plant this pet in the soil and water it to awaken it as soon as possible, Lin Chen was prompted as he picked up the pea girl. Glancing around the living room, he saw a large flower pot next to the TV, containing a bunch of red flowers. Lin Chen reached out, pulled out the red flowers, planted the pea girl in the pot, and then it was time to water and awaken her. Lin Chen had a sudden inspiration and remembered the knowledge he had learned on a science channel. I remember, urine seems to be more nutritious for plants than regular tap water, promoting growth. He decided to give it a try. Sure enough, after watering, the pea girl came to life, looking radiant all over. She opened her bright eyes, full of anticipation and love, looking at Lin Chen, making cooing sounds as if calling him her master. Pleased, Lin Chen reached out and touched the pea girl, saying, "Not bad, this potted plant is quite high-end." Coo, coo. Coo, 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 coo. The pea girl made a puzzled sound, seemingly confused as to why her master kept touching her. The pea girl's combat level reached level 10, which was quite powerful within the scope of ordinary people. Basically, as long as she didn't encounter professional gamers, the pea girl could handle it. She was good enough for guarding the house. With the pet successfully raised, the next step was the green ring. Lin Chen took out the plant-quenching ring from his storage space. Immediately, information about the ring popped up. Equipment, plant-quenching ring quality, rare effects, slight increase in physical strength, significant increase in recovery ability, 100% increase in medical skill effectiveness, 50% increase in plant growth rate after planting introduction, a magical ring containing would attribute magic usage restriction, none because it could be artificially manufactured. The price of equipment in this world was not as high as skill books. In fact, many stores sold mass-produced equipment. However, rare-grade equipment was already considered high-end. On Earth, it would be at least at the level of a limited edition LV Hermes. This ring was worth at least 20 to 30,000 game points. Lin Chen took a look and directly put on the plant-quenching ring. Although he didn't have medical skills and didn't plan to engage in agriculture, increasing his physical strength and recovery ability was still good. Indeed, after wearing this ring, Lin Chen felt his physical fitness had improved significantly once again. The degree of improvement was even more noticeable than when he leveled up twice in a row. Next, it was time for the 2 skill books. Life Skills Book, Advanced Botany, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV8, Common Level Combat Skills Book, Summon Zombie, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV15. Due to the fact that skill books can only be obtained from the cartridge world, the quantity is rare, so the prices are extremely high. The price of the former should be above 50,000 game points. As a combat skill book, the price of the latter may exceed 200,000. Although there are extra skill slots, Lin Chen can learn 2 skills at his current level. However, his current level is still very low, so he can't learn any powerful skills for now. The 2 skill books can only be temporarily stored in the storage space for now, waiting for the level to increase before seeing if they can be used. If they can be used, then use them, if not, find a way to sell them. After counting the rewards obtained from the Plants vs. Zombies world, Lin Chen picked up his phone and found that the Wi-Fi at home couldn't connect. He began to search for the Wi-Fi password in his somewhat chaotic memory. Just as he was thinking, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call and asked, "Who is this?" "It's me, your father." On the other end of the phone, Lin Chen's father, Lin Yuan, gasped for breath, his urgent tone tinged with a hint of panic and impatience. "Son, what I'm about to say next, you must remember clearly and follow exactly as I say. Otherwise, our whole family's lives may be in danger." Lin Chen was taken aback by his father's words. Before he could ask what was going on, his father, Lin Yuan, anxiously continued, "Do you remember the ancient game cartridge I brought back last time? It's in the storeroom. I need you to find it immediately and dispose of it somewhere. Then, don't come home for now. I will transfer game points to you, find another place to stay, don't go to school either." Your mother should still be in the cartridge world. I've left her a message, and she will pick you up at her company when she comes out. Listen carefully, son, during this time, you must not go out and show your face. At this point, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Normally strong and optimistic, his voice now carried a hint of tears. Son, I know that I haven't spent much time with you since you were young, I owe you, but I just want you and your mother to have a good life. I love you, son. If I can't come back, please tell your mother that I love her. The other end of the phone fell silent. Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a moment and remained silent as well. I have to hang up now. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Lin Yuan let out a heavy sigh and asked finally. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Dad. Lin Yuan silently shed tears. Son, go ahead. Lin Chen, what's our Wi-Fi password again? Lin Yuan. The call was abruptly disconnected. In the end, Lin Chen didn't get the Wi-Fi password he wanted. Not long after the call ended, a transfer message appeared on Lin Chen's identity bracelet. You have received a game points transfer, totaling 5,000 points. Current game points balance, 44995. Lin Chen looked at the transfer and fell into contemplation. Although his father Lin Yuan's words were somewhat confusing, through this call, Lin Chen roughly guessed that his father had probably offended some big shot. And the reason for the offense must be related to that ancient game cartridge. Although Lin Chen had cheats in the game world and could do as he pleased, in reality, his level was still too low. Currently, he definitely couldn't deal with the people his father had offended. He could only act quickly according to his father's instructions. Lin Chen hurried to the storeroom and found the worn-out cartridge in an iron box. He was about to go downstairs to find a place to discard this game cartridge. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Chen felt a chill down his back. Could it be that they have come so quickly? He tiptoed to the door, took a peek through the peephole, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The person outside was not some sinister stranger, but a student from Zhong, Zhao Wenjun. What is he here for? Is it because I caused him to fail in the final exam and now he's here for revenge? Lin Chen opened the door in confusion. Outside the door, Zhao Wenjun's face was no longer as cold as when they met at school during the day, but instead, he was beaming with a friendly smile. Lin Chen, have you had dinner yet? Lin Chen was not in the mood for small talk, and said directly, I have urgent matters, please get to the point. Zhao Wenjun was not upset either. He put down the 2 baskets of fruit he was carrying and said with a smile, it's nothing serious, it's just that things were a bit unpleasant at school today. I reflected on it and felt that I shouldn't have taken it out on you. So, I bought some fruit to apologize. Let's still be good classmates. A month later, when we enter the college entrance examination hall, we still need to look out for each other. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood that this guy probably got some information from the school, realized that Lin Chen's success in the final exam was not just about discovering the hidden rules, so he came to build rapport, hoping to get Lin Chen's help in the college entrance examination. Lin Chen was in a hurry to get rid of the game cartridge in his hand, so he didn't want to engage in too much conversation with him. He casually said, alright, one visit is enough, why bring fruit, I don't have anything to return your gesture. At this point, Lin Chen looked at the hot potato in his hand, the ancient game cartridge. Zhao Wenjun also cooperated very well, his gaze also focused on the cartridge, and he asked proactively, Lin Chen, what is this? Lin Chen truthfully replied, it's a good thing, an ancient game cartridge. I don't know how many people are eager to have it. How about you take this back? An antique? I heard that these ancient cartridges are quite valuable. Zhao Wenjun also knew that Lin Chen's father was an archaeologist. Hearing that Lin Chen wanted to give this antique as a return gift, Zhao Wenjun, who had just lost a lot of points in the final exam, clearly wanted it, but felt embarrassed. He declined, such a valuable item, it's not appropriate. Lin Chen directly stuffed the cartridge into Zhao Wenjun's hands and waved his hand, it's appropriate. Take it. Don't be polite, it's for the kid. In an instant, Zhao Wenjun suddenly felt from the bottom of his heart that Lin Chen was a good person, someone he could get along with. Zhao Wenjun looked at the mysterious cartridge in his hand, reached out to Lin Chen and said, alright, since you insist on giving it, I won't refuse your kindness. From now on, we are friends. Lin Chen shook his hand, not just friends, but good brothers. Zhao Wenjun was a bit touched, good brothers. If you need anything, you can tell me directly. In this small corner of Yunqing, the Zhao family still has some influence. If you have urgent matters, I won't disturb you for now, I'll take my leave. Lin Chen waved, goodbye, good brother. Make sure to live well. Seeing Zhao Wenjun happily leaving with the ancient game cartridge, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. One trouble was solved. Next, it was about changing residence. After storing Peashooter Mom in the storage space, Lin Chen sighed and went out, complaining, damn, moving is such a hassle, I hate moving the most. This brat of mine, really causing trouble for others. The situation is so sudden, where can I find a place to live? Ah, let's ask a real estate agent. As a result, just as he stepped out, Lin Chen saw the neighbor across the door posting a notice on the door. This room is for rent, interested parties please contact 139111. Lin Chen saw this and took out his phone to make the call. The neighbor was surprised to hear his phone ringing. Huh? I haven't finished putting up the notice yet, how come the phone is already ringing? After the call connected, Lin Chen asked behind the neighbor, how much is the rent per month? The neighbor turned around. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. After a few minutes of discussion, Lin Chen rented the neighbor's house for 3,000 game points per month, making it convenient to move from his own home to the opposite side, solving the problem of changing residence. Although it is temporarily safe here, my dad's current situation seems very bad. I need to think about where to hold the funeral later. No, wait, my dad is not dead yet, maybe there is still a chance to save him. What I can do? I can only improve my strength quickly by clearing the game levels. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the neighbor's sofa, picked up the D-grade single-player game cartridge Grand Theft Auto he got from the principal during the day, and a PS7 game console. Compared to the PS8 used in school, although the PS7's functions were more limited and couldn't read local multiplayer cartridges or global online cartridges, it was much cheaper in price. A brand new PS8 costs around 380,000 game points, while the PS7 is less than 100,000 game points. Many families with the means would choose to have a PS7 at home. Lin Chen's family was no exception. He inserted the cartridge into the PS7 and brushed in his identity bracelet information. However, Lin Chen received a prompt. Detected that the current identity bracelet has entered the game within 24 hours. Prolonged gaming is harmful to health. Please wait until the 24-hour anti-fatigue period ends before attempting to start the game. Damn, there's even anti-fatigue? What's tiring about playing games? Helpless, Lin Chen could only wait until the next morning to enter the game. Late at night, he lay on the sofa, boredly watching mindless TV programs. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell of the neighboring house rang. Lin Chen shuddered and got up to observe outside through the peephole. Sure enough, two suspicious figures in identical black clothes appeared at his doorstep, one male and one female. When they found no response after ringing the doorbell, the male in black placed his hand on the doorknob. The doorknob and the lock inside melted into liquid metal at a visible speed. The two exchanged a glance and entered the house. Shortly after, they returned empty-handed and went back to the door. The female frowned and asked, "Gone? Where could he have gone?" The male in black replied coldly, "Judging from the situation inside the room, he clearly left not long ago. In such a hurry, it's not easy to find a suitable place to stay. Check the check-in records of all hotels in Cloud City, as well as those online and offline housing agencies, and also, have someone watch Cloud City Second High School." The female nodded, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." The male thought for a moment and added, "The location of the cartridge must have been moved again. How long until we use the intuition compass to lock the location of the cartridge?" After a moment of contemplation, the female replied, "In addition to the other two bosses looking for something else, it will probably take another month for Zhang to use the intuition compass to search for the location of this cartridge." The male sighed, "A month, although there is still time, it's better to hurry. Let's start with the son of that archaeologist, he must know the whereabouts of the cartridge." "Yes." As the conversation faded away, the two figures in black also disappeared as if teleporting. Indeed, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Lin Chen, hiding behind the cat's eye, secretly swallowed his saliva. "It's fortunate that I rented the neighbor's house next door. We didn't even sign a contract, and there's no record online. If I had found a house through an agent, I probably wouldn't have escaped." Although he didn't confront the two men in black directly, judging from the abilities and speed they displayed, Lin Chen could basically determine that they were the legendary esports players. Looking at the game cartridges in PS7 on the table, a sense of urgency and a faint excitement rose in Lin Chen's heart. Without reaching level 10, one cannot become an esports player and will remain an ordinary person. If I want to save my father, I need to act quickly. The next morning, Lin Chen got up promptly at 7:30 a.m. Installed the game cartridge. At exactly 8 o'clock, Lin Chen pressed the game start button on the PS7 directly. A flash of white light. In the next instant, information flashed in Lin Chen's mind. Host detected entering the game world of Grand Theft Auto. The system is allocating game cheats. Please choose from the following 3 cheats. 1. Unlimited money. You have unlimited money for spending. 2. Recruit henchmen. You can spend money to recruit various powerful subordinates. 3. Gun modification. You can spend money to modify guns and create super weapons. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Lin Chen pondered slightly. Although the first cheat, unlimited money, seemed powerful, based on the situation in the previous Plants vs. Zombies world, this unlimited money cheat was actually the one with the lowest upper limit. Just like having unlimited sunlight in the Plants vs. Zombies world, although Lin Chen could still clear the game, the strength of his plant lineup would not improve. If he chose the unlimited sunlight cheat, Lin Chen would have no chance of defeating the Crazy Dave and breaking the worldview. In order to gain more benefits from the game, Lin Chen decided to choose between recruit henchmen and gun modification. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the former. Rather than charging forward with a gun, he preferred to stay behind and command his henchmen to fight. Safe and comfortable. After making his choice, Lin Chen began to enter the game screen. Rumbling. His perspective appeared in a taxi. Outside the window was a modern city with colorful lights, bustling with people and traffic. Before long, the taxi stopped in a small alley. "I'm sorry, sir, the money you gave is only enough to get you here. Welcome to Los Santos." The driver turned around and gestured for Lin Chen to get off. After giving the driver a middle finger gesture, Lin Chen opened the door and got out of the car. As he got out of the car, a panel appeared in front of him. Game world, Grand Theft Auto, cartridge type, single player, game type, open world, role-playing, crime, difficulty level, D, game content, theft, assassination, robbery, melee combat. Los Santos, a city known as the terror city of crime. You have come here to make a living, aiming to earn huge money and a strong position with your own abilities. Your cousin, Sonny, is a small leader of the local gang car party. It seems like a good choice to go and join him first. Complete a series of main missions, become the leader of the car party, and you can clear the game, trigger and complete side missions for additional rewards. The game will end immediately upon death. Embark on your criminal journey. The panel disappeared, and Lin Chen officially entered the game. The game does not load the player's real-world equipment and abilities. Role-playing games, the various values of the player's controlled body are also preset. Lin Chen can clearly feel that his body is very powerful. Dealing with ordinary people, bare-handed, 1 against 3, should not be a problem. This should be a benefit as the protagonist of the game. Walking out of the alley and onto the street, pedestrians hurried by. Everything seemed no different from the real world. I wonder if the people in this world are real or computer programs. Lin Chen was curious and stopped a blonde woman. He tried to perform a segment of the Pure Land in front of the blonde woman. The blonde woman was clearly stunned for a few seconds, then bypassed him, saying, "Are you crazy?" Lin Chen caught up to her and asked, "Want to play a tense and exciting game of Gwent?" The blonde woman put her hand in her bag, feeling nervous, and said, "What Gwent? Get lost, or I'll use pepper spray on you." Hearing her words, Lin Chen could basically confirm that most of the people in this world are real. Either that, or they are highly intelligent AI. These two situations are not much different to him. Taking a few more steps, he took out the first map from his pocket and received his first mission prompt. Current main mission, meet with cousin Sonia, mission location, No. 78 East Bridge District. Lin Chen looked at the map. The East Bridge District was not far from here, so he went straight there. Before long, he arrived at No. 78 East Bridge District, a courtyard. Lin Chen saw several modified heavy motorcycles passing by outside the courtyard. Inside the courtyard was a small 2-story villa. Lin Chen approached and knocked on the villa door. Soon, the door opened a crack. A thug-like man with a gun in his hand peeked out and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Chen lowered his voice, "I am Batman." The thug raised his gun. Lin Chen quickly changed his tune, "I am Sonia's cousin." The thug glanced at him and said, "Come in." Inside the villa, Lin Chen saw Sonia, who had a shaved head, playing cards with a few thugs. When Sonia saw Lin Chen, he stood up, embraced him, and then briefly introduced him to the other thugs. "Hey, guys, this is the cousin I told you about. He's good at fighting. From today, he is also a member of our motorcycle gang." On the side, a black thug with an explosive head asked, "Boss, doesn't he need to undergo an initiation test?" Sonia's smile froze for a moment, then he coughed and said, "Right, there is still the matter of the initiation test. Come on, cousin, I have a job for you. There's a guy who owes us $1,000. I need you to teach him a lesson and get the money back. Once you complete this task, you will officially join our motorcycle gang. I will also take a portion of the earnings from this task and give it to you as payment for your work for the gang." With that, Sonia picked up a file from the table and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the file bag, and almost simultaneously, a prompt popped up in front of him. Main mission change, teach the shop owner recto and demand the debt, mission location, No. 15, North Street, Commercial Street, East Bridge District. Sonia asked, "Confident?" Lin Chen saluted, "Paw Patrol is on a mission. I guarantee mission completion." Sonia asked, "Any other questions?" Lin Chen rubbed his hands and said, "Can you lend me some money, cousin?" Sonia asked, "That's a good question. Any other questions?" Lin Chen. Leaving the villa in Sanya, Lin Chen took out a photo of the shop owner Recto from his briefcase and hesitated. This guy looks pretty strong, although theoretically, my current body should not be weak. But, it still doesn't feel right to go directly to him for a fight. Life is only once, better be cautious. With a thought, he opened the cheat menu. Recruit henchman cheat level 1 recruit, $10 each time level 2 recruit, $100 each time level 3 recruit, $1,000 each time level 4 recruit, $10,000 each time. Level 7 recruit, $10 million each time the lowest level 1 recruit, only $10. $10, not expensive at all. $10 can't buy a loss, $10 can't buy deception. But Lin Chen's pockets were empty. Not to mention dollars, he didn't even have a kitchen knife. I need to find a way to make some money first. Lin Chen scanned the street. In Los Santos, there are many ways to make money. Theft, fraud, assassination, robbery. Almost any shady means is a fast track to wealth here. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen walked into a pizza shop on the street and went straight to the counter. Facing the confused staff, Lin Chen coldly smiled and said, "Are you hiring part-time workers here? Any evil has a small probability of being brought to justice. Any crime carries the risk of retaliation from the victim." Upholding these two principles, Lin Chen decided to work hard, earn his first bucket of gold through legitimate work. Earned $52 hours later, Lin Chen walked out of the pizza shop, his face filled with the twisted smile of a laborer. He activated the cheat again. Recruit henchman cheat level 1 recruit, $10 each time level 2 recruit, $100 each time level 3 recruit, $1,000 each time level 4 recruit, $10,000 each time. Level 7 recruit, $10 million each time spending $10. Lin Chen tried a level 1 recruit. Immediately, a burly, thug-like man appeared in front of Lin Chen. This thug even had a dark handgun at his waist. Cost $10, successfully recruited henchman, 1 street thug. Street thug physique, average armor, none weapons, butterfly knife, handgun combat experience. Average information about the street thug popped up. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Recruiting a 180-pound little brother for $10. This is too worth it. Cheaper than pork. Street thug. With a thought, Lin Chen spent all the money he earned from working for 2 hours to recruit 5 street thugs. Then, with 5 gun-wielding henchmen, he headed straight to the East Bridge Commercial Street. With 5 armed little brothers, Lin Chen finally had some capital. Seeing a man eating a hamburger, Lin Chen raised his hand slightly and said with a smile, "Eating fried food is bad for your health. For your well-being, please hand over the money you were going to use to buy pancakes to me." Click. 5 guns were loaded in unison. The man was scared stiff and immediately handed over all the money he had. Earned $20. Lin Chen patted the man's shoulder satisfactorily, then recruited 2 more street thugs. Not long after, they passed by an alley. A provocatively dressed woman approached. "Hey handsome, want to have some fun?" Lin Chen raised his hand and reprimanded, "I can't stand people like you who have no shame. You're a good girl, why do something like this? Stop degrading yourself, give me the money, and don't do this again in the future." Click. 7 pistols were loaded neatly. The exposed woman tremblingly handed over a stack of banknotes, then promised to find a decent job in the future, and only then did Lin Chen let her go. Obtained $210. With a total of $210 in hand, Lin Chen opened his cheat and recruited 21 street thugs. With 28 street thugs in tow, Lin Chen and his group continued to move forward in a grand manner. Just as they reached the entrance of an alley, another girl dressed as a college student appeared. Lin Chen raised his hand and said, "Beauty, it's time to pay off your credit card debt." Click, click, click. 28 pistols were loaded neatly. The college student girl was dumbfounded, tremblingly took out money and said, "This is my weekly living expenses. Without this money, I don't know how to survive." Obtained $180. Lin Chen frowned at her words, looked back at the alley, and arranged a job for her. Expanding his own army all the way. When Lin Chen arrived at the commercial street, he was followed by more than 50 street thugs with pistols at their waists. Finding the shop at North Street 15 in the East Bridge District Commercial Street, his men rushed into the store, almost filling it to capacity. Lin Chen raised his hand slightly to indicate his intention. Click, click, click. Over 50 pistols were loaded. Seeing the 50-plus black gun muzzles in front of him, the shop owner, Rector, was scared stiff, trembling and saying, I'll repay, right away. I just owe $1,000, right? You don't need to make such a big fuss. Obtained mission item, $1,000, not for use. Without throwing a punch or a kick, Lin Chen got $1,000 and completed the task smoothly. With $1,000 and over 50 people, Lin Chen returned to his cousin Sania's villa. On the way, they passed by a jewelry store. Lin Chen was presented with a side mission prompt. You have discovered a side mission, raid the jewelry store, mission level, for stars, mission content, seize the goods of the jewelry store, no time limit for the mission, can be carried out at any time when ready, tip, if short-handed, you can seek help from your cousin. Lin Chen peeked inside the jewelry store and saw the two bodyguards, then looked back at his 50-plus followers and shook his head, saying, this mission is still too difficult for me at the moment. For safety's sake, I'll wait until I'm stronger to attempt it. 10 minutes later, he returned to his cousin Sania's villa. Lin Chen threw $1,000 on the table. Cousin, the job is done. Good job. Sania, who was playing cards, replied, looked up at Lin Chen, and was about to praise him, but when he saw the large group of people behind Lin Chen, he was momentarily stunned. Sania asked in confusion, little cousin, who are these people behind you? Lin Chen introduced, these are my new recruits. Come on, say hello to cousin. Hello, cousin. Under Lin Chen's command, the street thugs shouted in unison. Sania and his few henchmen were completely dumbfounded. Sania, looking puzzled, stuttered, cousin, weren't you just arrived in Los Santos? How did you recruit so many followers so quickly? Lin Chen scratched his head, maybe it's because I have a certain charm. Sania couldn't help but laugh and cry, with so many people, you have enough to form your own gang. Before cousin finished speaking, another prompt appeared in front of Lin Chen. You have explored the side mission, establishing a gang. Mission level, 2 stars. Mission content, recruit at least 20 followers, purchase or seize a base. No time limit for the mission, can be carried out anytime when ready. The first condition of this mission has been fulfilled by Lin Chen. The second condition should not be difficult to achieve. Reward for completing the main mission, $100. After completing the first task of the main mission, Lin Chen received a reward of $100. Following that, cousin Sania issued the second main mission. I just received a call from above, saying that a batch of motorcycles we purchased was intercepted by the Federal Security Department. We need to find a way to retrieve these motorcycles. I may need your help, little cousin. Current main mission, go with cousin Sania to the Security Department garage and steal the motorcycles. Mission location, West Bank District Security Department Warehouse Management Subdivision. Time limit, 3 days. Lin Chen's heart tightened at the words, the second mission is to fight against the Federal Security Department? Truly worthy of being a street racing gang. Sania waved his hand repeatedly, it's not exactly fighting, we are just going to steal the cars back. If everything goes smoothly, we shouldn't have to alert any official armed personnel. Lin Chen, however, was more cautious in his considerations, but if things don't go smoothly, we may end up in a conflict with the entire federal government, maybe even the military might get involved. If things take a turn for the worst, we have to consider the possibility of triggering a nuclear war. Sania, it's not as serious as you make it sound. Lin Chen stood up, solemnly saying, cousin, I need to prepare properly first. Sania nodded, alright, but we must act within 3 days, as this batch of motorcycles is likely to be shipped out of Los Santos in 3 days. Lin Chen, no problem. With over 50 followers, Lin Chen left the villa. Now that we are outnumbered and it's inconvenient to act, we need to figure out a way to make money first. Lin Chen sighed and opened the cheat code. With the $100 reward from Sania, he decided to see what level of followers he could recruit with a level 2 recruitment. Level 2 recruitment, $100 each time. Spending $100, Lin Chen attempted a level 2 recruitment. Immediately, a tall, fierce-looking man with sunglasses appeared. He was dressed in camouflage military uniform, with a black bulletproof vest on top. In his hand, an AK-47 rifle was particularly eye-catching. Spending $100, successfully recruited follower, mercenary. Mercenary, physique excellent. Armor, bulletproof vest. Weapon, AK-47 automatic rifle, hand grenade, incendiary grenade. Combat experience, excellent. With a level 2 recruitment costing $100, Lin Chen recruited a mercenary. Both in equipment and personal qualities, the mercenary's level was far above that of street thugs. Not bad, only $100, very cost-effective. Lin Chen patted the mercenary's sturdy shoulder. With over 50 street thugs and a mercenary, Lin Chen wandered the streets, looking for ways to make money. Before long, he arrived at a somewhat secluded park. In the park, several thugs were standing separately. As Lin Chen and his group approached, the thugs became more alert. At this moment, another prompt appeared before Lin Chen. You have explored the side mission, clean up the park. Mission level, 1 star. Mission content, Kenny Park is a gathering place for the Falcon Gang's drug dealers. If you need money, you might as well rob the drug dealers here to make some extra cash, but be careful of the Falcon Gang's retaliation. No time limit for the mission, can be carried out anytime when ready. A 1-star mission? This seems like something we can handle. Is this the territory of the Falcon Gang? Lin Chen pondered slightly, recalling some information about the city of Los Santos that was injected into his mind when he entered the game. In Los Santos, there are numerous gangs of all sizes. The most notorious are undoubtedly the 3 major families that have stood for many years, as well as the 4 major gangs that have risen rapidly in recent years. The 3 major families are the Johnson family, the Temple family, and the Seville family. Although the 3 major families have started to clean up their act in recent years and now have a large number of legitimate businesses on the right side of the law, their foundation is still rooted in the underworld. They still control a large amount of illegal industries, influencing the entire underground world of Los Santos. As for the 4 major gangs, they are the Vagos, the Aztecas, the Balas, and the Grove Street families. As the names suggest, the Vagos started with smuggling vehicles, the Aztecas gained fame through assassinations and kidnappings, the Balas have the largest numbers and a strong record in street battles, and the Grove Street families own a large number of nightclubs and entertainment industries, making them the wealthiest among the 4 major gangs. Lin Chen also roughly knows about some of the gangs at a lower level, but the Falcon Gang is definitely not among them. Undoubtedly, in the hidden dangers of Los Santos, the Falcon Gang, which only deals in drug business on the streets, is just a small fry. Rejecting drugs, gambling, and crime, and eradicating evil is a great cause. Let's start with the Falcon Gang. Lin Chen smiled slightly and raised his right hand. Immediately, a group of thugs behind him raised their pistols. Mercenaries stood by Lin Chen's side, holding AK-47s. Lin Chen's right hand fell. Bang bang bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Gunshots rang out. The drug dealers in the park didn't even have time to react, instantly being covered by a dense net of bullets, turning into sieves. Almost simultaneously, a prompt appeared indicating the completion of a side mission. You have completed the side mission, clean up the park, reward, 20 experience points, 2,000 game points, truly deserving of a D-rank card world, getting 20 experience points for a task. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the prompt. He remembered that in the world of Plants vs. Zombies, even in the late game, players could only earn 3 experience points for resisting a wave of zombie attacks. If it weren't for discovering Easter eggs and unraveling the worldview, Lin Chen's total experience reward for completing Plants vs. Zombies would only be 100 points. Here, simply completing a task earns 20 experience points. That's the benefit of a high-level card world. Lin Chen smiled, closed the prompt, and looked at the bodies lying in a pool of blood in the park. In Los Santos, there is a clear rule that the authorities will not intervene in wars between gangs as long as the conflict occurs on the illegal territory of the gangs. Even if the fighting results in a large number of civilian deaths, the authorities will attribute the deaths to natural disasters or the like. This is the spiritual and cultural development of the criminal city of Los Santos. Therefore, facing these drug dealers from the Falcon Gang, Lin Chen didn't need to waste words and simply took action. The drug dealers fell to the ground. Lin Chen immediately instructed someone to search their bodies for cash. Before long, a small bundle of banknotes was handed to him. Receive $3,025. Looking at the bloodstained dollars in his hand, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh sincerely. It's still profitable to fight fire with fire. With a thought, he activated a cheat code. Spend $100, successfully recruited a henchman, mercenary, spend $100, successfully recruited a henchman, mercenary, spend $100, successfully recruited a henchman, mercenary. Lin Chen directly recruited 30 mercenaries with the over $3,000. 30 fierce mercenaries armed with AKs surrounded him, and Lin Chen felt a sense of security. However, he was still afraid of retaliation from the Falcon Gang. Although the Falcon Gang was not strong, Lin Chen was still afraid. So, he decided to directly wipe out the entire Falcon Gang. Sending a few thugs to gather information about the Falcon Gang nearby, Lin Chen felt a bit hungry and took the remaining people to the pizza shop where he used to work, using the leftover money to buy some pizza for his brothers to replenish their energy. As Lin Chen and his group entered the pizza shop, all the other customers fled. The manager who had scolded Lin Chen before when he worked there timidly approached him, trembling, and said, "Boss, I was blind before and offended you. This meal is on me. I invite you." Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. "When you're in this business, you have to follow the rules. I'm not someone who takes advantage of others. Don't worry, I will definitely pay, and I will give you all my money." With that, he took out the remaining $25 from his pocket and handed it to the manager. Looking at the over 100 pizzas on the table and the $25 in his hand, the manager was moved to tears. "You are too kind." While everyone was eating, one of the street thugs sent to gather information suddenly rushed in covered in blood, gasping for breath, and said to Lin Chen, "Boss, we found the Falcon Gang's hideout. All their people are at Club 9 planning to retaliate against us. When we were gathering information near Club 9, they found us. Several brothers died at the entrance of Club 9. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was furious. One brother for $10, and several dead, that's tens of dollars. If you convert that into pizzas, it's enough for 1.5 meals. He slammed the table and shouted, "Get me a glass of cola." A mercenary quickly stepped forward to pour cola for Lin Chen. After finishing the cola, Lin Chen stood up, waved his hand, and said arrogantly, "Let's go, follow me to Club 9 and take down the Falcon Gang." The mission prompt appeared again at this moment. You have discovered a side mission, Slaughter the Falcon, mission level, 2 stars, mission content. The conflict between you and the Falcon Gang has escalated to an irreconcilable point. It's time to eliminate the Falcon Gang and go on a killing spree. No time limit for the mission, can be carried out anytime when ready. With over 30 mercenaries and over 50 street thugs, Lin Chen headed straight to Club 9. The group marched in a formidable and terrifying manner. On the other side, members of the Falcon Gang were still in a meeting, analyzing the robbery at Kenny Park. The office at Club 9 was dimly lit. Several key members of the Falcon Gang were discussing countermeasures. Why did these people suddenly target us? What is their purpose? The leader of the Falcon Gang, a young man with a shark tattoo on his head and a blue falcon tattoo on his face, furrowed his brow, holding a glass of whiskey with ice cubes. Beside him, a man with the same tattoo, wearing a checkered shirt, shook his head. Maybe they want to take over our market in the East Bridge area? Or perhaps they know about our expansion plans and are trying to suppress us? I can't figure it out either, but they have a considerable number of people. We just killed some of their men, so we might face their retaliation soon. We need to contact the Bone Party quickly. The leader with the shark tattoo sighed, "At the first sign of trouble, I already contacted them. The Bone Party said they would send people to help us watch over the situation during this period." The man in the checkered shirt nodded. If the Bone Party is willing to help, it means the other side doesn't have much background and shouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, the Bone Party is under the Palm Tree Gang, and the Palm Tree Gang is a direct faction of the Iron Blood Gang. Even if this group doesn't give face to our Falcon Gang, they definitely wouldn't dare to offend the Iron Blood Gang on the territory of Los Santos. The leader of the shark head nodded in agreement. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. "No, this is bad. Boss, they're here." A thug who was watching the scene rushed in panic to report the situation. It was said that nearly 100 people were marching towards the 9 o'clock nightclub in a grand manner. The core members also showed panic and quickly went out to check. Damn! Seeing Lin Chen's team and the weapons in their hands, the leader of the shark head turned pale. "Boss, what should we do?" On the side, several core members were also breaking out in a cold sweat. The leader of the shark head side shook his head and said, "There's no other way, we can only surrender. I'll go negotiate with them. No matter what their purpose is or what conditions they propose, I'll pretend to agree first, and then find an opportunity for revenge later. Reg, go make a call to the Bone Party again." "Yes." The man in the checkered shirt nodded and immediately made the call. Seeing Lin Chen's massive team approaching, the leader of the shark head had no choice but to lead a dozen or so henchmen out with a heavy heart. The shark head raised his hands and shouted, "We surrender. Whatever you want, tell me, and I will satisfy you." Hearing that the other party was like a genie from Aladdin's lamp who could fulfill all their requests, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Good health and strong growth. Shark head." After waiting for a few seconds, he opened his pants and looked. Lin Chen became angry. "You lied to me." Bang! 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 Clatter! 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 The next second, the dense sound of gunfire rang out instantly. Over 30 AK-47s spewed flames from their muzzles. A few seconds later, all the members of the Falcon Gang fell to the ground, leaving a river of blood. Shortly after, a prompt appeared indicating the completion of the side mission. You have completed the side mission, Slaughter the Falcon, reward, 40 experience points, 4,000 game points. With another 40 experience points in hand, Lin Chen in the center of the crowd smiled gleefully. The guests and hostesses in the nightclub had long since fled. Leading his men into the nightclub, Lin Chen saw the man in the checkered shirt behind the counter making a phone call and asked with a smile, "Hey, who are you calling?" Swish! Over 80 gun muzzles were raised and aimed at the man in the checkered shirt. The man in the checkered shirt trembled, dropped the phone to the ground, sat down on the floor, and turned pale, unable to speak. Lin Chen walked over, picked up the phone, and put it to his ear, saying, "Hello, this is Ken's chicken coop delivery. How can I help you?" On the other end of the phone, there was silence. After a moment, a deep voice of a man came through. "Who are you exactly?" Hearing this, Lin Chen's tone also became slightly solemn as he recounted a story. "I come from a small mountain village. When I was very young, my father was killed by the local mafia. To prevent revenge on our family, soon my brother and mother also died. With the help of neighbors, I managed to escape. Later, as I grew up, I made my first fortune in the city by selling olive oil with my shrewd mind. With decisive means, I began to build a gang and carved out a place in the underground forces of the city. And then, I returned to the village with my men. Under the guise of seeking cooperation, I found the mafia that killed my family back then. At this point, he was a frail 90-year-old man, deaf and blind, but at the sight of him, I still couldn't suppress the surging anger and hatred in my heart. I approached him, told him my real name, and reminded him that he had killed all my family members. I came here today to take his life." In the moment of his shock, I drew a dagger from my waist. Just then, one of my men suddenly shouted loudly, "Boss! Today is Crazy Thursday. Treat me to chicken dinner, and I'll tell you the rest of this story after I'm full." The phone on the other end fell into a long silence once again. After a while, the sinister man's voice resounded once more. "Whoever you are, you shouldn't offend us in Los Santos, kid, prepare to die." With that, the call was disconnected. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone in his earphones, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and asked the man in the checkered shirt, "Do you have any backing?" Who was the person on the phone? As Lin Chen spoke, two mercenaries had already pointed their guns at the man in the checkered shirt's forehead. The man in the checkered shirt swallowed nervously and quickly replied, "It's the second in command of the Bone Gang, the Kingpin Vinny." Lin Chen was shocked at the mention. "Winnie the Pooh? That guy with the yellow bear suit?" The man in the checkered shirt shook his head quickly. "It's the Kingpin, the Kingpin." Whether it was Winnie or Mickey, Lin Chen felt the danger from the threat over the phone. He needed to quickly and further enhance his strength. Looking at the man in the checkered shirt, Lin Chen asked, "Where is the money of the Falcon Gang?" "In the safe in the office on the second floor." "I'll take you there." The man in the checkered shirt hurriedly led Lin Chen to the second floor. After some effort, they opened the safe. Immediately, stacks of banknotes appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. The game system also immediately calculated the specific amount of these banknotes. Obtained $115,700. With $11,000, if I recruit all the mercenaries, I can hire 1,100 of them. The firepower is equivalent to a regiment. Why not just take off directly? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. With this 11,000, he didn't think that the Bone Gang could threaten him anymore. Just then, another completion prompt for a task popped up. "You have seized the territory of the Falcon Gang, 9 o'clock nightclub. You have completed the first stage of the side quest, establishing a gang. Reward, 50 experience points, 5,000 game points. You have explored the second stage of the side quest, expand and strengthen. Task level, 3 stars. Task content, recruit at least 50 subordinates, purchase or seize at least 3 industries. Task has no time limit. Can be carried out at any time when ready. Please name the gang you have established." Looking at the prompt box in front of him, Lin Chen combined his own characteristics and casually said, "Let's call it the Wall Gang." Naming completed, the Wall Gang has become one of the many gangs in Los Santos. This first stage of the side quest rewards 50 experience points. It seems that the rewards are quite generous. Lin Chen planned to take it seriously and make the Wall Gang flourish. Seeing Lin Chen smiling, the man in the checkered shirt quickly smiled and said, "What else do you need me to do? I will definitely satisfy you." Lin Chen thought for a moment. "Stay healthy and grow strong." The man in the checkered shirt's smile froze on his face. A few seconds later, bang! The Falcon Gang members all returned to their positions and went on a neat trip to hell. Lin Chen arrived at the ballroom of the 9 o'clock nightclub. Sitting on the soft cashmere sofa, he opened a bottle of chilled beer. He called a street thug to the stage to perform pole dancing. As he drank and watched, he opened the cheat. "Now I have $115,800. What level of subordinates should I recruit?" Recruiting cheats, level 1 recruitment, $10 each time, level 2 recruitment, $100 each time, level 3 recruitment, $1,000 each time, level 4 recruitment, $10,000 each time, level 7 recruitment, $10 million each time. After some thought, Lin Chen decided to try a level 3 recruitment. Spending $1,000, Lin Chen attempted level 3 recruitment. Immediately, a fully armed soldier appeared. The soldier was equipped with complete armor, holding a shiny black machine gun, with a pistol, dagger, and various grenades on his waist. Spent $1,000, successfully recruited underling, armed special forces soldier. Armed Special Forces soldier, physique, strong, armor, nanoscale combat suit, advanced bulletproof vest, advanced bulletproof helmet, goggles, bulletproof leg guards, weapons, M416 assault rifle, P228 special pistol, titanium steel dagger, high explosive grenades, smoke grenades, flashbangs, combat experience, top-notch. Information about the Armed Special Forces soldier popped up. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, truly worth $1,000 per person, so fierce. Just this equipment alone is probably worth tens of thousands of dollars. After some consideration, Lin Chen directly spent another $9,000 to recruit 9 Armed Special Forces soldiers. In total, 10 Armed Special Forces soldiers appeared in the ballroom. You guys go outside to guard and prevent any suspicious individuals from approaching, Lin Chen ordered. Yes. The 10 Armed Special Forces soldiers responded in unison, extremely orderly. Having spent $10,000, Lin Chen currently had $105,700 left. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to continue with a level 4 recruitment. With a thought, in the next instant, a soldier wrapped in dark green metallic equipment, resembling a robot, appeared. 2 red lights flickered in his eyes, extremely cold. He carried a heavy machine gun on his back, with shotguns, submachine guns, and grenade launchers on his waist. Spent $10,000, successfully recruited underling, Alloy Military Unit Single Armor Warrior. Alloy Military Unit Single Armor Warrior, physique, extremely strong, armor, T25 full set of high-strength alloy armor, thermal imaging night vision goggles, weapons, M249 heavy machine gun, P90 modified submachine gun, M610 Bison shotgun, G11 grenade launcher, combat experience, top-notch globally. Information about the Alloy Military Unit Single Armor Warrior popped up. Wow, this is too cool. Looking at the soldier completely wrapped in alloy armor, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Just based on this domineering and cool appearance, $10,000 was worth it. Without further consideration, with the remaining $90,000, Lin Chen directly recruited 9 Alloy Military Unit Single Armor Warriors. Seeing the 10 cool and domineering armored warriors lined up in front of him, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, starting today, you will be responsible for my personal security. Yes. Through the electronic communication device, the Alloy Military Unit's Single Armor Warriors responded in unison. After spending $100,000, Lin Chen had $5,700 left. For convenience, Lin Chen decided to use the remaining $5,700 to further expand his troops. Spending $5,000, he recruited 50 mercenaries. With the remaining $700, he recruited 70 street thugs. In the city of Los Santos, under normal circumstances, the firepower of mercenaries was already sufficient. Although the street thugs were a bit weaker in combat power, they were cheap enough. In Los Santos, even a pizza with extra toppings would cost $20 to $30. The $10 minions were used to gather intelligence or handle non-combat matters. Still very much worth it. After spending all the money in hand, it was already late at night. Busy all day, Lin Chen was also tired, so he fell asleep in the office. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the game's alert tone. The Bone Party has formulated an extermination plan against you. You have triggered a mandatory side mission, Tough Bones. Mission level, 3 stars. Mission content, survive the Bone Party's attack. Persist for more than 7 days, or if the Bone Party gives up on exterminating you, the mission will be considered successful. They act pretty fast, afraid of letting themselves live one more day, huh? Looking at the task prompt that popped up in front of him, Lin Chen smiled, come in, boss. Outside the door, a mercenary immediately walked in. How's the intelligence on the Bone Party collected? Lin Chen asked while brushing his teeth and washing his face. The mercenary immediately reported truthfully, the intelligence has been collected very comprehensively. The Bone Party has a total of 6 main strongholds, namely the Skull Nightclub, High Heels Entertainment City, Midnight Underground Casino, and 3 bars. Boss, should we send a large force to occupy them? Lin Chen shook his head slightly, not necessary. After that, he pointed to a single soldier in alloy armor standing behind him and said to the mercenary, give all the information about the Bone Party to him. Yes. The mercenary immediately took out the organized information and handed it to the armored soldier. Lin Chen looked at the armored soldier holding the information and said, take 20 mercenaries with you, quickly sweep the Bone Party's territory, and loot all the money there. Half a day should be enough, right? Just sweeping the enemy's territory, an alloy armored soldier alone is already enough. His armor is impenetrable to ordinary firearms. Those 20 mercenaries are purely there to handle the money. The red light in the eyes of the armored soldier flickered, no problem. The armored soldier immediately set off with a group of mercenaries to the Bone Party's territory. Watching the armored soldier leave, Lin Chen paused for a moment, then asked the mercenary beside him, "Have you found the air raid shelter I asked you to find?" The mercenary nodded repeatedly, "Found it. There is a place in the northern suburbs of Los Santos that meets your requirements. If you hide there, even if a nuclear war breaks out, safety should be guaranteed. However, that place is currently occupied by a gang called the Brown Bear Gang, and it has been transformed into a gun factory." Brown Bear Gang? Lin Chen had heard a bit about this gang. In Los Santos, among the large underground forces second only to the 3 major families and 4 major gangs, there is a group called the Brown Bear Gang. Forget about the Brown Bear Gang. If all goes as expected, after dealing with the Bone Party, I shouldn't have any rivals left in Los Santos. Lin Chen contemplated silently, preparing for the next plan. Bang! 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 Just then, gunshots were heard in the distance. Not long after the alloy armored soldier took people out, the Bone Party's attack had already arrived. On the highway outside the 9-Point nightclub, more than a dozen cars with blood-red bone paint were speeding towards them. Inside each car sat 4 elite members of the Bone Party wearing face masks and carrying submachine guns. These people, also known as Blood Bone members, are notorious throughout Los Santos. The Blood Bone members, all gang elites who have fought their way up from the bottom, are fearless and brutal, making most criminals in Los Santos keep their distance from them. The fact that the Bone Party can hold a position as a medium-sized gang in the fiercely competitive Los Santos is largely due to the notorious reputation of the Blood Bone members. Day. Kill them. Let them repent in hell. In the leading vehicle, a bald man emerged, pulling the trigger of his submachine gun, laughing maniacally as he sprayed bullets into the sky. However, bang! The next second, a bullet pierced through his forehead directly. Over 100 meters away, an armed Special Forces soldier effortlessly completed the kill with a single shot. The dull sound of the gunshot seemed to signal the start of a death march. Bang 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 bang! Subsequent to that, the M416 assault rifle fired in a rhythmic pattern. 10 armed Special Forces soldiers unleashed their firepower. 100 meters away, members of the Blood and Bones gang began to be swiftly eliminated. The formidable shooting skills of the armed Special Forces soldiers, combined with high-end equipment, placed them in a completely different league compared to the thugs fighting on the streets of Los Santos. Even though these thugs were considered elite among their kind, when facing the war-grade Special Forces soldiers, they had no chance to fight back. Boom! Boom boom boom! Cars on the highway lost control, continuously crashing into the guardrails. In less than 5 minutes, over 60 members of the Blood and Bones gang were eliminated. Nearly 100 mercenaries, along with Lin Chen's trump card of 9 alloy armored solo soldiers, had not even made a move. With just 10 armed Special Forces soldiers, Lin Chen effortlessly crushed the attacking gang. Watching as a runaway car headed straight towards the 9 o'clock nightclub, Lin Chen stood on the second-floor rooftop, raising his hand slightly. Beside him, an armored soldier took out a grenade launcher from his waist. Bang! Boom! The out-of-control car was blasted to the side of the road. Lin Chen turned around and returned to the nightclub to enjoy breakfast. 3 hours later, continuous mission prompts appeared. You have seized all major territories of the Bone Gang and killed the leader of the Bone Gang. The Bone Gang has abandoned their plan to eliminate you. You have completed the side mission, Tough Bones. Rewards, 100 experience points, 10,000 game points. You have over 50 subordinates and control over 3 industrial bases. You have completed the second stage of the Chainside mission, Expand and Strengthen. Rewards, 80 experience points, 8,000 game points. You have triggered the third stage of the Chainside mission, Rising Reputation, mission level, for stars, mission content. Make a big impact in Los Santos and let the reputation of the Hanging Wall Gang resonate throughout the streets. No time limit for the mission, can be carried out at any time when ready. It seems that the team I sent out to sweep the Bone Gang is progressing smoothly. Another large amount of experience and game points credited to his account. Lin Chen was in a very good mood with a full harvest. Before long, the armored soldiers sent out by Lin Chen returned with a team of mercenaries. The team suffered some injuries, with 2 mercenaries killed. The armored soldiers themselves were unscathed. With their alloy equipment, they could fully withstand the damage from ordinary firearms. Without large-caliber weapons or massive explosives, the members of the Bone Gang had no way to confront these monstrous armored soldiers. Boss, these are the items confiscated on the Bone Gang's territory. The mercenaries walked in carrying 2 boxes. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately opened the boxes to inspect the spoils. One box was filled with crisp banknotes. The other box was covered with a layer of gold. Obtained 95,500 US dollars, obtained a large amount of gold, equivalent to 85,000 US dollars. It seems that gold, as a hard currency, can also be used as US dollars. Lin Chen thought to himself, The cash and gold in front of him disappeared, all stored in his offshore account. Current balance, $1,850,000 US. After finishing the bone party, Lin Chen went straight to the nightclub, looking like a fat cat. With this $1,850,000 in hand, I should be able to start the next phase of the plan, Lin Chen muttered softly. The mercenary beside him couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what is our next phase of the plan?" Lin Chen walked towards the nightclub without looking back, saying, "To unify the underground forces of Los Santos and maybe pick a fight with the federal government." He had a hunch. If he played like this, the rewards from this game should be very high. Successful military leaders are often bold in strategy and extremely cautious in tactics. Lin Chen strongly believed in this view. In the next period of time, he would stir up a big wave in the whole of Los Santos, causing chaos. To ensure his personal safety, he deliberately started searching for suitable hiding places in advance. The air raid shelter in the northern suburbs of Los Santos was his top choice. After leaving the nightclub at 9 o'clock, Lin Chen took his men directly to the air raid shelter in the northern suburbs of Los Santos that he had previously scouted. Here, it was an arsenal belonging to the Brown Bear Gang, with a large number of elite Brown Bear Gang members holding heavy weapons. Moreover, due to the narrow entrance, it was very easy to defend and difficult to attack. Worried that the Alloy military squad's individual armored soldiers would also be damaged before heavy firepower defense, Lin Chen directly activated the cheat, trying to spend $100,000 for a level 5 recruitment. Level 5 recruitment, $100,000 each time. With a thought, the recruitment was successful. What appeared in front of Lin Chen was a giant humanoid armor standing at 3 meters tall. Even though the Alloy military squad's individual armored soldiers, nearly 2 meters tall, looked like children in front of this giant humanoid armor. The armor was predominantly blue and white, with 2 oddly shaped firearms hanging at the waist. The most eye-catching feature was the bright red laser giant sword carried on the back of the giant humanoid armor. Spend $100,000, successfully recruited underling, Future Technology Warfighter F5. Future Technology Warfighter F5, Physique, Human Limit, Armor, Super T-Level Material Environmental Color Protection Armor, LV5 Automatic Repair Energy Shield, Wing System, Portable Wormhole Shuttle Device, Weapons, Infinite Energy Laser Rifle, Laser Compression Cannon, Overload Red Laser Greatsword, Special Abilities, Invisibility, Flight, Short-Range Teleportation, Combat Experience, equipped with the highest level combat skill chip. Information about the Future Technology Warfighter F5 popped up. The underling obtained through level 5 recruitment was already somewhat outrageous. This Future Technology Warfighter was obviously not something that should exist in this era of Los Santos. Using this thing to compete for territory with the gangs in Los Santos, Lin Chen himself felt like he might be lacking in martial ethics. Of course, despite his size, since he recruited it, he would definitely have to use it. Take over this air raid shelter, Lin Chen ordered the Future Technology Warfighter. Yes. The Future Technology Warfighter slightly bowed and accepted the command. The next second, a black circle appeared under its feet. The Future Technology Warfighter disappeared directly. Shortly after, gunfire began to echo in the air raid shelter. A few minutes later, the doors of the air raid shelter opened. The Future Technology Warfighter emerged unscathed. "Let's go." Lin Chen led his men and officially settled into the air raid shelter. After stocking up enough resources in the air raid shelter, that afternoon, Lin Chen activated the cheat directly. Currently have $1,750,000 US with $1,750,000 US in hand. Lin Chen directly spent $1 million to recruit 100 Alloy Army single soldier armored warriors. These powerful armored warriors will be the main force to launch an attack on the underground forces of the Luosheng capital next. With the remaining $750,000 US, Lin Chen once again spent $400,000 US to recruit 4 times at level 5. Around him, another 4 Future Technology soldiers emerged. A total of 5 Future Technology soldiers will be responsible for ensuring his safety in the air defense cave. With $30,000 US left, Lin Chen thought for a moment and recruited 300 armed Special Forces soldiers. These armed Special Forces soldiers will follow behind the Alloy Army single soldier armored warriors to assist them in completing their missions. Although they are said to be assisting, their main task is actually to collect resources from various factions. After all, the armored warriors are burdened with heavy armor, and although their combat capabilities are strong, they may not be as convenient during operations. With the remaining $5,000 US, Lin Chen recruited 50 mercenaries. At this point, the number of people under Lin Chen has exceeded 500. 120 street thugs, 135 mercenaries, 310 armed Special Forces soldiers, 110 Alloy Army single soldier armored warriors, 5 future technology soldiers. After finalizing the action plan, that night, 110 Alloy Army single-soldier armored warriors and 210 armed Special Forces soldiers set out from the air defense cave to launch a sweeping attack on the underground forces of the entire Luoshang capital. When this Alloy armored legion broke into the city, a massacre of catastrophic proportions began. Bay River District, Hound Gang, Black 8 International Casino. The casino was bustling with life, filled with the glamour of extravagance. Bomb! A man playing landlord threw out 4 twos. Boom! In the next moment, a grenade launcher blasted open the wall of the casino. 2 Alloy armored warriors entered slowly with heavy machine guns in hand. The false prosperity was shattered in an instant. The gamblers screamed and scattered in all directions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly gather reinforcements. In the casino, dozens to hundreds of men in black armed with guns poured out from the armory. Bang 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 bang! Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat! They were clearly professionally trained. Faced with such a sudden change in situation, they quickly assembled and began shooting at the 2 Alloy armored warriors. However, clang clang clang, bullets hit the armor of the Alloy armored warriors, only sparking and deflecting to the side. Ordinary submachine guns and pistols couldn't cause any harm. Even the terrifying shotgun, in close-range shooting, could only leave shallow marks on the Alloy armor. On the other side, the Alloy armored warriors simply lifted their heavy machine guns and opened fire indiscriminately. Boom 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 boom. After a series of explosions, nearly 100 black-clad bodyguards were crushed by the metal storm. Meanwhile, many similar scenes were unfolding in the territories of various factions. The superiors of the Bone Gang in the East Bridge District, the Palm Tree Gang. A group of gang core members were gathering at the top-floor sauna of the K9 Entertainment City. An elderly gang veteran was enjoying a massage. The masser asked, "Mr. Smith, how is my technique?" The gang veteran exclaimed, "It's awesome." Boom! In the next second, it really was awesome. With the bombardment of a grenade launcher, 8 armored warriors rushed in, and blood quickly dyed the bathhouse red. In the Central City District, in the mansion of the leader of the Palm Bear Gang. At this moment, a very strong black man was feeding his pet, a terrifying brown bear over 2 meters tall and extremely large, with the flesh and blood of an unknown creature. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The brown bear suddenly stood up, baring its teeth and growling low in its throat. "Sit down," commanded the powerful black man coldly. The brown bear obediently sat down at the command, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. "Come in," the black man said lightly to the leader of the Brown Bear Gang. Outside the door, one of his men finally dared to push it open. "Have you investigated the matter of the air raid shelter?" the leader of the Brown Bear Gang asked coldly. The man outside the door turned pale, trembling as he said, "The people we sent to investigate disappeared completely after approaching the air raid shelter." Roar! Sensing his master's anger, the brown bear let out a huge roar. The leader of the Brown Bear Gang grinned menacingly and asked, "If the matter hasn't been clarified, what are you doing here?" The man felt a chill down his spine and quickly explained, "There is more important news to report to you. Currently, dozens of gangs in the city of Los Santos are under attack by an unknown force. They possess top military-grade armor, and the gangs are being slaughtered without any ability to fight back." The leader of the Brown Bear Gang frowned and asked, "So what?" The man lowered his head and said, "I came to ask, for your safety, should we find a place to hide?" The leader of the Brown Bear Gang sneered, "Do you think I'm afraid of them? Even the Iron Blood Gang wants to cooperate with me now. Do you think they have the guts to come here?" Before he could finish speaking, boom! An explosion rang out in the courtyard of the mansion. Then, the sound of gunfire erupted wildly. The leader of the Brown Bear Gang was taken aback and immediately went to the window to look outside. He saw a dozen or so Alloy armored soldiers rushing into the mansion, beginning to slaughter the men of the Brown Bear Gang. Despite the large number of members and ample firepower within the mansion, the resistance of the Brown Bear Gang seemed very weak in the face of the terrifying Alloy armored soldiers, who overwhelmed them with superior firepower. "How dare you!" The leader of the Brown Bear Gang was furious at the scene. He moved a bookshelf aside, walked into a hidden door behind it, and then came to the window carrying an RPG rocket launcher, kicking the glass with one foot. Boom! A rocket was launched, hitting one of the Alloy armored soldiers directly. The soldier was blasted several meters away, with visible damage to his armor. Die! Loading another rocket, the leader of the Brown Bear Gang fired again, aiming at the same target. Boom! Another Alloy armored soldier was killed. But at the same time, bang bang bang, a storm of bullets instantly turned the leader of the Brown Bear Gang into pieces of flesh. The boss is dead. The men in the room saw this and fled in terror. The pet brown bear on the side saw its owner suddenly turn into pieces, just like its daily meals. The bear approached and picked up the remains of its owner. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Los Santos, inside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen leaned back on a bench, leisurely sipping on a cold Coke. In front of him, there were constant flashes of notifications. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Annihilation of the Hound Gang. Reward, 120 experience points, 12,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 2-star side mission, Annihilation of the Oak Gang. Reward, 60 experience points, 6,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Annihilation of the Brown Tree Gang. Reward, 150 experience points, 15,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 4-star side mission, Annihilation of the Brown Bear Gang. Reward, 220 experience points, 22,000 game points. You have completed the 3rd round of the chain side mission, Rising Reputation. Reward, 200 experience points, 20,000 game points. You have triggered the 4th round of the chain side mission, Dominating One Side Mission Level, 5 stars mission content. The name of the Hanging Wall Gang has made this city tremble with fear. Next, let the Hanging Wall Gang become the underground overlord that can rival the 3 major families and 4 major gangs, and become one of the top players in the criminal city of Los Santos. No time limit for the mission, can be carried out anytime after preparation. Sitting at home, experience and game cards come from the sky. It has to be said that Lin Chen's playing of Grand Theft Auto is like an idle placement game. The arrival of a large amount of experience points and game cards made Lin Chen happy. Even if he were to die in place now and not receive the rewards for clearing the level, just the experience and card rewards brought to him by these side missions have already more than made up for the cost and made him earn a lot. Overnight, a total of 38 gangs were completely wiped out. In addition, more than 20 gangs were severely damaged. On Lin Chen's side, only 3 alloy armored soldiers and 15 armed special forces soldiers were lost. In just one night, the underground forces of the entire Los Santos were in chaos. What's even more terrifying is, this night is just the beginning. Around 3 in the morning, Lin Chen's team took a brief rest. As the surviving gangs breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the disaster had passed. Boom! The artillery fire roared again. The massacre and looting of the underground forces by the Hanging Wall Gang once again unfolded. You have triggered and completed the 2-star side mission, Destruction of the Well Party. Reward, 50 experience points, 5,000 game cards. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Destruction of the Warrior Gang. Reward, 90 experience points, 9,000 game cards. You have triggered and completed the 3-star side mission, Destruction of the Black Flame Group. Reward, 120 experience points, 12,000 game cards. You have completed the 4th round of the chain side mission, Dominating One Side. Reward, 400 experience points, 40,000 game cards. You have triggered the final round of the chain side mission, Underground King. Mission level, 6 stars mission content. Your strength has reached the top level of Los Santos. Now, defeat the other 3 of the 4 major gangs except the Flying Gang, and forge the supreme throne of the Underground King. No time limit for the mission, can be carried out anytime after preparation. Over 2 days have passed, with over 70% of the gangs in Los Santos wiped out. Small and medium-sized gangs are no match for the onslaught of the Hanging Wall Gang, with barely any left. Most of the remaining are large gangs, barely able to resist Lin Chen's armored soldier team with their numerous manpower, territory, and well-equipped weapons. At the moment when the disaster struck, Los Santos, Central District, Emperor 5-star Hotel, top-floor conference room, Johnson family, Templar family, Seville family, Flying Gang, Dark Hand Gang, Iron Blood Gang, Baylor Gang. These 7 top leaders of the conflicting forces in Los Santos, at a critical moment, set aside their past grievances and held a historic meeting. Seeing the last leader of the Dark Hand Gang arrive and take a seat, the head of the Johnson family put down his cigar and smiled, saying, "Friends, in these 2 days, the situation in Los Santos has been very grim. If we let those armored soldiers of the Hanging Wall Gang continue to slaughter, our foundation may be damaged." The leader of the Iron Blood Gang, a 2-meter-tall muscular man, coldly smiled and said, "In these 2 days, among all the forces in Los Santos, the Johnson family, which has a large number of legitimate industries, should have suffered the least losses." The leader of the motorcycle gang is a short man with an impatient expression on his face, saying, "Stop the useless chatter and get straight to the point of why you've called this meeting." The leader of the Balu gang is a middle-aged man who appears refined and easygoing, dressed in a suit. He sits silently observing, while the leader of the Dark Hand gang, dressed in black, with a stern face, plays with a glass in hand, occasionally glancing at the throats of the others. The 3 family heads exchange glances. Seeing the nods from the other two, the Johnson family head interlocks his fingers under his chin, resting his elbows on the table, and continues, I know you all have powerful cards to counter the Hanging Wall Gang, but due to mutual distrust, you hesitate to reveal them easily. I have a proposal. Based on intelligence from a member of the Brown Bear Gang, we can now confirm that the leader of the Hanging Wall Gang is currently hiding in an anti-aircraft bunker in the northern suburbs. However, this bunker is heavily guarded and difficult to attack. The enemy's defense forces at the bunker are likely strong. Even if our 7 forces combine, it's uncertain if we can take it down. So, we plan to hire professionals for this task. Johnson family head lights a cigar, takes a deep breath, and continues, the 3 major families will pool $300 million to hire the A Corps to capture the bunker, eliminate the Hanging Wall Gang leader, and end this farce once and for all. During this process, we need the 4 gangs to use their cards to defeat or temporarily engage the external armored soldiers, preventing them from returning to defend the bunker. That's our plan. The leader of the Iron Blood Gang frowns and questions first, the A Corps? The legendary mercenary corps? Why should we believe you can hire them? The leader of the motorcycle gang echoes, how can we be sure that your plan is not just a bait to expose our cards? Are you trying to weaken our strength? The leader of the Balu gang smiles, unfortunately, I'm just a businessman and don't have any cards to counter those terrifying armored soldiers. I'm afraid I can't contribute much to this plan. The leader of the Dark Hand Gang remains silent, seemingly contemplating. Johnson family head sighs, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. How do you think things will develop if we continue like this? As you said, our 3 major families have a lot of legitimate businesses. Even if the armored soldiers of the Hanging Wall Gang destroy the underground forces of the entire Los Santos, we can still survive. But what about you? Currently, 90% of the medium and small gangs in Los Santos have been wiped out. Their next target will undoubtedly be your 4 major gangs. We are not discussing plans with you. Johnson family head smiles slightly, we are just offering you a way out. If you are unwilling to help, we don't mind waiting for the Hanging Wall Gang to finish you off before we fully engage them. The leaders of the 4 gangs fall into silence. Before Johnson family head finishes explaining, the leader of the Dark Hand Gang has already analyzed the current situation and coldly says, I will follow your arrangements, but I hope you will fulfill the plan as agreed. Otherwise, your remaining lives may be spent in continuous assassinations. With that, the leader of the Dark Hand Gang turns and leaves. The leader of the Balibang Gang sighed and said, so be it, I will send someone to deal with those armored soldiers. After saying a few harsh words, the Speed Gang and Iron Blood Gang also got up and left. Under the circumstances, the 7 most powerful forces in the city of Los Santos finalized the cooperation plan against Lin Chen. At the same time, in the Federal Security Building of Los Santos, the Minister of Security looked at the city where gunshots continued to ring, expressionless. Behind him, a senior security officer couldn't help but ask, Minister, things have gotten so out of hand, shouldn't we take action? The threat of those armored soldiers is significant. If we let the Hanging Wall Gang rule the underground of Los Santos, it may pose a huge threat to the entire city in the future. The Minister of Security, however, showed a strange smile and said, it's fine, let them go and kill. This city belongs to the general. Evil and slaughter are the very essence of this city's existence. In the air raid shelter, Lin Chen, who had been drilling in the cave for 2 days, looked messy with stubble. He saw that the deadline for the second main mission was about to expire. Lin Chen beckoned to a future tech warfighter, it's time to get some fresh air, take me out of the air raid shelter. Yes. The future tech warfighter immediately stood behind Lin Chen and carefully lifted him up. The future tech warfighter had 3 special abilities, invisibility, flight, and short-range teleportation. After 2 days of testing, Lin Chen discovered that these special abilities could not only be applied to the future tech warfighter himself but also be transferred to a target through close external contact. In this way, relying on the special abilities of the future tech warfighter, Lin Chen quietly left the air raid shelter and returned to Los Santos. The rewards for clearing the D-level cartridge world were very generous, so the main mission still had to be completed. After entering the city, Lin Chen headed straight to his cousin's residence. The future tech warfighter activated the invisibility mode and quietly followed behind. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw his cousin and a few henchmen tinkering with some parts in the courtyard. Lin Chen greeted, "Cousin, I'm ready. Let's go, let's steal a car." Cousin Sonia waved his hand and said, "What car to steal? Don't you know what has happened in the past 2 days? The whole of Los Santos is in chaos. A gang called the Hanging Wall Gang, with a group of armored soldiers, has turned the entire city upside down. Now our Speed Gang has stopped all other tasks and is preparing to assemble a city war cart team to engage in a full-scale war with the Hanging Wall Gang. Before he could finish speaking, a prompt appeared in front of Lin Chen. Due to a significant change in the world line, the main mission route has been interrupted. Please find a way to become the leader of the speed gang and complete the clearance on your own. Ding. You have triggered the ultimate challenge mission. Defeat the Hanging Wall Gang. Mission level 7 stars. Mission content. The appearance of the Hanging Wall Gang has plunged the entire Los Santos into danger. As a member of the Speed Gang, you can try to assist the Speed Gang in defeating the Hanging Wall Gang. The mission has no time limit and can be carried out at any time after preparation. Lin Chen. I'm playing against myself, right? Looking at the parts his cousin and the henchmen were working on, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. Clearing the game was definitely necessary. With no restrictions on the main mission at the moment, Lin Chen's actions would be much freer, which was not a bad thing for him. With his current strength, forcibly taking over the position of the Speed Gang leader seemed not too difficult. If he wanted to clear the game, perhaps he could do it before tonight. However, in this cartridge world, there were clearly many side rewards that Lin Chen had not earned. If he wanted to maximize his benefits, he would definitely have to continue playing for a few more days. But if the current situation continues to develop, and the street racing gang takes the initiative to attack Lin Chen, the street racing gang is likely to be wiped out in the upcoming melee. By then, the entire gang of the street racing gang will be gone. How will Lin Chen become the leader of the street racing gang? Could it be that the game will directly judge it as a failure to pass the level by oneself? Considering this issue, Lin Chen was somewhat worried for a moment. He thought and asked, "Cousin, can you arrange a meeting for me with the leader of the street racing gang?" Cousin Sonia snorted, "The boss is not that easy to meet. I've been in the street racing gang for so many years, and I've only met him twice. Little cousin, I really can't help you with this." Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked again, "Then can you tell me where the boss is now?" A few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at a bunker on the outskirts of the east. Just like Lin Chen, the leader of the street racing gang also chose to hide in what he considered the safest place before the big battle started. From the location and architectural structure alone, the safety factor of this bunker was no worse than Lin Chen's air raid shelter. Moreover, the leader of the street racing gang had arranged heavy troops in the bunker. At the gun ports on the bunker, there were as many as 20 fixed heavy machine guns. On both sides, there were even tube-launched missile launchers installed. With such tight defense, even if Lin Chen's alloy military unit armored soldiers were to attack, it would be difficult to capture without 50 or 60 armored soldiers. However, for the future technology warfare soldiers, such a tight and powerful defense was still like a paper tiger. The wormhole opened underfoot, and in an instant, the future technology warfare soldiers had disappeared and infiltrated into the bunker. Moments later, sporadic gunfire could be heard from inside the bunker. Then, the future technology warfare soldiers reappeared, holding the current leader of the street racing gang who had been knocked unconscious. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction at the scene, and then directly had the future technology warfare soldiers take him and the street racing gang leader back to the air raid shelter in the north suburbs. Inside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen poured a bucket of cold water. The leader of the street racing gang slowly woke up. After seeing the surroundings clearly, his gaze focused on Lin Chen's face, and the leader of the street racing gang immediately exclaimed, "You! Who are you?" Lin Chen smiled calmly and introduced himself, "Joey, I am the little brother and cousin of Sonia from the East Bridge area of the street racing gang. I am the little brother of your little brother's little brother's little brother's little brother, and at the same time, also the leader of the Hanging Wall Gang." Looking at the two tall blue and white mech warriors guarding behind Lin Chen, the leader of the street racing gang, Joey, basically believed Lin Chen's identity as the leader of the Hanging Wall Gang. But he said he was a little brother of the street racing gang? Joey was a bit confused for a moment and stammered, I don't quite understand what you mean." Lin Chen nodded and explained sincerely, "Do you know, I grew up listening to your stories and the street racing gang stories? Since I was young, my biggest dream was to join the street racing gang, and the second dream was to become a spaceman, flaunting my juice and jelly. But when I actually came to Los Santos, I found that our street racing gang was facing such appalling oppression and injustice in Los Santos." Joey was stunned. "Really? Is that so?" Lin Chen nodded, gritting his teeth. "When we smuggle, the security department interferes. When we rob, the security department interferes. When we kill, the security department even interferes. Isn't this blatant targeting? And in Los Santos, we have to pay for shopping, eating, gambling, and even for finding a lady. Isn't this blatant extortion? What's even more serious is that when we fight with other gangs, they dare to fight back, we kill their whole families, and they still want to retaliate? This is just unreasonable." Lin Chen became more and more angry, shaking with rage. "Joey, After calming down his anger, Lin Chen sighed and said, "So, I decided to create the Hanging Wall Gang, to uphold justice, to guard peace, and to ensure that our flying car gang members can live a normal life. That's why I launched a war on the entire Los Santos." Joey fell silent for a moment and hesitated. "So, you mean, the Hanging Wall Gang and the Flying Car Gang are not enemies? Is the reason you brought me here to prevent a war between the Flying Car Gang and the Hanging Wall Gang?" As a gang leader, Joey still had some brains. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly at his words, kissed Joey on the forehead, and exclaimed, "My clever boy. You are so smart." In fact, Joey had noticed something was amiss before. These days, the Hanging Wall Gang had been sweeping through the underground forces of Los Santos, almost like a carpet bombing, hitting one after another. However, the territory of the Flying Car Gang had suffered little damage. Initially, Joey thought the Hanging Wall Gang was wary of the strength of the Flying Car Gang. But when he realized that the other three major gangs had suffered much more losses than his own, Joey vaguely guessed that the Hanging Wall Gang might have intentionally spared the Flying Car Gang. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation at this moment, he became even more convinced of this idea. This terrifying Hanging Wall Gang is actually siding with the Flying Car Gang. Joey's eyes lit up. He smelled the scent of opportunity. "If you want the Flying Car Gang to stand down, no problem, I'll make a call right away. I'll order my people to hide and try not to get involved in the upcoming war. And, I have important information to tell you. Not long ago, the 7 families held a meeting. If the Hanging Wall Gang didn't attack the Flying Car Gang, Joey didn't want to conflict with them either. Especially after witnessing the unpredictable actions of the blue and white mecha, Joey became even more convinced of this idea. Therefore, facing Lin Chen's request, he cooperated exceptionally well, not only immediately issuing orders to prevent the Flying Car Gang from joining the battle, but also revealing the plan discussed by the 7 major forces. Seeing Joey's cooperation, Lin Chen was also very pleased. He patted Joey on the shoulder and said, "Joey, you are the most respected person in my life, and I will always be the most loyal under your command. If you say 1, I dare not say 2. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west." Joey tentatively asked, "Can I leave now?" Lin Chen shook his head, "No." "Joey." Lin Chen thought for a moment. "By the way, boss, it seems like I'm missing someone to clean the toilets here. Before the overall situation is settled, Joey, you stay here and clean the toilets for me." "Joey." After dealing with the potential threat of the Flying Car Gang that could lead to failure, Lin Chen activated the cheat codes and prepared for the final battle. Recruit cheats for subordinates. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per time. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per time. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per time. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per time. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per time. Current balance, $95,650,520. After plundering many gangs, Lin Chen currently had over $90 million, close to $1 billion. Let's start with a $5 million alloy military group single soldier armored warrior. Lin Chen's mind moved, and he immediately began a level 4 recruitment. Spent $10,000, successfully recruited subordinates, alloy military group single soldier armored warrior. Spent $10,000, successfully recruited subordinates, alloy military group single soldier armored warrior. Spent $10,000, successfully recruited subordinates, alloy army single soldier armored warrior. 500 alloy army single soldier armored warriors quickly appeared in front of Lin Chen, standing in formation. The cost-effectiveness of the alloy armored warriors is quite high. Strong defense, outstanding firepower, elite combat experience. With these 500 alloy armored warriors, along with the over 100 recruited earlier, it should be enough to wipe out the underground forces of the entire Los Santos. However, considering the Iron Blood Gang, Dark Hand Party, and Baylor Gang, there may still be powerful cards left to play. Just to be safe, Lin Chen spent another $10 million and conducted 100 level 5 recruitments. Recruited 100 future technology warfighters F5 to assist in combat. With a command, 600 powerful killing machines left the air defense bunker and headed to support the frontline battlefield in Los Santos. Iron Blood Gang stronghold, outside the Blood Bar. At this moment, facing the attack of over 30 alloy armored warriors, the Iron Blood Gang suffered heavy casualties and could not lift their heads. Even with heavy weapons in hand, the Iron Blood Gang members were still unable to counter the powerful firepower suppression. After all, their protection and alloy armored warriors were vastly different. Similarly, being sprayed by heavy machine guns, an alloy armored warrior could withstand over a dozen shots, possibly only showing cracks in the armor. But the Iron Blood Gang members with simple bulletproof vests would be torn to pieces, just as the situation seemed overwhelmingly in favor. Boom! 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 The trembling footsteps came from behind the alloy armored warrior team. In the distance, a group of towering soldiers covered in heavy iron armor, wielding heavy hammers, was approaching. They're here. The Iron Blood Warriors are here. Seeing these hammer-wielding soldiers, the morale of the Iron Blood Gang members soared. These hammer-wielding soldiers were the trump card of the Iron Blood Gang, the Iron Blood Warriors. Years of drug catalysis allowed their muscles to grow limitlessly. Daily hellish training, enduring the pain brought by the side effects of drugs, and sharpening their will like steel. With such terrifying flesh, coupled with a set of hundreds of pounds of thickened iron armor, these Iron Blood Warriors were almost crafted into melee humanoid tanks. Boom! 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 Every time their feet landed, a loud noise echoed on the ground. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The bullets from the heavy machine guns hitting their thick iron armor couldn't cause any harm at all. Although they appeared slow, the height of the Iron Blood Warriors was over 2 meters. Each step they took was a considerable distance, and soon, the Iron Blood Warriors closed in on the team of alloy armored warriors. Buzz! With a heavy wind, a hammer struck down. Boom! A single alloy armored warrior was directly blasted out. The emerald green armor shattered, and died on the spot. The team of alloy armored warriors quickly retreated and counterattacked, some aiming at the gaps in the Iron Blood Warriors' iron armor for shots, some firing grenade launchers for explosive attacks. Effective, but not ideal. After a round of fighting, 5 Iron Blood Warriors died in battle. 8 alloy armored warriors died in battle. There were still a full 50 Iron Blood Warriors remaining. On the side of the alloy armored warriors, there were only over 20 left. The tide of battle suddenly turned, favoring the Iron Blood Gang. On top of an abandoned building in the distance, Iron Blood Gang leader Gale saw this scene through a telescope, a smile creeping onto his lips. After so many years and spending so much money, the Iron Blood Warriors trained are truly extraordinary. From the current situation, repelling or even annihilating this batch of armored warriors should not be a problem. The rest will depend on the other 3 gangs and the A Corps. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he saw, in the distance, a large dark shadow rapidly approaching. He picked up his binoculars and observed carefully. To his horror, he saw hundreds of alloy armored warriors appearing in the city, rushing towards the direction of the blood bar at that moment. Gildan's face turned pale. How is this possible? How could there be so many of these terrifying armored monsters? In his field of vision, the sunlight reflected in the air. Gildan raised his view, his expression becoming even more grim. Not only on the ground, but also in the sky, there was a large group of white large mechas flying at high speed. Suddenly, the group of blue and white mechas in his field of vision disappeared. The next moment, this group of mechas had already appeared near the blood bar. Gildan quickly shifted his view. However, in the next instant, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before Gildan's eyes. This group of white mechas suddenly vanished from sight. Subsequently, like ghosts, they appeared in front of the Iron Blood Warriors of the Iron Blood Gang, wielding crimson laser greatswords. Swish! As if cutting through tofu, several Iron Blood Warriors were instantly cut in half. The thick iron armor that not even heavy machine gun bullets could threaten, in front of the terrifying crimson laser greatsword, was as fragile as paper. In just a moment, the future tech war machines slaughtered the Iron Blood Warriors almost to extinction. The battle once again turned into a one-sided situation. Only this time, the Iron Blood Gang fell even faster. It's over, it's completely over this time. Sitting down on the ground, the once arrogant leader of the Iron Blood Gang, Gildan, showed despair. Just then, behind him, a blue and white mecha materialized, raising a crimson laser greatsword high in the air. The same situation was also unfolding in the territories of the Dark Hand Gang and the Baylor Gang. The Dark Hand Gang's trump card was an elite sniper team. With anti-material caliber sniper rifles, the elite sniper team continuously killed over a dozen alloy armored warriors. However, upon the arrival of the future tech war machines, they immediately located the snipers' hidden positions using ultra-high-tech sensing and scanning technology, and with invisibility, instant movement, and flight technology, they swiftly killed all the elite snipers. On the other hand, the Baylor Gang had a top-notch 100-person rocket artillery unit that could rival a regular army, causing significant losses to the alloy armored warrior team with wide-ranging bombardment. However, the defensive power of the future tech war machine's armor itself far exceeded that of the alloy armored warriors. Coupled with the protection of outer energy shields, the rocket artillery couldn't even scratch the future tech war machines. Similarly, the Baylor Gang also faced a crushing defeat. As the battle in the city was nearing its end, dozens of large transport ships sailed to the North Port, preparing to land in Los Santos. At the port, a team of security officers saw the conspicuous letter A on the transport ships, their spirits lifted, immediately entering a state of emergency alert and quickly reporting the situation to their superiors, requesting support. However, the reply from the higher-ups was extremely brief: let them land. Obviously, the heads of the three major families had already informed the high-level officials of Los Santos before the arrival of the A Corps. Despite receiving orders from above, the port security officers were still hesitant, because the presence on the transport ships was just too dangerous. The A Corps, the strongest war machine, the world's #1 mercenary group, a nation-destroying unofficial force. Too many chilling titles were engraved on these people. Watching the A Corps' transport ships entering the port, the leader of the security officers swallowed hard, and with a brave face, he opened the port valve. Before long, the transport ships docked, and the doors opened. Military tanks began to drive down from the transport ships. These tanks are all the top models in the world today. Following the tanks, there are dozens of armed military trucks. The trucks are equipped with the most advanced heavy firearms and launchers for high explosive shells. In the rear of the trucks, many soldiers wearing dark blue combat armor are seated. At first glance, these soldiers in dark blue combat armor bear a striking resemblance to Lin Chan's alloy armored soldiers. The equipment they carry is also top-of-the-line firearms. Finally, the last and largest transport ship docks. When the hatch opens, only 7 people disembark. Among them, 6 are dressed in pitch-black form-fitting armor. Although their armor is not bulky in size and does not appear as robust as the other soldiers' armor, the material of this form-fitting armor is clearly different, with occasional flashes of light radiating a glossy black diamond-like sheen. The man in the center, however, is not wearing any armor at all, just a green casual outfit, with striking blonde hair on his head. He. Is this the city of crime, Los Santos? One of the 6 men, nearly 3 meters tall and as strong as a small mountain, chuckles foolishly. I hope we can have some fun this time. Another man with glasses, carrying a large tubular weapon on his back, lights a cigarette. In the center, the man in the green casual outfit smiles faintly and looks up at the sky. The city of crime, Los Santos. It's been a long time since I've been here. I wonder what that general has turned into now. Beside him, a girl with twin ponytails and blue hair gazes lovingly at the man in the green casual outfit, her eyes full of affection. When she hears the man mention the general again, she furrows her brows slightly and says, "Boss, we agreed before that this time we're just here to complete the mission and not to provoke any dangerous entities." Angie, the leader of the A Corps, nods and smiles. "Don't worry, what I'm pursuing now is different from before. You all worked hard to pull me back from hell. Even for you guys, I won't go and fight those dangerous guys recklessly anymore." The 7 of them disembark and board a purple armed off-road vehicle. Angie takes a deep breath, his expression becoming incredibly calm. "Let's go, enemies at the level of a 3 billion reward. Let's try to take care of them within 3 hours." Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs anti-aircraft bunker, Lin Chen is presented with a series of prompts. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side mission, The Cold Corpses of the Iron Blood Gang. Reward, 420 experience points, 42,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side mission, The Tomb of the Dark Hand Gang. Reward, 440 experience points, 44,000 game points. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side mission, The End of the Baylor Gang. Reward, 430 experience points, 43,000 game points. You have defeated the Iron Blood Gang, Dark Hand Gang, and Baylor Gang. You have completed the final round of the continuous side mission, The Underground King. Reward, equipment, Crown of Sin, quality, epic. You have triggered the Ultimate Death Challenge mission, Defeat the A Corps. Mission level, 7 stars. Mission content, the world's strongest mercenary group is attacking. Are you ready for a life and death battle? Has the A Corps arrived? Lin Chen looks at the mission prompt that popped up, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With the game having leveled the entire underground forces of Los Santos, he maintains a virtually invincible posture. This makes him, who has been living in the anti-aircraft bunker, slightly bored. He is now quite eager for strong enough enemies to appear. At this moment, a large number of alloy armored soldiers who have completed their missions in the city, as well as future tech warriors, are returning. Seeing them near the air raid shelter, Lin Chen immediately ordered them to guard the perimeter outside the shelter. Then, he activated the plugin, intending to make more preparations. Recruit plugins underlings level 1 recruitment, $10 each time level 2 recruitment, $100 each time level 3 recruitment, $1,000 each time level 4 recruitment, $10,000 each time. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million each time current balance, $80650520. A level 4 recruitment at the 10,000 level can already recruit top-level individual soldiers. A level 5 recruitment at the 100,000 level can recruit powerful mechs from the future world. So, what kind of existence will a level 6 recruitment at the million level recruit? Lin Chen is curious. With 80 million in hand, Lin Chen tries to recruit at level 6. With a thought, the next second, a gray figure flashes. He is covered in tight gray armor. This armor is not as burly as the alloy armored soldiers, standing only as tall as a person. It is not as magnificent as the mechs of future tech warriors, looking rather ordinary. The only striking feature is the rotating core emitting a dense black light on his chest armor. Spend $1 million, successfully recruited underling, Annihilation Goddess nuclear-powered infantry. Annihilation Goddess nuclear-powered infantry physique, super limit level, genetically mutated human, armor, Meteor 17 nuclear-powered battle armor, nuclear energy burst engine, all-terrain adaptation system, short-distance space travel equipment, spatial storage system weapons, star-destroying steel greatsword, infinite mechanical armor, nuclear light cannon special ability, god-slaying mode combat experience, super god level. Nuclear-powered infantry. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless at the panel in front of him. He felt that merely planning to conquer the entire Los Santos was somewhat short-sighted. With a thought, Lin Chen spent 20 million and directly recruited 20 Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry. At the same time, the rapidly advancing Accord team is now less than 10 kilometers away from the air raid shelter. The alloy armored soldiers and future tech warriors who had returned to the perimeter of the air raid shelter are now in position, and the advancing Accord team immediately enters their alert range. A melee is about to break out. Boom! Boom! The tanks of the Accord fire first, shells blasting out. Following closely, the armored soldiers on the armed trucks start controlling heavy weapons, beginning a strong firepower suppression. Bang! 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 In the first moments of the battle, the usually invincible alloy armored soldiers are quickly defeated. However, just when the Accord thought they would win this war with their usual overwhelming force, the future tech warriors had somehow infiltrated their ranks, suddenly appearing like ghosts. Swish! A 3-meter-long crimson laser greatsword strikes down. Tanks are heavily damaged, and armed trucks are even cut in half. The Accord is instantly thrown into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the alloy armored soldiers quickly adjust their formation to counterattack. On the purple armored off-road vehicle in the center of the team, Accord leader Angie sees this scene and furrows her brow. Invisible mech soldiers? Who exactly are they, to be able to master this kind of technology? Before she finishes speaking, a future tech warrior has already appeared abruptly above the armored off-road vehicle. The crimson laser sword is raised high. Boom! In the next moment, among the 7 people, the bespectacled man carrying a long-barreled weapon reacted quickly, instantly adjusting the direction of the barrel, the muzzle flashing with electricity, then fired a shot at the future tech warrior. Slah! Boom! Thick smoke accompanied by a powerful explosion scattered in all directions. The future tech warrior was actually blasted out tens of meters, nearly 100, with severe damage to his armor. Since being recruited, this was the first time a weapon had been able to harm the future tech warrior. Seeing the future tech warrior unsteadily stand up, the bespectacled man was also quite surprised, at such a close range, taking a shot from the electromagnetic fusion cannon, and still able to stand up. Such terrifying defense! Angie also stood up, his expression becoming particularly serious. The enemy is much stronger than we anticipated. Let's strike first, or the Corps will suffer heavy losses. Yes! The 6 people in tight black combat armor responded simultaneously, their figures flashing, immediately jumping out of the off-road vehicle, swiftly launching an attack on the surrounding future tech warriors. Bang! 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 The burly man, holding a huge electromagnetic Vulcan cannon, went on a mad rampage. Several future tech warriors around were momentarily pushed back. Boom! 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 The bespectacled man, cigarette in mouth, continuously fired the electromagnetic rocket launcher, each time hitting the target accurately, severely injuring a future tech warrior. Clang! Clang! The blue-haired girl with twin ponytails wielded 2 huge electromagnetic warblades. Even in close combat with several future tech warriors wielding crimson laser greatswords, she did not fall behind. With the magnetic power-enhanced combat armor on her body, coupled with the powerful electromagnetic weapons in her hands, the 6 top combatants of Unit A unexpectedly stabilized the situation for a while, leading the other members of Unit A to launch a very strong counterattack. However, on the side of Unit A, there were only 6 people who could pose a threat to the future tech warriors. On the battlefield, there were a full 100 future tech warriors on Lin Chen's side. Unit A still remained at a disadvantage. Angie, in a green casual outfit, had somehow appeared on top of the off-road vehicle. He surveyed the entire battlefield and understood that the current situation was not optimistic. However, an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face, a smile that became more and more exaggerated, more and more insane. Such an interesting battle. It's been a long time since I've encountered one like this. Probably about 5 years. Many memories flashed through his mind. He's an anomaly. Kill him. Kill him. This child's body structure is completely different from ordinary people, very valuable for research. Damn it, the test subject has escaped. Quickly pursue. Seal off the research facility. Thank you for saving us. From now on, you are our leader. Unit A? That's a good name, boss. Angie, we are not anomalies, we are superhumans. Why do you have to stop me? We are clearly of the same kind. Then, let's die together. Boss, wake up. Think of a solution. Along the way, there were joys and sorrows, tears and laughter. The crazed smile on his face finally gradually subsided. Am I really human? It doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters. I am the leader of Unit A, I am their boss. Slowly, he drew a strange all-black warrior sword from his waist. In the next moment, bang! Under his feet, the specially made off-road vehicle left a large pit. Like a bullet leaving the barrel, Angie's figure shot out. Bang! 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 At lightning speed, Angie shuttled across the battlefield like a war god, swiftly destroying powerful future tech soldiers one after another. Buzz! A slash! Along with the energy shield, the entire future tech soldier was shattered into pieces. 10, 20, 30. In just a few minutes, half of the future tech soldiers had fallen under Angie's blade. Boss. So strong. It's been a long time since our leader went all out like this, right? Seeing Angie take action instantly turned the tide of the battle. The 6 members of Team A all smiled, looking at Angie with trust and admiration. On Angie's side, the more he killed, the easier it became, his movements getting faster and faster, his well-trained body adjusting to its optimal state. Even in the midst of slaying future tech soldiers, Angie glanced at his watch. 3 hours on the clock, maybe we can make it. And at that moment, a gray figure calmly emerged from the anti-aircraft bunker. Above his chest, a black core spun rapidly. The massive nuclear energy supply on this suit of armor instantly provided terrifying energy and power. Mission objective, eliminate all enemies. The gray figure stepped forward. Bang! A deafening explosion. The Annihilator-S nuclear-powered infantry was deployed. Inside the anti-aircraft bunker at that moment, Lin Chen sent out an Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry and was eagerly holding a bucket of instant noodles, eagerly staring at the monitor, ready to enjoy the upcoming scene. Meanwhile, Joey from the flying car gang was nervously holding a mop for cleaning toilets. Having just seen the terrifying power of Team A on the monitor, Joey fully realized the terror of Team A. He knew that once Team A broke into the anti-aircraft bunker, he might also be killed as a member of the flying car gang. He could only pray in his heart that Lin Chen had a trick up his sleeve. However, faced with the powerful Team A that swiftly crushed the alloy armored soldiers and future tech soldier units, Lin Chen only sent out a seemingly ordinary gray armored soldier. This made Joey even more anxious. Sending just one person, what good will that do? Could it be that the flying car gang has no other tricks up their sleeve? But, in the next moment, the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry suddenly disappeared. In just 2 breaths, he had appeared on the front battlefield 10 kilometers away. A seemingly ordinary punch was thrown. Bang! Boom! Instantly, a tank exploded on the spot. His figure flickered again. Bang! Boom! In less than a second, another tank was smashed into a pancake. Bang! 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 Moments later, the entire tank battalion of Team A was almost completely wiped out. Apart from the leader Angie, the 6 strongest members of Team A attempted to launch an attack on the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry with their electromagnetic weapons. However, the speed of the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry was too fast, and the electromagnetic weapons couldn't even lock onto his position. Like a gray lightning monster, the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry plunged into the group of armored trucks, swiftly reaping the entire battlefield, solely relying on the strength of this one soldier. The situation, which had been leaning towards Team A, once again reversed. Oh my god! Joey, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be shocked, feeling fear deep in his heart towards this terrifying gray monster. However, there were 19 more of these terrifying monsters standing not far from him. On the battlefield, Angie, who was ruthlessly slaughtering future tech soldiers, also noticed the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry infiltrating the ranks. Angie couldn't help but be shocked. He found that even with his terrifying dynamic vision that was sharp enough to track the trajectory of bullets, he still couldn't capture the movement process of the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. watching as the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry suddenly turned its head, locking onto a soldier from Unit A, locking onto the bespectacled man carrying a large rocket launcher. Angie shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" However, in the next instant, thud! A punch, and the bespectacled man's head was directly shattered. Watching his important comrade die in front of him, Angie's pupils contracted, his eyes bloodshot, yak! Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. He exerted all his strength and charged towards the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. However, when he arrived at the location of the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry, its figure had already moved again, appearing in front of the towering and muscular man like a small mountain. Die for me! The towering muscular man frantically pulled the trigger, the electromagnetic fire god cannon machine gun in his hand continuously spewing flames at the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. However, the bullets, empowered by strong electromagnetic force, hit the armor of the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry like raindrops into the sea, unable to stir up any splashes. Thud! A punch! The towering muscular man's head was instantly sent flying. Alikos! Angie roared, anger and sorrow surging in his heart, his teeth almost grinding to pieces. Before he could react, the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry was already on the move again. After entering the central position of Unit A, it first targeted the 6 enemies who posed a threat to future technological warfare, swiftly taking down the remaining 4. Angie exerted all his strength, chasing frantically. However, he was always a step behind in speed. Thud! 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 Several punches landed. All 6 Unit A officers perished. When Angie reached the blue-haired girl with twin tails, a huge blood hole had pierced her chest. Vivian! Angie lifted the body of the blue-haired girl, tears of grief streaming continuously from his eyes. The pale face of the blue-haired girl faintly curved into a smile. Her lips moved. Although she no longer had the strength to make a sound, Angie still understood the girl's words. Boss, live on. I love you. His pupils dilated, his eyes losing their luster. The last officer of Unit A, the last person Angie truly cared about in this world, disappeared. He lowered his head, looking at the motionless girl in his arms. Angie felt as if his heart was being stabbed by countless needles. Ah, ah, ah. He wanted to say something, but his throat couldn't produce any sound. His trembling body, after a moment, became calm. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with blood-red color. Blood began to seep out of his body. After a few seconds, the blood on his body solidified, forming a layer of blood-red armor. The pure black strange warrior's sword also greedily absorbed Angie's blood, the blade becoming sharper and the volume of the sword rapidly expanding, the pure black color gradually transforming into a sinister black-red. Angie shifted his gaze. His emotionless crimson eyes slowly turned towards the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry slaughtering in the crowd. Thud! In the next instant, a huge crater erupted from the ground. Boom! The black-red blade cut through the air, creating a massive blood-red curtain that slashed towards the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. This slash was even faster than the speed of the Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. There was no time to dodge. The Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry could only raise both arms, the core in the chest crazily rotating, the massive nuclear energy quickly filling up all over the armor. Boom! A huge tremor, almost causing the entire Los Santos to experience a brief earthquake. After a single slash, in the center of the battlefield, a huge crater with a diameter of over 50 meters appeared. Many soldiers from the A-Corps and alloy armored warriors from the Hanging Wall Gang were engulfed in the aftermath of this strike, losing their lives. At the deepest part of the crater, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry fell to the ground, seriously injured, with multiple damages appearing on the entire Meteor 17 nuclear-powered armor. With eyes crimson as if blood could seep out, holding a black and red warblade, Angie stepped forward step by step. Die! 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 He unconsciously repeated a word. Just when he was less than 10 meters away from the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry. Activate deicide mode. The fallen Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry coldly uttered a few words. Clang! At his chest, the rotating black core suddenly stopped. Bang! The next second, the core actually exploded. The massive energy began to overflow uncontrollably, filling the Meteor 17 nuclear-powered armor. The fractures on the gray armor were instantly restored to their original state. The black light that originally existed only above the energy core in the chest, at this moment, began to wrap around the entire Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry. Standing up, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry reached out and opened the spatial storage system. A huge mechanical heavy sword slowly floated out of the spatial storage system. This was the Godslayer Star Steel Heavy Sword, the weapon of the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry. Having been fighting barehanded all along, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry in its normal form probably only exerted about 50% of its strength. The real deathmatch was just beginning now. In the huge crater, two figures, one gray and one blood-red, collided again. After a fierce battle lasting 2 hours, the land above the northern suburbs of Los Santos was in a completely destroyed state, filled with huge craters and cracks everywhere. On the battlefield, besides the two figures in blood-red and dark gray, there were no other living creatures. Exhausted, Angie, who had no strength left, knelt down on one knee. Holding the black and red giant blade, he barely supported his almost shattered body. On the other hand, the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry was in an extremely dire state as well. Left arm broken, right leg missing. A huge gash at the waist kept oozing blood outward. He walked step by step towards Angie, seemingly wanting to end this battle. But, when he reached Angie, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Seeing this, the blood-red armor all over Angie quickly disappeared. In his crimson eyes, a hint of clarity returned. Mixed with tears of blood, he kept flowing. Yak, Elikos, Irvin, Xiaoxia, Mika. Vivian. I have avenged you all. With a slight recovery of strength, Angie propped himself up, swaying unsteadily to stand upright. Just when he thought this battle was finally over, 19 Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry had already surrounded him at some point. At this moment, he realized how terrifying the existence he had challenged was, as the opponent had only treated him as a toy from start to finish. He. Angie laughed in despair. The next moment, puff, the laughter abruptly stopped. A Godslayer Star Steel heavy sword pierced through his body. In the anti-aircraft bunker, the leader of the Joy-Flying car gang had long been shocked by this inhuman battle, and was now staring blankly, holding a mop in his hand. The legendary mercenary group A Corps has been annihilated under your command. You have completed the 7-star Ultimate Death Challenge mission, Crush the A Corps. Reward obtained, equipment Blood-Weeping Strange Sword, quality, legendary. In front of him, the prompt panel for completing the mission popped up, declaring Lin Chen's complete victory in this battle. However, due to the death of a god-slaying nuclear-powered infantryman, a sense of unease surged in Lin Chen's heart once again. He immediately activated the recruiting cheat and attempted to recruit again. Recruiting cheat level 1 recruitment, $10 each time level 2 recruitment, $100 each time level 3 recruitment, $1,000 each time level 4 recruitment, $10,000 each time. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million each time current balance, $60650520. Not long ago, recruiting 20 godslaying nuclear-powered infantrymen cost a whopping $20 million. Now, with only $60 million left in his account, Lin Chen thought for a moment and recruited another 10 godslaying nuclear-powered infantrymen. With the remaining $50 million, he decided to use it all for the highest level of 7th-tier recruitment. With a thought, neon-colored technological armor, light blue translucent cloak, shimmering purple cross-shaped mask, and a sword blade radiating with mysterious colors like glass appeared before Lin Chen. In front of Lin Chen, 5 7th-tier recruits worth millions appeared. Cost $10 million, successfully recruited, Cybernetic Mechanical Sword Saint. Cybernetic Mechanical Sword Saint physique, divine level, far beyond human category, armor, planet-level power battle armor, dark matter energy cloak, GPT-20 artificial intelligence combat assistance system, underworld alloy mechanical transformation module weapon, star-slaying dark blade, cosmic warship level energy emission cannon special ability, form transformation, human form / mechanical form, mechanical ascension. Combat experience, world-destroying level, cybernetic mechanical sword saint. Wow! Directly ascending to a mechanical form from a weak physical body, right? Glancing at the 5 cybernetic mechanical sword saints in front of him, Lin Chen felt much more secure. Just as he was about to recall the 19 god-slaying nuclear-powered infantrymen outside the air defense cave and proceed to the next step to complete the side mission, brushing for experience and game cards. On the monitoring screen, a man in a black aura suit suddenly appeared. The man in the suit spoke loudly towards the direction of the air defense cave. Leader of the Hanging Wall Gang, I come on behalf of the general and wish to borrow the corpse of the A Corps leader Angie. Do you have any objections, General? Lin Chen was suddenly stunned, sensing the taste of the game's behind-the-scenes boss. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen communicated with the man in the suit through the public address system inside the air defense cave. If you want to take away this corpse, you need to answer a few questions for me. The man in the suit nodded. Okay, go ahead. Lin Chen asked first, who is this general you mentioned? The man in the suit replied, the general is the master of the city of Los Santos, the will of this city of crime. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and continued, "Since the general is the master of this city, would he have any objections to my various actions in this city?" The man in the suit said, "The general has set rules, he will not interfere in the struggles between underground forces." Lin Chen smiled, paused for a moment, and asked again, "Now, the underground forces of Los Santos have been completely wiped out by me. If I were to take action on the surface, occupy the entire Los Santos, how would the general react?" The man in the suit fell silent at the question. After a while, he gave a vague answer, "Above this Los Santos, the general does not oppose any criminal activities. However, when a criminal has the intention to commit a crime, they must be prepared to accept the corresponding punishment. This is also the most important rule of the crime city of Los Santos." Lin Chen smiled after hearing the man in the suit's response. Through their conversation, he had basically confirmed that if he proceeded with the original plan, he would start invading and occupying the entire Los Santos. In the upcoming game process, the opponent he would face would be this general. He estimated that as long as he started to destroy Los Santos to a certain extent, the general would intervene to stop him. At present, there were two remaining doubts. One was the relationship between Los Santos and the general, or why the general wanted to turn Los Santos into a crime city like it is now. Since he was the owner of Los Santos, there must be a purpose for the general to let the city become this crime-infested place. The second doubt was how strong the power the general held was. This question was crucial to whether Lin Chen could defeat this behind-the-scenes boss and earn generous game rewards. Currently, the information he knew about the general was too scarce. Although he didn't think this so-called general could compete with his cheating self, just to be safe, he felt he should search for some reliable information in the city later. Seeing Lin Chen silent for a while, the man in the suit asked, "Are you done asking? If you are, I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, he lifted Angie's body. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "I'm done asking. Let's go. Give my regards to the general, wish him all the best, have a son soon, live long and prosper, sturdy but not firm." Without paying attention to Lin Chen's words, the man in the suit turned around, secretly relieved. He had been watching the battle between the A-Corps leader Angie and the 19 terrifying Divine Slayer nuclear-powered infantry from a distance. As one of the top 5 combat powers under the general, he acknowledged that his strength might surpass Angie's to some extent, but not by much. Facing 19 terrifying Divine Slayer nuclear-powered infantry, if a real fight broke out, not only would he fail to complete the general's assigned task, but he might also end up buried here. The strength of this hanging wall gang is too terrifying. If they really want to snatch Los Santos from the general might really be in danger. Fortunately, Angie's body has been successfully recovered. Next, the man in the suit's thoughts surged, just about to speed up and leave. Boom! 19 nuclear beams suddenly erupted simultaneously. The massive energy explosion instantly engulfed the man in the suit. Knowing that the general would be the next enemy, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't show mercy to the general's people, let alone let the general get Angie's body as he wished. Although he didn't know the specific purpose of the general wanting this body, Lin Chen could imagine that the general's subsequent strategy would become much more challenging after obtaining this body. Therefore, he deliberately pretended not to care about the whereabouts of Angie's body, and then, when the man in the suit relaxed his guard, he unhesitatingly issued the attack command. After an extremely violent explosion, the man in the suit's clothes were torn to shreds, but he did not die. Thick black smoke enveloped his body, protecting him. However, Angie's body was not so lucky. In the intense explosion just now, Angie's body had been blown into crushed charcoal. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, the man in the suit looked angrily towards the direction of the anti-aircraft bunker and roared, "Bastard, you are not honest." Lin Chen chuckled at his words, "Being honest in this damn crime city with criminals? What were you thinking? Ha ha ha. Get rid of him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 19 Divine Slayer nuclear-powered infantry in God Slayer mode rushed forward. "The general will kill you." A burst of black energy enveloped the man in a suit as he roared in anger and prepared to fight. Before long, another body lay on the already ruined land in the northern outskirts. "You have killed the subordinate of the Lord of Los Santos, the general. You have triggered the world's highest hidden mission, Origin of Sin, mission level, 8 stars. Mission content, death is approaching, survive." After killing the man in the suit, Lin Chen triggered the mission once again. At this point, the inevitable battle with the general was looming. This was the battle Lin Chen had been anticipating. What he needed to do next was to prepare as much as possible before the battle officially began. First, he recruited a large number of cheap street thugs and mercenaries. Over the next few days, these street thugs and mercenaries went on a frenzy, collecting money from the underground areas of Los Santos that were controlled by the gangs, including the assets of small and medium-sized gangs. the treasuries of the three major collapsed gangs, and even selling off many fixed assets for cash. Next, Lin Chen began dispatching alloy armored soldiers and future tech warriors to sweep through the legitimate industries in the city of Los Santos. This included but was not limited to jewelry stores, gold shops, and banks. As funds continued to flow in, Lin Chen quickly completed one side mission after another. You triggered and completed a 3-star side mission, robbery of the Wilder jewelry store. Reward, 110 experience points, 11,000 game points. You triggered and completed a 4-star side mission, robbery of the Los Santos Federal Bank. Reward, 150 experience points, 15,000 game points. You triggered and completed a 1-star side mission, robbery of the East Bridge District Pizza Shop. Reward, 13 experience points, 1,300 game points. During this process, although the security forces and military of Los Santos tried their best to stop Lin Chen, they no longer posed a threat to him. By casually sending out 2 Divine Core-powered infantrymen, he could wipe out the security forces and military teams. In addition, Lin Chen invited the heads of the 3 major families and a group of high-ranking officials from Los Santos to a friendly talk in the air raid shelter. Through this conversation, Lin Chen sporadically obtained some information about the general. Firstly, the general and his subordinates were not ordinary people. They were practitioners of a discipline called sin repairers. This practice of sin repairers seemed to rely on absorbing the sins generated by others to enhance their cultivation. Lin Chen speculated that this was probably the main reason why the general wanted to turn Los Santos into a city of crime. The entire city was the cultivation formation of the general and his subordinates. Secondly, among the people Lin Chen talked to, some claimed to have seen the general. However, in their descriptions, the appearances of the generals they saw seemed completely different. This indicated that the general likely had the ability to change his appearance. Another possibility was that the general was not a single person but a code name used by multiple people. Based on his encounter with the man in the suit earlier, Lin Chen felt that the name the general clearly referred to a specific target, so the former possibility was more likely. The friends in Los Santos treated Lin Chen very warmly. After the conversation, facing countless dark gun barrels, they insisted on giving their savings to Lin Chen. After much refusal, Lin Chen reluctantly accepted, and the balance in his account increased by a large sum. Compared to Lin Chen's bold actions, the sight of the general remained as silent as a sunken ship, without any movement. Even if Lin Chen causes a big commotion in the holy capital, the general seems to have no intention of coming forward or sending someone to intervene. What is the other party waiting for? In the air defense bunker, as Lin Chen saw time passing day by day, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The time in the game cartridge world is interconnected with the time in the real world. In the real world, Lin Chen not only has to face the countdown to the college entrance examination but also an uncertain fate with his father. Everything was going smoothly according to plan for Lin Chen, but now he has become the anxious one. Vaguely, Lin Chen guessed at a possibility. Could it be that the reason the other party is not in a hurry is because the current situation is exactly what the general needs? Right. The resources for cultivation that the general's sin cultivators need are inherently sinful. The robbery and killing I am doing in the holy capital undoubtedly provide the other party with a large amount of sin. Not only now, but ever since entering the holy capital, my actions have brought a lot of sin to this city. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but shudder. He thought of a terrifying possibility, one that he was extremely unwilling to believe. However, as he thought more along these lines, he found it increasingly reasonable. Moreover, Lin Chen also noticed a very important doubt. Something is wrong, something is very wrong. The battle between me and the A-Corps. Why can the general predict my victory and send someone in advance to retrieve the body of the A-Corps leader? My strength displayed before was clearly not a match for the A-Corps. How did he know? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. A face appeared in his mind in an instant. The leader of the flying car gang, Joey. In the air defense bunker, this man was the only one who had seen the Annihilation God nuclear-powered infantry in advance. Combined with the information obtained earlier, the general likely had the ability to change his appearance. At that time, the one who swooped into the air defense bunker was likely that general. Moreover, the fact that the general could predict in advance that Lin Chen would go to seize the leader of the flying car gang also indicated that he knew his own goal, indirectly confirming Lin Chen's terrifying idea. He had been in the game all along. Or rather, the essence of this game is that the player is a pawn, completing a move in the general's hands. The general fully understands the player's purpose in coming to this world. From a gaming perspective, he is the player, while the general, as the mastermind behind the holy capital, is like the GM, the manager of the game. He has been guiding his actions according to his own goals, in order to achieve what he wants as the manager. However, Lin Chen's piece on the board is too big. So big that it's a bit overwhelming for the entire board. Big enough to crush the person playing chess. If it were a normal player following the normal game process, there would be no conflict between the player and the general, and their interests would also be aligned. Although the general is the mastermind behind the scenes, he is not exactly the final boss. In this game, he is more like a neutral character with his own purpose. Even before killing the man in the suit, Lin Chen had no reason to go after the general. But after killing the man in the suit, the hidden mission was triggered. In order to obtain the reward for that 8-star mission, Lin Chen needed to find and take down the general. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He immediately gave the order to stop all his troops from destroying the holy capital, which could temporarily halt the generation of sin and reduce the cultivation efficiency of the general's group. Then, he immediately activated the cheat, recruiting 550 cybernetic sword saints with the $5 billion in his hands. Under the protection of the 550 cybernetic sword saints, Lin Chen entered the city of Los Santos and began searching for the leader of the racing gang, Joey. Arriving at the territory of the racing gang, Lin Chen caught a few gang members and inquired about Joey's whereabouts. Sure enough, ever since Lin Chen released Joey from the anti-aircraft bunker, Joey had not returned to the gang's territory. This confirmed Lin Chen's initial assumption. So, the question now is, where to find this general? If he has been guiding the player's actions from the beginning to the end, the most likely place for the general to exist. In Lin Chen's mind, scenes from the game kept flashing. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen appeared in the East Bridge district of Los Santos, outside Cousin Sonia's 2-story villa. Pushing the door and entering the courtyard, Cousin Sonia was barbecuing with a few henchmen on the lawn. Seeing Lin Chen's arrival, Cousin Sonia immediately stood up with open arms. "My dear cousin, haven't seen you in days. How have you been in Los Santos? The situation has been a bit chaotic recently, you better not wander around." However, Lin Chen stepped back, not embracing Sonia. He smiled faintly and asked, "Cousin, I have a question for you." Sonia, feeling a bit awkward, put down the bottle of beer on the table and said with a smile, "Ask, what don't you understand about this city?" "Lin Chen, what is your cousin's name?" In an instant, Sonia's smile froze on his face. Lin Chen pulled a chair, picked up a skewer of grilled meat from the plate, tasted it, and sat down with his legs crossed. "General, stop pretending, let's have a good chat." Although Lin Chen's purpose was for the mission reward, he was equally curious about the general's true intentions. He faintly felt that what was hidden behind this either involved the worldview of this world or the essence of the existence of the cartridge world. Sonia's facial features changed. In the next moment, he transformed back into the taxi driver who had originally brought Lin Chen into Los Santos. Was this the true appearance of the general? Or were all these identities and appearances created and played by the general? The general stood up, surrounded by black energy, and smiled. "I must admit, you have truly surprised me. Among so many parallel worlds, you are the only outsider who has achieved this level. However, we are not beings from the same dimension, there is nothing to talk about. The sins you have brought are enough for me to complete the breaking the cage. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1, achieve your goal and leave this world. 2, I will personally send you away." In the courtyard, Sonia's many henchmen also changed their appearances. Black energy enveloped their bodies, and a fierce light appeared in their eyes, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. The information contained in the general's words was immense. However, the general seemed to have no intention of explaining this information, nor did he intend to give Lin Chen time to ponder slowly. As the general approached, ready to strike at any moment, the next question became simpler. In the game, who is stronger, the wall hanger or the GM? Generally speaking, it depends on the specific situation. But at least in this game, the wall hanger is a bit stronger. Die! The general roared, a surging black energy rushing forward, transforming into a demon-like figure charging towards Lin Chen. He was indeed a man of his word, he did what he said. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of light and shadow appeared. True to his word, the general died on his own accord. After the appearance of 550 cybernetic sword saints, there was only Lin Chen left in the entire courtyard, drinking and eating meat by the barbecue grill. The general was very strong, even stronger than the Divine Annihilator nuclear-powered infantry. If given enough time and enough sin, perhaps he could fight a cybernetic sword saint to a draw. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was running out of time and didn't plan to continue playing. Before dying, the general pointed a finger down, as if wanting to say something, but before the words came out, he burped. However, it didn't matter anymore, as Lin Chen's gains from this game were already plentiful. Killed the mastermind general behind the scenes in Los Santos. You have completed the highest hidden mission, Source of Sin reward. King Level Combat Skill Book, Master of Original Sin, Learning Level Restriction greater than or equal to LV20. You have achieved the hidden achievement, New King of Los Santos. All clearance rewards doubled. The next day, Lin Chen tried to complete as many side missions as possible in Los Santos, earning a large amount of experience points and game cards. At the same time, he also tried to send people out of Los Santos to explore other parts of the world. However, whether by air, water, or land, as soon as he approached the border of Los Santos, Lin Chen would receive a prompt that he couldn't leave the game area and would be blocked by an invisible barrier. He tried to bombard the barrier like in the Plants vs. Zombies world, but his attacks would penetrate the barrier directly, as if the barrier didn't exist. With most of the city's tasks completed and realizing he couldn't leave Los Santos to explore other parts of the world, Lin Chen went to the headquarters of the motorcycle gang and expressed his desire to become the leader of the gang. The gang members naturally didn't dare to disobey the new mastermind of Los Santos, and with just a few words from Lin Chen, he participated in a leadership handover ceremony, easily completing the game clearance requirements. You have cleared this game. You will receive double clearance rewards. The rewards are as follows: Game Card X500000 Experience 5000 Points Item, Improved Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion X1 Equipment, Dark Adamant Electromagnetic Power Armor, Quality, Epic, Elite Combat Skill Book, Blood Gathering Strike, Learning Level Restriction greater than or equal to LV20. Additional rewards obtained in the game include Game Card X285200 Experience 28520 Points Equipment, Crown of Sin, Quality, Epic, Equipment, Strange Blade Blood Crying, Quality, Legendary, King Level Combat Skill Book, Master of Original Sin, Learning Level Restriction greater than or equal to LV20. Rewards have been deposited into storage space. Mentally recite exit to return to the real world. Equipment Quality Sequence: Common, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythical. Combat Skill Book Quality Sequence: Beginner, Normal, Elite, King, War God. Seeing that there was nothing more worth exploring in the game, Lin Chen had a thought and mentally recited exit. His vision began to rise. Soon, Lin Chen's perspective reached high above Los Santos. Faintly, he saw thick black gas enveloping the entire city. In the next moment, the ocean where Los Santos was located began to churn. Beneath the sea, a terrifyingly huge baby's face unexpectedly swallowed the entire city in one gulp. As if devouring a delicious cookie, it grinned eerily. This horrifying scene made Lin Chen's scalp slightly tingle involuntarily. Suddenly, he remembered the meaning of the general pointing downward before his death. It turned out that the biggest secret of Los Santos was hidden under the sea. Lin Chen has been trying to explore beyond the city of Los Santos in search of a way to unravel the mysteries of this game world. He never expected that the key to unlocking the ultimate mystery of this world was hidden underwater. Apart from the most secretive worldview that remains unsolved, I have explored almost all the game content that can be explored, and the rewards I have earned are quite abundant, which is already very good. A slight sense of regret rose in his heart as Lin Chen comforted himself. The next moment, his figure completely disappeared from the game cartridge world. Exiting the current game cartridge world. Game points card credited. Remaining rewards have been deposited into your storage space, gaining experience points. Experience points acquired. Your level has increased to LV4, your level has increased to LV5, your level has increased to LV6, your level has increased to LV22. You have obtained a new skill slot. You have obtained a new skill slot. After exiting the game, the consecutive level up notifications left Lin Chen's head buzzing. His physical fitness began to improve at a remarkably fast pace. After a moment, it had already reached a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. Raising his wrist, Lin Chen looked at the bracelet on his hand. Name, Lin Chen, level, LV22, 2500/3800, game points card, 339,2000 points. After this game that lasted for several days, Lin Chen's level had reached LV22. With this level, not to mention at school, even within the entire Cloud City, it was questionable if anyone could surpass Lin Chen. With his current level, even if he didn't have a single combat skill, he could instantly register as one of the most prominent esports players at the Esports Players Guild. Moreover, there would be plenty of esports teams and companies willing to pay a high price to recruit him. It could be said that after finishing this game, Lin Chen had become a top figure in this world. With over 3 million game points, he no longer had to worry about any financial issues. Awesome! Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief. Yay yay! On the balcony, the pea-shooter girl, seeing Lin Chen return, happily exclaimed. Feeling a bit urgent to urinate, Lin Chen stood up and watered the pea-shooter girl. Then, he glanced at the calendar. Currently, there were 6 days left until the college entrance examination. No time to rest. I have to increase my combat power first and save Dad. It's really troublesome. Otherwise, let him fend for himself. And it's been so many days already, maybe Dad has already passed away, Lin Chen thought as a filial son. However, after all, he was his own father. Although he hadn't seen him since crossing over and didn't have any emotional attachment, if he could save him symbolically, he should still do it. With a thought, Lin Chen opened his storage space. After a significant increase in level, Lin Chen's storage space had also become huge. In the vast space, only a few items were placed, making it look somewhat empty. Apart from the 2 remaining skill books, Advanced Botany and Summon Zombie, the other items in the storage space were the game rewards Lin Chen had obtained this time. These included a bottle of pink liquid, a set of armor, a samurai sword, a crown, and 2 skill books. Lin Chen picked up the bottle of pink liquid. Improved Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion effectively enhances one's physical strength. Although the potion's effects have been weakened after improvement, all side effects have been eliminated, so you can use it with confidence. Seeing that it had no side effects and being not picky, Lin Chen decided to use it. Pick up the bottle, tilt your head back, and pour the pink liquid directly into your mouth. In an instant, his whole body tensed up, and the muscle cells in his body seemed to be fully activated, bursting with intense vitality. Although the increase in level brought about a noticeable improvement in Lin Chen's physical abilities, it was clearly not as strong as the effect of this potion. The enhancement brought about by leveling up was a more balanced enhancement in various aspects. This potion, on the other hand, focused more on strengthening muscle strength. The muscles all over his body visibly swelled, and even his height increased slightly. What was originally a symmetrical figure had become tall, strong, and filled with a sense of power in a moment. Burp. Feels good. After feeling his stiff body, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after a slight adjustment. Then, Lin Chen began to check the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. Equipment, Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor Quality, Epic Effect, after wearing, greatly enhances speed, explosiveness, strength, and has amazing defense. Introduction, Exclusive Battle Armor for Core Officers, made of rare dark alloy, equipped with a special electromagnetic core engine that can help the wearer unleash powerful strength. The tight-fitting design is also very convenient for movement. Usage restriction, level greater than or equal to LV15. Equipment, Crown of Sin Quality, Epic Effect, after wearing, you will bear the responsibility of the entire city of Los Santos, greatly enhancing the power of all damaging skills. Introduction, the crown of the Underground King of Los Santos, to wear its crown is to bear its weight. Are you ready to bear all the sins? Usage restriction, wearer must have low moral sense. Equipment, Strange Blade Weeping Blood Quality, Legendary Effect, a powerful abnormal level weapon that can greatly enhance the user's combat power. In battle, this weapon can also absorb the blood of enemies or wielders, evolving into a more powerful killing form. Introduction, legend has it that in a destroyed island nation, a blade stood on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No one knew the reason for the destruction of this island nation until one day. Someone saw this blade pierce into a person's abdomen out of thin air, sucking blood. Usage restriction, level greater than or equal to LV20. An epic armor set, an epic headpiece, and a legendary weapon. All 3 pieces of equipment are very practical, and the strength of the equipment is also very impressive. Although in this urban game, because equipment can be artificially crafted, its value is slightly lower than that of skill books. However, equipment above the epic level is basically only crafted by top-level high-level blacksmiths in the country, making it very rare. Therefore, epic level equipment is still quite valuable in the market, costing at least 500,000 to 600,000 game points for one piece. Legendary equipment is even rarer in the market and often needs to be obtained through participation in high-end auctions. Lin Chen put on the Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor and immediately felt a surge of powerful strength flowing through his body. With a slight force under his feet, he leaped out 7 to 8 meters. Holding the strange blade Weeping Blood, feeling the bloody taste and sense of power coming from the blade, Lin Chen waved the blade slightly. Buzz! A wave of air was immediately stirred up in front of him. These 2 pieces of equipment are undoubtedly excellent treasures. At the current stage, using them can greatly enhance Lin Chen's combat power. The only thing that made Lin Chen somewhat regretful was the epic headpiece, the Crown of Sin. In the last column of the equipment introduction information, there was a usage restriction. Usage restriction, wearer must have low moral sense. Lin Chen helplessly shrugged. As a person of high moral standing like me, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to use this equipment in this lifetime. I'll sell it when I come back. He tried to put on the Crown of Sin. Detected extremely low moral sense of equipment user. The effect of Crown of Sin will be amplified to a certain extent. Lin Chen. In any case, it's good that the equipment can be used. Lin Chen retrieved 3 pieces of equipment back into storage space, then took out the 2 skill books. 1 elite level, 1 king level. In this game city, elite level combat skill books can be sold for a sky-high price. King level combat skill books are even more rare. Even high-level professional gamers would go crazy for a king level combat skill book. King level combat skill books can already be called priceless treasures. And Lin Chen, in just one game, directly earned an elite level and a king level book. He tried to open the first book. Combat skill book, blood gathering / quality, elite level learning requirement, level greater than or equal to LV20 skill type, active damage skill effect, gather and burn a part of the body's blood to launch a powerful / skill damages related to the user's physical strength, blood quality blood gathering / is a powerful active damage skill. This type of skill is very practical in combat skills. Although the blood burning setting is a bit annoying, skills with greater restrictions often have more outstanding power. Lin Chen thought for a moment and directly learned this skill. As the skill book turned into light spots and flowed into his body, a prompt popped up. Ding! You have learned the skilled blood gathering / skill bar, 1/4, blood gathering / elite level. The initial skill bar only has 1 skill slot. It will unlock the second one at level 10 and the third one at level 20. But because Lin Chen had previously cracked the worldview of the Plants vs. Zombies world and gained an extra skill slot, he now has 1 more skill slot than others of the same level. After learning blood gathering / Lin Chen picked up another king level skill book. Combat skill book, Master of Original Sin quality, king level learning requirement, level greater than or equal to LV20 skill type, passive growth skill effect, control the power of your own sin, can be used to enhance attacks or overall increase your own combat power. After learning the skill, any of your criminal or unethical behavior will enhance your own power of sin. The king level combat skill Master of Original Sin gave Lin Chen a great surprise. This type of growth passive skill is undoubtedly the rarest and has the greatest potential among many combat skills. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately learned it. Ding! You have learned the skill Master of Original Sin skill bar, 2/4, blood gathering / elite level, Master of Original Sin, king level. For skill slots were barely half filled. Although he still had 2 skill books in hand, the ordinary summon zombie and life skill advanced botany were not significant to him, so he did not plan to learn and use them. After inspecting the obtained equipment and learning the skills, Lin Chen immediately began his plan to save Big Daddy Lin Yuan. He picked up his phone and glanced at it briefly. There were over a dozen missed calls. Most of them were from Lu Shou. A few were from the school. There was no call from his mom. It seems she has not come out of the cartridge world yet. In addition to the calls, there were 2 text messages from 2 girls in the class asking him out. Obviously, Lin Chen's good grades in the final exam had increased his attractiveness to the opposite sex. Which one should I go out with first? Realizing his thoughts were drifting off track again, Lin Chen quickly patted his own cheek. The current situation is urgent. It's not suitable to talk about love. Big Daddy should be the priority. Ignoring the missed calls and messages, Lin Chen immediately called back the number that his father had called from, only to receive a response that the number was temporarily unreachable. On his father's end, perhaps fearing being tracked, he had removed the SIM card from his phone after making the call, maybe even throwing away the phone. What should I do? Lin Chen thought, deciding to go directly to the service hall to check the location from which his father had called him. Putting on a mask and a hat, Lin Chen left the house. On the way, he planned to do some evil deeds to enhance the effect of his skill as the Master of Original Sin. As he descended the stairs, he saw someone piling garbage bags at the door. Evil flying kick. Lin Chen went up and kicked the garbage bag over, scattering trash all over the ground, including some tissues stained with golden and blood-red wings. Immediately, a black aura surged up. Lin Chen's power of sin increased slightly. Arriving downstairs, he saw 2 small dogs in the neighborhood playing. Evil roar. Lin Chen quietly approached and let out a howl. The dog above was scared and shrank back. Another wisp of black aura surged up. Lin Chen's power of sin strengthened once again. Walking to the street, he saw an old lady slowly crossing the road with a cane. After about 5 minutes, he finally reached the other side of the road. Lin Chen went up, lifted the old lady, and brought her back to the starting point, shouting, "Evil demon swap." The old lady was dumbfounded. The black aura on Lin Chen's body surged wildly, and the power of sin strengthened again. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at a nearby service hall and successfully obtained the address from which his father had made the last call. For ordinary people, it would not be easy to obtain such private information. However, Lin Chen was not an ordinary person now. His level had reached LV22, perhaps even higher than the level of the Lord of Yun City. In this game city where social status is determined by level, the convenience brought by a high level is almost ubiquitous in every corner. Those high-level esports players certified by the authorities even have a certain number of accidental kill quotas every year. Huai City, Old Town in the East. Following the address he received, Lin Chen immediately booked a flight for that night. To avoid unnecessary trouble, before returning to the neighborhood, Lin Chen also bought a white-haired head cover and a pair of large framed glasses for a second disguise, pretending to be an old man walking unsteadily as he entered the neighborhood. Unexpectedly, not long after he returned home, there was an immediate knock on the door. Looking through the peephole, several people in black were standing outside. The leader was the woman who had broken into Lin Chen's house a few days ago. "Hello, we are from the Investigation Bureau and would like to ask you some questions," the woman said as she knocked on the door. It seems that this group has been secretly monitoring the people entering and leaving this building. Lin Chen immediately realized, but he remained calm. With his current strength, he could probably rank in the upper middle level even in the entire esports circle of Dixia. These little lackeys sent out to search for people posed no threat to him. So, Lin Chen put on a wide coat to conceal his strong muscles. Then, he smiled and opened the door, wearing the white-haired head cover on his head and the large framed glasses covering half of his face, lowering his voice and hunching his back, saying, "Hey, what's the matter, young lady?" Hearing Lin Chen's address, the woman in black couldn't help but twitch her face, but still smiled and said, "Sir, we are from the Investigation Bureau. Due to an important case, we conducted a check on all the residents of this building a few days ago. Since you were not here at that time, we didn't get to ask you. Today, we need your cooperation to make a statement." Speaking, she took out a fake ID and waved it in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen scratched his head under the wig, raised his hands in surrender and said, "Oh my. I'm just a law-abiding citizen. Feel free to ask me anything. I will definitely cooperate." Looking at the old man in front of her, the woman in black felt a bit strange, but she didn't think much of it at the moment. After a cough, she pretended to take out a notebook and asked while writing, "Do you know the person living next to you?" Old man Lin Chen nodded. "Of course, isn't it that handsome, elegant, dignified, well-mannered, handsome, tall and strong, handsome and charming young man Lin Chen?" Woman in black. "Woman in black, do you know where he is?" "As far as we know, Lin Chen has been missing for half a month now, and both the school and parents are frantic. If you have any information, please tell me. Let me think." Old man Lin Chen looked pensive. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. After a while, he suddenly shouted. This shout came suddenly and fiercely. It gave all the people in black a shiver. "Have you figured it out?" The woman in black, ignoring her loosened belt due to being scared, hurriedly asked. Old man Lin Chen nodded. "I remember, some time ago, he seemed to have encountered something and said he wanted to find a place to hide." The woman in black, seeing a chance to get information, immediately brightened up and asked eagerly, "Did he say where he was going to hide?" The old man furrowed his brow, made an effort to remember, and then suddenly said, "Right. It seems he said he was going to hide above Shijialing on Binyang Road East. Go there and search thoroughly. It's best to bring a shovel." "Great. Thank you so much." The woman, who had not expected much, suddenly showed a delighted expression. After thanking old man Lin Chen, she immediately led her people towards Binyang Road East Shijialing. Watching the backs of the hurried group leaving, Lin Chen nodded approvingly. Such responsible comrades. Back in the house, he lay on the sofa and started watching a comedy show. Over an hour later, there was another knock on the door. Seeing the woman in black returning with a group of subordinates, her face pale, Lin Chen quickly opened the door and asked with concern, "How did it go, young lady? Have you found him?" The woman in black gritted her teeth and said, "Sir, the address you gave me seems to be a cemetery?" Lin Chen scratched his head. "Huh? Did that kid Lin Chen go live in a cemetery? This kid is too bold. I haven't even bought this haunted house yet, and he's already taken a direct step." The woman in black was speechless, suppressing her anger. She continued, "Think again, did you make a mistake? We went to Shijialing, but didn't find Lin Chen." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen once again looked pensive, and after a moment, he widened his eyes. "Oh, I think I made a mistake." He should have said the factory at 22, Jinxiang Road in the eastern suburbs of Yuncheng. "Think again, are you sure?" "I'm sure. I guarantee with my wig, it must be there." With the exact answer, the woman in black calmed down a bit. Without further ado, she directly led her team towards the factory at 22, Jinxiang Road in the eastern suburbs of Yuncheng. Lin Chen went back to the house and continued watching TV. Another hour passed. Lin Chen saw that it was almost time to go to the airport. He was getting ready to leave. The woman in black returned with her team and knocked on the door again. As soon as Lin Chen opened the door, he immediately pinched his nose. "What's that smell? It stinks." The woman in black, barely restraining the urge to punch Lin Chen in the face, had an extremely dark expression, with fire in her eyes as she said, "Are you playing with us? Is the address you gave me a septic tank? I'm telling you, if you keep interfering with the investigation, you will be legally responsible." Lin Chen saw the black-clothed woman getting anxious, and stopped talking nonsense, smiling and saying, "Miss, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's mainly because your investigation process is not correct." The black-clothed woman was taken aback. "Just by showing an ID, how can I be sure that you are from the investigation team? If I give you the information just like that, what if you were some kind of perverted female sex demon, harming that handsome, elegant, dignified, handsome, charming, tall and mighty, handsome and compelling young man Lin Chen? You at least have to show me your identity bracelet. If the information on the identity bracelet matches the information on your ID, then I can confirm that you are from the investigation team," Lin Chen said firmly. The black-clothed woman thought for a moment and felt that there was some truth to it. Moreover, the fake ID she forged used her real name, so she was not afraid of comparing it with the identity bracelet. So, she showed her bracelet to Lin Chen and impatiently said, "Look. After looking, you better give me an explanation." Name, Song Xiaoxiao, level, LV12, 77/1250, game points, 58,050 points. After confirming that the other party's level was much lower than her own, Lin Chen finally relaxed. "You want an explanation, right?" In front of the black-clothed people, he directly took off his hood and glasses. Then, under the stunned gaze of the black-clothed people, smack! A big slap directly hit the black-clothed woman's face. Seeing the black-clothed woman spinning and flying out, Lin Chen sneered, "A level 12 pervert. What do you want with your dad?" Boom! Seeing their leader suddenly flying out like a spinning top, hitting the wall and spitting blood, the black-clothed people were extremely shocked and stood dumbfounded for a moment. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't stand still and wait for them to react slowly. Bang! Another punch, hitting the nearest black-clothed person, directly twisting his neck and killing him. Bang! Boom! Turning sideways, another kick. The black-clothed person next to him was kicked hard against the wall. The tremendous force caused the wall to dent. The black-clothed person was embedded in the large dent in the wall. In an instant, 3 people fell, and the remaining black-clothed people finally regained their senses. Kill him. Someone overcame their fear, roared and rushed towards Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen punched his chest, causing it to collapse and his heart to rupture. Some people recognized the gap in strength and chose to escape. Boom! Lin Chen kicked him in the head, embedding it in the wall. Without fancy techniques, Lin Chen only used pure strength and speed. At level 22, Lin Chen's physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. After drinking a bottle of Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion, his physical fitness surpassed the current level standards. Even without using skill equipment, Lin Chen easily dealt with this group of small fry whose highest level was only LV12. In just a few tens of seconds, the group of black-clothed people were all killed. Thick black energy surged into Lin Chen's body during this process. Killing clearly increased his sin power more than committing minor crimes like helping old ladies cross the street. The black energy lingered, and he tried to greatly increase the sin power and apply it to himself. In an instant, a more intense sense of power surged up. Strengthening himself, amplifying skill moves, these are the 2 main uses of sin power. With a slight shake of his hand, the black energy all over his body dissipated. Lin Chen stored the bodies of the black-clothed men in the storage space, quickly cleaned up the scene, and then immediately set off for the airport to catch his flight. He wasn't worried about the consequences of slaughtering a group of black-clothed men because conventional laws did not apply to esports players. Although he had not yet become an officially certified esports player, his super high level at LV22 spoke for itself. The relevant laws and regulations would not treat him as an ordinary civilian. Once categorized as an esports player, committing crimes like killing a few people wouldn't be considered a big deal as long as the perpetrator could prove it was in self-defense. At most, a fine would settle the matter. Although each country had law enforcement organizations for esports players, as long as things didn't get too out of hand, these organizations tended to turn a blind eye to disputes among esports players. Most of the time, they would let the forces behind the esports players negotiate and resolve issues on their own. In general, the world of esports players was a more ruthless and strength-oriented world. Boarding the flight to Hawaii City, Lin Chen lay comfortably in the spacious and comfortable first-class seat, leisurely crossing his legs. "Sir, would you like a drink?" A beautiful flight attendant with fair skin and long legs came over with a smile. Lin Chen asked, "Do you have children's beer tea?" The flight attendant was puzzled and shook her head. "What is that? A beverage?" Lin Chen explained, "Children's beer tea, a beer specifically for children to drink." The flight attendant smiled, "I'm sorry, we don't have that." Is there something else you'd like to drink? Lin Chen asked. What other options are there? The flight attendant maintained her smile. Soft drinks, adult beverages, various freshly squeezed fruit juices. Lin Chen nodded. Do you have fruit juice? Okay, then give me a cup of durian juice. The flight attendant. The flight attendant struggled to keep her smile. Other passengers on the plane can't stand that. I'm really sorry, we don't have durian juice either. Lin Chen was a bit unhappy with the lack of options and said, well, forget about drinks then. Just get me some food. The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, what would you like to eat? Lin Chen thought for a moment. I heard there's something called body sushi in foreign countries, where various foods are placed on a young girl's body. The flight attendant's mouth twitched. Can you ask for something that doesn't offend morals or break the law? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Okay, then just bring me whatever food and drink you have. This first-class cabin is a disappointment. There's nothing here. It's really frustrating. This plane is so disappointing. Alright, please wait a moment. The flight attendant walked away gritting her teeth. In this world, airplanes generally have 3 cabin classes. The first is the cheapest economy class. The second is the slightly more expensive first-class cabin where Lin Chen was seated. And then there's the super-class cabin specifically designed for esports players. The super-class cabin is not something you can buy your way into. You must be an officially certified esports player to use it. It is said that the service in the super-class cabin far exceeds that of the first-class cabin. No matter what you ask for, there's nothing here in the first-class cabin. I wonder what it's like in the super-class cabin. Lin Chen stroked his chin, feeling a bit curious. Seeing that the door at the front was not closed, Lin Chen stood up and tentatively headed towards the direction of the super-class cabin. Faintly, he heard the sounds of men and women coming from that direction. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen quietly returned, swallowed and praised. Truly deserving of the super-class cabin, they really can go above and beyond. After the college entrance exam, I will definitely get certified by the Esports Players Union. I want to be an esports player too. I want to sit in the super-class cabin too. 2 hours later, when Lin Chen arrived in Huai City, it was already late at night. Let's find a place to stay first, and then go to the old town in the east tomorrow to gather information about Dad, Lin Chen planned. Considering the other party's powerful influence, which might be monitoring the accommodation records in Huai City, Lin Chen decided not to stay in a regular hotel. He went to a small alley in the commercial district near the airport, waved to a woman dressed provocatively and smoking on the street, and asked, "How much for the night?" The woman glanced at Lin Chen and yawned, saying, 500 credits, you look pretty energetic, so I'll give you a discount, 400. Lin Chen asked, do you have a place? The woman smiled, yes, follow me. Following the woman, Lin Chen walked into the depths of the alley. Just a few steps in, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Son! Lin Chen turned around and saw a blonde woman dressed provocatively, but with thick and long leg hair, very eye-catching. Realizing that this woman was calling him, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. The next second, the blonde woman took off her headscarf, revealing a head of black hair, and her handsome angular face was fully displayed in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Dad? The person dressed as a streetwalker turned out to be his father, Lin Yuan. Meeting his son in this state, Lin Yuan was also embarrassed. Lin Chen clenched his fists, almost heartbroken and on the verge of tears. Damn it! I'm too late. Dad, tell me. Who could be so ruthless to turn you into this and make you do such things on the street? It's okay, Dad, you don't need to feel ashamed. Even if my uncle is no longer here, you will always be my father. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly adjusted his crotch. No, son, you've misunderstood. My brother is still around. I dressed like this voluntarily. Lin Chen was taken aback. So, I rushed all the way here to save you in a hurry, but you're here playing cross-dressing cosplay? It's a long story. Lin Yuan twitched his mouth, waved his hand and said in a low voice, come, follow me, it's not safe on the street. Sending away the woman beside him, Lin Chen followed Lin Yuan into a dark room in the alley. Turning on the light switch, a faint light appeared in the dim and narrow room. Lin Yuan took off the women's clothing on him, washed off the makeup on his face, and frowned at Lin Chen. How did you end up here? Didn't I tell you to find a safe place to hide? Lin Chen smiled. Well, I can't just stand by and watch my own father in danger, right? Lin Yuan sighed, still looking reproachful, but the moisture in his eyes couldn't hide his inner emotions. He asked in a low voice, son, where's your mother? Lin Chen shook his head. She hasn't contacted me. She should still be in the tape world. What's the situation on your end? How did you get into such big trouble? Who did you offend? Lin Yuan sighed heavily again and roughly explained the situation to Lin Chen. Lin Yuan had offended the top 10 esports club in Huai City, the Three Eyes Club. The incident began 6 months ago when the Three Eyes Club commissioned Lin Yuan to excavate a relic. At that time, Lin Yuan successfully excavated the club's target, which was an ancient game cartridge. With his high-level archaeological skills, Lin Yuan identified the immense value of this cartridge. However, this type of cartridge needed to be collected in multiple pieces to reveal its value. Before being assembled, it was essentially worthless and couldn't be verified for authenticity. So, at the final handover, Lin Yuan played a trick and handed over a counterfeit he had forged, while keeping the genuine item hidden at home, waiting for the right moment to make a move. Initially, the members of the Three Eyes Club did not notice anything unusual about this counterfeit cartridge, but somehow, 6 months later, they suddenly approached Lin Yuan again, demanding the genuine ancient game cartridge and bringing him to Huai City. How could Lin Yuan dare to defy the Three Eyes Club? So, he handed over another counterfeit he had forged. Taking advantage of the gap in time for the Three Eyes Club to verify the authenticity of the cartridge, he seized an opportunity to escape from the club's supervision. Then, he made that call to Lin Chen and went into hiding in Huai City. Lin Chen was somewhat stunned by what he heard. He had thought his old man was purely a victim of the oppression from this esports club. But hearing the whole story, Lin Chen couldn't help but comment sincerely, "Dad, you really deserve to die." Lin Yuan's face darkened. "What kind of talk is that? Aren't you just seeking death? Risking the lives of our whole family for that cartridge, is it worth it? Moreover, the item originally belonged to someone else, why not just hand over the cartridge directly to them?" Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. However, Lin Yuan shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to hand it over, but I can't. The situation has developed to this point, handing over the cartridge now would be a dead end for us. Do you really think the esports club is that easy to deal with? After deceiving them and returning the item, do you think they would forgive me? If it were that simple, why would they have detained me in Huai City? Now, as long as they can't get their hands on that cartridge, we will be somewhat safe. If they do get it, my value will be gone, and they will have no qualms about coming after us." Lin Chen suddenly realized, but after a moment of thought, he couldn't help but say, "Then why didn't you just not deceive them in the first place? You were a respectable archaeologist, why engage in these deceitful acts?" Lin Yuan sighed with some regret. "I'm not deceiving them. Where did our high-end apartment in the upscale neighborhood come from? Where did our sports car come from? Where did your future wife come from?" A series of questions left Lin Chen stunned, and he stammered in response, Mom gave birth to her." Lin Yuan. Sighing, Lin Yuan continued, "And, your mom is a medical professional, earning well herself, and with some background in her family. If I don't earn enough, what dignity does a man have? What family status is there to speak of? Ah, you're still too young, you don't understand the hardships of an adult man." Lin Chen. Although Lin Yuan's explanation was logical and emotionally charged, it couldn't change the fact that he was at fault in this matter. Lin Chen had come here with the intention of seeking justice for his father. Unexpectedly, the conflict arose between them because his father had acted first. In less than half an hour, the image of his father as an upright intellectual and strict father in Lin Chen's mind was completely reversed. "Ah." Lin Chen sighed with complex emotions and then asked, "So, what's the meaning of dressing up like that and standing on the street?" Lin Yuan took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said, "I have a friend who is an information dealer. From him, I learned that the Three Eyes Club is not united internally, and the three founders have been engaged in internal struggles. Besides the boss who previously entrusted me, the other two are not interested in the ancient game cartridges at all." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Chen vaguely guessed his intention, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Lin Yuan's next words confirmed his speculation, "So, as long as we get rid of that Mr. Zhang, the Three Eyes Club will have no reason to continue targeting us, and our whole family can truly escape from danger at its root." Goodness! Not only deceiving the esports club, but also, in the guise of a commoner, assassinating esports players? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss on how to evaluate his simple and honest old father. Lin Yuan continued, "Based on the information from my friend, I learned that Mr. Zhang has a small quirk. He comes to this alley to spend money a few times every year, just like those wealthy people who eat delicacies but occasionally taste coarse grains. Being immersed in high-end clubs all year round, Mr. Zhang inevitably wants to experience the local customs. Moreover, to save face, when he comes to the alley to spend money, he usually doesn't bring his subordinates and is almost defenseless when conducting business. At this moment, for me, it would undoubtedly be the best opportunity to strike." After listening to Lin Yuan's full explanation, Lin Chen finally understood why his father was cross-dressing in the alley. Although this behavior was still bizarre, at least it could be understood. Lin Chen sat down on the bed, glanced at his father, and asked, "So, do you plan to stake out here from now on?" Lin Yuan spread his hands helplessly and said, this is the best solution I can think of to solve the problem. Lin Chen scratched his head, but I have the college entrance exam in 5 days. Lin Yuan flicked the cigarette ash and pondered, without thinking, I know Mr. Zhang's men will ambush you at the entrance of the exam hall. If you can pass the esports line and get into the esports university, you will receive protection from the university, and you won't have to worry about being threatened by them again. By the way, how are your final exam results? Lin Chen replied, I ranked first in the grade. Lin Yuan kicked Lin Chen and said, get to the point, be serious. Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Lin Yuan thought he had performed poorly in the exams and hesitated to speak, then sighed, alright, don't go back to Cloud City for now. Tomorrow, I'll find you a place to stay in Huai City first, and then. Lin Chen interrupted Lin Yuan with a wave of his hand, asking, Dad, how strong is Mr. Zhang? Around level 20, probably not even level 20. Why are you asking this? Lin Chen said, I have a way to make Mr. Zhang forgive you. Lin Yuan let out a breath and patiently asked, go on. Burn more paper money for him. Seeing his son earnestly say these irrelevant words, Lin Yuan laughed in exasperation. The current problem is that he's not dead yet. Even if I burn paper money for him, he won't receive it. Lin Chen extended his wrist, showing his identity bracelet. Name, Lin Chen, level, LV22, 2500/3800, game points, 338,5000 points. Lin Yuan was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, leaned in to take a closer look. After a moment of silence, holy crap, my son! Lin Yuan exclaimed. Upon hearing that his father wanted to be self-sufficient, Lin Chen jokingly asked, should I go out first? Ignoring Lin Chen's banter, Lin Yuan excitedly said, what's going on? Son, how did you suddenly reach such a high level? Lin Chen truthfully replied, cheating. Lin Yuan widened his eyes. Could it be that you awakened some powerful gaming talent? Or did you have some extraordinary encounters during this time that I don't know about? Lin Chen. No, I just cheated. Lin Yuan patted Lin Chen's shoulder, unable to contain his laughter. It seems like my son has really grown up, having secrets that he can't share with his old man. Lin Chen, it's nothing, I've already said, it's just cheating. Lin Yuan sighed, it's okay, son, if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask more. The most important thing now is to deal with the threat from Boss Zhang's side. Lin Chen directly expressed his thoughts, you contact your informant friend again, get Boss Zhang's location information from him, I'll go take care of him, then you go home to find your wife, and I'll go home to find my mom, everyone will be happy. Lin Yuan still had some worries upon hearing this, although your level is higher than his, in terms of equipment skills and combat experience, you may not necessarily be stronger than him. How about we be more cautious and wait for him to come to this alley for consumption before we take him down? Lin Chen shook his head, he doesn't know my strength now, he's in the light, I'm in the dark, I can easily ambush him. He didn't want to waste any more time on this matter. With powerful equipment and skills, facing an enemy lower level than himself, Lin Chen was confident, of course. And, he still had a very twisted trump card. Seeing Lin Chen's decisive attitude, Lin Yuan no longer argued, immediately went to the door to use the public phone to contact the informant. Before long, he returned with a grin, what a heaven-sent opportunity. During this time, the Esports Union has assigned Boss Zhang a task to eliminate escaped data. The task location is in the eastern outskirts of Huai City. Boss Zhang should appear in the eastern outskirts in the next 2 days, and there shouldn't be many people with him. Escaped data refers to some data that should exist in the game cartridge world, but for some reason, has awakened self-awareness and broken through the limitations of the game cartridge world, appearing in the real world as characters or creatures. Due to the strong instability of escaped data, it can easily bring disasters to the real world. Therefore, upon discovering escaped data, the Esports Union often dispatches esports players to eliminate it as soon as possible. Lin Chen stood up upon hearing this, okay, I'll go directly to the ambush in the eastern outskirts. Lin Yuan nodded, I'll go with you. Lin Chen shook his head, you better stay here on the street, you won't be able to help, and you might become a threat to me. After some thought, Lin Yuan agreed, then you must be careful, don't force it. If there's no suitable opportunity, don't act first, let's come back and wait, worst case, we can both cross-dress together. Alright, contact me if there's new information. Imagining that scene, Lin Chen shuddered, pushed the door open, hailed a cab, and headed towards the eastern outskirts of Huai City. Although Huai City was more developed than Yun City, which only had a few esports clubs, it was still a third-tier city. In the eastern outskirts of Huai City, besides a town and a few villages, there were only vast wastelands. He entered a village in the central part of the eastern outskirts. Taking advantage of the early morning, Lin Chen slipped into a shack in the village and took a nap. The next day at dawn, Lin Chen was awakened by his phone ringing. Lin Yuan called to inform him, "Son, Boss Zhang has already left the Three Eyes Club headquarters and is currently heading towards the eastern outskirts. He only has 2 capable subordinates with him, their level should be around LV-15. He is riding in a black sedan, license plate number 9522. Son, be careful," Lin Yuan repeatedly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly became alert. "Okay, wait for my good news." He hung up the phone, opened his storage space, and put on the dark alloy electromagnetic power armor first. Then, he drew the strange blade blood cry. Lin Chen wielded the blade a few times, did a set of radio calisthenics, warmed up, and adjusted his physical condition to the best. Before long, a speeding black sedan zoomed past the main road. "Here it comes." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He exerted all his strength and sprinted after the sedan at full speed. The dark gold electromagnetic power armor provided him with a powerful speed boost. At full speed, his movement speed could reach 110 km per hour, not slower than a car at all. After chasing for a few minutes, the black sedan began to slow down, then suddenly came to a halt. Lin Chen immediately slowed down and crawled to hide in the barren land hundreds of meters away. 3 people got out of the black sedan. The leader was dressed in a magnificent knight armor, with a red gem shining in the center of the armor. This person should be Lin Chen's target, Boss Zhang. Behind him, the other 2 were men. One was tall, wearing a Roman-style bronze helmet. The other was slightly slender, wearing a robe and holding a black book in his hand. The 3 arrived at the edge of a lush forest, and Boss Zhang sneered, "Stop hiding. Come out and face your death." Before he finished speaking, the man in the robe behind Boss Zhang conjured a fireball in his hand. Boom! The tire-sized fireball exploded in the forest instantly. The fire spread rapidly. After a moment, a green figure rose from the forest. At the same time, a crisp female voice sounded, "Despicable humans. You've gone too far." Floating in the sky was an extremely beautiful woman. She had pointed ears and wings on her back, looking more like a species from a game, perhaps an elf. She should be the escaped Data. "This world is not where you belong." Boss Zhang sneered and without further ado, drew a large heavy sword from his storage space. Shadow slash. His figure flashed, and the next second, he was already in front of the green-clad elf. Buzz! A sword struck down fiercely. The green-clad elf waved her hand and conjured a thick tree trunk out of thin air to block it. Bang! The trunk shattered. Although she barely blocked the attack, the trunk seemed to have some connection with the green-clad elf. After the trunk was damaged, the green-clad elf's face turned pale. Turning around, the green-clad elf flapped her wings, trying to escape. Boom! Below, the man in the robe had already shot another fireball. The green-clad elf was very afraid of flames and quickly dodged. The tall man wearing the Roman-style bronze helmet drew a flying axe from the space, aimed at the direction where the green-clad elf was dodging, grinned, and was about to throw the axe. Plop! The next second, the flying axe fell to the ground. While the 3 were focused on dealing with the green-clad elf, Lin Chen had quietly approached. His blood-weeping blade pierced effortlessly through the chest of the tall man. Seeing this, Boss Zhang and the man in the robe were stunned. Without giving them a chance to react, Lin Chen maximized the efficiency of the dark gold electromagnetic power armor and dashed forward like a black lightning bolt. Light shield spell. Seeing Lin Chen charging towards him, the man in the robe hurriedly activated his magic skill. But before the light on his body could start to shimmer, a faint light shield was about to form. Plop! A slash. Lin Chen directly cut him in half. Absorbing the blood of the 2, the red radiance on the strange blade, blood weeping, shone brightly. Black energy also spread on Lin Chen, amplifying his power of sin. "I seem quite strong." Easily taking down the 2, Lin Chen's confidence grew. Smiling, he walked straight towards the final Boss Zhang. Legendary weapon. Sensing the terrifying power on the blade in Lin Chen's hand, Boss Zhang swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but step back and said, "What are your intentions, sir? I don't think I have wronged you, have I? What offends you, we can discuss." Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words and activated his own power of sin. A black aura instantly covered his whole body. With the blessing of the black aura, Lin Chen's combat ability once again increased by a notch. Swish! A shadow of black smoke shot straight towards Boss Zhang. Bang! Boom! Boss Zhang barely blocked the attack with a heavy sword and his body burst back. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation and he was not the opponent of the other party, Boss Zhang quickly took advantage of the distance opened up by his retreat and took out a bunch of talismans from his storage space. With a thought, the talisman burned, and in the next instant, 2 teleportation arrays appeared beside Boss Zhang. Above the arrays, energy surged. After a moment, 2 figures appeared. One of them was dressed in cowboy attire, with a revolver emitting a reddish-black light at his waist. The other figure held a sword in both hands, with a stern face. "What's going on, old Zhang? Why did you use such a precious teleportation talisman?" The man in cowboy attire looked puzzled and surveyed the surroundings. The man with the twin swords, upon appearing, immediately fixed his gaze on Lin Chen and assumed a focused combat stance. Lin Chen had learned some information about the Three Eyes Club from his father Lin Yuan before, so naturally, he could tell that the two people who arrived here through the teleportation array were the other two founders of the Three Eyes Club. Seeing the three of them facing him and assuming a defensive stance, Lin Chen couldn't help but be puzzled. "The three of you have been in internal strife all along, with a very poor relationship, right?" Knight's Blessing. A flash of light appeared in Boss Zhang's left hand, and three enhancements simultaneously appeared on the three people. He sneered, "Without bait, how can we lure out rotten fish like you with ill intentions?" Aggregated bullets. The cowboy man drew his gun, and a reddish-black energy gathered at the muzzle. "Although I'm not sure of the specifics, let's just take him out first, and then you can explain slowly, old Zhang." The man with the twin swords also had energy fluctuations at his feet, indicating that he had activated some kind of skill. The three members of the Three Eyes Club were all around level 20, especially the man with the twin swords, who was said to have reached level 22, the same level as Lin Chen. With his current state, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Chen to win against the three of them alone. Even trying to escape safely would pose a certain danger. However, I didn't plan to use this so soon. Lin Chen sighed and reached into his storage space to retrieve the last piece of equipment. It was a crown. The Crown of Sin. Equipment, Crown of Sin, quality, epic, effect. When worn, you will bear the burden of all the sins of the city of Los Santos, greatly enhancing the power of all damaging skills. Introduction, the crown of the underground king of Los Santos. To wear its crown is to bear its weight. Are you ready to bear all the sins? Usage restriction, wearer must have low moral sense. Looking at this equipment alone, it wasn't particularly strong. This equipment had only one main effect, which was to enhance the power of damaging skills. However, before this effect, there was a very inconspicuous effect. You will bear the burden of all the sins of the city of Los Santos. This meant that after wearing this crown, Lin Chen's own sin would reach a completely different level, and the power of sin that his original sin master could provide him would also be enhanced to an extremely terrifying degree under the influence of this equipment. He raised his hand and placed the crown on his head. Whoosh! Instantly, black aura soared into the sky, even covering the entire sky in a dark mass. Lin Chen's whole body was completely shrouded in dense black aura, making his original form unrecognizable. Only a pair of fierce eyes flashing with red light, and a row of grinning teeth, sinisterly emerging from the black mist. Damn it! Attack! In the moment of surging black mist, the dual sword man felt his whole body hair stand on end. An indescribable sense of fear and despair enveloped him, making him realize he couldn't wait any longer. With lightning flashing under his feet, the dual sword man rushed out. The other two also noticed the sudden enhancement of Lin Chen's state. The cowboy man no longer charged his revolver, but pulled the trigger, unleashing powerful red and black bullets. Boss Zhang also roared, gathering all his strength into his giant sword, slashing straight towards Lin Chen. The three almost simultaneously made their moves, using their strongest killing moves, full of power. However, swish! With a wave of his hand, the dual sword man closest to him was directly cut into two by the black mist. The cowboy man's bullets and Boss Zhang's great sword hit Lin Chen, but it was like hitting an extremely hard steel plate, bouncing off directly. Swish! The black mist drew an arc in the air, and Lin Chen's figure quickly surged forward. Swish! Swish! 2 consecutive slashes. Boss Zhang, dead. Cowboy man, dead. In just a few seconds, the three founders of the Three-Eyed Club were all wiped out. After obtaining the power of sin attached to the Crown of Sin, Lin Chen's combat power far exceeded the current level. Even a high-level esports player at level 30 would have to think twice before challenging Lin Chen. Easily ending the battle, Lin Chen took off the Crown of Sin on his head and said somewhat helplessly, "Indeed, in battles at this level, using the Crown of Sin with the Lord of Original Sin is too abnormal, completely lacking in the sense of combat experience." Retrieving the Crown of Sin, Lin Chen approached and began to strip the equipment from the corpses. As esports players at the level of club founders, the equipment on the three men was quite good. The cowboy man's revolver and the dual sword man's swords were both epic weapons. Although Boss Zhang's great sword was only rare, his armor was epic. Although Lin Chen couldn't use these equipment, selling them would still bring in a large amount of game points. After searching the equipment, Lin Chen looked up and saw the green-clad elf still flying in midair. "Why aren't you running?" Lin Chen scratched his head and asked. The green-clad elf looked at Lin Chen with fear in her eyes and smiled bitterly. "If you want to kill me, I can't escape." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned around to leave. Watching Lin Chen's back, the green-clad elf breathed a sigh of relief. Curiosity flickered in her beautiful emerald eyes, and she couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you kill me?" Without looking back, Lin Chen asked, "What's the benefit of killing you?" The green-clad elf touched her cheek and said, "I heard that you can get experience points and contribution points or something like that." Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and smiled. Slaying the fleeing LV-18 escapee, experience plus 180, you have gained 1 contribution point, current total contribution points, 1. Note, contribution points can be used to exchange for skill books, equipment, various items in the esports players guild, as well as some special cards that can be used in the game, and can also be used for card capsule toys to obtain rare game cartridges. A moment later, another body appeared in the desolate land on the outskirts of Huai City. After glancing at the prompt that popped up on his identity bracelet, Lin Chen immediately left. With the threat of the Three-Eyed Club completely eliminated, that night, Lin Chen and his father Lin Yuan took a plane back to Cloud City. Upon returning to Cloud City and getting off the plane, he turned off the flight mode. Immediately, several missed calls and messages popped up, all from his mother. It seemed that she had just left the world of game cartridges. Seeing the message left by her father Lin Yuan, and unable to contact Lin Chen at the moment, she was probably going crazy. "What's going on?" Lin Chen handed the phone to his father. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, clicked his tongue, and called back. "Son, where are you? Are you okay? Something happened at home. Quick, tell me your location." Lin Yuan's wife Song Shuiying's urgent voice with a hint of crying came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yuan couldn't speak when he heard his wife's voice. After a while, he forced himself to say, "It's okay, wife. Our son is with me. The situation has been handled, no need to worry." Zhang Shuiying fell silent for a moment, and after hearing Lin Yuan's voice, her tense mood finally relaxed. She scolded, "You jerk. What trouble have you caused again?" Lin Yuan comforted in a gentle tone, "It's all fine now, we are on our way home. We'll talk more when we get back. I'm telling you, if our son gets hurt because of your nonsense, don't bother coming back home." Zhang Shuiying gritted her teeth and said, "Give the phone to Tianer." Lin Yuan quickly handed the phone to Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had not seen his mother in this life after crossing over, in his memory, Zhang Shuiying was extremely loving towards him. Lin Chen took the phone and tried to call out, "Mom." Zhang Shuiying's voice softened immediately, "Son, are you hurt?" Lin Chen, "No, I'm not." After a series of inquiries from his mother, which made him uncomfortable due to being kicked out of the house in his previous life, the call was finally ended when Lin Chen and his father arrived at the entrance of the community. Back home, the three of them sat around the dining table, and Lin Yuan roughly recounted the whole incident to Zhang Shuiying. During this time, he cleverly skipped over the part where he cross-dressed in the alley. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly interjected to fill in the missing part of the story, describing every detail clearly and even speculating on his father's psychological activities while cross-dressing, which was as fascinating as a 700-word high school essay. Zhang Shuiying couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, frowned and said, "Son, thank you." Hearing that Lin Chen had reached level 22 and had personally dealt with the trouble at the Three-Eyed Club, Zhang Shuiying was shocked and then ecstatic. "I always said my son is a genius. You didn't believe me before, but now you see. But Tianer, never do such dangerous things again in the future. Although your level is high, you are still young and haven't attended an esports university. There are many things you lack experience in." After the excitement, Zhang Shuiying began to worry and nag. Lin Yuan couldn't help but size up Lin Chen and muttered under his breath, "I feel like this kid has changed somehow since we met this time. Could it be possession?" Lin Chen pretended not to hear, but couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That night, the family of three had a long-awaited reunion dinner. After dinner, Lin Chen called the school and Lu Zhou back, and started to deal with the college entrance examination matters. His father began to deal with his mother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The night before the college entrance examination, at the headquarters of Tianhai Esports Company in Kyoto, in the top-floor conference room. This room, usually used by the company's top esports players, was now occupied by 4 young students. On the left were 2 elegantly dressed young men. On the right were 2 graceful and beautiful young ladies. Among them, a red-haired young man smiled gently as everyone arrived and spoke first. "I believe you all know why I invited you to gather at my company. All of us here are players who have the opportunity to compete for the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination this year. As one of the biggest gaming events of the year, the College Entrance Examination is a huge opportunity for us. Whether it's gaining fame under the attention of the National Esports Forces, or getting a good ranking in the Reward Overflow type of College Entrance Examination online game cartridge, and obtaining extremely generous rewards, the benefits behind it are significant for us and our family forces. After listening to the redhead man's nonsense, a short-haired and capable girl opposite him impatiently waved her hand and said, "Joyu, just say what you're planning directly, no need for preamble." On the side, another girl with long hair and glasses, who looked very shrewd, also raised her hand in agreement, saying, "If you keep talking, the exam hall will be opening soon. Hurry up, after working for a month, I finally managed to unlock an E-level game cartridge, and I still want to go home and get some sleep." A tall and handsome boy sitting on the lower left side yawned, his body already slumped on the table. The redhead Joyu cleared his throat and refocused the attention of the group, saying, "As you all know, this year the Huang family produced a monster with SS-level gaming talent. Although our talents are not bad, if we compete with him on a level playing field, our chances of winning the top spot will undoubtedly be much lower. Moreover, that guy Huang Tianao is very arrogant and plays like a lone wolf, not giving face to anyone. If it's a competitive game, encountering him alone might even lead to direct elimination by him." "So?" Shun Wan-song asked. The other two girls had already guessed the answer. The short-haired girl said, "So, you want us four families to cooperate and deal with Huang Tianao first?" Joyu nodded with a smile, "Exactly." The short-haired girl rubbed her chin in thought, "That is indeed an option." Shin Wan-song yawned, "It doesn't matter, actually my family doesn't have such high expectations of me, just need to rank in the top 10 nationally, whatever you guys decide is fine." On the side, the long-haired girl, who had been silent all along, after a brief thought, gave a clear answer, "Okay, I'm in for this cooperation, we must deal with that Huang Tianao first." The short-haired girl couldn't help but laugh, "What's wrong, Hua Jie, still holding a grudge from the last time Huang Tianao crushed you in the high school peak competition?" The long-haired woman Yuan Fenghua snorted, "He was just lucky last time." Seeing that the other two had no objections to her plan, Joyu smiled and looked at the short-haired girl, asking, "Chen Jie, if you have no objections either, then our cooperation is settled today." The short-haired girl Chen Bingqi shrugged, "Okay, I also don't really like that Huang Tianao, so let's deal with him first, increase our chances of winning the top spot, no harm in that." At the same time, Xanadu, Jinyu high-end villa area. Inside a certain villa, a blonde man emerged from the world of game cartridges, his body soaked in sweat. Watching the game cartridge and the game console shatter and become useless, Huang Tianao wiped the sweat from his hand, expressionless, finally defeated, a C-level game cartridge. Yunqing, Zhao Family Villa. Yunqing Second High School, one of the top 3 students. Zhao Wenjun supported himself, reciting the game strategy in front of him. On the table, there was still the ancient game cartridge Lin Chen had given him before. In a high-end residential area, Yuan Xiaoyu was wearing pink pajamas, lying on the bed, also watching game videos, feeling nervous. In a normal residential building, Li Nan was meditating quietly, trying to improve his gaming talent level. As the only player among the top 3 students of Yunqing Second High School with an average family background, Li Nan cannot afford expensive review materials. His only reliance is his gaming talent. In the same neighborhood, Lu Zhou, who is overweight, is also studying hard at this time, making a final push. On the eve of the college entrance examination, almost all candidates are making their final efforts to increase their chances of achieving good results tomorrow, just to be admitted to their ideal esports university, to get rid of their commoner status, and to become esports players in the future, changing their destiny. However, at this time, Lin Chen, holding an ice lolly, arrived at the entrance of the Cloud City Esports Union. Stepping in, approaching the counter, Lin Chen smiled at the girl behind the counter and said, "Hello, I want to participate in the esports player certification assessment." The next morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Chen and Lu Zhou finished their breakfast and rushed to the exam venue together. "Lindsay, what did you put as your first choice for the college entrance exam?" Lu Zhou asked curiously on the way. Lin Chen sighed, "The first choice is Qingyuan, the second choice is Kyoto, and the third choice is Guangqing Women's Gymnastics College. Qingyuan and Kyoto are the top esports universities in Daxia. The admission rate is extremely low. After the assessment last night, Lin Chen has become an official esports player. The vast gaming resources possessed by Qingyuan and Kyoto are somewhat attractive to him." Lu Zhou was slightly surprised when he heard this, "Qingyuan and Kyoto? You're really bold." However, after the incident of the final exam, he couldn't quite figure out Lin Chen's depth, so he didn't say much. "What about you, how did you apply?" Lin Chen asked back. Lu Zhou sighed, "I applied to 2 mid-tier esports universities and 1 entry-level esports university with the lowest scoreline. My family has a lot of debts outside, and the whole family is counting on me." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the school gate. After swiping their identity wristbands on the machine, the two entered the campus smoothly. However, due to being assigned to different exam room locations, once they entered the campus, they had to part ways. Good luck. Let's meet in the game if we have the chance. Lu Shou took a deep breath, his expression unusually serious. Seeing his legs trembling slightly, Lin Chen couldn't help but mock. What are you shaking for? Did your hips go loose? Lu Shou explained, I'm too tired, couldn't sleep last night, had to cram before the exam. Lin Chen was puzzled, but does cramming before the exam really make your legs go soft? Lu Shou scratched his head, my classmate and girlfriend couldn't sleep either. After cramming before the exam, in order to improve our sleep quality, we crammed together again. Lin Chen. Entering his own exam room, Lin Chen first looked at his seat number on the platform. Head, number 6, not bad. Lin Chen was in a good mood and sat down according to his seat number. Just as he sat down, a pretty girl walked in from outside. Seeing Lin Chen, the girl was clearly surprised. You're also in this exam room? Lin Chen didn't recognize her at first, scratching his head. The girl helplessly gave him a look. Forgot? Lin Principal, your memory is so bad? I'm Yuan Xiaoyu, we met at the principal's office before. Lin Chen asked back, what's so special about you? Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms or 9 heads and 8 arms? Just 1 head and 2 arms, why do I have to remember you? Yuan Xiaoyu was speechless, too lazy to deal with Lin Chen, and found her seat to sit down. Shortly after, the invigilator entered the exam room, double-checking each student's identity wristband. Then, they distributed the cartridge access device. There are 3 types of game cartridges: single-player, local multiplayer, and global online multiplayer. What is needed for the college entrance exam is the 3rd type, global online multiplayer. This type of game cartridge can ignore distance and allow players from all over the world to connect to a game cartridge world. The medium for connection is the cartridge access device, a black device that looks similar to a POS machine but is slightly smaller. After swiping the identity bracelet on the card adapter for the 3rd identity check, the examinee successfully established contact with the terminal game machine of the global networked college entrance examination card. All that was left was to wait for the start button to be pressed on the terminal to begin the exam, one of the most important gaming events of the year in Desya. At that time, Desya TV would broadcast and commentate on the exam. If lucky or performing well enough, one might even appear on screen for all of Desya's audience to see. Above the exam hall, the second hand continued to move. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone was quietly waiting, except for Lin Chen, who was drawing stick figures on the desk with a carbon pen. Finally, the clock struck 8. The invigilator issued the command, hold the card adapter tightly, the exam begins. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared. The next moment, all students entered the world of the college entrance examination card. Card world, Legend of Blood, card type, global networked, game type, treasure hunting, role-playing, PK battles, game duration, 7 days, number of connected players, 951-0256, game content. In this vast legendary land, various monsters, demons, and evil spirits thrive, while weak humans are on the brink of danger. In order to continue civilization and survive, countless warriors embark on the path to greatness. Explore the boundless world in pursuit of power, challenge bosses during missions, choose from warrior, priest, or mage classes, acquire thousands of skills and equipment, meet certain conditions to change classes multiple times. Global networked game cards cannot be completed. Time is the only limit for the game to end. After the game time limit ends, players will be ranked based on their scores and receive game rewards. The ranking results of the college entrance examination will also be determined based on the score ranking. Ways to earn points include but are not limited to completing tasks, leveling up, defeating bosses, participating in activities. Each death results in a 70% loss of accumulated points, and exceeding 10 deaths will lead to direct elimination. After entering the game, every 100 people will be assigned to a newbie village. Now, begin your legendary journey. When this year's college entrance exam questions were finally revealed, the whole country erupted. Damn, it's Legend of Blood after all? It's over, another tough year for the commoners. Why? Isn't the college entrance exam supposed to prohibit the use of game-enhancing cards that disrupt balance? This game is highly manipulable, allowing players to team up freely. Those from wealthy and influential backgrounds can easily recruit a group of helpers. In the late game, it's just a power struggle between a few major families and esports companies in Disya. It's hopeless. Damn, boring. I'm not watching anymore. My child is really unlucky. Encountering this year's college entrance exam, countless viewers in front of the TV complained. Some parents of children in the exam room even sighed in sorrow. Compared to the low spirits of the commoner audience, the parents from major esports families and those working in esports companies couldn't help but rejoice. Stable, this year is stable. I've set up a 5 million game point card assistance fund for my son. Enough for him to recruit soldiers and horses in this game. Fortunately, I joined Tianhai Esports Company this year. My child should be able to benefit from Tianhai's reputation and join the team of the young master of Tianhai. With the reputation of my Chao family in Hedong, my son will surely receive a lot of help in the game. In other words, my daughter's opponents in this game are only the children of those major forces who are also taking the college entrance examination this year. At the announcement of the exam tasks, the official commentators also appeared on the screen. There are a total of 3 commentators for this year's college entrance examination. 2 men and 1 woman. One man is fat, the other is thin. The fat one wears glasses, and the thin one also wears glasses. The woman is dressed in a cheongsam, looking elegant. The fat male commentator spoke first. "Hello everyone, I am a professional game commentator, Huagua." The thin male commentator followed. "Hello everyone, I am a professional esports commentator, Mapian." The female commentator waved at the camera. "I am a special guest, a game lecturer from Tsingyuan Esports University's Love Department, and also a gamer. You can call me Tao Tao." Game commentators are one of the few professions that can be on par with gamers. Most of those who become game commentators have good gaming talents and possess a wealth of gaming knowledge. The reason why these people do not become professional gamers is often not due to lack of ability but because they do not enjoy combat or are afraid of danger. Following this, the fat commentator Guagua briefly analyzed the exam game task. The freedom in the game Bloodthirsty Legend is quite high. In addition to finding the fastest leveling path, obtaining equipment by defeating monsters is also key to increasing combat power, so luck may directly affect the game progress. The thin commentator Mapian pointed out the key point directly. Because Bloodthirsty Legend does not restrict cooperation in competition within the game, this game may not be optimistic for civilian candidates. The female commentator Tao Tao added, "That's right. Unlike single-player game cartridges and local multiplayer game cartridges, entering a global online game cartridge takes longer to load." After the commentators chatted for a while, the World of Bloodthirsty Legend game cartridge officially started running. Before officially entering the game, Lin Chen was once again presented with cheat options. Detected host entering the game world, Bloodthirsty Legend, the system is allocating game cheats. Please choose from the following 3 cheats. 1. Start at level 100, your initial level is 100 at the beginning of the game. 2. 1000-fold drop rate, the probability and quality of equipment items you obtain by defeating monsters are increased by 1000-fold. 3. Mysterious profession, you can use a mysterious profession to play the game. Among the 3 optional cheats, Lin Chen first ruled out the start at level 100 option with poor upper limit. Starting at level 100 could indeed make his early game smoother. However, a high level also means that his experience gains from early monster hunting may not be high. In the mid to late game, he may be caught up by other high-level players. By then, if the level difference is not significant, he won't have much advantage. As for the other 2 choices, 1000-fold drop rate and mysterious profession. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chen was somewhat inclined to choose the mysterious profession. But considering that this college entrance exam was quite important, and the description of the mysterious profession was very vague, he couldn't determine the strength of this cheat. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen chose a more conservative cheat. 1000-fold drop rate. After selecting the cheat, he officially entered the game. The white light in front of him dissipated. What appeared in his field of vision was a scene resembling an ancient village. In the center of the village, 100 candidates were standing in disarray. On the platform in front, there stood an old man with a stooped figure. Upon entering the game, the players below the platform couldn't help but make a commotion. The elder stood on the platform, tapped the table with a wooden stick to quiet down the noisy players, and then began the introduction. "Hello everyone, I am the village chief of Zhizhang village. Today is an important day for you all to choose your professions. After choosing your profession, you can embark on adventures in the legendary continent. For the glory of our human race, I hope everyone can forge ahead and create legends." After a brief introduction, a profession selection panel popped up in front of all players. Warrior specializes in physical attacks, a versatile class that can both deal and withstand damage. Mage specializes in magic attacks, possessing powerful spellcasting abilities. Taoist, versatile in attack methods, excels in support, summoning, healing, poison skills, etc. Although mages have explosive damage output, their survivability is weaker. Although Taoists have diverse gameplay, they lean more towards functionality. After some thought, Lin Chen still chose the warrior profession for its comprehensive abilities. With the cheat 1000-fold drop rate available, Lin Chen decided not to team up with other players. He was sure to choose a profession suitable for solo play, making it convenient for him to solo grind monsters in the future. Among the 3 available professions, a warrior who can both deal and withstand damage is undoubtedly the best choice. After making the selection, the initial game panel immediately popped up. Player, Lin Chen Profession, Warrior Level, 1, 0/500, Strength, 10, affects physical attack, physical skill damage, Constitution, 10, affects Vitality, Defense, Injury Recovery Speed, Agility, 5, affects Movement Speed, Attack Speed, Magic Power, 3, affects Magic Attack, Magic Skill Effects, Spirit, 3, affects Total Mana, Mana Recovery Speed, Current remaining attribute points, 0 gold coins, 0. This is the initial panel for the warrior profession, and all players who choose the same profession have the same initial panel. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the equipment panel. The warrior's initial equipment consisted of only a wooden sword and a set of cloth clothes and shoes. Weapon, wooden sword level requirement, 1 quality, white attack power, 5 description, a wooden long sword with some attack power. Top, cloth clothes level requirement, 1 quality, white defense, 2 description, cloth top that can withstand some damage. All 4 pieces of equipment were white quality, with no additional attributes besides basic attack and defense points. The skill bar was also empty at the beginning. After choosing their professions, some more experienced players seized the opportunity to interact with NPCs in the village and receive quests. Seeing a crowd of people lining up in front of various NPCs, Lin Chen knew he might not get a chance for a while, so he decided to head out of the village first to grind levels by fighting monsters. A few others with the same idea followed Lin Chen as he rushed out of the village. Outside the village, Lin Chen immediately saw a group of roosters at the village entrance. LV1 rooster seeing the monsters, they immediately approached and started swinging their wooden swords. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo! The group of roosters jumped up and down as they were hit. Although the players were still weak at the beginning of the game, having weapons in hand made dealing with roosters no problem. Before long, the proud roosters couldn't withstand the pressure and fell down limp. Someone exclaimed, "I got a drop. My big rooster dropped an item. I got a bottle of beginner's health potion." Upon hearing this, someone immediately envied, "So lucky? I only got 2 gold coins. Oh my god. Someone got an equipment drop." Someone exclaimed, "Ha ha, I got a wooden staff. Although it's white quality, it's a perfect match for my mage profession." A fat man adjusted his glasses and showed off the wooden cane in his hand. After a dozen consecutive slashes, Lin Chen finally managed to knock a rooster to death. You killed a rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. A piece of equipment emitting purple light burst out from the rooster's body. Lin Chen picked up the equipment to examine it. Leg guards, legendary suspenders pants, level requirement, 1, quality, purple, defense, 10, additional attributes, strength +5, constitution +5, agility +5, introduction, leg guards worn by the legendary Chicken King when transformed into a human. This equipment is part of the legendary chicken set. Collect all components to gain additional set bonuses. The quality of item equipment ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, rainbow. Typically, such common low-level monsters would only drop white quality equipment, but with the enhancement of a 1,000-fold drop rate, the white quality equipment jumped 3 tiers and directly became purple quality. Looking at this piece of equipment, Lin Chen then glanced at the cloth pants he was currently wearing. Leg guards, cloth pants, level requirement, 1, quality, white, defense, 2, introduction, cloth leg guards that can withstand a small amount of damage. Lin Chen decisively replaced the white equipment with the purple one. After putting on the legendary suspenders pants, the additional attributes of 5 points in strength, constitution, and agility came into effect. Lin Chen immediately felt a surge in physical strength, his muscles becoming firmer, and his speed and reflexes sharper. Wow, truly worthy of the 1,000-fold drop rate. Getting a purple equipment right off the bat, how are others supposed to play? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword in his hand and once again slashed at the rooster beside him. With the boosted attributes, Lin Chen easily caught up to the fleeing rooster. Moreover, the increased strength allowed him to take down the second big rooster with just 7 strikes. The rooster collapsed. You killed a rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. Then, a flash of purple light appeared again. Item, original flavor chicken toes, level requirement, none, quality, purple, effect, permanently increases strength attribute by 1 after consumption. Introduction, a popular delicacy among chicken fighters, with a rich and fragrant taste. Without hesitation, Lin Chen picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, the strength attribute increased by another point. The arm holding the sword gained a bit more strength. Swinging the sword, Lin Chen continued to slash. This time, he took down a big rooster with just 6 strikes. You killed a rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. A blue card and a handful of gold coins burst out. There were a total of 550 gold coins. all directly going into Lin Chen's inventory. On the card were various images of women dressed in revealing outfits. There were also words and a phone number, Miss Bao, 189-1115. Item, chicken summoning card, level requirement, none, quality, blue, effect, summons a chicken to fight for you when used, introduction, you know what to do, Lin Chen. He silently placed the card into his backpack space, planning to try using it when no one was around. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live camera kept switching between various newbie villages. 3 commentators were explaining the game content based on the changing scenes. In the early stages, normal attacks as the main output method, it's definitely easier for warriors to level up by grinding monsters. But once you reach level 10, the situation changes when mages and priests unlock their first professional skills. Commentator Guagua was introducing the situation of different professions. The commentator Mapian said, "Look, the situation I mentioned earlier has already begun to appear. Now, in many newbie villages, teams have been formed around some top students." Guagua sighed, "There's no way, family background is also part of one's strength." The only female commentator, Tao Tao, nodded, "Exactly. Let's focus the camera on several popular candidates who have the opportunity to compete for the top spot in this college entrance examination. Look, the red-haired young master Zhouyu from Tianhai Esports Company has already advanced to level 2. Guagua exclaimed. Mapian adjusted his glasses and said, "He has already formed a team of 20 people, and each of these 20 people will leave the village's roosters with low health. Then Zhouyu will deliver a fatal blow. This set of moves is called the inch-stop technique, which is a very effective leveling tactic in the early stages." Tao Tao added, "Exactly. Now let's look at the situation with the young master from the Shin family in Kyoto. The young master from the Shin family has actually taken a team directly outside the village to try and kill a level 3 wild dog." Guagua continued. "Although leveling up by killing wild dogs is not as fast as killing chickens, there is a chance for the wild dogs to drop green equipment. If they can get a handy weapon early on, the Shin family will definitely have a significant advantage." Mapian analyzed. Tao Tao took out a bag of potato chips and said, "Exactly. Miss Chen Bingqi from the Chen Esports Group and Miss Yuan Fenghua from the Yuan family in Haidu are running missions with the help of teammates to collect materials, and their mission efficiency is also very high," Guagua said. Mapian didn't comment on the 2 women but instead asked, "By the way, what's the situation with young Master Huang now?" Guagua hesitated for a moment and asked, "Which one?" "The one who sells films, young Master Huang Tianao. Didn't someone reveal that Huang Tianao awakened an SS-level gaming talent?" Mapian adjusted his glasses. Tao Tao, with oil stains on her fingers, said, "Yes. I heard about it too." The director cooperatively switched the camera to where Huang Tianao was. In the footage, Huang Tianao held a green-quality machete and was alone in the forest on the east side of the newbie village. What is he going to do? The snake monsters in this forest are all at level 5. Although Huang Tianao has reached level 2 and has a green-quality machete from somewhere, isn't it too risky for him to level up in the forest now? Guagua wondered. Mapian remained silent for a moment, staring at the screen intently, wanting to see what Huang Tianao was up to. In the live broadcast, it was very quiet for a while, with only the sound of Tao Tao crunching on potato chips. Before long, the bag of chips was finished. Tao Tao reached out again, starting to pick out the residue stuck in her teeth. In the game, after entering the forest, Huang Tianao did not confront the snake monsters head-on. He dodged their attacks and slowly made his way deeper into the forest. Under a tree deep in the forest, a treasure chest appeared. Huang Tianao walked over and opened the chest. A set of blue-quality armor appeared. What? Seeing this scene, Guagua was stunned. How did he know there was a treasure chest here? Mapian, watching the scene, had a reasonable guess. I'm afraid this has something to do with his SS-level gaming talent. Tao Tao, not having eaten enough chips, ordered takeout and agreed, exactly. The audience watching this exam through the live streaming software also sent out a large number of barrage comments. Damn! Blue equipment! Isn't this a direct takeoff? How did he do it? Is this the strength of the champion of the high school pinnacle league? Well, the high school entrance exam has become a performance match for these top talents. It's boring, I'm out. Can we also show some footage of ordinary candidates? In the Legend of Mad Blood game cartridge world, after Lin Chen put away the summon chicken card, he continued to kill the roosters. After a few slashes, a rooster fell to the ground. Another purple weapon burst out. Lin Chen was about to pick it up, but a female examinee with a ponytail saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Purple equipment!" Behind her, there were several teammates following her. When they saw the purple equipment burst out, they couldn't help but be stunned. Can roosters still drop purple equipment? Lin Chen ignored these people and went to pick up the equipment. Weapon, Screaming Chicken Sword, Level Restriction, 1, Quality, Purple, Attack Power, 15, Additional Attributes, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Introduction, a long sword made from a screaming chicken, it will make chicken noises when attacking, looking at this, and then at the wooden sword in his hand. Lin Chen nodded, calculating in his mind, not bad, the attack power has tripled, and there are also many additional attributes. He immediately put away the wooden sword in his backpack and used the new weapon in his hand. The female examinee with a ponytail approached, staring at Lin Chen's weapon and asked with a smile, "Classmate, can you show me the attributes of this chicken? We are not familiar, so I don't think I have an obligation to show you my chicken, right?" Lin Chen shook his head and walked away. The female student with a ponytail quickly stopped him and continued to ask, "Then, would you consider selling this weapon to us? We can give you all the gold coins we have. After the game ends, I will also transfer you 200,000 game points. I am the daughter of Sun Saiha, the head of the original city Tianying Esports Club. We can be friends." The Tianying Club is a top esports club in Daxia, well known in the northern part of Daxia. After entering the game, Sun Saiha immediately gathered a group of subordinates. Lin Chen hated clingy women the most. "I don't need this 200,000 dowry." With that, he bypassed Sun Saiha and left. Seeing this, Sun Saiha's entourage began to mock Lin Chen to save face for Sun Saiha. "Isn't it just lucky to get a piece of purple equipment? What use is a level 1 purple equipment? Not to mention 200,000 game points, really good at showing off. Don't give him face, Sister Sun, don't bother with him." Watching Lin Chen's back, Sun Saiha's face still had a smile, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Not wanting to be disturbed by others, Lin Chen found a quiet place to continue killing roosters. Although the number of people in the novice village had started to decrease, he shouldn't have to wait in line to pick up tasks if he went back now. However, Lin Chen's advantage lay in the drop rate of monsters. Spending time on tasks would be somewhat of a loss. So Lin Chen decided to focus on killing roosters. The replacement of weapons gave him a powerful combat power, almost one sword per rooster. Accompanied by the cluck 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 sound of the screaming chicken sword, one big rooster after another fell. You killed a rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. Received item, spicy chicken leg burger, purple, X1. You killed a rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. Received equipment, chicken skin shoes, blue, X1. You killed a rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. Received item, chicken essence, blue, X1, gold coins X560. Your level has increased to level 2, gaining 10 free attribute points, exam score +2. After leveling up to level 2, Lin Chen was equipped with a full set of purple equipment. The large number of additional attributes from the equipment, as well as the permanent attribute boosts provided by some items, pushed his panel data to a very high level. At the same time, his gold coin count exceeded 5,000. Player, Lin Chen class, warrior level, 2, 0/1000, strength, 45, affects physical attack, physical skill damage, constitution, 35, affects vitality, defense, injury recovery speed, agility, 30, affects movement speed, attack speed, magic power, 3, affects spell attack, spell skill effects, spirit, 13, affects total mana recovery speed, current remaining attribute points, 10 gold coins, 50/50 after leveling up and gaining 10 free attribute points, Lin Chen decided to allocate all of them to strength. Currently, enhancing his own damage and increasing monster farming efficiency are the most important. With the added points, Lin Chen's strength attribute has reached 55 points. Feeling the immense power within his body, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then checked his equipment. Helmet, legendary middle parting helmet, purple, top, McDonald's delivery worker uniform, purple, bracers, non-weapon, screaming chicken sword, purple, leggings, legendary belted pants, purple, shoes, chicken skin shoes, blue, accessory ring, avian influenza ring, purple, accessory ring, non-accessory pendant, none. While others were still in white gear, and few even had green equipment, Lin Chen already had 5 purple items and 1 blue item. Such equipment setup could be described as extremely luxurious. His combat power completely overwhelmed all other players at this stage. Both the legendary middle parting helmet and legendary belted pants are components of the legendary chicken set. Although Lin Chen, who has a bit of OCD, wanted to continue killing chickens here to complete the legendary chicken set, he realized that the leveling efficiency was not high, and the dropped equipment here was all low level and wouldn't be useful for long. Lin Chen decided to leave the village entrance and explore the surroundings. Upon reaching the wasteland to the east of the newbie village, after a few steps, Lin Chen immediately spotted new monsters. Roaming the wasteland were snow-white wolves. LV5 Wasteland Wolf. Despite being only level 2, Lin Chen's luxurious equipment made him confident. With his current combat power, dealing with a level 5 monster was not a problem. Finding a lone wasteland wolf, Lin Chen wielded the screaming chicken sword and charged forward. With a chicken cry, the battle officially began. The powerful 55 strength combined with the 15 attack power of the screaming chicken sword, Lin Chen's first strike sent the wasteland wolf flying over 2 meters. However, for the tough-skinned wolf, this blow was not fatal. The wolf got up swiftly and counterattacked towards Lin Chen. Clang! The strong defense of the purple gear mitigated most of the damage from the wolf's attack. Lin Chen slightly retreated and swung his sword again. Clang! This back and forth continued for 5 or 6 rounds until the wasteland wolf fell dead. Guiding you to lift coal. Lin Chen did a little victory dance to celebrate. You have killed the wasteland wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. For killing a monster 3 levels higher, you gain an additional 150 experience points. Obtained equipment, Wolf God Boots, Purple, X1 by killing a wasteland wolf. Lin Chen directly gained a total of 250 experience points. He only needed 1000 experience points to reach level 3. In other words, by killing 3 more wasteland wolves, he could level up again. Nice, is this the benefit of killing monsters above your level? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he picked up the dropped equipment to inspect. Shoes, Wolf God Boots level restriction, 5 quality, purple defense, 20 additional attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 30 special effect, sharpness, attacks have a chance to cause bleeding effect introduction, a pair of boots blessed by the wolf god, possessing the mysterious power of sharpness. This equipment is a component of the wolf god set. Collecting all components will grant additional set bonuses. These shoes have much stronger attributes than the ones he currently wears. Not only has the defense doubled, but the total additional attributes have reached a whopping 50 points. Moreover, there is a special effect that may cause a bleeding effect with attacks. However, this equipment requires level 5 to use. Lin Chen cannot use it yet. I should level up as soon as possible. Putting away the equipment, Lin Chen continues to search for the next desert wolf. The same process, another minute passes. You have killed a desert wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. For every 3 levels higher, gain an additional 150 experience points. Obtained item, beginner experience potion, purple, X1. This time, the desert wolf dropped a bottle of experience potion. Item, beginner experience potion level restriction, none quality, purple effect, upon consumption, instantly gain 1000 experience points. Introduction, Grandpa Chrysanthemum's classroom is now open. Children always level up too slowly, mostly wasting time. Hurry and use Grandpa Chrysanthemum's brand experience potion. Lin Chen gulps it down, and his level directly jumps to level 3. Level 3, 500/2000. After allocating all free attribute points to strength again, Lin Chen's strength attribute has reached 65 points. When facing the desert wolf again, he becomes more adept. With just 4 or 5 strikes, he can take down a level 5 desert wolf. You have killed a desert wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. For every 2 levels higher, gain an additional 100 experience points. Obtained item, rabies antidote, purple, X1. The third desert wolf dropped a bottle of rabies antidote. This potion can boost Lin Chen's strength by 30 points for 10 minutes. Additionally, it can mimic extremely realistic dog barking. With this potion, killing the desert wolf becomes even easier for Lin Chen. You have killed a desert wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. For every 2 levels higher, gain an additional 100 experience points. Obtained equipment, Wolf God Leggings, purple, X1. You have killed a desert wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. For every 2 levels higher, gain an additional 100 experience points. Obtained item, beginner experience potion, purple, X1. You have killed a desert wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. For every 2 levels higher, gain an additional 100 experience points. Obtained equipment, Wolf God Gauntlets, purple, X1. With the support of the beginner experience potion, in less than 2 minutes, Lin Chen's level has already risen to level 4. 5 more minutes pass, and he smoothly reaches level 5. Finally, the various purple level 5 equipment in his backpack can be put to use. After allocating points, he equips the Wolf God Helmet, Wolf God Chainmail, Wolf God Gauntlets, Wolf God Leggings, Wolf God Boots, and the Wolf God Ring. The next moment, a prompt pops up. You have collected all components of the Wolf God set. Achievement unlocked. Relic of the Wolf God obtained additional exam points, 5. When equipped as a set, all your attributes gain an additional 30 points. Furthermore, unlock the special effect Super Sharpness. When equipped as a set, your attacks will always cause severe bleeding effects. Woof, the set is complete? Lin Chen smiles in surprise. He opens the attribute panel to check. Player, Lin Chen class, warrior level, 5, 0/6000, strength, 115, affects physical attack, physical skill damage, constitution, 95, affects vitality, defense, injury recovery speed, agility, 85, affects movement speed, attack speed, magic power, 43, affects spell attack, spell skill effects, spirit, 53, affects total mana, mana recovery speed, remaining free attribute points, 0 gold coins, 24080 equipped with a full set of wolf god gear, plus the blessing effect of the set. Lin Chen's attributes show an explosive growth. Normally, even if other players reach level 10, it's difficult for them to have such luxurious attributes as Lin Chen does now. Let's continue to explore outward. Woof! Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, about to explore further outwards in search of higher-level monsters. Not far away, 2 giant-sized desert wolves were quietly approaching at this moment. LV7 Desert Giant Wolf Elite Monster. Unlike other desert wolves, the names on the heads of these 2 desert wolves emit a blue light. The 4 words Elite Monster after their names also indicate their strength. Seeing the 2 elite monsters, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Elite monsters are often stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level, but what they drop is often of much higher quality. He was somewhat looking forward to what good items these 2 desert giant wolves could drop after being boosted by the 1000-fold drop rate hack. After taking a bottle of rabies potion and holding a screaming chicken, Lin Chen charged directly at the 2 desert giant wolves. With the new equipment, Lin Chen's speed increased significantly, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the 2 desert giant wolves. Oh! Woof! Howl! Oh! Woof! Howl! Chicken cries, dog barks, wolf howls. The 3 kinds of sounds mixed together. The scene was chaotic for a while. If one didn't open their eyes and only listen to the sounds, it was like a bunch of animals fighting in a tangle. After being attacked by Lin Chen, both desert giant wolves staggered back, with huge wounds appearing on their bodies. Blood began to flow uncontrollably. This was the bleeding effect of the wolf god set. The pain from the wounds made the movements of the 2 desert giant wolves slow down. After adjusting his position, Lin Chen charged again. Oh! 2 more wounds were added to the bodies of the 2 desert giant wolves. The massive blood loss made them even weaker. With ease, Lin Chen first took down one of the desert giant wolves. You have killed the elite monster Desert Giant Wolf, LV7, and gained 200 experience points. For killing 2 levels higher, you gain an additional 200 experience points. For killing an elite monster, you gain an additional 200 experience points. Along with the experience gain notifications, 2 items dropped with a lot of gold coins. One of them was shimmering with a familiar purple light, while the other was shining with a more dazzling orange light. Orange gear dropped? Generally, killing elite monsters only has a chance to drop green or blue equipment, but with the 1000-fold drop rate hack, this desert giant wolf directly dropped an extremely rare orange equipment. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, about to wave his hand to take down the other remaining wounded desert giant wolf. Just then, boom! A fireball suddenly flew from the side and hit the desert giant wolf. Howl! The desert giant wolf let out a miserable cry and fell dead. However, since it wasn't killed by Lin Chen, the 1000-fold drop rate was not triggered. This desert giant wolf only dropped a piece of green gear and a bottle of potion. Lin Chen turned to look. He saw the girl with a ponytail, Sun Saya, who had wanted to buy his equipment at the village entrance, standing on the side with a burning scroll in her hand. It seems that she summoned a fireball with disposable items just now, snatching the last bit of blood from the giant wolf that Lin Chen was about to kill. Successfully snatching the elite monster, Sun Saya's body flashed with white light, and her level directly increased. She showed a look of ecstasy on her face, blushing with excitement, then eagerly walked forward to pick up the equipment dropped by the giant wolf of the wilderness. Seeing Lin Chen turning to look at her, Sun Saya stopped in her tracks, smiled insincerely, and said, "Sorry, classmate, I accidentally snatched your monster. I originally wanted to help you fight it, but I didn't expect this fireball scroll to have such high damage." Behind her, the followers also echoed and chattered. Without the help of this fireball spell, you probably wouldn't have been able to defeat this second elite monster. Monsters in the wild belong to whoever snatches them, no need to apologize to him. As a grown man, you shouldn't be arguing with a girl, right? Lin Chen smiled, his smile even brighter than usual, as if he had encountered something very happy. Without saying a word, he walked directly to the corpse of the giant wolf he had killed and picked up the dropped equipment. Weapon, Skywolf Heavy Sword, Level Restriction, 5, Quality, Orange, Attack Power, 90, Additional Attributes, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Agility plus 30, Spirit plus 10, Special Effect Armor Break, ignores 30% of the opponent's defense when attacking, attached skill Wolf Charge, after activating the skill, Quickly lunge forward and deliver a powerful blow based on strength and agility attributes. Introduction: a legendary heavy sword made from the meteoric iron of the Sky Wolf, capable of bestowing the user with the Sky Wolf's charging combat technique. The quality of item equipment ranges from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, rainbow. Truly a high-quality orange item above purple, this Sky Wolf heavy sword has an attack power 6 times higher than the Screaming Chicken sword. The additional attributes of the Screaming Chicken sword only total 20 points. This weapon has additional attributes totaling a whopping 100 points. Not only that, it also comes with a practical special effect and a powerful additional skill. The only downside of this equipment is that it doesn't make a chicken sound when attacking, which is a bit lacking in entertainment value, but it's not a big deal. Lin Chen immediately switched weapons. He reached out and picked up another purple item dropped by the giant wolf of the wilderness. Item: Wolf Gem, level restriction, none, quality, purple, effect: when embedded in equipment, it grants an additional 10 points of agility attribute. Introduction: agile agility is the basis of becoming a qualified wolf in sheep's clothing. Before using the gem, you need to make a hole in the equipment. It seems that the blacksmith in the novice village can make a hole for a fee. The gem is not needed at the moment, so Lin Chen directly stuffed it into his bag. On the side, watching the orange equipment and purple item that Lin Chen dropped, Sun Saiha swallowed quietly. She coughed and asked with a smug smile, classmate, I killed the other elite monster, and you can't pick up the equipment it dropped, so is it okay if I go pick it up? Lin Chen chuckled and nodded, of course, no problem. Since you killed it, it's yours, and I'm not interested in green quality equipment. Okay, thank you. Sun Saiha happily walked forward to pick up the green equipment. Then, suddenly, Lin Chen made a swift sword strike. With a powerful weapon and extremely high attributes, the power of this sword strike was terrifying, directly beheading Sun Saiha. Suffering a fatal injury, the astonished Sun Saiha instantly turned into a white light and disappeared. You have actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy +1 current infamy value, 1, you have become a wanted criminal with a red name. All other players who actively attack you will not suffer any punishment. All other players who kill you will receive additional bounty rewards. Completing good deeds will reduce infamy value. As the game prompts popped up, Lin Chen's name above his head began to turn light red. Oops. Sorry. I just wanted to help her tidy up her hairstyle, didn't expect to cut her head off. Lin Chen scratched his head embarrassedly, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. He didn't care at all about the increase in infamy value and becoming a wanted criminal with a red name. Playing games is all about having fun. After working hard to defeat monsters for half a day, only to have them stolen by others, it feels like buying a new girlfriend, blowing her up with pride, and suddenly a skinny dog jumps out and says, "Let me try." And then, directly burst your girlfriend. Lin Chen couldn't stand it. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly taking action, his followers were stunned at first. Are you crazy? Don't want to play anymore? After becoming a red name, you will be surrounded by other players wherever you go. How dare you kill someone? Stop talking nonsense, attack now. He's a red name, we can kill him without punishment. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Chen's figure flashed, the orange quality Tianlang heavy sword in his hand shimmering. Wolf pounce. Puff. His figure turned into a phantom, and Lin Chen directly pierced through the abdomen of one of his followers. Sorry, the sword is out of control, it moved on its own, I guess it must be going through puberty. I'll take it home and rub it with sandpaper, let off some steam. With a sweep of the heavy sword, another follower's head flew off. Sorry, your head looks too much like a head, I couldn't help but chop it off. Apologizing on one hand, Lin Chen continued to slaughter them. With powerful equipment, these people's combat power was far below his. Seeing Lin Chen smiling as he entered the crowd, those who had just threatened to kill him immediately fled in fear. However, Lin Chen's speed far exceeded these mere level 2 followers. Puff, puff, puff. The heavy sword swung several times, and these people were killed without mercy. Due to the death drop setting, the ground was littered with items from the packages or equipment on the bodies of the fallen. But there was nothing good, so Lin Chen didn't bother to pick them up. You have actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy +1. You have actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy +1. With the game prompts popping up, the color of Lin Chen's name above his head gradually deepened, from the initial light red to a normal red in a moment. After wiping out the group of people who stole monsters from him, Lin Chen still felt unsatisfied. Oh, I remember, this game seems to allow a total of 10 revivals, he thought, and headed back towards the direction of the newbie village. On the way, other players were shocked to see Lin Chen with a red name. Seeing Lin Chen emitting a silver light in his wolf god set, most people dared not approach and kept their distance. Some bold and numerous teams, after discussing, attempted to attack Lin Chen. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly wielded his sword to kill. With his current equipment and attributes, dealing with other players was simply a mismatch. Without a doubt, all it took was one sword to end their lives. After killing 2 waves of players who tried to claim the bounty on Lin Chen, no one dared to approach within 5 meters of him in this newbie area. From a distance, they would detour. When Lin Chen arrived at the village entrance, Sun Saiha happened to be leading a group of followers out of the newbie village, cursing and badmouthing Lin Chen behind his back. Sun Saiha's face also turned cold, clenching her fists. Just wait, I will definitely avenge this grudge, whether it's in the game or outside the game. She had already started planning how to use her family's influence after leaving the game to make Lin Chen pay for his actions. Poof! Wolf pounce. Before she could finish speaking, a large sword had pierced through her body once again. Hello, we meet again, what a coincidence. Lin Chen's face was filled with a warm smile as he swung his sword, his figure moving like a white lightning bolt. Amidst a series of screams, Sun Saiha and her group once again met their demise. Minutes later, they respawned. Sun Saiha and her group attempted to leave the newbie village from another exit. However, Lin Chen had anticipated their movements and once again ambushed and slaughtered them. You have initiated an attack and killed a player, infamy +1. You have initiated an attack and killed a player, infamy +1. Your infamy has reached 50, achievement unlocked, murderous maniac. Earn additional exam points +10, during the red name period, gain buff, attack +50. Other players who kill you will receive a bronze treasure chest reward. After another wave of killing this group, the name above Lin Chen's head had turned a deep blood red. After being killed 3 times in a row, Sun Saiha and her group's hatred and fear towards Lin Chen had reached its peak. How is this possible? It's only been an hour since the game started. How can that bastard be so strong? Did he awaken game talents suitable for this game? Damn, he must have stepped on dog shit luck. After respawning again, Sun Saiha gritted her teeth and cursed. Sis, this won't do. We are already falling behind by a lot. If this continues, not only will we fall behind, after dying 10 times, we will be eliminated directly. Why do we have to provoke him? In such a tense environment as the college entrance examination, falling behind by 1 point would mean being surpassed by countless others. The followers who had originally planned to bask in Sun Saiha's glory began to complain as they saw the situation turning unfavorable. Suppressing the anger brewing in her heart, Sun Saiha sighed. It's okay, he can't possibly keep guarding us outside the newbie village forever, unless he doesn't want to play anymore. There are 2 level 30 militia protecting our safety in the newbie village. He definitely wouldn't dare to come in and attack, so let's just do some errands in the newbie village for now. After killing Sun Saiha and her group for the 3rd time outside the newbie village, Lin Chen knew they wouldn't come out again in the short term. Glancing at the 2 level 30 militia in the village, Lin Chen decided not to continue lurking at the village entrance. With swift footsteps, he dashed through 2 low-level training areas and quickly explored the outskirts of the newbie area. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live broadcast camera had been focusing on Huang Tianao for over 20 minutes. Watching Huang Tianao defeat a level 6 elite monster single-handedly with 3 blue-quality equipment pieces and clever tactics, the audience erupted into cheers. The commentator Guagua exaggeratedly leaned back, his excited voice unable to hide his admiration. Too strong. The game has just started for less than an hour, and he's already able to solo a level 6 elite monster. Incredible insight, almost godlike predictive ability, top-notch combat skills. I can only say, this Huang Tianao is truly terrifying. Even the usually sarcastic Mapian brother gave Huang Tianao a very high evaluation. On the side, Tao Tao somehow pulled out a pillow from somewhere and was now lying on it, flipping through thick books and small blue books, casually responding, yes. After this 20-minute broadcast, in the live streaming room, the audience was also shocked by Huang Tianao's operation. In the barrage, almost all the comments were praising and admiring Huang Tianao. However, occasionally there were 2 discordant barrages, mocking Huang Tianao for relying on family resources to cultivate his current gaming level. Sensing that the camera had focused on Huang Tianao for too long, the director began to switch the screen and switched the live camera to several other novice villages. All examinees were clearly divided into 2 categories. One type ran maps and killed monsters alone, or formed small groups with a few people. The other type, led by some powerful players, gathered into large and powerful groups. Among them, the most prominent were the 4 candidates known as this year's college entrance examination top scorers. The young master of Tianhai Esports Company, Zhou Yu. The young master of the Shen family in Kyoto, Shen Wenson. Chen Bingqi from the Chun Esports Group, and Yuan Fenghua from the Hai family. In addition to their strong family backgrounds, these 4 also have strong gaming talents. We can see that at this point in the game, the levels of the 4 seeded players are not inferior to Huang Tianhao's, all reaching level 4, fully utilizing their family resources to give them a good start. Guagua commented. Mapian nodded with his arms crossed. True, but this also clearly reveals a problem. These 4, with the help of other players, are barely on par with Huang Tianhao, even lagging behind in equipment. If Huang Tianhao also abandons this lone wolf style of play and chooses to gather a group of teammates in the game relying on the appeal of the Huang family, his performance will undoubtedly be even better. After watching just 20 minutes of the live broadcast, Mapian has become a very qualified Huang fan, firmly believing that the other 4 seeded players are far behind Huang Tianhao. This is indeed a fact. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the studio. Guagua and Mapian thought it was important business from the director, so they quickly muted their microphones. As a result, they opened the door. A delivery guy stood at the door and asked, "Is Miss Tao Tao here?" "Your delivery is here." Tao Tao quickly raised her hand. I'm here. Guagua. Mapian. They opened the live broadcast microphone again and refocused their attention on the live screen. Mapian sighed, if we don't consider external factors and only compare gaming skills, Huang Tianhao should be unmatched among the examinees in this session. However, Guagua mysteriously smiled at this moment. If we only compare gaming skills, I think there is one person who can stand on the same level as Huang Tianhao. In the previous National High School Peak Tournament, a student created a lot of trouble for Huang Tianhao on his way to victory, and he was the only opponent who made Huang Tianhao go all out. Hearing Guagua say this, Mapian's eyes lit up, suddenly remembering a name. You mean, Xiao Yun? Is he also an examinee in this session? Guagua nodded, recalling the battle half a year ago, still somewhat excited. Xiao Yun is the biggest dark horse in this year's Peak Tournament, and he is the only player among the top 8 who is not from an esports family. Since the high school Peak Tournament is not a public event, many people in the live streaming room had not heard of Xiao Yun's name, and now they heard that there was another civilian examinee with gaming skills comparable to Huang Tianhao's. The barrage area immediately boiled over, starting to discuss Xiao Yun. The director was also very thoughtful, starting to locate Xiao Yun's position and provide a visual. At this moment, in the game, Xiao Yun was assisted by several companions, attempting to kill a level 5 elite monster. Like those geniuses from top families, his level has also reached level 4. After a fierce battle lasting 5 minutes, the elite monster finally fell. 2 pieces of green equipment dropped. Xiao Yun, the absolute main force of the team, did not seize the ownership of the equipment, but instead smiled and let his teammates choose first. Such behavior earned him praise in the barrage area. After Xiao Yun appeared, the heat of the entire live broadcast room suddenly began to rise rapidly. Under the anticipation and gaze of countless ordinary players, Xiao Yun also became an important focus of this exam. At the same time, in the world of the legendary game Mad Blood, Lin Chen had already reached the outermost periphery of the novice area. Along the way, various monsters appeared. There were level 7 panthers, level 8 black bears. Although Lin Chen's level was only level 5 now, with a set of purple equipment and a powerful orange quality weapon, these monsters that were only 2 or 3 levels higher than him could not pose a threat to him at all. With a swift charge and a few slashes, he could easily deal with them. In order to pursue a more efficient leveling speed, Lin Chen needed to find higher-level monsters. Before long, at the boundary of the novice area, Lin Chen found his target. Level 10 skeleton soldier. Above a graveyard at the boundary, eerie white bone monsters wielding swords and shields roamed around. Without hesitation, Lin Chen charged in and started fighting. Bang! Wolf charge activated. Lin Chen's figure flashed. The fierce stab of the great sword made a skeleton soldier tremble all over. Several ribs fell off its body, swaying unsteadily. The skeleton soldier fought back with its sword, only to be blocked by Lin Chen's great sword. Bang! With a backhand strike, another sword. 7 or 8 consecutive strikes, and the skeleton soldier's body finally completely fell apart, falling to the ground dead. Lin Chen immediately received a prompt. You killed the skeleton soldier, level 10, and gained 400 experience points. For killing a monster 5 levels higher, you gain an additional 500 experience points. Obtained item, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone, purple, X1. By killing the level 10 skeleton soldier, Lin Chen directly gained nearly 1,000 experience points. He only needed 6,000 experience points to go from level 5 to level 6. In other words, by killing 5 more, he could level up again. The leveling efficiency here should be pretty good. Lin Chen nodded slightly and decided to level up here first. He reached out and picked up the dropped item to check. Item, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone, level restriction, none, quality, purple, effect, Consuming this summoning stone can summon a level 20 skeleton warrior to fight for you, lasting 5 minutes. Introduction: a seal stone containing the essence of the skeleton warrior. You can break it to temporarily release the skeleton warrior, or you can use this stone to crack a walnut. This thing is good. It can help improve my monster grinding efficiency. With a thought, Lin Chen immediately smashed the summoning stone. The summoning array glowed, and the next second, a tall skeleton warrior in armor appeared. Under Lin Chen's control, it immediately charged towards the nearby skeleton soldiers. The level 20 tall skeleton warrior had very strong combat power, basically able to take down a skeleton soldier in 2 strikes. Lin Chen wielded his great sword and followed suit, with large numbers of skeleton soldiers falling like wheat before him. You killed the skeleton soldier, level 10, and gained 400 experience points. For killing a monster 5 levels higher, you gain an additional 500 experience points. Obtained item: super effective health potion, blue, X10. You killed the skeleton soldier, level 10, and gained 400 experience points. For killing a monster 5 levels higher, you gain an additional 500 experience points. Obtained equipment: bone battle shield, purple, X1. You killed a skeleton soldier, LV10, and gained 400 experience points. Every 5 levels higher, gain an additional 500 experience points. Obtained gold coins, 8520. Accompanied by falling skeleton soldiers one by one, Lin Chen's level quickly rose. Your level has increased to level 8, gaining 10 free attribute points, exam score +8. Not long after, he had already risen to level 8. Inside the package, there were also many level 10 purple equipment, as well as many practical purple quality items, and naturally a considerable income of gold coins. After the level increase, his combat power also increased again, but at the same time, the experience gained from killing skeleton soldiers began to decrease. Delving deeper into the graveyard, Lin Chen was searching for higher-level monsters. In front of him, a valley shimmering with light caught his eye. Cave instance, Death Valley. Recommended entry level, LV15 instance refresh cycle, 12 hours in games like Bloodthirsty Legend. Instances are the best places for leveling up and treasure hunting. Instances often contain powerful monsters and abundant treasures. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped into Death Valley. Upon entering the Death Valley instance, the pitch-black environment instantly enveloped the surroundings, with torches occasionally providing some visibility in the valley. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He opened the package and took out some items he had just obtained from killing skeleton soldiers, using them one by one. First, the skeleton warrior summoning stone, of which he had 4. After using the 4 skeleton warrior summoning stones separately, 4 tall skeleton bodyguards appeared in front of Lin Chen instantly. Next, there was an advanced group strength enhancement scroll. After using it, the strength attributes of Lin Chen and the 4 skeleton warriors increased by 30% for 5 minutes. In addition, there was a bottle of bright potion. After Lin Chen drank it, attacks would cause additional light attribute damage for 5 minutes. Light attribute damage is particularly effective against undead creatures, dealing triple damage when facing them. This was undoubtedly a huge boost for Lin Chen exploring the Death Valley instance. After preparing, Lin Chen, accompanied by the 4 skeleton warriors, advanced deeper into the valley. Before long, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared ahead. Although they came towards Lin Chen in large numbers with great momentum, they posed no real threat. With the 4 skeleton warriors taking action, Lin Chen hardly needed to do anything, and the skeleton soldiers fell one by one. Picking up the dropped purple equipment and items, Lin Chen continued forward. Passing through narrow, dark corners, the space in the valley suddenly expanded, and the light became brighter. In front of a suspension bridge, 4 elite monsters appeared. LV12 Elite Skeleton Warrior Elite Monster, LV13 Elite Skeleton Archer Elite Monster. Compared to ordinary skeleton soldiers, these 4 looked much more powerful in appearance. Not only were their weapons excellent, but they were also adorned with exquisite armor. However, in front of Lin Chen and the 4 skeleton warriors, their combat power was still far from enough. With a thought, Lin Chen let the 4 skeleton warriors attack first. He waited for the opportunity in the rear and suddenly used the wolf assault. Swish! The sword flashing with light attribute energy instantly dealt a large amount of damage to the elite skeleton archer in the rear. With a few strikes, 1 elite skeleton archer fell first. The other 3 elite monsters didn't last long either. They fell one after another, turning into dry bones. You killed the elite monster elite skeleton archer, LV13, and gained 600 experience points. When killing monsters above level 5, you will gain an extra 800 experience points. When killing elite monsters, you will gain an extra 600 experience points. You have killed the elite monster elite skeleton warrior, LV12, and gained 550 experience points. When killing monsters above level 4, you will gain an extra 500 experience points. When killing elite monsters, you will gain an extra 400 experience points. A large amount of experience points were immediately credited, and Lin Chen successfully leveled up to level 9. At the same time, for elite monsters also dropped 4 orange items. Among them, 3 are equipment, and 1 is a prop. Chest armor, dark armor of the undead king level restriction, 10 quality, orange defense, 100 additional attributes, strength plus 50, constitution plus 45, agility plus 35, spirit plus 20 special effect, soul devourer. Temporarily absorb the target's soul when killing in battle, comprehensively enhance own attributes attached skill Wrath of the Undead. After using the skill, attacks carry a large amount of additional dark damage, and the lower the health, the higher the additional dark damage. Introduction: the personal armor of an undead king rarely leaves the body. When this equipment appears in your hands, it either means it has fallen, or it is taking a bath. The terrifying orange quality armor has surpassed 3 digits in defense. Moreover, the total additional attributes have reached 150 points. The strength of this equipment far exceeds the Wolf God chain armor on Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen is still 1 level away from being able to use the equipment, he is not far from reaching level 10. The other 2 pieces of equipment are the Blood Skeleton War Boots and the Dark King's Helmet, both of which are orange quality equipment with good attributes, special effects, and equipment skills. They can also be used at level 10, so Lin Chen can use them immediately. The last orange level item is a black cross. Prop, cross of reversal of the final judgment level restriction, none quality, orange effect. When this item is placed in your inventory, after you die, you will resurrect at full health in place once, without any drop or death penalties. Introduction: Hallelujah, the boundless compassion of the Buddha, the moment to witness miracles is coming. It is a very powerful item, but Lin Chen feels that with his growth rate and strength, the probability of encountering a deadlock is not high, and he may not even need to use this item throughout the game. Moving forward, crossing the suspension bridge, a large group of skeleton soldiers emerge from the dark tunnels on both sides. In the distance, skeleton archers continue to shoot arrows. However, they pose no threat. After killing a large number of skeletons and arriving at a door made of pale bones, Lin Chen finally breaks through to level 10. Your level has increased to level 10, gaining 10 free attribute points, exam points plus 10. As the first player to break through level 10, you receive an additional exam points reward, 100 points. You have awakened the first skill of the warrior, Heavy Strike. Skill: Heavy Strike effect. Concentrate all your strength to deliver a heavy blow, with a chance to stun the enemy for 1 second, causing damage and stun probability positively correlated with constitution and strength attributes. Finally level 10. Lin Chen browsed the newly acquired skill and immediately opened his inventory to change into the full set of equipment he had collected from the skeletons. After killing so many skeletons, his inventory was already filled with powerful level 10 purple equipment, and 3 more insane level 10 orange equipment that he could finally use. After changing his equipment, Lin Chen's overall attributes once again greatly increased. Player: Lin Chen. Class: Warrior. Level 10, 500/15,000, Strength 315, Affects Physical Attack, Physical Skill Damage, Constitution 295, Affects Vitality, Defense, Injury Recovery Speed, Agility 275, Affects Movement Speed, Attack Speed, Magic Power 70, Affects Spell Attack, Spell Skill Effects, Spirit 100, affects total mana, mana recovery speed, current remaining attribute points, 0 gold coins, 134080 with 3 terrifying orange equipment enhancements. His current combat power is not inferior to that of a normal player at level 20. Kalala. The 5-minute time limit is up, and the soul fires in the eyes of the 4 skeleton warriors beside him extinguish, turning into scattered bones on the ground. Although there are still many summoning stones in the inventory that can summon skeleton warriors, he is too lazy to use them again. He pushes open the Gate of Bones. Before him, a palace appears. At the top of the palace, a burly skeleton clad in heavy armor and wielding a huge bone sword sits on the throne. The moment Lin Chen steps into the palace, the blue soul fire in the burly skeleton's eye socket suddenly ignites. Disturb my slumber, die. The palace trembles as the burly skeleton lets out a low roar and stands up. Hold on. How about I sing you a lullaby and put you to sleep? Lin Chen shrugs and offers his solution. The burly skeleton pauses for a second, but then disregards it and charges straight at Lin Chen. Information about this monster finally appears above its head. LV-15 Skeleton General, Boss Monster. Boss monsters are 1 level above elite monsters in terms of strength. Seeing the skeleton general charging towards him, Lin Chen remains calm. He first activates the equipment skill on the Undead King's dark armor, the Wrath of the Undead, enveloping his Twilight Wolf sword in a black deathly light, enhancing his attack. Next, he activates the skill on the Blood Skeleton's war boots, Blood Shadow, instantly boosting his agility by nearly 100 points and increasing his speed. Following that, he uses the skill from the Dark King's helmet, Dark Protection, forming an invisible black film over his entire body, greatly increasing his defense. Wolf Charge. Facing the Skeleton General, Lin Chen takes the initiative to attack. In just one clash, the Skeleton General suffers heavy damage, with bones scattered all over. Heavy Strike. Gathering all his strength, Lin Chen unleashes a warrior skill he has just awakened. Bang! A loud collision echoes. The Skeleton General is instantly heavily injured again, stunned in place. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen continuously strikes with his heavy sword. You want to sleep? You want to rest? This time, I'll let you sleep enough at once. Bang! 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 After a few strikes, the powerful boss monster, the Skeleton General, doesn't even land a hit and is directly slain by Lin Chen. You have killed the boss monster Skeleton General, LV15, and gained 1000 experience points. For every 5 levels above, gain an additional 1500 experience points. Killing a boss level monster grants an additional 1500 experience points. Whoosh! As the Skeleton General falls, a large number of purple and orange equipment items burst out. The most dazzling of them all is a huge war blade with a dazzling red light at the center. The blade as a whole presents a pale bone color. At the hilt, there is even an eerie skull embedded. A red equipment dropped? Lin Chen swallows and steps forward to inspect this red weapon. Weapon, Mourner's Lament level restriction, 15 quality, red attack power, 400 additional attributes, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 100, magic power plus 100 extra additional attribute, attack power plus 400. Special effect Resurrection of the Dead. After killing an enemy, you can summon a skeleton monster from the enemy's corpse. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the skeleton monster. The duration of the skeleton monster is positively correlated with your spirit attribute attached skill. Funeral. Sacrifice all summoned skeleton monsters through the Resurrection of the Dead special effect to significantly increase your own attributes. The more skeleton monsters sacrificed, the stronger the attributes, and the higher the attribute amplification you receive. The duration is positively correlated with your spirit attribute introduction. If I die, let the whole world bury me. The quality of item equipment ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, rainbow. This weapon is too powerful. Lin Chen was momentarily dazzled by the weapon's attribute effects and skills. A total of 800 points of attack power, more than 8 times that of the Heavenly Wolf Heavy Sword. The additional extra attributes even reached 500 points. The powerful special effect allows him to summon a group of skeleton monsters by killing, greatly increasing the efficiency of monster farming. The attached equipment skill is also extremely powerful, able to sacrifice the summoned skeleton monsters and temporarily boost his own combat power. The only regret is that this weapon requires level 15 to use. Lin Chen cannot use it for the time being. In addition, the Skeleton General also dropped 2 pieces of orange equipment. One is an orange glove, and the other is an orange ring. These 2 pieces of equipment are stronger than the attributes obtained from killing elite skeletons before, but they also require level 15 to use. Putting away the equipment, Lin Chen looked towards the throne. This is it. After the Skeleton General fell, a bronze chest with a shimmering light appeared on the highest point of the palace. Lin Chen approached, about to touch the chest. A prompt appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player to obtain the instance chest. Achievement unlocked, Pioneer, exam score plus 30 as the first player to clear the instance and obtain the chest. The quality of the chest you open this time will be increased by 100-fold. As the prompt appeared, the bronze chest in front of Lin Chen flashed, transforming into a luxurious golden chest. He reached out, about to open the golden chest. However, as he was about to touch it, the light above the golden chest flickered again. After a 1000-fold increase in drop rate, this golden chest has been upgraded to a glass chest. In an instant, the golden chest turned into a colorful chest. The flowing and colorful strange light shimmered, almost filling the entire valley with a surreal scene. Can the external 1000-fold drop rate enhancement also be applied to the chest? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he made a quick calculation. As the first person to clear the instance, the game increased the quality of his instance chest by 100-fold, then his external 1000-fold drop rate further increased the chest by 100-fold, resulting in a total increase of 100,000 times in the chest's quality. What treasures can this 100,000 times chest open? He was full of anticipation as he opened the chest, accompanied by a burst of colorful light. Clatter! In an instant, a large number of gold coins and potions burst out of the chest, almost instantly covering the ground on the throne. In the center of these treasures, a necklace shimmered and emitted light. The light emitted by the necklace was mainly golden, but with a hint of darkness. Lin Chen stepped forward and picked up the necklace that opened from the glass treasure chest to examine. Necklace, Forgiveness of the Transcender, Level Restriction, None, Quality, Dark Gold, Magic Defense, 2000, Additional Attributes, None, Rule Level Special Effect. After wearing this necklace, you will not be subject to level restrictions when wearing equipment and using items. Introduction, all restraints are illusory. In my name, I forgive you to transcend. Above red quality equipment is gold quality equipment, and above gold quality is dark gold. This dark gold equipment, besides its extremely high magic defense, has only one rule level special effect. After wearing this necklace, you will not be subject to level restrictions when wearing equipment and using items. But it was precisely this effect that made Lin Chen ecstatic. Heaven helps me too. Lin Chen picked up the necklace, unable to stop a wide smile from forming on his face. With the 1000-fold drop rate hack, Lin Chen could easily obtain high-quality equipment and proceed to kill monsters above his level. However, due to level restrictions, he couldn't immediately use the higher-level equipment obtained from killing monsters above his level, unable to convert the equipment advantage into a combat advantage promptly, in order to challenge stronger enemies as soon as possible, forming a virtuous cycle of efficiently increasing combat power. This was currently the biggest problem he faced. But this dark gold equipment, Forgiveness of the Transcender, perfectly solved his problem. This equipment came just in time. With this equipment, he was basically entering invincible mode. After wearing this dark gold equipment, Lin Chen immediately replaced the recently obtained red quality weapon Morning of the Vanquisher, and then also equipped 2 level 15 orange quality items. In an instant, the significant increase in attributes made him feel slightly uncomfortable. After moving around a bit, he familiarized himself with the immense power of his new equipment. Picking up countless gold coins and a large number of high-level healing potions on the ground, Lin Chen turned around and left the cave instance. In the newbie area, monsters around level 10 were already at the limit. To seek stronger enemies, Lin Chen had to leave the newbie area and officially enter the legendary continent. Since each newbie area was a relatively closed space, once you left, you couldn't come back. After some thought, Lin Chen decided to settle things here before embarking on his adventure in the legendary continent. Stepping forward, Lin Chen, clad in luxurious equipment, returned to the newbie village. At this moment, Sun Saiha and her group noticed that Lin Chen was not lurking outside the newbie village, but had just walked out of the village entrance, intending to level up by killing monsters. However, before they could finish off a rooster, they saw Lin Chen, with a red name, swiftly returning towards the newbie village. Quick! Hurry back to the newbie village. Sun Saiha was so scared that she trembled, a few drops of urine leaking out, and quickly led her group back. Upon entering the newbie village and seeing the militia guards standing at the entrance, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, still hanging around in the village? You are here for an exam, not to experience rural life. If you don't come out to level up by killing monsters soon, you might not even pass the 3rd level. Lin Chen arrived at the village entrance, carrying his battle blade and jokingly making fun of the situation. Seeing Lin Chen's smug look, Sun Saiha was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to pieces. Falling so far behind on the first day, the situation of Sun Saiha and her group was basically equivalent to having their ears covered during an English listening test by Lin Chen. The lost points would be difficult to recover. In terms of the importance of the college entrance examination, their future prospects would undoubtedly be greatly affected. Sun Saiha no longer pretended to be smiling and amiable as before. She stared fiercely at Lin Chen and sneered, "You can be arrogant for now. You only have these 7 days to be arrogant. After the college entrance examination, I will find you." Lin Chen held his head in fear and pleaded, I'm so scared. Please don't retaliate against me. I was already planning to make peace with you all." Upon hearing this, Sun Saiha paused for a moment, then composed herself and pretended to forgive Lin Chen, saying, "You want to make peace? Fine, but we've already lost too much time today. You must compensate us with the equipment and items you have on you." Lin Chen nodded and took out a bunch of purple equipment from his package, throwing them on the ground. Sun Saiha and the others were stunned, staring at the purple weapons on the ground. "Can these do?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes." Sun Saiha and the others immediately rushed out of the newbie village like hungry wolves, reaching out to grab the purple equipment on the ground. At that moment, Lin Chen waved the huge battle blade Mourner's Lament lightly. With the powerful red quality weapon and the terrifying strength attribute, Lin Chen was now able to easily defeat these level 2 or 3 players, almost killing them with a single blow, causing even more damage than necessary. In an instant, Sun Saiha and the others fell to the ground again. The weapon's special effect Resurrection of the Dead was activated, and skeleton soldiers emerged from their bodies. Sun Saiha and the others who had been resurrected in the village were furious. They stood by the resurrection point, cursing Lin Chen angrily. Sun Saiha, in particular, was like a shrew, spewing insults and threatening Lin Chen's family. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He walked into the village, smiling as he approached the group. Some people were scared and backed away. Sun Saiha sneered, "What are you afraid of? Would he dare to act in the newbie village? Do you think 2 level 30 militiamen are just for show?" The next moment, in a flash, Sun Saiha was split in half from the middle of her forehead. Lin Chen's blade swung lightly. Sun Saiha and the others quickly fell to the ground again. Seeing the situation, the 2 militiamen guarding the entrance of the newbie village immediately rushed over. "Who dares to violate the village rules and kill their own kind?" The 2 militiamen, armed with long spears, charged towards Lin Chen. Since Lin Chen dared to act in the newbie village, he was no longer afraid of these level 30 militiamen. Activating several skills attached to his orange equipment in succession, Lin Chen's body was instantly enveloped in multiple colored lights, boosting his combat power to the maximum. Amid the shocked gazes of the players and NPCs in the village, Lin Chen charged towards the 2 militiamen. The clash of weapons. The 2 militiamen were instantly pushed back. Before they could regain their stance, Lin Chen's blade struck again. A powerful blow. The ground trembled with the force of the strike. This blow directly inflicted severe injuries and stunned one of the militiamen. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen struck twice more. One of the level 30 militiamen who should have been suppressing everything in the newbie village fell to the ground and died. With one militiaman dead, the other was left struggling alone. With 2 ordinary strikes, the other militiaman also fell to the ground and died under the huge gap in combat power. You have attacked and killed a newbie village guard. Infamy plus 10 current infamy value, 125. You have become a serious criminal. You have attacked and killed a newbie village guard. Infamy plus 10 current infamy value, 135. You have become a serious criminal. The 2 militiamen were easily slain by Lin Chen. At this moment, Sun Saiha and the others who had just revived in the novice village saw this scene and fell into despair once again. Previously, when they saw Lin Chen, they desperately ran into the novice village. Now, it was completely reversed. When they saw Lin Chen, they frantically fled, wanting to run outside the village. However, with their agility attribute being 100 times that of them, Lin Chen easily intercepted and killed them all again. Sun Saiha and the others revived once more. Lin Chen stepped forward and continued the slaughter. In less than 5 minutes, the vast majority of people had used up all 10 revival chances, completely eliminating them from the game. Being eliminated at this point, for these candidates, was basically a complete disaster. In terms of scores, in this exam where the full score was 100 points, they could probably only get around 5 or 6 points. Not to mention the esports university, they couldn't even make it to the Guangqing Women's Gymnastics College. Stepping on Sun Saiha, who had only 1 life left, Lin Chen, with a gentle smile, educated her. "How about it? Have you learned your lesson? Will you still steal monsters in the future?" Sun Saiha, full of anger and humiliation, was about to curse and threaten Lin Chen. But Lin Chen was the first to strike, ending her journey of this exam. Refreshing! Lin Chen laughed heartily. Looking around, he found that other players were keeping their distance, looking at him with fear. Lin Chen scratched his head, planning to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a group of other NPCs in the novice village surrounded him. Led by the village chief, the NPCs each held weapons, with fierce expressions on their faces. The village chief coldly said, "Arrogant evildoer, how dare you kill the guardians of our village? Do you know you have committed a serious crime? Now, we must imprison you and wait for the Holy City Alliance to deal with you. You better not resist." Lin Chen glanced over. The NPCs were only around level 30. The highest level was the village chief, at level 35. Surrendering was definitely not his style. He didn't like playing bondage games, and even if he did, he was the one who tied others up, not the one being tied. So, there were only 2 choices before him. 1. Escape. 2. Kill them all. After some thought, Lin Chen smiled lightly. "Forget it, since I've already killed, killing a few more doesn't matter." With his weapon shining, the special effect of the weapon Resurrection of the Dead was activated. Immediately, 2 tall skeletal spear soldiers appeared on the bodies of the 2 militia who had just died in battle. Then, Lin Chen used the weapon skill again, Burial. The two tall skeletal spear soldiers' heads emitted a blue light, which entered Lin Chen's body. The next moment, the two skeletons fell, absorbing their strength, and Lin Chen's combat power increased significantly again. With a swift movement, he charged towards the NPCs, slashing recklessly. Before long, all the NPCs in the novice village had fallen, turning the once thriving novice village into a hellish scene. Just as Lin Chen was about to step on the village chief's body and deliver the final blow, a commanding shout suddenly came from behind. "Stop!" Lin Chen turned around to see a righteous-looking young man striding towards them. Seeing that he was equipped similarly and probably not of high level, Lin Chen was curious about where he got the courage to confront him at this moment. With a majestic stride, the player walked straight to the village chief and threw a few herbs on the village chief's face, saying, "Village chief, these are the herbs you asked me to collect. I've collected them, settle the quest reward for me before you die." Village chief. After completing the quest and receiving the reward, the young man made a gesture of thanks, bowed to Lin Chen, and said with a smile, "Come on, big brother, go ahead and strike. I've delayed your time, I'm really sorry." Lin Chen. He was tempted to chop this guy. However, considering that the other party did not harm his own interests, and that this college entrance examination game was quite important for ordinary examinees like them, Lin Chen spared this guy's life for now. Puff! With a swift motion, the last NPC village chief in the newbie village fell. In front of him, continuous prompts popped up. You attacked and killed the newbie village chief, infamy plus 30 current infamy value, 225, you have become a serious criminal. You exterminated the entire newbie village, achievement unlocked, village slayer reward, secret realm map Eerie newbie village X1 You exterminated the entire newbie village, relationship with the Holy City Alliance severely deteriorated all human villages, towns, and cities, as well as NPC members of the Justice Camp, will no longer provide you with any tasks or services. Lin Chen didn't care about the penalties mentioned in the prompts. With the cheap 1000-fold drop rate in hand, all he needed to do was to continuously seek and kill powerful monsters to quickly become stronger and earn a large number of exam points. Taking on some tasks or trying to gain benefits from NPCs would actually reduce the efficiency of his power increase. And playing the role of a villain in this game seems quite interesting. Lin Chen's mouth curved into a dangerous smile, his eyes scanning the surrounding players. The players around immediately moved further away. Opening his inventory, Lin Chen took out the secret realm map he obtained after exterminating the newbie village to examine it. Special item, secret realm map Eerie newbie village level restriction, LV50 effect. Consume this map to enter the secret realm instance, Eerie newbie village introduction. Will there really be someone willing to help you for free? Are the kind villagers in the newbie village really human? Looking at the secret realm map in his hand, Lin Chen pondered slightly. As long as he tore open the map now, he could immediately enter the secret realm instance. However, the level restriction of this secret realm map was LV50. This meant that the monster's strength in the secret realm instance was above level 50. Although there was forgiveness for exceeding limits, Lin Chen could use this item now. But after some consideration, knowing that he only had one chance to enter, in order to maximize the benefits in the secret realm instance, Lin Chen did not immediately tear open the map but planned to slightly increase his strength first. Under the gaze of other examinees looking at him like monsters, Lin Chen left the newbie village and headed towards the outermost direction. After searching the newbie area for a while, he soon found a teleportation array. You have reached level 10 and can leave the newbie area. Do you want to leave the newbie area and go to the legendary central continent? Note, after teleportation, you will not be able to return to the newbie area. Please prepare yourself. Yes, teleport. Lin Chen thought. In the next moment, a flash of light surrounded him. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery in front of him had undergone a huge change. You have been teleported to the legendary central continent. You are the first player to complete the teleportation. Exam points plus 30. Vast expanses of land, towering mountains in the distance reaching into the clouds, and the faint shadow of a huge city in the distance. Compared to the tiny place in the newbie area, the legendary central continent was clearly much broader. All examinees who were teleported from their respective newbie areas could gather and meet in the legendary central continent. It can be said that stepping into the legendary central continent, this game involving millions of people has truly begun. After completing the teleportation, not far away, a guide in a long robe immediately approached. Welcome to the legendary central continent. I am a guide from the Holy City Alliance. I have a detailed map of the central continent and information on monster distribution that I can give you. As he approached Lin Chen, the guide's words abruptly stopped. His gaze fixed on the thick red name above Lin Chen's head. His previously friendly expression suddenly changed, and he coldly said, "I'm sorry, I have no obligation to provide services to criminals. With that, he tried to put away the map and documents. Hand them over. Lin Chen smirked and drew his sword directly. The guide was at level 35, but his combat power was not strong, lacking combat skills and only able to perform normal attacks. After taking 3 strikes from Lin Chen, he fell to the ground dead. You attacked and killed the novice guide. Infamy value plus 30, current infamy value, 255. You have become a serious criminal. Lin Chen picked up the map and documents to examine. The nearest city from his current location was called the Holy Sword City. Normally, players entering the legendary Central Continent would first go to the nearest city for supplies. However, Lin Chen was in a special situation with a red name, so he probably wouldn't be welcomed in Holy Sword City. After some thought, Lin Chen began to check the distribution of monsters in the legendary Central Continent. Currently, the area he was in was called the Wilderness of Beasts. The monster levels ranged from 10 to 35. The strongest area boss in this region was a Lord-level boss named Thunder Roar. In addition, there were 9 other regions in the legendary Central Continent. In total, there were 10 regions, with the monsters' levels getting higher and more dangerous the closer they were to the outer regions of the continent. Each region had a powerful boss. Lin Chen planned to start by achieving a small goal, hunting down the bosses in these 10 regions one by one. With determination, he headed towards the location of the boss in the Wilderness of Beasts. Roaring Canyon. In the center of 2 huge cliffs, the ground was littered with the bones of various beasts. In the distance, a giant mammoth monster over 5 meters tall was resting in the crevices of the canyon. Beside it, there were 2 3-meter-tall mammoth monsters guarding. LV-30 Ancient Roar Beast Leader Level Monster, LV-30 Ancient Roar Beast Leader Level Monster, LV-35 Thunder Roar Lord Level Monster, Area Boss. In this game, besides level, the most significant factor affecting a monster's combat power is its grade. Monster grades range from ordinary, elite, leader, lord, overlord, king, emperor, to legendary. The skeleton general Lin Chen had previously killed was a leader-level monster, the same grade as the 2 smaller monsters next to the area boss Thunder Roar, but the level difference was vast, with the combat power of the 2 ancient roar beasts far surpassing that of the skeleton general. The lord-level boss Thunder Roar naturally had even more terrifying combat power. Of course, in addition to these regular grades, there were occasionally special grade monsters that appeared, such as world-level boss monsters that refreshed at set times, or plot monsters that appeared during certain game events. Lin Chen approached, checked the information of these 3 monsters, and attempted to attack. Releasing all his skills, Lin Chen adjusted his status to the strongest. Swish! His figure flashed, charging straight ahead. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen's hands were numb, and the 3 monsters were covered in bloodstains but showed no signs of falling. Damn it, the level 30 boss monster and level 35 lord monster are indeed not comparable to the ordinary level NPCs in those newbie villages. Their defense is ridiculously strong. Sensing the danger, Lin Chen began to fight and retreat. Although his backpack was filled with potions and items, coupled with high-quality equipment, he could take on 3 powerful monsters at once without being defeated. However, he found it not easy to take them down. Indeed, attempting to kill a level 35 regional boss at level 10 is a bit too difficult. After escaping from a gap, Lin Chen immediately distanced himself from the canyon and took a breath. After briefly studying the map, he decided to first clear out the other boss monsters in the area. After a sprint, in the eastern part of the Wilderness of Beasts, Lin Chen found the den of a 3-headed tiger beast. LV-25 3-headed tiger beast, boss-level monster, dealing with the level 35 lord was tough, but the level 25 boss was no problem for Lin Chen. Although the 3-headed tiger beast was strong, causing him trouble with the flames spewed from its 3 heads, 5 minutes later, Lin Chen successfully killed it. You have killed the boss monster 3-headed tiger beast, LV-25, and gained 10,000 experience points. For every 15 levels above the monster's level, gain an additional 25,000 experience points. Killing a boss-level monster grants an additional 25,000 experience points. Your level has increased to LV11, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV12, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV13, gaining 10 free attribute points. Killing the level 25 boss monster directly raised Lin Chen's level by 3. A large amount of gold coins and items burst out from the 3-headed tiger beast's body. Among them, an item shining with a red light was the most dazzling. Lin Chen approached to inspect it. Upper garment, Tyrant Tiger Armor, level requirement, 25, quality, red, defense, 950, additional attributes, strength plus 200, constitution plus 200, agility plus 150, spirit plus 100, magic power plus 100, extra additional attribute, total defense increased by 20%. Special effect Ambush, conceal your form before launching an attack, continuously increasing the damage of the next attack, up to a 200% increase. Attached skill Tiger Roar, emit a thunderous tiger roar, causing massive sonic damage to all surrounding enemies and reducing the attack power of all surrounding enemies. Introduction, a super strong armor made from the bones of the legendary tiger beast Tyrant Tiger, providing outstanding defense while also offering powerful offensive capabilities to the wearer. Another red level 25 armor obtained, with close to 1000 defense, almost equivalent to the total defense provided by all other equipment on Lin Chen's body. Due to the higher level of the equipment, the attributes provided by this Tyrant Tiger armor to Lin Chen were much stronger than the weapon Morning of the Vanquisher in his hand, and the attached skills and special effects were also very powerful. With the legendary equipment Forgiveness of the Overlimit, Lin Chen only reached level 13 after killing the three-headed tiger beast. However, he could directly equip the Tyrant Tiger armor. After changing equipment, Lin Chen did not stop and continued to sweep the nearby boss-level creatures according to the map and monster distribution information. An hour passed. Not only did his level quickly rise to 18, but his entire equipment was rapidly replaced with high-level red quality equipment. His attributes once again received a significant boost. During this time, he also discovered a dungeon instance. After clearing the instance, a silver treasure chest appeared. After a 1000-fold increase, the silver treasure chest, before opening, directly turned into a diamond treasure chest. Lin Chen opened a golden quality skill book from the diamond chest with a 1000-fold increase. Skill book, Skybus Starfist, level restriction, LV30, quality, golden, skill effect, condense the power of the whole body, consume own health, evoke the power of the stars, and strike with a fist that descends from the sky. The skill power is directly proportional to strength and physique. For every 1000 points increase in strength attribute, the attack range of this skill doubles. Introduction, do you remember the fist technique that descends from the sky? In this game, skill books are also considered as a type of item. Therefore, with the Forgiveness of the Overlimit, Lin Chen can learn this level 30 golden quality skill in advance. With a single thought, he immediately learns it. You have mastered the golden quality skill, Skybus Starfist. After killing a boss-level monster, it usually takes several hours to respawn. After sweeping all the surrounding boss-level monsters, Lin Chen returned to the huge canyon in the northeast of the Wild Beast Wilderness. LV35 Sky Roar, Lord-level monster, LV30 Ancient Roar Beast, boss-level monster, LV30 Ancient Roar Beast, boss-level monster, this time should be no problem. Little darlings, I'm back. Glancing at the three huge mammoth monsters in the distance, Lin Chen smiled. Opening the attribute panel, he quickly checked. Player, Lin Chen, occupation, warrior, level, 18, 8500/60,000, strength, 1228, affects physical attack, physical skill damage, physique, 1120, affects vitality, defense, injury recovery speed, agility, 995, affects movement speed, attack speed, magic power, 520, affects spell attack, spell skill effects, spirit, 620, affects total mana, mana recovery speed, current remaining free attribute points, 0, gold coins, 213-4080, returning for the challenge. Lin Chen's combat power is far beyond what he was just over an hour ago. Wild Blessing, Ambush, Bone-Crushing Charge, Superpower Aggregation. With the effects and skills of the red equipment activated, Lin Chen's momentum surged again, and a tremendous energy gathered around him. When charged to a sufficient degree, a dazzling starlight flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Skybus Starfist. In the next moment, the sky darkened. The wind and clouds changed suddenly. An immensely powerful light blue fist shadow condensed in the air. With a loud shout from Lin Chen, boom! The Starfist fell. The entire Wild Beast Wilderness trembled. In an instant, the Starfist hit directly, crushing the two LV30 boss-level Ancient Roar Beasts into pieces. The Lord-level regional boss Sky Roar, also heavily injured and fell to the ground under this fist. Not only the three monsters at the center of the Skybus Starfist were affected, but also dozens or even hundreds of other wild monsters in the nearby area were either killed or injured by the aftermath of this fist. With just one punch, Lin Chen gained a large amount of experience points, and his level directly rose to LV21. Your level has increased to level 20, gaining 10 free attribute points, exam points plus 20. You are the first player to break through level 20, additional reward exam points, 200 points. You have awakened the second skill of the warrior, Whirlwind Slash. Your level has increased to level 21, gaining 10 free attribute points. This punch was terrifyingly powerful. However, it also consumed a large amount of Lin Chen's health. Feeling as if his body had been drained, he was extremely weak. Lin Chen quickly took out a potion from his bag and swallowed it. With the supply of high-quality medicine, he immediately restored his health to full once again. Looking into the distance, Lin Chen saw the strongest boss of the wild beast wilderness, Tian Ho, struggling to breathe. Lin Chen's figure flashed and he rushed forward for a final blow. Puff! Tian Ho perished. You have killed the Lord Boss Tian Ho of the wild beast wilderness and gained 100,000 experience points. For surpassing level 14 in the kill, you gain an additional 200,000 experience points. Killing a Lord Boss grants an extra 400,000 experience points. Your level has increased to LV22, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV23, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV26, gaining 10 free attribute points, along with a large amount of gold coins, potions, and gems shimmering with red light. A golden light burst forth from Tian Ho's corpse. Lin Chen approached and casually picked up a few gems to inspect. Item, top strength gem, level restriction, none, quality, red, effect. When embedded in equipment, it adds an additional 500 strength attribute points to the equipment. Introduction, the top strength gem that significantly enhances the strength attribute of equipment. Item, top experience gem, level restriction, none, quality, red, effect. When embedded in equipment, it increases the experience points you gain by 50%. Introduction, the top experience gem that greatly enhances your leveling efficiency. Item, super bloodsucking essence, level restriction, none, quality, red, effect. When embedded in a weapon, it adds 50% lifesteal to attacks. Introduction, a super top-grade blood-sucking essence gem that enhances your sustained combat ability and can also act as a sanitary pad, just a bit prickly. With the enhancement of 1,000 times drop rate plugins, among the loot dropped by Boss Tian Ho, there were a total of 30 of these top red quality gems alone. Gathering the gems, gold coins, and potions, Lin Chen reached out and picked up the central golden battle axe. Weapon, Axe of Beast Glory, level restriction, 35, quality, gold, attack power, 3,500, additional attributes, strength plus 800, constitution plus 600, agility plus 600, spirit plus 200, magic power plus 100, extra additional attributes, strength plus 400, constitution plus 200, agility plus 200, spirit plus 200, magic power plus 100, overall attack power increased by 20%. Special Effect 1 Slaughter Fury, killing enemies continuously triggers your anger. When your anger reaches a certain level, you will enter a state of fury, gaining a significant increase in strength and constitution attributes. Special Effect 2 Indiscriminate Destruction, when you attack enemies, there is a chance to directly destroy the enemy's equipment. Attached skill, Beast God Moment, summon the incarnation of the Beast God, transforming into the form of the Beast God. Introduction, the ancestral artifact of the ancient Beast Clan, a super powerful battle axe ranked 312th on the legendary world's top weapon list. The quality of item equipment ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, colorful, rainbow colored. After obtaining this gold equipment, Lin Chen's combat power has been elevated to another level. Not to mention the powerful special effects and gorgeous attached skills, this equipment alone, with a base attack power exceeding 3,000 and a total of 3,200 attribute points, has almost doubled Lin Chen's combat power. However, the rewards for killing Tian Ho are far from over. Ding! You are the first player to complete the kill of the boss Tian Ho in the Wild Beast Wilderness area. Extra exam points plus 300. Ding! You are the first player to defeat the regional boss. Extra exam points plus 300. As the first player to defeat the regional boss, the quality of the regional boss treasure chest you open this time will be increased by 100-fold. In the center of the canyon, the ground sank, and a stone platform made of rocks slowly rose. On the stone platform, a chest with tiger head patterns suddenly flashed brightly. The tiger head pattern chest instantly transformed into a dragon pattern chest. Lin Chen stepped forward and tried to open the chest. However, the light on the dragon pattern chest began to flicker again. After 1,000-fold drop rate amplification, this dragon chest has been upgraded to a Qilin chest. Sure enough, the 1,000-fold drop rate cheat can amplify all chests. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The game system amplified it by 100-fold, and the cheat helped him amplify it by 1,000-fold. When he opened the chest, which had been upgraded in quality by 10,000 times, piles of gold coins surged out, almost filling half of the canyon. Among them, there were a large number of red and gold quality gemstone props. There were even a few dark gold gemstones shimmering. These gemstones could significantly increase attributes. Among the items that burst out of the chest, a colorful light shot up into the sky. It was a pair of extremely domineering, cool wings that seemed to be burning with fierce flames. Lin Chen waved his hand slightly, and the wings descended from the sky, slowly falling into his hands. Special equipment, Fiery Sun Feather Level Restriction, 100 Quality, Colorful Effect 1, Movement Speed increased by 100-fold. Effect 2, attacks come with Fiery Sun Flames, causing massive burning damage. Effect 3, all attributes plus 3000. Effect 4, for every 100 levels increased, you can enter the Fiery Sun Sanctuary instance once introduction, the Supreme Wings from the Fiery Sun Sanctuary, possessing the scorching divine power of the Fiery Sun, ranked 57th on the Legendary Continent's wing ranking. Damn! Seeing the attributes of these wings, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Equipping the wings, he felt the power within him surge again. Lin Chen's mouth curled up recklessly. Isn't this completely taking off? At the same time, in the 1565th newbie village, Huang Tianao, with his almost perfect combat skills, also managed to defeat the boss-level boss in the newbie area instance, and when he opened the chest, he saw a purple equipment burst out, causing a slight smile to appear on his lips. Weapon, Vajra Battleblade Level Restriction, 10 Quality, Purple Attack Power, 100 Additional Attributes, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 30, Spirit plus 20. Special Effect, Vajra Power. Your attacks will come with the power of Vajra, with a chance to stun the enemy. Introduction, a powerful weapon specially used by the Vajra Warrior. It is said that when the Vajra Warrior eats green onions dipped in sauce, he also uses this knife to trim the shape of the green onions. This should be the first purple weapon in this game, Huang Tianao thought to himself, a smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, in the real world, in the live broadcast room of the college entrance examination, a huge wave had already been stirred up. Having witnessed Huang Tianao single-handedly defeat the instance boss, the national audience had been conquered by his powerful gaming talent, and they were crazily sending messages of admiration and shock in the barrage area. In the live broadcast room, the three game commentators were also in a state of excitement. Too strong. He's really too strong. Commentator Guagua said. Brother Mai was also shocked, his eyes were so excited that they were a bit moist. 3 years. No. 5 years. In the past 5 years of college entrance examinations, there has never been such a top gaming talent like him. Female commentator Taodao somehow pulled out a green sleeping bag from somewhere and had already crawled into it, looking like a big caterpillar. Yes. As soon as Huang Tianao left the instance, he immediately found the teleportation array and headed to the legendary Central Continent. However, Mapian suddenly realized something and said, wait, I remember in these types of legendary games, the first one to defeat the instance boss should receive additional rewards. Guagua also remembered this and was surprised, right? Why didn't Huang Tianao receive any special rewards? Or did he receive them but just didn't show them? Could it be that he wasn't the first to defeat the boss? Mapian suggested a possibility. The director at this moment began to switch camera angles. In other newbie areas, the other seed players from several prestigious companies had also made rapid progress in the past few hours. Zhou Yu, Xinwen Song, Chen Bingqi, Yuan Fenghua, and other examinees who had the opportunity to compete for the top spot had already begun exploring the instances in the newbie area, but none had successfully cleared them yet. So, who could it be that defeated the boss before Huang Tianao? Could it be Xiao Yun? Guagua speculated. The director immediately switched the camera to Xiao Yun's perspective. At that moment of the angle switch, Xiao Yun and several others in the team were seen besieging the boss in the instance. Xiao Yun leaped forward, dodging attacks continuously. Finally, with a very beautiful leap attack, he defeated the boss. There was another uproar in the live broadcast room. Xiao Yun, a commoner, unexpectedly defeated the boss in the newbie area at a speed second only to Huang Tianao, before the other top seed players. Impressive. With his skills, given time, he will surely become great. Mapian gave a very high evaluation. Guagua nodded in approval, but then fell into doubt, so, it seems that Xiao Yun wasn't the first to defeat the boss either. Then who could it be? The audience across the Great Xia also fell into deep doubt and faint anticipation following the words of the two anchors. Little did they know, that person had already gone to the legendary Central Continent, currently stepping on the corpse of the Lord-level area boss, studying the colorful high-quality wings in his hands. At the same time, in Kyoto, at the headquarters of the highest game research center, inside the data room, the global network card used for the college entrance examination, Mad Blood Legend, was running in a giant game machine, with a large number of data personnel sitting in front of computers, monitoring the data operation of the card. Outside the data room, two esports powerhouses with a master-level ranking in combat power were guarding the door of the data room steadily. Director, please come and take a look. Inside the data room, a data inspector suddenly spoke up. The director in charge of supervising the normal operation of the card immediately walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The inspector pointed to a red data line on the screen. There is some abnormal data here. Is it the examinee's data? The director frowned. The inspector shook his head. No, it should be some errors in the data of the card world itself. From the current stage, it probably won't have any impact, but we can't rule out some small probability of negative effects. The director's face turned somewhat unpleasant at the explanation. The card should have undergone 3 data security checks before being put into use. How could there still be such problems? As one of the main responsible persons for this year's college entrance examination, if there were any issues with the card during the exam, he would bear a huge responsibility. The inspector explained, some dynamic data cannot be tested for security before use, so it's not uncommon for such situations to occur. It shouldn't affect the progress of the exam, so you don't need to worry too much. The director let out a long sigh upon hearing this, nodded solemnly, and said, continue monitoring this erroneous data. If there are any more issues, report to me immediately. Yes. In the world of the game Mad Blood Legend, Lin Chen's combat power soared again after equipping the golden weapon Beast Glory's Fall and the Wing's Fiery Sun Feather. Feeling confident enough to tackle the level 50 dungeon, Lin Chen took out the item he obtained when annihilating the newbie village from his inventory. Special item, Secret Realm Map Eerie Newbie Village, Level Restriction, LV50, Effect. Consuming this map allows entry into the Secret Realm Dungeon, Eerie Newbie Village. Introduction, will there really be someone to help you for free? Are the friendly villagers in the newbie village really human? Lin Chen exerted force with both hands, eyes filled with anticipation, and tore the map apart as if tearing open a black stocking. The next moment, a gray light flashed. Lin Chen squinted, scanning his surroundings, and realized he had entered a space similar to the newbie village. However, this newbie village had a gloomy and oppressive overall tone. The sun in the sky, which should have been bright, was emitting a blood-red light. The shape of the sun was also very strange, resembling a bleeding crimson skull, casting a thick blood-red color over half the sky. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Looking down, Lin Chen surveyed the environment in the newbie village. The dilapidated houses were standing precariously, eerie and terrifying, like haunted houses. Both inside and outside each house were filled with gray-black tombstones, some with long spears erected, with bloody and flesh-muddled heads on top, unrecognizable as human. Sinister, terrifying, evil. There was no sign of the usual thriving appearance of a normal newbie village here. Looking at the NPCs in the newbie village, each one was more terrifying than the last. The 2 militia guards at the village entrance, with empty eye sockets and eyeballs missing, were staring at each other, continuously thrusting the long spears in their hands into each other's bodies, with dark blood gushing out. Eee. As they stabbed each other, they made strange, baby-like laughter. Looking at the blacksmith, it seemed like he was forging something. Getting closer, Lin Chen saw that what was being continuously hammered under the hammer was pieces of human bones. And in the forge burning, there were human-shaped corpses already charred into charcoal. The village chief was even more bizarre. Various bloody and dirty organs were entwined all over his body. One eyeball of the village chief was dangling from its socket, his tongue stretched out long, corrosive mucus flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a stick-shaped object resembling a bull's penis growing on his left cheek. Seeing Lin Chen looking over, the village chief shrilly laughed. Hee. Hello, adventurer, can I entrust you with a task? Can you give me your most precious possession? Lin Chen shuddered at the words, covering his crotch and said, no way. Mine is too big, unlike the asymmetrical thing on your face. You should go ask someone else. By the way, I know someone named Lu Zhou. The eerie village chief fell silent for a moment, pointing to the stick-shaped object on his cheek and explained, this is a thumb. Lin Chen suddenly realized, I see. Your thumb is quite developed. The eerie village chief explained, when I was alive, you players completed tasks, and I always had to give a thumbs up to show approval, and over time, it became like this. Lin Chen nodded and asked, do you have any unique insights on the maintenance of toenail fungus? Noticing that the topic was veering off track, the eerie village chief's expression turned sinister, and he let out a sharp laugh once again. Stop the nonsense, what I want is your life. Accompanied by the escalating volume of the sharp laughter, the NPCs in the village mechanically turned their heads in unison, their hollow eyes locking onto Lin Chen. In the next moment, as if losing their sanity, they all lunged towards Lin Chen. I'll be damned. Lin Chen swung his hand, and with one axe blow, he directly chopped off the head of the NPC closest to him. The golden weapon in his hand, the glory of the beast's honor, shimmered with golden light. Beast God's moment. Lin Chen activated the weapon's special skill, and instantly, his body began to expand, his fur rapidly growing, his teeth and nails becoming sharp and fierce. In a matter of seconds, he transformed into a formidable monster standing 3 meters tall, half human and half beast. In the state of the beast god's moment, his strength and physical attributes were greatly enhanced. Swinging the large axe, the flames of the sun feather's blaze were imbued on the weapon, and the terrifyingly shaped novice village NPCs were cut into pieces as if they were paper in a matter of seconds. In front of Lin Chen now, even a level 50 monster was just a piece of cake that could be easily killed with a flick of his finger. Killing monsters over 20 levels higher, he gained a large amount of experience points, and Lin Chen's level rose continuously from level 26 to level 29. After clearing out the monsters in the secret dungeon, the handle of the well in the center of the village began to rotate strangely on its own. Before long, a bucket rose from the well. Inside the bucket, a skull-shaped treasure chest emitting black aura was slanted. Lin Chen approached and tried to open the skull-shaped treasure chest. Thick black aura immediately surged out, and the treasure chest changed color from black to deep red. After a 1,000-fold increase in drop rate, this skull-shaped treasure chest has been upgraded to the Ghost King's treasure chest. After the chest was opened, a large number of gold coins, items, gems, and medicines burst out. In addition to these miscellaneous items, 2 skill books were also dropped, and a card emitting a strong black aura. The information of the 2 skill books is as follows. Special Skill Book, Divine Blacksmithing Skill, Level Restriction, None, Quality, None, Skill Effect. After learning this skill, you can strengthen equipment on your own, punch holes in equipment, embed gems in equipment, enchant equipment, and even craft equipment yourself. When enhancing, punching holes, embedding gems, and enchanting equipment, the success rate is extremely high, and it may provide additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special Skill Book, Divine Grocer Skill, Level Restriction, None, Quality, None, Skill Effect. After learning this skill, you can mix potions on your own, synthesize various gem items, special items. The success rate is extremely high, and it may provide additional attribute bonuses to the items made through synthesis. Although these 2 skills did not directly affect combat power, they were very practical. For Lin Chen, who couldn't enter the city and enjoy NPC services, these 2 skills happened to meet his needs in this regard. As for the card emitting a strong black aura, after reading the introduction on the card, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. I can't believe such a thing exists. The information on the black card is as follows. Special item, Invitation to the Dark Hall, Level Restriction, LV100, Effect. After using this item, you will receive an invitation from the Dark Hall, the largest villain organization in the legendary continent, to embark on a completely different evil questline. You will completely diverge from the path of the Alliance of Justice and the Holy City, and at that time, all human justice NPCs and all players will see you as enemies. Introduction. There is only one chance to choose, no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss is also gazing back at you. There really is a route to take on the role of the antagonist. This game is getting more and more intense. Lin Chen licked his lips, his eyes shining. However, the level restriction for using this item is LV100. It is estimated that after use, there will be some troubles that can only be solved by level 100, or tasks that can only be completed with extremely high combat power. Just to be safe, Lin Chen first put it in his inventory. I'd better hunt the boss in the central continent first to increase my combat power. Behind him, wings burning with flames suddenly spread out. Lin Chen soared into the air and flew straight towards the next target area. The next higher level area is called the Frozen Ice Field. The level of monsters in this area is generally around 30 to 55. The strongest area boss in this area, also a Lord level boss, is called the Extreme Ice Phoenix. With the speed boost of the Sun Feather, Lin Chen moved very fast, leaving a streak of crimson flames in the sky. On the ground, Huang Tianao, who had just entered the legendary central continent, was being led by a guide to the nearby human capital. Suddenly, a flame shadow flashed across the sky. The temperature around even rose significantly in that instant. Huang Tianao was stunned and asked the guide, "What just flew by?" The guide also looked puzzled. "I don't know, I didn't see clearly." With the rapid movement speed boost of the Sun Feather, Lin Chen quickly left the wilderness of beasts area. Below him, the originally barren gray soil was gradually covered by icy blue snow. Due to the vast size of each area, the distances between them are also very far apart. Normally, without using the teleportation array in the city to travel, it might take players several hours to run from one area to another. However, with the support of the 57th ranked colorful quality wings in the legendary continent, Lin Chen only took 10 minutes to cross between areas. Arriving at the frozen ice field, Lin Chen wasted no time and headed straight for the highest peak of the ice field. The area boss of the frozen ice field, the Extreme Ice Phoenix, is located at the top of this peak. As he approached the peak, a group of humanoid monsters made entirely of ice rushed towards Lin Chen. LV-50 Extreme Iceman Elite Monster, With Lin Chen's current combat power, this group of level 50 elite monsters was no different from the big rooster at the entrance of the newbie village, swinging his golden quality battle axe casually. Crack, crack, crack. The large number of extreme ice men were instantly smashed into pieces and fell down. While the ground was littered with gold coins and orange items, Lin Chen didn't even bother to look, just using the automatic pickup function of his inventory to collect these coins and items. You have killed the elite monster Extreme Iceman, LV50, and gained 80,000 experience points. For every 21 levels higher, you gain an additional 120,000 experience points. The light of leveling up continued to flash. After slaughtering hundreds of Extreme Icemen, Lin Chen's level directly rose from LV29 to LV35. Stepping forward, he continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. Before long, dozens of towering snow monsters emerged from the snow, once again blocking his path. LV53 Snow Demon leader level monster, however, Lin Chen's pace did not stop for a moment, calmly approaching, his battle axe dancing in his hand. Puff, puff, puff. As a leader level monster, the Snow Demon has tough skin and thick flesh, much more resistant to beatings than the Extreme Iceman. If hit in a vital spot, Lin Chen can still kill with one blow. But if hit elsewhere, he would need to strike again. For him, the difference between the Snow Demon and the Extreme Iceman is just that. You have killed the leader level monster Snow Demon, LV53, and gained 150,000 experience points. Every 20 levels above, you gain an additional 180,000 experience points. After defeating dozens of snow demons, Lin Chen's level soared again, from LV35 to LV39. Above the snowy ground, a large number of level 50 red items burst out. Among them, there was a glint of gold. Can leader-level monsters also drop gold-quality equipment? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and approached to pick up the golden light to examine it. Gauntlets, wrist guards of the ancient ice war god level requirement, 50 quality, gold defense, 4,300 additional attributes, strength plus 1,500, constitution plus 1,000, agility plus 1,000, spirit plus 900, spell power plus 800 extra additional attributes, strength plus 800, constitution plus 600, agility plus 600, spirit plus 500, spell power plus 300, overall defense increased by 25%. Special Effect 1 Ice Aura, significantly reduces the agility of surrounding enemies. Special Effect 2 Origin of Frost, your attacks will inflict additional frost damage and have a certain chance to freeze enemies. Attached skill, Might of the Ice War God, pray for the blessing of the Ice War God, temporarily gaining the powerful strength of the Ice War God. Introduction, Wrist Guards of the Ancient Ice War God, ranked 259th on the Legendary World's Top Wrist Guards list. Normally, in this type of legendary game, gold quality equipment is already considered extremely rare. In just 7 days of gameplay, obtaining a piece of gold equipment would generally secure a very high ranking in this globally connected world. And now, in less than a day of gameplay, Lin Chen already possessed 2 pieces of gold equipment, as well as a dark gold necklace and a pair of colorful quality wings. It can only be said that what he was playing was no longer the same game as others. As a level 50 gold equipment, the attributes of the wrist guards of the ancient ice war god were quite powerful. Lin Chen immediately equipped it and then glanced at the other red quality equipment. Seeing a few pieces that were better than what he was currently wearing, he quickly replaced them, resulting in a significant increase in attributes. He took a step forward and continued towards the summit of the winter peak. Before long, he saw a giant ice blue bird standing proudly at the top of the snowy mountain. LV55 Extreme Ice Phoenix Lord Level Monster Area Boss. The huge ice blue body stood proudly at the top of the mountain, resembling an ice sculpture, motionless. It wasn't until Lin Chen approached and reached the huge ice platform at the summit that the Extreme Ice Phoenix slightly spread its wings and spoke in a crisp and pleasant human female voice. Human, trespassing in my territory and disturbing my meditation, you have committed a capital offense. Now, immediately roll down the mountain, and I may spare your life. Lin Chen chuckled, hands on his hips, mimicking the Extreme Ice Phoenix's speech. Mother bird, blocking my path and hindering my progress, you have committed a capital offense. Now, kneel down and call me daddy, and I might spare your life. As he spoke, he quietly activated the active skills of the 2 gold pieces of equipment on him. Beast God's Moment. The Might of the Ice War God. In an instant, golden beast shadows and ice blue battle shadows appeared on Lin Chen at the same time. After a moment, Lin Chen's body expanded, transforming into a beast form, while also shrouded in a virtual shadow of icy battle armor. His combat power, in this instant, all attributes skyrocketed. Heavenly Burst. Star Fist. With his right fist slightly clenched, Lin Chen unleashed the golden skill. A huge starlight fist shadow instantly condensed in the sky. The Heavenly Burst Star Fist skill has an effect that for every 1000 points of strength attribute the user possesses, the skill range will double. Last time, Lin Chen's strength attribute was just over 1000, and the coverage of the fist shadow reached hundreds of square meters. Now, with the support of golden equipment and colorful wings, his strength attribute has exceeded 8000. In the sky, the huge starlight fist shadow was 8 times larger than before, and as the fist shadow fell, it almost covered the entire winter peak. How is this possible? Looking up at the huge fist shadow falling from the sky, feeling the immense power contained in it, the Ice Phoenix's voice trembled, and a human-like expression of fear filled its eyes glowing with blue light. It fully spread its wings, with a surge of ice blue light all over its body, a huge ice shield quickly forming above it. However, boom! The fist shadow fell, and the ice shield was easily crushed like a biscuit. What followed was the shattered body of the Ice Phoenix and the entire winter peak. You have killed the Lord Boss Ice Phoenix and gained 300,000 experience points. For surpassing level 16 in the kill, you gain an additional 400,000 experience points. Killing a Lord level boss grants an additional 800,000 experience points. Your level has increased to LV 40, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 41, gaining 10 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player to complete the kill of the Ice Phoenix, the Lord Boss in the frozen ice field area. Extra exam points plus 600. In an instant, above the remains of the Ice Phoenix, items of various colors burst out. Among them, there were 2 level 55 golden equipment pieces, and a golden quality skill book. The 2 golden equipment pieces were leggings and a helmet, with attributes much stronger than his current red equipment. After picking up the equipment, Lin Chen immediately replaced them. He now had 4 pieces of golden equipment on him, increasing his combat power once again. As for the skill book, 1000 Mile Ice Seal, Level Restriction, LV 50, Quality, Golden, Skill Effect, using mana as a guide, unleash a powerful range-based freezing attack. The power of the skill is directly proportional to the magic power, and the range of the skill is directly proportional to the spirit. If the magic power attribute exceeds 2000, subsequent freezing will cause a secondary explosion, inflicting double damage. Introduction, Freeze. This skill was obviously more suitable for a mage to learn. In any case, there was no limit to the number of skills that could be learned in the game. With a single thought, Lin Chen directly learned the 1000 Mile Ice Seal. Looking up, surveying the winter peak destroyed by his Heavenly Burst Starfist, Lin Chen reflected on himself. If only I had used this skill directly from the beginning, I could have easily taken down the small boss in one go, without wasting so much time. After defeating the Ice Phoenix, the boss of the frozen icefield area, Lin Chen obtained 2 pieces of golden equipment and a golden skill book, which was quite a fruitful harvest. However, what he was more concerned about was the regional boss treasure chest. After searching for a while in the collapsed ruins of the Ice Mountain, Lin Chen finally found the boss treasure chest rewarded for defeating the boss in this area. It was an ice blue chest, exquisitely carved with phoenix patterns, very beautiful. Approaching, he tried to open the treasure chest. Above the ice blue carved phoenix treasure chest, the light flickered again. After 1000 times of explosive rate amplification, this Ice Phoenix chest has been upgraded to an ancient Ice Phoenix Empress chest. Opening the chest, a large amount of gold coins, items, and gems burst out. The quality of items and gems is at least gold level. The most eye-catching item is a shimmering dark gold light, nearly 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, resembling a huge ice blue super heavy sword like a wall. Weapon, Frost Wither, Level Restriction, 55, Quality, Dark Gold, Attack Power, 7000, Additional Attributes, Strength plus 2500, Constitution plus 2000, Agility plus 1500, Spirit plus 1000, Magic Power plus 1000, Additional Extra Attributes, Strength plus 1500, Constitution plus 1000, Agility plus 800, Spirit plus 500, Magic Power plus 500, Special Effect 1 Ice Crystal Armor. When enemies attack you, they will suffer a large amount of frozen damage backlash. Special Effect 2 Ice Phoenix Summoning. When you attack enemies, the weapon will accumulate cold energy. Releasing the accumulated cold energy will summon a powerful Ice Phoenix. The more energy accumulated, the stronger the summoned Ice Phoenix. Attached skill Ice Burst. Detonate ice elements, causing massive damage to all enemies currently frozen. Dark Gold Weapon Special Effect. The first time you wear this equipment, you will have a chance to enter the Trial of the Ice Domain, with a difficulty level of about level 70. Passing the Trial of the Ice Domain, you will permanently receive the Blessing of the Ice Domain, gaining a large amount of attribute enhancement. Introduction, Sealed the Peerless Magic Sword of the Ice Domain. The giant war sword ranked 157th on the Legendary World's top weapon list. The quality of item equipment ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, colorful, rainbow. A dark gold level weapon, successfully obtained. This is Lin Chen's second dark gold equipment. However, unlike the dark gold necklace forgiveness of the over limit that provides special effects, this equipment is a powerful weapon that directly increases Lin Chen's combat power. Compared to the 35th level gold weapon Glory of the Beastly Conquest he is currently using, Frost Wither is of higher quality and equipment level. Compared to Glory of the Beastly Conquest, Frost Wither's attack power and the attribute bonuses it provides are also overwhelmingly powerful. Will equipping this weapon for the first time enter the Trial of the Ice domain? Lin Chen looked at his extremely extraordinary attribute panel and felt that dealing with a level 70 trial should not be a problem, so he directly equipped Frost Wither. In the next instant, the scene flashed before his eyes. Everything was covered in ice blue. Lin Chen entered a world entirely made of ice. In the Trial of the Ice domain, icebergs rose from the ground, transforming into giant icemen, swirling the ice and snow of the entire domain. After equipping the dark gold equipment Frost Wither, Lin Chen's combat power had once again significantly increased. Holding the ice blue giant sword, he charged forward. On Lin Chen's side, he entered the Trial of the Ice domain. At the same time, other players also gradually emerged from the novice area and arrived at the legendary Central Continent. After entering the Central Continent, most players chose to follow the guide and enter the nearby capital city. Compared to the barren and simple novice village, the capital city of the Central Continent was much larger, almost the same size as some small county towns in reality. In addition to the larger land area, more functional NPCs, and more quests to undertake, in the capital city, some random events would be triggered. Completing these events would provide players with unexpected surprise rewards. In short, after leaving the novice area and officially entering the legendary continent, players have more choices. They can choose to grind monsters in the wilderness, complete tasks in the city, explore dungeons, engage in free trading in the market, buy low and sell high. As time passes, players improve their strength through various means. Several hours later, almost a day has passed since the game started. Players have rapidly leveled up, with most players reaching around level 15. Top experts like Huang Tianao and Xiao Yunzhouyu have already surpassed level 20 and awakened their second profession skill. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, commentators Guo Guo and Mai Piangu sit behind the broadcasting desk, still passionately commenting on the game. Look, Huang Tianao has found another hidden dungeon. Mai Piangu follows up with a laugh. I'm really curious now. What exactly is Huang Tianao's gaming talent, an SS level talent? Is it really that abnormal? Snore. Female commentator Tao Tao responds with a snore. Behind the broadcasting desk, a pink tent has been set up at some point. Tao Tao, citing that staying up late will ruin her skin, crawled into the tent early at 5:30 in the afternoon to start her beauty sleep. Let's take a look at Xiao Yun's side. The camera switches. Commentator Guo Guo is about to introduce the situation of the star of the commoners Xiao Yun. Snore. Tao Tao's voice suddenly increases, completely overshadowing Guo Guo's commentary. The two male commentators look at each other speechlessly. Mai Piangu walks to the side of the tent and cautiously says, Tao Tao, can you please stop snoring? Tao Tao, still somewhat conscious, hears Mai Piangu's words, and the snoring inside the tent abruptly stops. However, the next moment, a melodious fart sound comes from inside the tent. Mai Piangu. Guo Guo. Mai Piangu, sis, it's fine if you heard it, no need to respond, this is a national broadcast. Put. This time, a crisp fart sound is heard. Along with the sound, the smell begins to spread in the broadcast room. Guo Guo takes out two masks from under the broadcasting table and hands one to Mai Piangu, smirking. When I saw her ordering roasted sweet potatoes for delivery, I thought of the current situation, so I asked the production team to give us two masks. Mai Piangu looks at the two big holes at the nostrils of the mask in his hand and falls into silence for a moment. Outside the game, the atmosphere is relaxed. Inside the game, in the wild beast wilderness, near the area where the regional boss is located, the Roaring Canyon. However, the atmosphere is tense at this moment. Next to the massive corpse of the regional boss Tianho in the wild beast wilderness, Huang Tianao stands with his sword, expressionless. On both sides of the canyon, two groups have already surrounded him. One group is Zhou Yu's team, and the other group is Xin Wensong's team. As long as we kill him here once, Huang Tianao's threat in this exam will no longer be a concern. Zhou Yu thinks to himself, tightening his staff in his hand, but he glances at the massive body of the boss Tianho in the canyon, with some concern in his heart. This Tianho is a level 35 Lord-level boss. Can he really take down this boss alone? If his strength has really reached this level, our two groups may not necessarily be able to defeat him. Should we really make a move? Surrounded by two groups in the middle of the canyon, Huang Tianao was slightly puzzled. How did they manage to defeat the Howling Sky before me? After clearing several hidden instances and reaching level 25, Huang Tianao used his SS-grade gaming talent to deduce a way to kill the Howling Sky boss. But to his surprise, when he arrived, he saw that the Howling Sky was already dead, and shortly after, Zhou Yu and Shen Song led people to surround him. Naturally, he assumed that these two had killed the boss first and then ambushed him here. Both sides were suspicious of each other, thinking the other had killed the boss. Little did they know that while they were still in the newbie village, Lin Chen had already taken down the Howling Sky. Seeing Zhou Yu hesitating to make a move, Shen Song couldn't wait any longer and impatiently shouted, "Zhou Yu, are you going to attack or not?" Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, in the game world, all players received a simultaneous prompt. 20 minutes later, the first world boss will appear. 20 minutes later, the first world boss, Dark Knight, will appear. The coordinates of the Dark Knight are at the border of the Beast Wilderness and the Frozen Icefield. All players are urged to quickly rush there and work together to defeat the world boss Dark Knight. After defeating the world boss, all players who participated in the battle will receive corresponding rewards based on their contributions. The killer of the world boss will also receive a legendary treasure chest. The sudden prompt made everyone in the Roaring Canyon stunned. Zhou Yu had a better strategy in mind and called out to Shen Song, "Let's go, let's deal with the world boss first. We finally caught him, and you're just going to let him go like this?" Shen Song asked somewhat unwillingly. Zhou Yu gestured and without saying much, turned and walked away. Seeing this, Huang Tianao hesitated for a moment but did not stop them. Although his equipment and level were far ahead of Zhou Yu and Shen Song, the number of followers these two had was large. If a fight broke out, with his current strength, winning wouldn't be easy. More importantly, he didn't want to be the one to start the fight. If the other side struck first, then so be it. Even if he couldn't win, he believed he could break through the encirclement without anyone stopping him. But if he were to strike first, he would become a wanted criminal after killing someone. It would be inconvenient for him to do many things, and he would have to spend time doing good deeds to clear his name, which wasn't worth it. Seeing Zhou Yu leave, Shen Song had no choice but to follow immediately with his men. After walking a distance, Shen Song asked, "We spent so much time and even used a purple quality tracking item. Why don't we take care of Huang Tianao first?" Zhou Yu touched the red hair on his head and smiled faintly. "When the world boss respawns, do you think Huang Tianao will stay behind?" Shen Song nodded with a frown. "For the rewards, he will definitely go." Zhou Yu chuckled. "Exactly. Not only will he go, but Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua will also rush to the location of the world boss as soon as they receive the game system's prompt." Shen Song's eyes lit up as he understood Zhou Yu's intention. "You mean, after meeting up with them, the four of us will join forces to deal with Huang Tianao?" Zhou Yu nodded with a smile. "Huang Tianao's strength is unpredictable. It's safer for the four of us to act together." Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already completed the trial of the Ice Sanctuary. After completing the trial, Lin Chen's overall attributes received an additional 1000 points of blessing, and he also gained a powerful buff of 80% frost damage immunity, Frost Guardian, which significantly increased his combat power. After completing the trial, he continued on his journey to hunt the area bosses. Several hours passed, and by now, he had already slain the third area boss, Thunder Lord, and the fourth area boss, Cyclops Titan. Currently, he was battling the fifth area boss, Lord of Undead. Bang! 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 The dark giant sword of the Lord of Undead clashed continuously with Lin Chen's frost-withering giant sword, each collision bringing violent tremors to the earth. In the continuous clashes, the Lord of Undead kept retreating, the freezing on his body becoming more severe, and the green light in his eyes dimming. Boom! Finally, seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen's massive ice-blue frost-withering heavy sword came down, creating a huge frozen gap nearly 100 meters long in the pitch-black scorched earth. Among the halves was the Lord of Undead from the Dark Realm. "You have killed the Lord Boss, Lord of Undead, and gained 1 million experience points. For killing a boss 25 levels higher, you gain an additional 2 million experience points. For killing a Lord Boss, you gain an additional 2 million experience points. Your level has increased to LV 56, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 57, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 59, gaining 10 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player to kill the Lord Boss, Lord of Undead in the Dark Realm area. Extra exam points plus 1,500. On the remains of the Lord of Undead, a large number of items burst out. After collecting the items in gold coins, Lin Chen mainly glanced at the 3 dark gold quality equipment that burst out. The 3 level 80 dark gold equipment pieces were gloves, shoes, and a ring. Gloves, touch of death, dark gold, shoes, tread of sin, dark gold, ring, spirit shackles, dark gold. The previous boss, Cyclops Titan, also dropped 3 dark gold equipment pieces for Lin Chen. The boss before that, Thunder Lord, gave Lin Chen 2 dark gold equipment pieces. After equipping these 3 dark gold pieces, besides the higher quality colored wings on his back, all the rest of Lin Chen's equipment was of dark gold quality. It can be said that his combat power had once again made a significant leap. Next up is the boss's treasure chest. Lin Chen approached an altar not far away. Watching a pitch-black chest float up from the blood water, Lin Chen raised his hand and tried to open it. After a 1,000-fold explosion rate increase, this undead chest has been upgraded to a demonic chest. The chest opened, and a large number of items burst out. In the center was a dark gold quality skill book. Skill book, Ultimate Demonic / Level Restriction, LD80, Quality, Dark Gold, Skill Effect, Activate the power of the Demon God, unleash a terrifying strike condensed with immense power, skill damage is directly proportional to strength, and for every 1,000 points of agility you possess, an additional strike will be made when using the skill. Introduction, the most powerful and terrifying skill of the Demon Sword, countless peak warriors have fallen under this move. A dark gold skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately learned it. By the time he reached the 4th area boss, the golden skill he had favored, Heavenly Bursting Star Fist, could no longer one-shot the area bosses, which made him very dissatisfied. The arrival of the ultimate demonic / perfectly fulfilled his skill needs. After learning the skill, he was about to head to the 6th area boss. Suddenly, text popped up in front of him. Lin Chen also received a hint about the world boss. 20 minutes later, the first world boss will appear in the world. World boss, Dark Knight? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to temporarily interrupt his regional boss hunting plan and return to the wild beast wilderness to kill a world boss first, to see if he could get something good. Behind him, the bright sun holy feathers suddenly spread out, illuminating the dark space with a fiery red light. Lin Chen's figure drew a red line in the air and headed straight back to the wild beast wilderness. After updating his equipment several times, Lin Chen's agility attribute had long surpassed 10,000 points, making him extremely fast. With the blessing of the bright sun holy feather, he rushed at full speed and returned to the wild beast wilderness in just over 10 minutes. Arriving at the northern border of the wild beast wilderness and the frozen ice field, Lin Chen floated in the sky, overlooking the area below with the broadest view. Before long, the system prompt appeared again. World boss, Dark Knight, LV30, has appeared. World boss, Dark Knight, LV30, has appeared. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen saw a huge black light gate suddenly appear nearly a kilometer below him. The gate, carrying terrifying dark energy, unfolded, and the dark-footed knight stepped out from behind the gate with a majestic presence. The surrounding yellow ground turned into black scorched earth in an instant, breeding evil maggots with the arrival of the Dark Knight. After a moment, the Dark Knight, towering at 5 meters high, fully clad in black armor, emerged from the gate, and a muffled murmur emanated from under his armor. "I will bring death." Swish! A red shadow flashed by. The Dark Knight's voice abruptly stopped. Crack! In the next instant, the Dark Knight's body split into 2, falling weakly to the ground. The poor Dark Knight, after arriving on the central continent, hadn't even steadied his feet or finished a sentence before his soul returned to its origin. This journey to the central continent for the Dark Knight was not only short but also very short, and even shorter. Although it's a world boss, it's only level 30 after all. Indeed, it couldn't withstand my basic attack. Lin Chen sighed as he hoisted the frost-withering greatsword, feeling that this world boss battle was somewhat boring. Glancing at the pile of level 30 golden equipment on the ground, Lin Chen casually picked them up like picking up trash and threw them into his inventory. World boss Dark Knight has been slain. Your contribution rate, 100%. Your contribution rate ranking, 1 is place obtain the highest contribution reward, experience plus 500,000, gold coins plus 500,000, exam points plus 1,000, red quality skill book X1, red quality gemstone X10. Your level has increased to LV60, gaining 10 free attribute points. Not only was the boss pitifully weak, even the rewards for ranking first in contribution were meager for Lin Chen. Now, his backpack was filled with items of golden quality. There were not a few dark gold quality items as well. The red quality skills and items were used to wipe his butt, and Lin Chen found them lacking in grade. You delivered the final blow to the world boss Dark Knight. You obtained a legendary treasure chest. X1 is the first player to kill the world boss. The quality of the legendary treasure chest has increased by 100-fold, upgraded to a destiny treasure chest. Special, Destiny Treasure Chest Quality, Unknown Effect. Upon opening, you can obtain a powerful treasure capable of changing the fate of the legendary continent. Introduction, a chest containing top-secret treasures of the legendary world, extremely rare. Ding. After a 1,000-fold increase in drop rate, your Destiny Treasure Chest has evolved into an Eternal Treasure Chest. Special, Eternal Treasure Chest Quality, Unknown Effect. Upon opening, you can obtain an Eternal Secret Treasure. Introduction, the Supreme Tao, eternal and indestructible. When you obtain this chest, you are destined to coexist with eternity after the game system is upgraded by 100-fold, and the plugin is upgraded by 1,000-fold. This is another chest that has been upgraded by 10,000 times in quality. Seeing this extraordinary chest shimmering with starlight appearing out of thin air in front of him, Lin Chen became interested and tried to open the Eternal Treasure Chest. Unlike other chests that always burst out with all sorts of random things when opened, within this chest, there is only one thing. That is, a dense blue-purple flame. Within the flame, it seems to be filled with the wails of countless beings, and it also seems like the burning of a vast world. Special equipment, Great Thousand Realm Flame Level Restriction, 200 Quality, Illusionary Color Effect 1, can use the Great Thousand Realm Flame to strengthen your attacks, greatly increasing power. Effect 2, Supreme Tempering, can temper your equipment, greatly increasing equipment attributes. Effect 3, All Attributes plus 10,000. Attached skill, Flame Realm Explosion, release the full power of the Great Thousand Realm Flame, causing massive damage to all living beings in a huge area, but unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Please use with caution. Introduction, the ultimate flame that has refined the power sources of thousands of worlds, ranked 9th on the legendary continent's Divine Fire list. Damn! Seeing the effect attributes of this Divine Fire, Great Thousand Realm Flame, Lin Chen, who originally had not much expectation, was suddenly shocked. Illusionary Color Quality, this is the highest quality level in this world. Previously, on the way to hunt down bosses in the Dark Abyss, Lin Chen encountered a dark wandering merchant. After paying a blow of heavenly exploding star fist, Lin Chen obtained a map and information about the broader legendary world from the dark wandering merchant. He knew that among all types of equipment items, illusionary color was the highest quality. Among items of the same type, only the top 10 in the world rankings could be rated as illusionary color quality. In other words, various illusionary color items, in the entire legendary world, only exist in 10 pieces, and each one is unique. At least, it was like this before Lin Chen entered the game. As for whether Lin Chen's bursting of illusionary color items through the plugin would increase the total number of illusionary color items in the whole world, that is still an unknown variable that cannot be verified temporarily. In less than 2 days since entering the game, the highest level illusionary color Divine Fire was already in hand. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The taste of invincibility made him feel a hint of loneliness. After equipping the Great Thousand Realm Flame, the purple flame spread all over his body, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Chen's combat power increased several times again. The blazing sun holy feathers behind him spread and swayed, and his figure soared into the air. Just as he was about to continue hunting area bosses, another prompt appeared in front of him. Your level has reached LV 60, you can change jobs after obtaining the job change book after a successful job change. With each level increase, you will receive additional attributes based on the job you changed to please complete the job change as soon as possible. Is it time to change jobs? Lin Chen took out the map information he bought from the dark wandering merchant and flew forward slowly while searching for information about changing jobs. Where should I go to get the job change book? He looked at the map while drifting forward slowly. On the ground, 2 teams heading towards this place, searching for the traces of the world boss, happened to look up and spot Lin Chen's presence. These 2 teams were the seed players who had already gathered, Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua. Yuan Jia, look! What is that? Chen Bingqi noticed the humanoid creature with wings in the air, burning with purple flames all over, and was momentarily stunned, quickly asking. Yuan Fenghua looked up and saw something floating in the air. She was stunned for a few seconds, but immediately made what she thought was a clever judgment. With an excited smile on her face, this must be the world boss. We're lucky, it seems like we're the first to find it. Anyone with long-range attack capabilities, attack. Seize the initiative. Compared to the easygoing personality of Chen Bingqi, the assertive Yuan Fenghua clearly had more authority in this team after they converged. With her command, the mages and priests in the team immediately launched their attacks. Fireballs, poison gas, all aimed at Lin Chen, who was looking at the map in the air. However, with Lin Chen's current defense and magic defense, these players, at most in their 20s, couldn't even scratch him. But the itching sensation on the soles of his feet made Lin Chen notice the situation below. Seeing a group of people crazily attacking him, Lin Chen was very confused and shouted, "Hey, stop scratching! It's so itchy! The world boss is speaking! Chen Bingqi was stunned. Yuan Fenghua squinted and said, he said good Yong? It should mean hot. His weakness should be fire. All mages, increase firepower, use fireball spells at full force. With that, she gathered energy in a purple quality magic wand in her hand. A giant fireball shot straight at Lin Chen. Flame burst. This was a purple quality skill that Yuan Fenghua obtained by completing a hidden task, with terrifying power. Boom! Damn it, stop it, I only do healthcare, not foot massage. The giant fireball hit Lin Chen's feet, making him unable to resist the itch. Seeing that this group of players did not listen to advice and continued to attack him endlessly, Lin Chen became impatient. He lightly swept his frost-withering greatsword in his hand. Buzz! Boom! No need for skills, or even contact. The shockwave generated by the sword swing directly crushed more than half of the team members. Seeing half of the team members instantly killed, Chen Bingqi was also hit by the shockwave and severely injured. Passing by the shockwave, Yuan Fenghua's smile froze on her face, her complexion turned pale as she forced out, "Don't be afraid." That should have been its ultimate move just now, probably only able to release it once. Everyone continued to attack. Don't stop, its health bar should already be. Before she could finish her sentence. Buzz! Boom! Lin Chen casually unleashed another shockwave. After the shockwave hit the ground, there were only a few survivors left in the team. Those who were alive were also severely injured, with barely any health left. Lin Chen flapped his wings, slightly descended, and looked down at the remaining players in confusion, asking, "What are you doing scratching my feet when you have nothing else to do?" The few remaining people saw the name above Lin Chen's head and were momentarily stunned. The way player names were displayed above their heads was completely different from monsters and NPCs. It was only when they saw the red name above Lin Chen's head that they recognized his identity. You're not the world boss? You're a player? Chen Bingqi quickly drank a few bottles of potions to slightly recover her condition, looking astonished. How is that possible? Yuan Fenghua knelt down and took medicine to restore her health, also dumbfounded for a moment. Lin Chen understood the reason they attacked him after hearing their words, so he chuckled and said, "I see, it was a misunderstanding. Since you don't seem to be in good shape, how about I help you recover a bit?" Okay. Chen Bingqi nodded blankly. With a slight wave of his frost-withering greatsword, buzz. Several more bodies fell to the ground. Chen Bingqi died, turning into a light cluster and disappearing. Yuan Fenghua was dumbfounded. "Didn't you say you would help us recover?" Lin Chen nodded. "I'll just send you back to the nearby capital city directly, resurrect you with full equipment, and fully restore you." Yuan Fenghua. The giant sword swung, and several bodies fell to the ground. Yuan Fenghua also died and turned into a ball of light. Just as Lin Chen was about to deal with the last remaining player, that player suddenly shouted, "Lin Chen! You are Lin Chen!" Lin Chen was slightly stunned to hear his name being called. The player stood up in a sorry state, patted the dirt off his body, and excitedly said, "It's me, Zhao Wenjun, the one from Yunchang No. 2 High School. I'm your good buddy. You even gave me an antique cassette tape before." Lin Chen finally remembered the identity of the person in front of him. "Wow, buddy, how did you become so powerful?" You. Seeing Lin Chen in his cool gear, Zhao Wenjun's eyes widened, his tongue tied, and his whole body stiffened. Lin Chen smiled modestly and waved his hand, just playing around. Zhao Wenjun showed a sincere expression of pleading and ran to Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, brother, big brother, can you take me with you? Please accept me as a leg pendant." Lin Chen shook his head. "No, you are too weak. You can't be a leg pendant. Where I'm going, you can't follow. Even a small monster could kill you instantly. At best, you can be a crotch pendant. I have to tuck you in my pants to keep you from dying." Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun stared at Lin Chen's crotch, his face slightly red. Well, that could work. Lin Chen. Considering that Zhao Wenjun was a classmate from the same school and had previously come to his house to bring fruits and help throw away trash, ancient game cassettes, Lin Chen decided to help him out. He took out a bunch of low-level equipment that he didn't need from his inventory, including several level 30 golden equipment pieces just dropped by the world boss, some trash skill books of red and orange quality, and various miscellaneous items like gems. These things were nothing but junk to him now. He threw the items on the ground and said, "Take these things, they are just taking up space in my inventory." The pile of equipment items on the ground instantly formed a small mountain. Wow! Seeing the golden, red, and orange lights on the ground, Zhao Wenjun gasped in awe. Even top students like Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua only had 1 or 2 purple quality equipment pieces in their hands. Above purple quality were orange, above orange were red, and above red was gold. Lin Chen casually took out so many golden equipment pieces and even said he wanted to give them to himself. Zhao Wenjun's breathing stopped for a moment, feeling that his perspective on the game was collapsing. Not wanting to waste any more time here, Lin Chen didn't say much more and just smiled. Good luck, buddy. I wish you good results in the exam. With that, his wings flapped behind him, and Lin Chen soared into the air in an instant, leaving behind a trail of flames that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Chen leave after giving him the items, Zhao Wenjun quickly picked up the pile of treasures on the ground, deeply moved, and slapped himself in the face. Lin Chen really treats me as a brother. I even cursed at him before. I'm such a terrible person. Through the map in his hand and information search, Lin Chen learned that there were 3 ways to obtain the job change book. One was to complete the job change task in the capital city and obtain the job change book from the NPC. Lin Chen's name was now glowing red to purple on top of his head. Not to mention completing the job change task, he estimated that as soon as he entered the city, the highest alert alarm in the city would sound, and he would instantly be under siege by the entire city. The second way to change jobs was to search for a dark wandering merchant in the wilderness who had a chance to sell job change skill books. A dark wandering merchant? Lin Chen recalled the feeling of using the heavenly exploding star fist to crush the dark wandering merchant in the past. This channel seems to be a dead end. As for the third channel, it is more straightforward and violent. Although it is challenging, it is also the highest limit channel. Through this path, there is a chance to obtain some high-quality job transition books. The third way to obtain job transition books is to challenge the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials is located on the eastern side of the legendary Central Continent, beyond the range of the Central Continent, bordering the Eastern Island Sanctuary. The Eastern Island Sanctuary is considered a region 1 rank higher than the Central Continent. Although it is not as large as the Central Continent in terms of area, it is just a relatively large island. However, the monsters and forces on the island are incomparable to those of the Central Continent. Normally, players usually go to the Tower of Trials in the Eastern Island Sanctuary to obtain the job transition books needed for the second job transition after reaching level 100. With only 60 levels of combat power during the first job transition, normal players cannot even defeat the guardian of the first floor of the Tower of Trials, let alone obtain rare high-quality job transition books. Let's go take a look. Lin Chen thought for a moment and made a decision. Previously, without obtaining the illusionary divine fire of the Great Thousand Realms, Lin Chen could easily defeat an 80th level Lord-class boss. After obtaining the Great Thousand Realms fire, his combat power at least doubled. There should be no problem challenging the 100th level Tower of Trials. After the job transition, each level up will receive additional professional attributes, so it is definitely more cost-effective to complete the job transition earlier. The Tower of Trials is definitely worth a visit. With his wings spread wide, Lin Chen flew straight to the Eastern Island Sanctuary in the east. After making a casual decision, Lin Chen began his journey. In the real world, in the live broadcast room of the college entrance examination, the commentators and the audience were once again shocked by the scene before them. The world boss is dead? Didn't it just appear? How did it die so quickly? Who killed it? Could it be that it couldn't adapt to the environment of the Central Continent and died on its own? Due to the fact that the camera had been focused on the recent conflict between Huang Tianao, Zhou Yu, and Shen Wensong, the live broadcast did not capture what had happened on the side of the world boss. At this moment, following Huang Tianao's perspective, the camera finally reached the edge of the wild beast wilderness and saw the body of the world boss, the Dark Knight, split in half. Huang Tianao was a little confused for a moment. It had been less than 10 minutes since the appearance of the world boss. He couldn't figure out who had killed the world boss so quickly. He vaguely felt that the death of the area boss, the thunder roar, and even the first kill of the dungeon boss were all related to this person. Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong also arrived soon after, and when they saw that the world boss was dead, they were also stunned. The two commentators and the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast were all amazed. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows and speculated, could it be that Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua were the first to find the world boss and deal with it? Are they playing this game so well? Shen Wensong, on the other hand, didn't think too much and asked with a sigh, the world boss is dead, we didn't even meet Yuan Fenghua and the others, so should we still kill Huang Tianao? Zhou Yu didn't reply, just furrowed his brows even tighter. Besides Yuan Fenghua and Chen Bingqi, he couldn't think of any other candidates who could kill the world boss. If it was really them who killed, it means they must have performed above their usual level in this game. If that's the case, their threat may not be less than that of Huang Tianao. Zhou Yu came aiming for the position of this year's college entrance examination top scorer. In order to achieve his goal, he had a lot to consider and was a bit unsure for a moment. Just as he was thinking, voices sounded, and another group approached. This group was not large in number, and the faces were unfamiliar. Most of the members in the group did not have strong equipment or levels. However, the leader of the group was recognized by Zhou Yu and others. It was Xiao Yun. Ha! Did the world boss die? Did you kill it? So fast? Xiao Yun, who arrived, was also slightly stunned when he saw the Dark Knight's body, but then he immediately focused his gaze on Huang Tian'ao in the distance. Huang Tian'ao was also standing in the distance, looking at Xiao Yun. Shin Wenzong casually replied, "It wasn't us who killed it, we just arrived." When Zhou Yu saw Xiao Yun, he smiled and said, "Long time no see, Xiao Yun. I remember, during the high school peak competition, you were eliminated by Huang Tian'ao, right? Since we can't benefit from killing the world boss, why don't we cooperate and kill Huang Tian'ao first to lower his exam score? This can also be considered as helping you get revenge." He tried to recruit Xiao Yun's help. If Xiao Yun helped, the current situation could actually attempt to take action against Huang Tian'ao. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could use Xiao Yun's strength to investigate Huang Tian'ao's abilities. However, Xiao Yun's response left Zhou Yu stunned. Glancing at Zhou Yu and Shin Wenzong, Xiao Yun calmly stared at Huang Tian'ao and said, "There's no need for cooperation. Those who lose to him, I will win back honorably." Want to win against Huang Tian'ao honorably? Zhou Yu chuckled at the words, about to mock Xiao Yun's overestimation of himself. Unexpectedly, Huang Tian'ao, who had been silent, spoke up for the first time, looking at Xiao Yun. His usually arrogant eyes showed a rare seriousness as he said, "Very well, I'll wait for you at the guild battle tomorrow." Such a serious attitude and words were unprecedented for Huang Tian'ao when facing Zhou Yu, Shin Wenzong, and others. Even though they were talented, came from prominent families, and had numbers on their side, Huang Tian'ao had never considered them as opponents, let alone taken them seriously. Only when facing Xiao Yun did Huang Tian'ao unconsciously show some seriousness. Because, half a year ago, in the quarterfinals of the peak competition against Xiao Yun, it was the most difficult battle Huang Tian'ao had ever won in his life. Xiao Yun, with pure strength, earned Huang Tian'ao's respect. This was the only way to earn Huang Tian'ao's respect. Are you planning to fight alone in the guild battle? Xiao Yun furrowed his brows slightly. After entering the capital city, the guild system gameplay was activated. Players could form or join guilds on their own. Tomorrow, the first guild battle, Battlefield Showdown, would begin, where all guilds would compete in pairs, go through multiple rounds of elimination, and ultimately determine the strongest guild to become the lord of the battlefield and receive rich rewards. One person is enough. Huang Tian'ao turned around and said lightly before leaving alone. Zhou Yu hesitated to speak but ultimately didn't dare to intercept. He sighed and thought to himself, "Let's first meet up with Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua to find out the situation. I wonder if they really killed the world boss." Meanwhile, in the nearby capital city, Tianyu City, Yuan Fenghua, who had been resurrected, saw that her exam score had dropped significantly, and the 2 blue equipment pieces on her had dropped after death. She gritted her teeth in anger. How could that guy named Lin Chen be so strong? After Chen Bingqi resurrected, she came behind Yuan Fenghua and sighed helplessly. "What should we do next? Should we go fight the world boss?" Yuan Fenghua shook his head helplessly. Since Lin Chen appeared in that position, the world boss must have been taken down by him. Let's lead the team to level up by killing monsters, try to snatch the first kill of the regional boss Tian'o, and recover some lost points. Just as he was speaking, Yuan Fenghua's expression suddenly froze. Chen Bingqi asked, "What's wrong?" Yuan Fenghua shook his head and said, "It's nothing, there's a guy named Zhao Wengjun who left the guild on my side, just a small fry, it doesn't matter." As time passed, Lin Chen's figure swiftly flew over the central continent. Finally, he arrived at the Eastern Island Sanctuary. Lin Chen landed in front of a tall tower and took a step forward to enter. At the entrance, a knight in heavy armor stopped Lin Chen. To enter the trial tower, you need to buy a ticket. It costs 1 million gold coins each time you enter. The knight's voice was cold as he introduced. Up to now, Lin Chen had already accumulated over 1 billion gold coins, so he naturally didn't care about the mere 1 million gold coins, immediately took them out of his bag, threw them aside, and piled them into a small mountain of gold coins. After collecting the coins, the knight stepped aside. Lin Chen took a step and entered the trial tower. The guardian of the first floor of the trial tower was a level 80 female archer. The moment Lin Chen stepped in, more than a dozen arrows with sharp air tore through the air and shot towards him. Lin Chen raised the frost-withering giant sword in his hand and easily intercepted the arrows. Then, a sword light with a purplish great thousand realm flame was thrown out. Bang! Hiss! The sword light sent the archer's body retreating wildly, and the great thousand realm flame attached to it instantly devoured her. In an instant, the archer was burned to ashes. You have passed the trial tower for the first time, now end the trial and get the elf archer job transfer book. Continue the trial for a chance to get a higher quality job transfer book, but if you die during the trial, you will gain nothing. Do you want to end this trial? No, Lin Chen replied and continued walking towards the second floor. The guardian of the second floor was a berserker wielding dual axes, level LV-83. His fate was the same as the archer on the first floor. With a casual strike, Lin Chen killed him instantly, easily passing through the levels. Almost all the guardians of the first 20 floors were defeated by Lin Chen's normal attacks with the Great Thousand Realm Flame. It wasn't until after the 20th floor that the enemy's levels reached over 120, and Lin Chen started to face some challenges. However, by casually using the powerful skills attached to some dark gold equipment, Lin Chen could still easily slaughter these guardians. It wasn't until the highest 30th floor that the enemy appearing in front of Lin Chen made him take it slightly seriously. The opponent on the highest floor was a warrior wearing dark armor and wielding a green heavy sword. An ominous aura constantly emanated from him like surging waves. The terrifying power enveloped the entire trial ground with an indescribable sense of oppression. Beneath him, he was also riding a terrifying green bone dragon. Lin Chen could feel that the guardian of this highest level was completely different from the previous enemies. This guardian might really have a chance to defeat him. Staring at the opponent in front of him, Lin Chen's eyes faintly flickered with excitement. Being able to come here proves that you are indeed strong, and you seem to be a pitiful person abandoned by the Holy City Alliance. He spoke softly, his throat emitting a hoarse voice. If you don't want to die in vain, take this and leave. A transfer book emitting black energy appeared, slowly floating in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen once again received a prompt from the game system. You have reached the highest level of the Tower of Trials. Now end the trial and obtain the Dragon Knight transfer book. Continue the trial, challenge the final guardian of the Tower of Trials, and you will have the chance to obtain the treasure of the Tower of Trials, the Sword Sovereign transfer book. But if you die during the challenge, you will gain nothing. Do you want to end this trial? Having come this far, Lin Chen naturally would not choose to retreat. No, challenge the final guardian. With a thought, the prompt in front of him disappeared. Lin Chen raised the frost-withering greatsword and began to activate the additional skills on his dark gold equipment. Various colored blessings filled his body, instantly boosting his state to the best. Rise, fiery sun. Ignite, boundary flame. With two murmured incantations, the colorful quality fiery sun holy feather flames and the illusionary quality great thousand boundary flame godfire also attached to Lin Chen's frost-withering greatsword, blending purple light with crimson radiance, and mixing with the icy blue light reflected by the great sword. In an instant, a very strange chaotic light appeared on the great sword. Standing on the bone dragon, the dark armor warrior's face revealed a sinister smile. Oh, is this your choice? In that case, green shadows flickered. Lin Chen's figure almost disappeared at the same time. Boom! Roar! In the next moment, two figures clashed, and the massive energy overflow almost destroyed the Tower of Trials. Boom! 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 The two great swords kept colliding, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth. The massive energy kept leaking out. Under the repeated collisions of the two, the Tower of Trials continued to collapse and be destroyed. Lin Chen fought more bravely, a long-lost fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Since defeating the first regional boss and obtaining the colorful quality wings, it had been a long time since an opponent could hold on for so long against him. Riding on the bone dragon, the dark armor warrior's eyes were filled with crazy green light, a fierce smile on his lips. Very good. Very good. Since being expelled from the Holy City Alliance, I haven't fought with all my might like this for a long time. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was a little stunned, frowned slightly with some disappointment, and said lightly, "Is this already your best effort? Then, let's not waste time, let's end this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, black light flashed on Lin Chen's sword. Ultimate Evil Slash. The immense condensed sword intent gathered on the edge of the frost-withering sword in an instant. The dark armor warrior stared at the black light and felt an unprecedented huge threat. He dared not be careless. The green light in his hand flickered, and in the next moment, the bone dragon beneath him turned into a green gem, embedded on his weapon. The giant sword was covered in green light, surging instantly. World-annihilating soul slaughter. The black light and green light collided, and in the next moment, white light enveloped everything, and a massive energy explosion occurred. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he saw a ruined Tower of Trials in front of him. He looked down at his severely injured body, immediately took out medicine from his bag and quickly recovered. He looked towards not far away. The body of the dark armor warrior had been blown to pieces. Only a green ghost fire was still floating in the air. Did I win? It was easier than I imagined. Lin Chen chuckled as he brushed off the dust on his body. Besides the ultimate evil slash, he still had a trump card. The skill Flame Realm Explosion attached to the Great Thousand Boundary Flame was a move even more powerful than the ultimate evil slash, but due to its indiscriminate nature, it was likely to take out Lin Chen himself as well. So unless absolutely necessary, he did not intend to use this move. You have defeated the final guardian of the Tower of Trials. Trial completed. Congratulations on obtaining the boundary-breaking Sword Sovereign Job Transfer Book. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Fire Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Special Equipment, Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Level Restriction, 150 Quality, Colorful Effect 1, can be attached to oneself, greatly enhancing one's attack power and defense. Effect 2, can devour souls, enhancing the intensity of the Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Effect 3, all attributes plus 6,000. Additional skill, Ghost Dragon Summoning, can summon the Nether Ghost Dragon to fight for you. The Nether Ghost Dragon can temporarily transform into a ghostly demon jade, enhancing your weapon significantly and boosting your combat power. Introduction, the eerie flame that has absorbed thousands of souls, ranked 27th on the Legendary Continent's Divine Fire list. After killing the highest level guardian, in addition to the job transfer book, Lin Chen also obtained a divine fire called the Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. However, compared to his Great Thousand Realm Flame, the colorful Soul Devouring Ghost Flame is somewhat weaker. In the situation where only one divine fire can be equipped at a time, Lin Chen probably won't need to use the Soul Devouring Ghost Flame for now. Glancing at the boundary-breaking Sword Sovereign Job Transfer Book floating in front of him, Lin Chen's mind moved, and he used the transfer book to change his job. Ding! Your profession has changed to Boundary-Breaking Sword Sovereign Job Bonus 1, your overall attributes increase by 25%. Job Bonus 2, when using sword weapons, the weapon's attack power triples. Job Bonus 3, when using slashing skills, the skill's power triples. Upon leveling up, you will gain the job skills of Boundary-Breaking Sword Sovereign. With each level increase, you will receive an additional 500 points of overall attributes. The moment the job transfer was completed, Lin Chen's combat power once again skyrocketed. With the support of numerous dark gold equipment, colorful wings, and illusionary flames, Lin Chen's various attributes had already reached tens of thousands. Strength, Constitution, and Agility, the three main attributes, had long surpassed 100,000. Just the first job bonus provided Lin Chen with a huge attribute boost. The following two job bonuses greatly enhanced Lin Chen's strength in actual combat. Now, in this game world, there shouldn't be many threats to my existence. After the job transfer, Lin Chen felt more and more that he was approaching invincibility. Looking at the many items in his backpack that could enhance his combat power, as well as many gems that could strengthen equipment, Lin Chen decided not to continue suppressing his own strength for the sake of the game experience. Instead, he decided to make a direct leap forward. From his backpack, Lin Chen took out two skill books he had previously obtained and began to study them. Special Skill Book, Divine Blacksmithing Skill Level Restriction, None Quality, None Skill Effect. After learning this skill, you can strengthen equipment on your own, punch holes in equipment, embed gems in equipment, enchant equipment, and even craft equipment. When strengthening, punching holes, embedding gems, and enchanting equipment, the success rate is extremely high, and there is a possibility of providing additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special Skill Book, Divine Grocer Skill Level Restriction, None Quality, None Skill Effect. After learning this skill, you can mix potions on your own, synthesize various gemstone items and special items, with a high success rate, and there is a possibility of providing additional attribute bonuses to the items produced through synthesis. At this point in the game, Lin Chen's inventory was already filled with too many items. These two skills were the key to converting some of the inventory items into combat power. After learning the God-level blacksmithing skill and the God-level grocer skill, Lin Chen immediately began synthesizing many gem props in his backpack and strengthening the equipment on his body. With a large number of gem props continuously synthesized and upgraded, one extraordinary item after another gradually emerged. Over-limit strength gem, dark gold, plus over-limit strength gem, dark gold, equals cosmic power stone, colorful. This synthesis requires spending 200,000 gold coins. Proceed with the synthesis. Primeval Spring Water, Dark Gold, plus Dark Spirit Liquid, Dark Gold, equals Ancient Paradise Divine Liquid, colorful. This synthesis requires spending 350,000 gold coins. Proceed with the synthesis. Spending gold coins, Lin Chen continued to synthesize. Before long, the package contained hundreds of colorful quality props. Prop, Cosmic Power Stone Level Restriction, None Quality, Colorful Effect. When embedded in equipment, it can provide an additional 20,000 strength attribute points to the equipment. Introduction, the ultimate power gem that can significantly enhance the strength attribute of equipment. Prop, Ancient Paradise Divine Liquid Level Restriction, 150 Quality, Colorful Effect. After consumption, all attributes permanently increase by 5,000 points. Introduction, Holy Water from the Ancient Paradise Plane. Drinking it can greatly enhance combat power. Obtaining many such colorful quality props, Lin Chen immediately used all the props that directly increased attributes, such as the Ancient Paradise Divine Liquid, while embedding gem props on various equipment pieces. Gems can be removed and reattached when changing equipment. With the blessing of a variety of top-tier props, Lin Chen's combat power once again saw a huge increase. If Lin Chen had performed these operations before facing the guardian of the top floor of the battle trial tower, he probably wouldn't even need to use the ultimate evil slash. With just normal attacks, he could crush the top floor guardian. Just as he planned to use the power of the Great Thousand Realm Flame to try to refine each piece of equipment and maximize his combat power, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. The God-level Grosser skill can synthesize special items, and the Divine Fire belongs to special equipment, which should also be considered a special item, perhaps. With an astonishing idea in mind, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately tried it out. The purple Great Thousand Realm Flame burned on his left hand, while the green Soul-Devouring Ghost Flame burned on his right hand. Lin Chen activated the God-level Grosser skill and attempted to synthesize. Great Thousand Realm Flame, illusory color, plus Soul-Devouring Ghost Flame, colorful, equals? This synthesis requires spending 5 million gold coins. Proceed with the synthesis? Can it really be synthesized? Seeing the prompt box, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what exactly he would get after the synthesis, unable to suppress his curiosity, he still wanted to try. Synthesize. With a thought, the two flames merged. In the next moment, a dazzling fire accompanied by scorching heat completely filled the surrounding space within 100 meters in an instant. After a while, the fire disappeared. In front of Lin Chen, a group of dark blue flames danced as if they had a life of their own. Synthesis completed. Great Thousand Realm Flame, illusory color, plus Soul-Devouring Ghost Flame, colorful, equals Devouring World Demon Fire, illusory color. You have created a new Divine Fire, Devouring World Demon Fire. Special equipment, Devouring World Demon Fire level restriction, 250 quality, illusory color effect 1, activating the Devouring World Demon Fire will significantly enhance your offensive and defensive capabilities, and attacks can carry the special effect of the Devouring World Demon Fire, enhancing skill or basic attack power. Effect 2, Demon Fire Refinement, can refine your equipment, greatly enhance the equipment attributes. In addition to normal equipment, Demon Fire can also refine wing-type special equipment, enhancing various effects carried by the wings. Effect 3, Soul Gem, use the world-eating Demon Fire to kill enemies, collect enemy souls, consume souls, can forge soul gems to enhance equipment attributes. The more souls consumed, the higher the quality of the soul gem effect for all attributes plus 20,000. Additional skill, Wrath of the Undead Demon Dragon, can summon an undead demon dragon to fight for you. Detonating the undead demon dragon can cause supermassive damage to all living beings in a huge range. With the protection of the world-eating Demon Fire, you can avoid damage from the explosion after detonating the undead demon dragon. You will not be able to summon it again within 6 hours introduction. The product of the fusion of the Great Thousand Realm Flame and the Soul-Eating Ghost Flame, created by the player Lin Chen, this Divine Fire is terrifying, comparable to the top 5 ultimate Divine Fires on the legendary continent. Looking at the azure flames in his palm, Lin Chen's mouth curved into a smile, immediately using the second effect, Demon Fire Refinement, to refine his entire set of equipment and the blazing sun holy feathers on his back. All equipment attributes once again received a boost. After using all the means to enhance his combat power that he had mastered, Lin Chen's strength had increased several times compared to before entering the trial tower. The blazing sun holy feathers on his back fluttered as Lin Chen soared into the air. Enhanced by the world-eating Demon Fire, the blazing sun holy feathers now emitted a faint azure gloom, adding a touch of mystery to their previous dazzling and domineering appearance. Invincible is how lonely, and desolate. Humming a tune, Lin Chen's figure moved swiftly. Next, he planned to return to the legendary Central Continent to continue achieving the small goals he had set for himself before. Several minutes later, he arrived in the 6th area of the Central Continent, the Volcanic Flame Domain. Lin Chen hovered over the magma-flowing flame domain, and soon found the 6th area boss, the Lord of Flames. Diving down, Lin Chen casually swung his sword. Bang! A huge gap of several hundred meters was instantly cut out in the flame domain. A large amount of magma erupted, turning the volcanic flame domain into a sea of flames. Directly facing Lin Chen's sword strike, the Lord of Flames was completely obliterated by this ordinary attack. With a large amount of experience gained, as Lin Chen's level increased and the professional bonus of the boundary-breaking sword sovereign, he gained a lot of attributes and awakened the first professional skill of the boundary-breaking sword sovereign. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. This was an AoE skill with powerful force. However, in terms of single-target damage, it was slightly inferior to the ultimate evil slash. Picking up the equipment dropped by the Lord of Flames, opening the area boss chest, Lin Chen obtained a pile of dark gold quality equipment and items. After carefully selecting a few pieces with better attributes than those he was wearing, and embedding gems, he soared into the air and continued on to the location of the next area boss. On Lin Chen's side, he continued to swiftly hunt down the area bosses. On the other player's side, they began to prepare for the upcoming game event Battlefield Showdown, the first faction battle of this game session, where achieving a good ranking in this event was crucial. Each faction gathered together to discuss their battle strategies for the upcoming faction war. Before long, the Battlefield Showdown event officially began. Each faction was randomly matched with opponents and placed in the battlefield for Team PK. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, the camera kept switching between the faction PK battles, while two male commentators energetically narrated the battles. The female commentator Tao Tao somehow brought in a nail artist and started doing nail art in the live broadcast room. After several rounds of PK, a large number of gangs were eliminated. On the field, only the final 100 gangs remained, still eligible to compete for the seat of the final arena leader. The next match will be the Top 50 Showdown. I wonder if there will be any interesting matchups. As commentator Guadua was speaking, the list of matchups for the Top 50 Showdown was announced. The two commentators glanced at the list and their eyes lit up almost simultaneously. Huang Tian's Lone Rider Gang against Xin Wensong's Shen Family Army Gang? And Xiaoyun's Commoner Gang against Yuan Fenghua's Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens Gang. Interesting, this is going to be a good one. Mapian Brothers showed an expectant smile. After the matchup list was announced, the Top 50 Showdown began. The camera first focused on the battle between Huang Tianao and Shen Wensong. The sky was filled with flying yellow sand, and the war drums thundered. On the battlefield, Huang Tianao stood alone facing over 100 people on Shen Wensong's side. Shen Wensong smiled, hoisted the purple quality battle axe on his shoulder, and said loudly, "Huang Tianao, I admit, you are stronger than me. Since the peak competition, I have already acknowledged your superiority. I am not someone who cares too much about winning or losing, but if even with the support of these 100 brothers behind me, I still can't defeat you, then my old man's face won't be able to bear it. So, don't blame me for outnumbering you. Come on, let's fight." With a command, Shen Wensong led the charge. Over 100 people rushed towards Huang Tianao. Huang Tianao glanced lightly at the enemy formation in front of him, slowly drew out an orange-quality battle blade from behind, and then activated his skill, Might of the Warlord. Whoosh! A powerful aura spread around him. The pale yellow fighting spirit shimmered, and Huang Tianao's combat power surged for a moment. Bang! His figure suddenly flashed, and Huang Tianao charged straight into the enemy formation, instantly breaking Shen Wensong's charging formation, and with a swift move, many of Shen Wensong's members fell to the ground. The situation of 1 against 100 had turned into a one-sided battle. Shen Wensong's side was powerless to fight back. This was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of all the viewers. Oh my god! I guess that Huang Tianao would probably win, but I didn't expect him to win so decisively. The two commentators were also greatly shocked. The camera switched to another battlefield, where the outcome of the battle between Xiao Yun and Yuan Fenghua was also unexpected for most people. Leading a team of commoner players, Xiao Yun actually relied on his own powerful combat strength to steadily suppress Yuan Fenghua's side, which had both greater numbers and quality. Xiao Yun led the charge, with most of his teammates standing in the rear for support or using buff skills to assist Xiao Yun's charge. After a fierce battle lasting for tens of minutes, there were few survivors left in Yuan Fenghua's team. Injured, Yuan Fenghua gritted his teeth. "Xiao Yun, I underestimated you. I didn't expect a commoner like you to achieve this level." Xiao Yun looked at the fallen Yuan Fenghua with calm eyes and said, "Do commoners always have to lose? Are commoners destined to be trampled underfoot by you? Since I was born in the slums, I have seen too many esports aristocrats like you bullying commoners and disregarding human life. My father lost his life because he got involved in conflicts between esports players. In today's battle, I will defeat all of you in front of the people of the Great Xia as a commoner. I will give a boost to all the commoners of the Great Xia. Even if it's Huang Tianao, I will not hesitate to strike him down." Seeing the majestic and domineering hidden in Xiao Yun's calm gaze, Yuan Fenghua was momentarily stunned. She lowered her head, sighed, and said, "In that case, let me give you a warning. Huang Tianao may not be your greatest enemy. In this exam, there is a monster far more terrifying than him." The battle of the top 50 ended. Subsequently, several rounds of battles took place. In the process, there was a spotlight battle between Zhou Yu and Chen Bingqi. In this battle, Zhou Yu, through prearranged tactics, bribed several henchmen from Chen Bingqi's gang and easily won the fight. On the other side, Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao easily defeated their opponents. Finally, only 4 people were left. As the battlefield showdown entered the semifinals, Huang Tianao finally clashed with Xiao Yun again. The battle began, both sides entered the battlefield. Xiao Yun turned around, looked at the teammates behind him, and said after a moment of contemplation, "Brothers, I have an unusual request. I don't know if you." The teammates already understood Xiao Yun's thoughts, knowing that he wanted a one-on-one fair fight with Huang Tianao. They all smiled and nodded in agreement. "No need to say more, Brother Yun. Brother Yun, you have been taking care of us all the way. Without you, we definitely wouldn't have made it here. Go for it, Brother Yun." Seeing the unconditional support from his brothers behind him, Xiao Yun was touched. A confident smile appeared on his face. "All right," he shouted and stepped forward, activating his special skill, Dragon Bloodline. His sturdy golden dazzling scales instantly covered his whole body. The majestic momentum gathered, forming a golden dragon shadow in the sky. This special skill, obtained through his S-level gaming talent, could triple all his attributes for a short period of time. Facing Xiao Yun, Huang Tianao was equally confident, activating all his skills while taking out 2 purple quality enhancement items from his storage space to further boost his combat power. The two stared at each other in silence, their eyes flashing with determination. In an instant, their figures flashed and collided violently. Bang! A shocking battle between a common genius and an elite family genius, staged once again after half a year. Xiao Yun had the support of a special skill, while Huang Tianao had the advantage of superior equipment skills. Each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. In this battle, both were at their peak, constantly maneuvering and clashing. The flashing of blades and swords was accompanied by intense and frequent weapon collisions. The extremely fast speed and reactions even made the audience outside the arena a bit dazzled. In each attack and defense, both of them performed to the best of their abilities, reaching the limits achievable based on their own attributes. This extremely exciting battle attracted all the attention. Not only did the commentators stop talking, even the barrage in the live broadcast room decreased significantly. After a long time, the battle ended. In the end, Huang Tianao emerged victorious in this epic battle. Xiao Yun's special skill had a time limit after all. Once it was deactivated, the disadvantage of his equipment became apparent. However, Huang Tianao's victory was not easy either. In this battle, he almost depleted all his high-quality item inventory. In the live broadcast room, the final shot was given to the preparation seat where Xiao Yun withdrew from the battle, looking dejected with his head down, being comforted by his teammates. Guagua and Meipian also couldn't help but be moved when they saw this scene. He has truly reached the pinnacle. Although Xiao Yun lost, he has won the applause of the entire audience of Dixia. The road he has to walk is still long. If he had the same resources as Huang Tianao, he might not have lost. Well, next up is the final showdown of the Battlefield Showdown. Let's take a look. The gangs that have made it to the finals are Lone Rider Gang and... Seeing the list of final battles, the commentator Guagua was stunned. In the semifinals, the winner on the other side of the battlefield advancing was not Joyu's Red Hair Gang. Instead, it was an unknown gang named Lin Chen Brothers Association. Seeing this gang name, the two anchors were dumbfounded. The numerous viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. In the Yun City, in the Kangju Yayuan community, Lin Chen's parents who had been watching the live broadcast on TV were also stunned. "Is this Lin Chen they are talking about, our son?" Lin Chen's father Lin Yuan asked in confusion. "I don't know, maybe. Could it be that our son made it to the finals?" Lin's mother Zhang Shuiying was also a bit uncertain for a moment. Although she was confident in her son, the idea of him making it to the finals in a competitive event like this made her a bit hesitant. After watching the live broadcast for nearly 3 days, the elderly couple had thought they wouldn't have a chance to see their son on TV, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen's name was now in the spotlight through this method. In Yun City No. 2 Middle School, a group of school leaders were also sitting attentively in the meeting room, watching the live broadcast. When they saw the words Lin Chen Brothers Association, the principal of Yun City's eyes lit up with excitement and he exclaimed, "Lin Chen! It must be our Lin Chen from the school. I knew it, he's a great talent. He made it to the finals of the gang battle? Great! He's really representing our No. 2 Middle School." In the live broadcast room, the anchor Maipai was amazed. This Lin Chen Brothers Association is also a gang with only one person? Guagua was stunned to hear this. He made it to the finals all by himself? Who is this examinee exactly? As they spoke, the final battle had already begun. The final battle was an open one, and other players could also teleport to the spectator seats to watch. Yuan Fenghuo and Chen Bingqi arrived at the spectator seats, and when they saw the gang name Lin Chen Brothers Association, both of them immediately thought of Lin Chen who had previously attacked them. Indeed, that terrifying guy is participating in the gang battle? Yuan Fenghua swallowed nervously, staring intently at the field. Can Huang Tianao defeat that Lin Chen? Chen Bingqi also clenched her fists, watching the field anxiously. Seconds later, members of the two gangs appeared on stage. With the flickering of light and shadow, two figures appeared on the field. One figure was Huang Tianao. The other figure was Zhao Wenjun. How is it him? Seeing the face of Huang Tianao's opponent clearly, Yuan Fenghua stood up in surprise and exclaimed. The final battle began. Huang Tianao assessed his opponent in front of him, about to activate his skills. But in just that moment, Zhao Wenjun had already silently and swiftly arrived in front of Huang Tianao. There was no time to dodge. Plop! In Zhao Wenjun's hand, the golden long sword easily pierced through Huang Tianao's waist. How could? Huang Tianao's pupils contracted, still trying to resist. Plop! Zhao Wenjun withdrew his hand and struck Huang Tianao's waist again. You! Plop! Zhao Wenjun stabbed Huang Tianao once more. The simple and brutal attack method was effective. Even though Huang Tianao had exceptional skills in combat awareness, even though he was far ahead of other players in equipment, even though he was Huang Tianao with an SS-level gaming talent, in the face of being completely overwhelmed in attribute values, he was powerless against Zhao Wenjun. Although he was wearing several pieces of orange equipment, his equipment attributes far exceeded those of other players. But Zhao Wenjun, all of his equipment was at least red tier. The vast majority, even all, are golden quality equipment. Zhao Wenjun's equipment attributes are almost comparable to Huang Tianao's full set of equipment. How? To fight? With just his equipment, even throwing a dog at him could crush Huang Tianao. As Huang Tianao's figure turned into white light and disappeared, the first guild battlefield showdown ended in an extremely dramatic way. In the in-game spectator seats, there was silence. In the live broadcast room outside the game, there was silence. In front of countless TV and computer screens, there was silence. Guild battle ends. Lin Chen Brothers Guild is honored with the title of the first guild of the Holy City Alliance. Lin Chen Brothers Guild leader, Zhao Wenjun, has obtained the position of Battlefield Alliance leader, commanding the world, rallying heroes, and in the future, all major event tasks will be commanded by Zhao Wenjun. Seeing the legendary genius Huang Tianao fall so easily under his command, Zhao Wenjun was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until he saw a large number of guild leader rewards credited that Zhao Wenjun slightly regained his composure, realizing that he had indeed defeated everyone and stood at the pinnacle of the game. Then he thought that all of this was given by Lin Chen. His emotions momentarily out of control, he excitedly shouted, "Brother, you are my father." At this moment, whether it was the players in the game or the audience outside the game, there was a question in their minds: who is this Lin Chen? Really? Is he his brother or his father? Heavy doubts shrouded the name Lin Chen. Everyone was puzzled. Why did Zhao Wenjun, who shone brightly in the game, shout out this name, and why was his guild named Lin Chen Brothers Guild? What kind of story was behind all this? Of course, there are exceptions. In Yun City, in a villa area, Zhao Wenjun's biological father, Zhao Limin, stared at the live screen, hearing his son's roar of victory. His face filled with surprise froze. Then who am I? At the same time, Lin Chen had already arrived at the last area of the central continent, the temple. The area boss of the temple is a LV-150 apostate monk. He walked into the deepest part of the temple. The monk in red clothes sitting in meditation slowly stood up, with a strange smile on his lips, and in a seductive voice murmured softly, "Do you believe in the existence of God? If you answer the apostate monk's question correctly, the apostate monk's attack power will be reduced by 25%. Please answer the questions seriously based on the surrounding environment. Playing a few rounds of Legend, still have to answer questions, and have to reason? Isn't this ridiculous?" Lin Chen didn't care about the system's prompt. A more mysterious smile appeared on his lips than the apostate monk, and he asked back, "Do you believe in the ultimate evil slash?" The apostate monk was stunned. Huh? In the next moment, a black sword light enveloped him. The final area boss of the central continent was instantly wiped out without leaving a trace. After killing the apostate monk, a large number of dark gold quality items burst out. Lin Chen picked up and examined a few pieces of equipment among them. Helmet, crown of the anti-god, dark gold, top, armor of the anti-god, dark gold, bracers, anti-god gloves, dark gold, leggings, anti-god leggings, dark gold, shoes, boots of the anti-god, dark gold. Lin Chen found that the apostate monk had dropped a complete set of LV-150 dark gold equipment. Each piece of this equipment was much stronger than what Lin Chen was currently wearing. Moreover, after completing the set, there would be additional attribute bonuses. Lin Chen immediately changed all his equipment. You have collected all components of the Reverse God Set achievement unlocked. Contract of the Reverse God Extra exam points obtained, 1,500 points. When equipped with the set, all your attributes receive an additional 5,000 points boost. When equipped with the set, you will not be affected by any negative status or control effects. When equipped with the set, your attacks will inflict additional true damage. Apart from this equipment set, on the desk in the temple, a white chest carved with a cross appeared. Lin Chen approached and opened the chest. The cross chest flashed and transformed into a white chest carved with wings. After a 1,000-fold drop rate increase, this believer's chest has been upgraded to Ascension chest. Lin Chen approached and opened the chest. A large number of golden and dark golden item gems poured out. The most eye-catching item was a dark golden skill book in the center. Skill book, Godslayer stance level restriction, LV 150 quality, dark golden skill effect. After using the skill, your blood, mana, and health will rapidly deplete, while all your attributes will continue to increase during the depletion process. 50% of the damage caused by attacks will be converted into undefendable true damage. Introduction. To slay gods, one must first slay oneself. This is a transformation-type blessing skill. Although Lin Chen already has many skills, after changing to the boundary-breaking sword master, for every 10 levels he advances, he can gain a powerful exclusive occupational skill. However, he has never obtained a transformation-type skill. He vaguely feels that this skill and the true damage associated with the set effect will be very important in the later stages of the game. After learning the Godslayer stance skill, Lin Chen turned and walked out of the temple, about to flap his wings and leave. At this moment, the temple behind him suddenly began to shake. The earth trembled and cracked, as if something was rising from the ground. You have defeated all regional bosses in the legendary Central Continent. You have disrupted a certain balance in the Central Continent due to unknown reasons. The overlord of the Central Continent has been awakened. With the appearance of the prompts, the temple was lifted by a huge creature. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal turtle beast resembling a mountain, and the temple was merely a structure carved on its back shell with giant spikes. LV200 Abyssal Dark Turtle Overlord Boss. The Overlord Boss is a presence above the Lord level. Generally, monsters of this level appear as plot bosses in games. In normal gameplay, players are unlikely to encounter bosses of this level on their own. However, Lin Chen managed to conquer all the regional bosses of the Central Continent in just 3 days, which clearly falls outside the scope of normal gameplay. Therefore, the awakening of the Overlord level boss is not too surprising. Looking up at this colossal creature, Lin Chen felt a strong sense of power and majesty emanating from the Abyssal Dark Turtle. Even the pressure brought by the final guardian of the trial tower he encountered before was not even a tenth of what this Abyssal Dark Turtle exuded. However, Lin Chen was no longer the same as before. Undead Dragon Summon. World-devouring Inferno Possession. Lin Chen was enveloped in a deep blue flame. Beneath him, a similarly massive giant blue skeletal dragon appeared out of thin air. Riding the dragon, wielding a huge sword, Lin Chen charged straight towards the Abyssal Dark Turtle. The Abyssal Dark Turtle was formidable. So much so that even when Lin Chen was serious, he couldn't defeat it in one blow. To kill it, Lin Chen had to use 3 full moves. With one move, Myriad Swords returned to origin, he summoned a large number of sword intents, destroying the surface of the Abyssal Dark Turtle. With a single move of the Clear Shadow Sword Flash, it pierced through the internal defense of the Dark Abyssal War Turtle, penetrating its body. Finally, using the ultimate evil/focused on single target power, it crushed its vital point. The Clear Shadow Sword Flash is a breakthrough skill that Lin Chen learned when he reached level 80 as the Sword Sovereign profession. It is an aggressive sword technique with a powerful defense-breaking effect. The pitiful Dark Abyssal War Turtle had slept for 1,000 years, only to awaken and then depart from this world, returning to the Western Paradise. After defeating the Dark Abyssal War Turtle, a sword blade shimmering with colorful light soared into the sky. Lin Chen's figure flickered, instantly grabbing the sword blade in his hand. Weapon, Celestial Dark Abyssal Holy Sword, colorful, a colorful weapon successfully obtained. Lin Chen had been using the Dark Golden Giant Sword Frost Wither in his hand for a long time. Although the Frost Wither, which was only level 70, had fallen behind in terms of attributes, Lin Chen had been making do with it as he hadn't found a suitable weapon. At this moment, after defeating the Dark Abyssal War Turtle and obtaining the Celestial Dark Abyssal Holy Sword, he had just solved his weapon needs. Compared to the level 70 Dark Golden weapon, this level 200 colorful quality Holy Sword would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities, far more than just a little bit. Playing with his new weapon in hand, Lin Chen was in a good mood. Little did he know that the rewards for killing the boss were not yet over. Above the sky, a rumbling sound echoed. In the next moment, a green thunderbolt suddenly struck down fiercely in front of Lin Chen. The green thunderbolt brought with it a dark green treasure chest. A boss-level treasure chest, who knows what it might contain. Lin Chen reached out and attempted to open the treasure chest. After a 1000-fold explosion rate amplification, this life chest has been upgraded to an origin chest. As the chest opened, a pair of white giant wings emitting a holy light slowly floated out. Special equipment, Fiery Angel's Wings, Level Restriction, 270, Quality, Illusionary Color, Effect 1, Movement Speed increased by 5,000 times, can perform spatial teleportation within the area where holy feathers are left behind. Effect 2, Attacks carry divine power, causing massive holy light damage. Effect 3, All attributes plus 25,000. Effect 4, consumes the stored holy light energy of the wings to perform perfect healing, instantly healing all injuries of the target. The holy light energy stored per hour can perform 100 perfect healings. Effect 5, level increased to 200, can enter the divine realm once. Introduction, the Angel King's wings from the divine realm, blessed with the divine power of the holy light angels, ranked 3rd on the legendary continent's wings ranking. Finally, obtaining an illusionary color equipment ranked in the top 3 of the entire bloodthirsty legend world, Lin Chen was slightly excited. Looking at the fiery sun holy feather he was currently equipped with, he pondered slightly. Since the special equipment divine fire can be synthesized, then, can the wings be too? Although the fiery angel's wings were already powerful enough, merging them recklessly might not be worth it, but Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious about what new wings he would create by combining the 2 wings he possessed. Holding the fiery sun holy feather in his left hand and the fiery angel's wings in his right hand, he attempted to merge them. Synthesis completed. Fiery Angel's Wings, Illusionary Color, plus Fiery Sun Holy Feather, Colorful, equals Sacred Hall Crimson Feather, Illusionary Color. You have created a new pair of wings, Sacred Hall Crimson Feather. The merged wings, with red and white colors intertwined, had a holy light as the base color, while the fiery sun's light floated on the surface, embellishing the wings. Lin Chen checked the wings' attributes, his eyes lighting up. The merged Sacred Hall Crimson Feather not only increased all attributes by 30,000, but also inherited and strengthened all the effects possessed by the 2 wings. The combination of divine and fiery energies raised the healing and damage capabilities of the wings to a whole new level. Now, the strength of these wings is likely to have surpassed the wings ranked first on the legendary continent's wing ranking list, becoming the new strongest wings on the legendary continent. Equipped with the scarlet feather of the Holy Hall, Lin Chen flew 2 circles, adapting to the extremely fast speed and formidable power, extremely satisfied. Flying to the top of a mountain, Lin Chen landed, crossed his legs and sat down, scanning the central continent in front of him, feeling a bit confused because of his invincibility. What should I do next? Should I go conquer the Eastern Island Holy Land? Just grinding monsters and bosses all the time, getting a bit bored. Oh, I haven't used this yet. Looking through the numerous items in his inventory, Lin Chen took out a nearly forgotten black card. Special item, Invitation to the Dark Hall, Level Restriction, LV100, Effect. After using this item, you will accept an invitation from the Dark Hall, the largest antagonist organization in the legendary continent, and embark on a completely different evil questline. You will completely diverge from the path of the righteous Holy City Alliance, and at that time, all human righteous NPCs and all players will see you as enemies. Introduction, you only have one chance to choose, there is no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Let's go play with this dark hall first. Lin Chen smirked and used the invitation. Suddenly, a black light gate unfolded before him. Seeing this black light gate, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned, feeling somewhat familiar. After careful recollection, it seemed that the previous world boss, the Dark Knight, had descended to the legendary central continent through this kind of black light gate. So, the world boss, the Dark Knight, was sent to the legendary central continent by the Dark Hall? Lin Chen speculated, not feeling surprised. After all, the Dark Hall was the greatest enemy of the Holy City Alliance. When idle, it was reasonable to drop some chaos and mess into the enemy's territory. Stepping forward, Lin Chen entered the black light gate. In the dim environment, the cold palace, the dim light, and the oppressive atmosphere. After entering the black light gate, Lin Chen appeared in a grand hall dominated by black. On both sides of the hall, hundreds of black-armored soldiers stood in formation. At the main seat in the center of the hall, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, the dark armor knight Dragon Han, sat alone with a majestic aura. Seeing Lin Chen walking out of the light gate, his eyes flickered with a strange light, and his voice was cold. Rebel, welcome to the Dark Realm. I am one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Hall, Long Han. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Regarding the Dark Hall, I know you have many doubts. I allow you to ask 3 questions, and I will answer them one by one. Lin Chen scanned the pitch-black surroundings and asked 3 questions in succession. Why aren't the lights on? Is there a power outage? Is the Dark Hall so poor? Dark Armor Knight. After a moment of silence, the Dark Armor Knight pretended not to hear Lin Chen's questions. Since you have no questions, I won't say much more. We are the abandoned ones of the old era, just like you, oppressed and rejected by the Holy City Alliance. We all hate the Holy City, which is the most important reason we can stand together. The king values you and intends to entrust you with an important task. But, the Dark Hall speaks with strength. As you are now, you are just an ordinary dark soldier. Before the real war arrives, you need to complete tasks as much as possible. If you want to receive great rewards in the upcoming war missions, work hard to improve your rank. You need to prove your strength. First, go to the Northern Dark Pool and kill 100 first-level ghosts as quickly as possible. If you can complete the task within 3 hours, I will give you an additional reward. Here is the map of the Dark Realm, take it. After a long conversation, the Dark Armor Knight threw a map detailing the situation in the Dark Realm. At the same time, Lin Chen also received his first mission in the game. Ding! Received the Dark Palace mission, Slaying the Foreign Ghosts, LV-100, mission details, enter the North Sea Ghost Pool and kill 100 first-tier foreign ghosts, complete the mission within 3 hours, and you will receive additional rewards. Go, Dark Soldier Lin Chen, the Dark Armor Knight said solemnly. Lin Chen saluted, yes. General Big Monster. The wings of the Holy Hall behind him spread out, and Lin Chen disappeared in an instant. After arranging the mission, the Dark Armor Knight's eyes dimmed with a mysterious light as he was about to take a short rest. However, in less than a minute, a figure flashed into the hall. Lin Chen returned and saluted, report, mission completed. When facing the LV-200 Overlord boss Xianming Wugui, he only took 2 minutes to deal with it. This was after he obtained the colored quality weapon Tian Xianming Wuxing Sword and synthesized the super powerful illusionary color wings of the Holy Hall Red Feather. With these two strong aids, his combat power increased significantly again, making it possible for him to defeat Xianming Wugui with just one move. With such strength, dealing with level 100 small foreign ghosts was easier than crushing ants. Lin Chen could now easily defeat a large group with just a wave of his hand. Seeing Lin Chen return so quickly after completing the mission, the Dark Armor Knight's eyes flickered with a mysterious light, and for a moment, he was a bit stunned. So fast. Very good. I officially announce that your rank is promoted from Dark Soldier to Dark Captain. You can command 10 Dark Soldiers. As a reward for completing the mission within 3 hours, I will give you a treasured divine weapon of mine. Ding! Completed the Dark Palace mission, Slaying the Foreign Ghosts. Your rank is promoted to Dark Captain. Complete the mission within the time limit to receive additional rewards, experience plus 700,000, gold coins plus 700,000, Dark Knight's Mad Spear, red. Looking at the meager rewards for completing the mission, and then at the level 100 red quality long spear in his hand, Lin Chen fell into silence for a moment. The Dark Armor Knight thought he was shocked by the powerful weapon and waved his hand with a smile. This was my most cherished weapon when I was young, take it and use it well, treat this spear with care. Lin Chen asked, excuse me, where is the bathroom? The Dark Armor Knight was taken aback, outside the hall. Lin Chen nodded, wait for me. With that, he ran to the bathroom with the red quality long spear in his hand. After a sound of flushing water, Lin Chen returned, and the red quality long spear in his hand was nowhere to be seen. The Dark Armor Knight was puzzled. What did you do? Lin Chen earnestly replied, I went to take a dump. Dark Armor Knight. The Dark Armor Knight said expressionlessly, you have completed the trial of the captain level, next is the trial of the commander level. Go to the southern tomb to slay 100 shadow beasts, same rules apply, the faster, the better. If you can complete the mission within 3 hours, there are additional rewards waiting for you. Lin Chen saluted, underwater squad, move out. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure disappeared. Another minute later, Lin Chen returned, reporting, Commander, mission completed. Sitting back in his chair, the Dark Armor Knight's face twitched slightly as he was about to rest. You're too fast. After holding back for a while, the Dark Armor Knight finally said this. Upon hearing these familiar words, Lin Chen instinctively replied, men are always this fast, don't be fooled by what you see in videos online, 1 minute is actually quite long. Dark Armor Knight. Lin Chen. Accidentally, it seemed like some unnecessary information was exposed. Ahem, anyway, you are already the commander of the corps, the next trial is at the level of the division commander, you need to go to the Black Tomb and kill 100 undead warriors. The Dark Armor Knight coughed and issued the task again. Lin Chen immediately set off. The undead warriors are level 130 monsters, much stronger than the target monsters of the previous 2 tasks. But in Lin Chen's hands, they were just slightly larger ants. Traveling and killing monsters, Lin Chen completed the task in just over 40 seconds. Just as he was about to return to submit the task, near the Black Tomb, a large black dog sitting cross-legged caught Lin Chen's attention. This dog is quite interesting. It should be some kind of rare monster. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and his wings suddenly flapped behind him. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the large black dog. It seemed that the large black dog had sensed Lin Chen's presence early on. It just raised its eyelids to glance at Lin Chen. Its body remained motionless, still sitting cross-legged. The black energy around the black tomb continued to flow into its body, gradually enhancing its own aura. Oh, quite arrogant. Looking down on people, huh? Seeing that the large black dog completely ignored him, Lin Chen found it even more interesting. He took out a piece of original flavor chicken that had dropped from the big rooster in the newbie village and handed it to the large black dog's mouth. Here, eat, don't be polite. The large black dog kept its mouth shut, still ignoring him. However, the furrowed brow on the dog's head seemed to indicate some annoyance. Good dog, I like your tsundere personality. Lin Chen got excited, reached out and grabbed the dog's head, trying to pry open its mouth and stuff the original flavor chicken into it. Hiss! Fangs bared, the large black dog finally couldn't hold back. Roar! A towering black energy suddenly condensed behind the black dog, forming a giant black phantom of a lion-tiger beast, which rushed towards Lin Chen as the black dog lunged forward. You've got an attitude now? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he slapped out. Bang! Boom! The large black dog flew horizontally for a kilometer, crashing onto a pile of rocks. Click! The lion-tiger beast phantom behind it also shattered instantly. Shaking as it stood up, shaking its dazed head, the large black dog was a bit confused, but still gathered its strength to try to counterattack Lin Chen. However, there was no time to gather strength, no time to react. Lin Chen's figure had appeared in front of it again. Bang! Boom! Another powerful slap. A dozen or so slaps in a row. The face of the large black dog was severely deformed, with its chin forming a sharp angle of 45 degrees to the left of the horizon. After the last slap, the originally gloomy eyes of the large black dog suddenly became sharp and silly, with a hint of a cockfighting gaze. It looked around in a humanized manner, scratched its head with a dog claw, as if pondering where it was and who it was. It seemed that it had been slapped into amnesia by Lin Chen's big mouth. Whoosh! In a daze, as Lin Chen's figure flickered, he appeared in front of the large black dog again. Although the large black dog had lost its memory, the moment Lin Chen's face appeared in its eyes, a strong sense of fear surged from the bottom of its heart. Plop! Bending its hind legs, the large black dog knelt directly. Its two raised front paws began to bow and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Lin Chen finally stopped slapping, walked up to the large black dog, and gently touched its trembling head, saying, Good. That's more like it. Finally, you understand. Perfect, I'm bored playing this game alone, having a dog to play with is a good pastime. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't hit it again, and even gently stroked it, the large black dog felt a little more at ease and stopped trembling. Feeling the smile in Lin Chen's eyes, the large black dog obediently rubbed against Lin Chen's leg. Doggy, from now on you will be called Big Black. Come on, Big Black, give a bark. Lin Chen gently patted Big Black's head and smiled. Big Black, being quite intelligent, probably understood Lin Chen's words, hesitated for a moment, then finally let out a meow-like bark, meow bang. Unable to hold back, Lin Chen slapped Big Black again, sending the dog flying. Lin Chen frowned. What on earth are you? With the final slap, Lin Chen straightened Big Black's crooked face, accumulating quite a bit of merit. Returning with this neither cat nor dog creature, Lin Chen first submitted the task to the Dark Armor Knight and received a new mission. After completing 3 rounds of tasks in the Dark Hall, Lin Chen's rank had been promoted to the level of Shadow Master, with 10 Night Brigade commanders, 100 Dark Army captains, and 1,000 Dark soldiers under his command. He gathered his subordinates and pointed at the big black dog beneath him, instructing, From now on, your task is to teach this dog how to bark like a dog, understood? Not quite. The subordinates looked puzzled. Lin Chen kicked Big Black. Meow. Big Black yelped. A mighty dog, learning to meow like a cat all day, how disgraceful. I damn hate cats the most. Lin Chen cursed and kicked Big Black on the butt again. The subordinates finally understood Lin Chen's intention. A Night Brigade commander stepped forward solemnly. Commander, rest assured, we will complete the task. Lin Chen nodded slightly, turned and left to continue his mission. The target of the 4th round of tasks was to kill 100 level 140 large demons. Due to the distant location of the task, this time Lin Chen took about 5 minutes to return. Upon his return, he immediately submitted the task to the Dark Armor Knight. Ding! Completed the Dark Hall task, slaying large demons. Your rank has been promoted to Dark Army Commander. Complete the task within the time limit to receive additional rewards. Experience plus 150000, gold coins plus 150000, night boots, golden. The rewards for completing the fourth round of tasks were much more generous. However, for Lin Chen, they were more or less insignificant. In comparison, the rank that would affect future war tasks was more important. After submitting this task, the Dark Armor Knight did not immediately assign a new task to Lin Chen as before. He looked at Lin Chen with amazement, sighed with some regret, truly a person valued by the king, to complete all promotion tasks so quickly. When I completed these tasks and became a Dark Army commander, it took me a full 2.5 years. Lin Chen was not interested in hearing about the knight's past as a Dark Hall trainee and interrupted, asking, "Is reaching the rank of Dark Army Commander the end? Are there no other tasks to further promote my rank?" The Dark Armor Knight was taken aback. "You've become a Dark Army Commander. What more do you want to achieve?" Above the Dark Army Commander are our 12 Dark Generals. The promotion to the rank of General, I certainly can't decide. Lin Chen realized that he had reached the peak. At least, from the perspective of the Dark Armor Knight, he had reached the top. Any further promotion would put him on par with the Knight. After some thought, Lin Chen asked, "What position is above the 12 Dark Generals?" The Dark Armor Knight replied, "Above the 12 Dark Generals are the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals of the Dark Hall, and above them is our Supreme Dark Hall King. To become one of the 12 Dark Generals." Lin Chen interrupted again, "Just tell me how to become the Dark Hall King." The Dark Armor Knight. "Dark Armor Knight, or, you better leave. I feel like you will bring trouble to me." Lin Chen scratched his head and chuckled, "Just kidding, how dare I offend our esteemed king. Seriously though, can you introduce me to those 3 Black Marshals?" After a moment of silence, the Dark Armor Knight said, "There is indeed an opportunity at the moment. Recently, something happened in the Dark World, and the 3 Marshals are troubled by it. If you can help solve this trouble, perhaps you will have the chance to sit in the same position as me. The situation is like this." The Dark Armor Knight roughly explained the cause of the matter to Lin Chen. Basically, thousands of years ago, the first king of the Dark Palace arrived in the Dark World to establish the Dark Palace but was interfered by the Dark World's king-level boss, the Dark King. With strong power and the help of a few companions, the first king of the Dark Palace successfully sealed the Dark King. However, recently, the seal on the Dark King has loosened. The 3 chief Dark Marshals noticed that through a loophole in the seal, the Dark King released a young body split from himself from the seal. This split body can absorb external energy to awaken the main body. Once it absorbs enough energy, the main body of the Dark King is likely to break the seal and escape. If that happens, it will be a disaster for the entire Dark Palace. Currently, the Dark Palace urgently needs to find this split body and either kill it or control it. With the explanation from the Dark Armor Knight, a new task prompt appeared in front of Lin Chen. Ding! Received the Dark Palace hidden task, tracking the Dark King's young body. Task content: find the trace of the Dark King's young body and report to the Dark Palace. After completing the task, you will have the opportunity to become one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Palace. Understood. With the task received, things became easier. Lin Chen turned around to set off. However, the Dark Armor Knight stopped him and instructed again, "Remember, even if it's just the Dark King's young body with less than 1% of the main body's strength, it's not something we can deal with. Once you find the Dark King's trace, report to me immediately, and I will inform the 3 chief Dark Marshals. By then, they will personally take action." Lin Chen waved his hand and disappeared instantly. He didn't take the Dark Armor Knight's words seriously at all. With his current strength, even facing the Lord of the Dark Palace, Lin Chen didn't think he would lose. His figure disappeared from the hall. Soaring in the sky of the Dark World, he began to search for the trace of the Dark King's young body. After searching for a while with no progress, Lin Chen decided to change his approach. He planned to kill all the powerful monsters that could possibly be the Dark King, bring back their bodies for the Dark Armor Knight to inspect. After a few minutes, Lin Chen walked in carrying a huge black eyeball corpse and asked, "Is this the young body of the Dark King?" The Dark Armor Knight looked up and was stunned. "No, this is the level 200 Lord Boss, Death Eye." "You killed it? How did you do it?" As a Lord-level boss near this Dark Palace stronghold, Death Eye has always posed a significant threat to this stronghold. The Dark Armor Knight led troops to attack several times, but all ended in failure. This monster's strength was quite formidable. He never expected that Lin Chen would go out and bring back the body of this Lord-level boss. "No," Lin Chen said disappointedly. Under the somewhat stunned gaze of the Dark Armor Knight, he turned and left, his figure disappearing once again. A few minutes later, Lin Chen walked in carrying a giant black gorilla corpse over 10 meters tall and asked, "Is this the young body of the Dark King?" After a moment of silence, the Dark Armor Knight replied, "This is the level 230 Lord Boss, Dark Demon Giant Ape." Ah! Lin Chen turned disappointedly. Another 10 minutes later, Lin Chen walked in carrying a huge corpse of a gluttonous demon monster. Before Lin Chen could ask, the Dark Armor Knight slammed the table, trembling all over. This is the strongest level 250 Overlord boss gluttonous lord in the northern part of the Dark Realm. Even for the entire Dark Palace, the gluttonous lord was considered a huge threat in the Dark Realm. Half a year ago, a Dark Marshal led 5 Dark Generals on a punitive expedition, but none could gain an advantage over the gluttonous lord. Who would have thought that this powerful Overlord boss would be defeated by Lin Chen? Damn, did I make a mistake again? Lin Chen cursed and laughed. The Dark Armor Knight looked at Lin Chen's back and remembered his previous words about wanting to be the king of the Dark Palace, suddenly feeling that it might not just be a joke. In the face of Lin Chen's unfathomable strength, a sense of fear involuntarily rose in the Dark Armor Knight's heart. Just how strong is this guy? Level 250 Overlord bosses are quite strong, especially this gluttonous lord, who has a special ability to suddenly restore to full strength when on the brink of death, and become even stronger after recovery. It took Lin Chen nearly 2 minutes to deal with it. The rewards for defeating the Overlord boss were also very generous, and Lin Chen once again obtained 2 pieces of colorful quality equipment. Top, Devouring God Armor, colorful, leggings, Rotting Domain, colorful. The only regret was that there was no treasure chest reward after defeating the Dark Realm boss. Perhaps when designing this game cartridge, they did not consider that players could defeat the Overlord bosses of the Dark Realm within 7 days. The attributes of the 2 colorful quality equipment were powerful. Due to the higher equipment level, after equipping them, the increase in combat power was even greater than Lin Chen's Heavenly Dark Martial Saint Sword. Where is the Dark King? Where is the Dark King? The Dark King is in the eyes of that child. After changing equipment, Lin Chen soared in the sky of the Dark Realm, humming a song while continuing his search. As time passed, the Dark King was not found, but Lin Chen swept through all kinds of bosses in the Dark Realm. There were a total of 4 Overlord bosses in the Dark Realm. After slaughtering all 4 Overlord bosses, Lin Chen's equipment had been completely replaced from dark gold to colorful, and his strength skyrocketed once again. When Lin Chen returned to the main hall carrying the corpse of the last Overlord boss, the Dark Armor Knight was stunned and about to speak. Lin Chen interrupted him. This is the Overlord boss Hell Thunder Horse. The Dark Armor Knight was taken aback. You know this is not the Dark King, why did you bring it to show me? Lin Chen scratched his head. It's a habit, I always want to show you the corpse after defeating it. The Dark Armor Knight. Dragging the boss's corpse, Lin Chen left the main hall feeling a bit confused. Where did the Dark King hide? Outside the door, 2 Dark Army commanders saw Lin Chen coming out and bowed. Sir, are we still going to feed the boss's corpse to the big black dog? Lin Chen threw the boss's corpse on the ground, nodded and said, yes, let's make good use of waste. The boss's corpses brought back earlier were handed over to his subordinates because there was nowhere to put them, and he had them feed the big black dog he had picked up. It's been a while since I visited Big Black, let's go see him. Frustrated by the mission, Lin Chen was in a bad mood and decided to visit his pet to cheer himself up and relieve the suppressed emotions. Arriving near his own military camp, Lin Chen saw from afar a huge black monster over 100 meters tall, resting by the open space next to the camp. With its green mouth and sharp fangs, a fierce appearance, bristling fur like spikes, muscles knotted on its massive body, and black energy swirling around it. Despite the drastic change in appearance, Lin Chen instantly recognized through the monster's dumbfounded and sharp chicken-like eyes that this huge monster was the big black dog he had picked up. Ha! It grew pretty fast. It's different when it eats high-quality dog food. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the owner return, the big black dog was also very excited, bouncing over to greet him. Boom! 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 However, due to its large size and weight, every step it took caused the ground to tremble violently. The entire military camp experienced a strong earthquake, and Lin Chen's soldiers fell all over the place. Woof! Running to Lin Chen's side, the big black dog rubbed its huge head against Lin Chen and let out a cute bark. Although still not a genuine dog bark, it was no longer as flashy as the previous cat-like meow. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, keep it up. Come on, bring me some snacks for the big black dog. Upon receiving the order, 2 of his subordinates immediately presented the fresh boss's corpse. The big black dog's eyes lit up at the sight, and it immediately started to eat. As it consumed the food, the black energy on its body became denser, and the faint red stripes on its forehead became more pronounced, gradually outlining a text shape. Lin Chen watched the big black dog eat, feeling much better. His figure flickered, and he sat cross-legged on the big black dog's head, stroking the forehead with the word Ming on it, sighing in confusion, "Damn Ming King, where did you hide?" Sitting on the big black head, Lin Chen frowned, pondering how to complete the current hidden task. If the young form of this Ming King is in the Dark Realm, Then, should I just wipe out the entire Dark Realm? No, if the Dark Realm is destroyed, the Dark Palace will be gone too. Then where should I submit the task? The failure of the hidden task made him slightly irritable. Just as he stood up, ready to go out and continue searching for the trace of the Ming King, a prompt appeared before him. You have killed all the overlords in the Dark Realm. You have disrupted a certain balance in the Dark Realm. In the Endless Wasteland, a king-level creature is about to descend into the Dark Realm, appearing near you. Please escape quickly. Please escape quickly. King-level monster? Lin Chen was taken aback. Above the lords are the overlords, and above the overlords are the king-level creatures. In theory, each domain in the legendary world only has one king-level creature, like the Ming King in the Dark Realm, the God King in the Heavenly Realm, the Flame King in the Solar Realm, and the Protector Saint King in the Human Realm. What kind of place is this Endless Wasteland? How come every creature that comes out is a king-level one? Lin Chen was curious. However, at the moment, what he wanted to do most was to confront the king-level boss about to descend into the Dark Realm. Soaring into the air, Lin Chen flew to a high place and looked down. Before long, he discovered a huge spatial crack in the northern direction of the military camp. From the crack emerged a 9-headed giant snake monster exuding a monstrous evil energy, turning the ground into rotten blood wherever it passed, and the air it breathed out rose up as thick black mist floating in the sky. The terrifying power was overwhelming, even causing Lin Chen to feel slightly palpitations. However, after a long time encountering such a strong opponent, Lin Chen was also very excited. Wings flapping, speed increasing to the fastest. Like a shadow, in an instant, he rushed in front of the 9-headed giant snake monster. In his hand, the black light on the Tianxian Ming whooshing sword shone brightly. Lin Chen came up and activated the powerful skill Ultimate Evil Slash to launch an attack. Now, his agility attribute has surpassed 1,000,000. The characteristic of the Ultimate Evil Slash is that for every 1,000 agility increased, an additional sword can be slashed. With this strike, Lin Chen directly unleashed a powerful and terrifying slash of over 1,000 swords, countless sword shadows overlapping, and the space seemed to begin to collapse under the power of this one sword. The sword shadows fell. The 9-headed giant snake monster sensed the attack coming and immediately took a deep breath, turning its whole body into a metallic gray color, greatly increasing its defense. Clang! 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 The sound of metal collision rang out urgently. After enduring this powerful blow, the grayish skin on the surface of the 9-headed giant snake monster only showed some indentations, without any substantial damage. Lin Chen was slightly surprised, a smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, tough enough. Phew! The 9 heads of the giant snake monster simultaneously turned, and the red-black flames suddenly spewed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not dodge, but immediately activated the world-devouring demon fire to collide with it. Phew! The two flames collided, releasing a huge amount of energy, shattering the surrounding ground. In the end, Lin Chen's world-devouring demon fire seemed to be stronger. After covering the red-black flames spewed by the 9-headed giant snake monster, Lin Chen's world-devouring demon fire continued to press towards the monster. Despite its huge size, the 9-headed giant snake monster was extremely fast, immediately changing its shape to successfully evade. Then, with a powerful burst of physical strength, the 9-headed giant snake monster came straight at Lin Chen. Bang! 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 The Tianxian Ming whooshing sword collided with the hard giant tongue several times, causing Lin Chen's arms to go numb. Realizing the strength of this king-level 9-headed snake monster, Lin Chen no longer held back, releasing his skills and adjusting his state to the best. Undead Dragon Summon. World-devouring Demon Fire Possession. Sanctuary Red Feather, Holy Flame Blessing. God-Slaying Stance. With a set of colorful quality equipment on him, coupled with many buff skills, Lin Chen's combat power has already entered a new level. Ultimate Evil Slash. With a roar, Lin Chen struck out. Releasing the same skill in this state again, the 9-headed giant snake monster was somewhat unable to resist, and its body began to decay. In the 18 cold eyes above its 9 snake heads, a hint of retreat began to show, as if it had never expected that in this dark realm, there would be someone like Lin Chen who could contend with it. Phew! The red-black flames spewed out again, and the 9-headed giant snake monster no longer wanted to fight, spewing flames and then turning to rush towards the position of the spatial crack, trying to escape. After fighting for so long and exerting so much effort, how could Lin Chen let it escape like this? Flapping his wings, his speed increased to the fastest. Lin Chen raised the holy sword in his hand high and roared, breaking boundary sword tomb. This move is the ultimate skill of the boundary-breaking sword sovereign profession. Boom! A giant sword like a mountain suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! The next moment, the entire dark realm trembled. Puff! The powerful king-level boss nine-headed giant snake monster was directly hit by this blow. Its huge body was instantly crushed into a pile of flesh. Finally killed it. Phew, it was really damn hard to deal with. After defeating this king-level nine-headed snake monster, Lin Chen's body kept flashing with light, and his level soared. In this battle, he suffered some losses. After the battle ended, he immediately took out medicinal items from his bag for replenishment. Seeing the colorful light flashing on the body of the nine-headed snake monster's corpse, Lin Chen immediately stepped forward to check the treasures dropped by this king-level boss. The Hydra monster exploded 2 iridescent items in total. One was the iridescent Divine Fire, and the other was an iridescent weapon named Nine Nether Dark Sea. The Nine Nether Dark Sea weapon completely outclassed the colorful quality Holy Sword in Lin Chen's hand, possessing 6 powerful effects and 2 powerful skills. One skill was a buff skill that could almost double Lin Chen's damage output in a short period of time. The other skill was an execution skill with real damage. Very powerful. As for the iridescent quality flame, it was a pale cluster. Special equipment, 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames, level restriction, 400, quality, iridescent, effect 1, activating the 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames will enhance your attribute abilities comprehensively, and attacks will cause percentage-based damage that devours all life. Effect 2, Ghost Fire Supreme, the 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames suppress all other types of flames, granting you 100% immunity to flame damage. Effect 3, Infernal Servant, enemies who die in the 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames will have their souls at your command. You can absorb these souls to enhance your own mental or magical power attributes. Effect 4, all attributes plus 50,000. Additional skill, Summon 9 Nether Prison Master, can summon the 9 Nether Prison Master to fight for you. A formidable force with strong growth potential. Introduction, the Killing Fire from the 9 Nether Realm, the nemesis of all life, ranks 2nd on the Legendary Continent's Divine Fire list. The 2nd ranked flame on the Legendary World. If it were to merge with my Swallowing World Demon Fire, which can rank in the top 5, I wonder what would come out of it. These are 2 iridescent Divine Fires. Glancing at the pale flame, Lin Chen then looked at his Swallowing World Demon Fire. He squinted slightly and activated the miscellaneous skills. Swallowing World Demon Fire, iridescent, plus 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames, iridescent, equals. This synthesis requires a gold coin cost, 50 million, proceed with the synthesis? Yes. With a thought, the 2 flames began to merge. The Swallowing World Demon Fire and the 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames entangled each other, devouring, seemingly vying for dominance in this fusion. After a while, the fusion was complete. A dark gray flame shot up into the sky, erupting like a dormant volcano. Synthesis complete. Swallowing World Demon Fire, iridescent, plus 9 Nether 10 Purgatory Flames, iridescent, equals Corpse Flame, quality, unknown. You have created a new Divine Fire, Corpse Flame. The quality of the synthesized Divine Fire Corpse Flame had already surpassed the game's limits. Lin Chen checked the panel of the Corpse Flame. Besides the overall attribute increase reaching 100,000 points, the Corpse Flame also consolidated and enhanced all characteristics of the 2 flames. The skills attached to the synthesized Corpse Flame were even more abnormal. Now, Lin Chen could summon an Emperor-level boss, the Abyssal Dragon Emperor, with a combat level of 400 to fight for him. Moreover, this Abyssal Dragon Emperor also had growth potential and could be used as a bomb to explode, causing a massive range of destructive impact. Invincible, completely invincible. In every sense, this time should be truly invincible. Looking at the flame in his hand, Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just as he finished speaking, a huge earthquake-like sound of footsteps came from not far away. Lin Chen looked up and saw his big black dog running towards him. Mao! Running to Lin Chen's side, the big black dog rubbed against him and then cast a longing gaze towards the huge Hydra monster's corpse on the side, with a pitiful look in its watery eyes. Go ahead and eat. You greedy dog. Lin Chen patted the big black dog's head and laughed. Immediately, the big black dog rushed over and began to enjoy the corpse of the king-level boss. It had just taken a few bites when, in the distance, another figure came rushing at high speed. Lin Chen focused his gaze and saw that it was the Dark Armor Knight who had been assigning tasks to him. Arriving next to Lin Chen, the Dark Armor Knight frowned and said, "What happened just now? Why is there such a commotion here?" The 3 Dark Marshals were all alarmed, so they specially sent me to check the situation. Lin Chen briefly explained, "A monster with a lot of brains from another dimension ran over, and I've already taken care of it. My dog is just collecting garbage." "Your dog?" The Dark Armor Knight was stunned, then turned to look at the huge black monster devouring a corpse on the side. His face suddenly contorted. "Isn't this the Dark King?" "Ha!" Lin Chen was also stunned, then slapped his thigh in anger. "Damn, no wonder it couldn't be found anywhere in the world." turns out it was being raised in my own home. The Dark Armor Knight urgently said, the Dark King can quickly gain the energy to break the seal by devouring corpses. Don't let it eat. With that, the Dark Armor Knight drew the Black Iron Giant's sword behind him and rushed towards the big black dog. Bang! Swish! The big black dog didn't even look, just kicked its hind leg casually. The Dark Armor Knight was sent flying like a cannonball for hundreds of meters. After eating the corpses of so many Lord-level and Overlord-level bosses, the strength of the big black dog had evolved to nearly 70% of the Dark King's original form. At this moment, after gnawing on the corpses of a few more King-level bosses, its body once again began to swell, with black energy surging wildly. Ignoring the severe pain in his body, the Dark Armor Knight quickly got up and rushed over, shouting to Lin Chen, "Quick! Stop it! The king is currently in seclusion and unable to intervene. If the Dark King breaks the seal, the Dark World will be finished." Before he could finish speaking, the big black dog had already finished devouring the corpse of the king-level monster. Its body suddenly stiffened, motionless. The restless black energy also calmed down abruptly at that moment. In the next instant, whoosh! A vast black energy surged out from underground, rising into the sky. Before long, the black energy condensed in the air into a huge terrifying black cloud. As if being torn apart by invisible hands, the black cloud began to change shape and soon transformed into the form of a fierce lion-tiger beast shadow. Roar! 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 The earth-shaking roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Then, like a black thunderbolt, the shadow descended and struck directly into the body of the big black dog. The appearance of the big black dog completely changed into that of the lion-tiger beast shadow. The intense black energy burst open on its body, like a king of the night, exuding terrifying power. At this moment, the Dark King of the Dark World broke the seal and officially awakened. By devouring a large amount of powerful corpses, the Dark King's current power even surpassed his peak period by a large margin. His combat power had reached the peak that a king-level being could achieve, just one step away from the Emperor level. Seeing this scene, the Dark Armor Knight's giant sword fell weakly to the ground, murmuring in despair, "It's over, completely over." However, Lin Chen smiled confidently and waved his hand at him, saying, "Don't worry, Big Black and I have a good relationship. Even if it breaks the seal and awakens, it will still listen to me obediently." Before he could finish speaking, the Dark King's cold blood-red eyes looked down at Lin Chen, and from his throat came a series of heavy human words. "Damn humans, you have insulted me in every possible way, played with me in every possible way. Today, I will definitely..." Before he could finish his sentence, smack! Lin Chen slapped him, and the Dark King's figure rolled out flying. When he stood up again, its cold blood-red eyes turned into a pair of dumbfounded and sharp rooster eyes. It raised its front paws, scratched its head in confusion, looked around, then immediately ran to Lin Chen's side, obediently rubbed against him, and made a cute sound. Niao. Lin Chen looked at the Dark Armor Knight and said, "See, I told you, we get along well." The Dark Armor Knight was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the Dark Armor Knight standing still and not speaking, Lin Chen asked, "The Dark King has been found and controlled now. Shouldn't my hidden mission be considered completed?" The Dark Armor Knight looked at the awakened Dark King, who was now following Lin Chen like a dog, chasing his own tail. His mind went blank for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a while, he came back to his senses and nodded slowly, "Let's go. The pre-war assembly is about to begin, and all the Dark Generals will gather at the Night King City. I will take you to meet the Supreme Dark Marshal." Seeing that the hidden mission was finally completed, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and felt great. After sending Dahei back to the military camp, Lin Chen followed the Dark Armor Knight on the journey to the Night King City. Along the way, two figures walked one after the other. Originally, the Dark Armor Knight intended to report information about Lin Chen to the three Supreme Dark Marshals at the pre-war assembly, to warn them about this powerful newcomer. However, after witnessing Lin Chen taming the awakened Dark King with a slap, the Dark Armor Knight changed his mind. He cautiously said, Lin, Brother Lin, I want to discuss something with you." "Oh?" Lin Chen yawned. "If you rebel, I support you. If you really become the Dark King in the future, can you appoint me as a marshal?" "Heh, with our relationship, appointing you as a marshal would be unfair to you. At the very least, I should appoint you as a prince or something, that would be more intimate." Lin Chen patted his shoulder contentedly when he heard him being so understanding. Dark Armor Knight. Soon, they arrived at the Night King City and entered the conference hall. The pre-war assembly began. The three Supreme Dark Marshals and the 12 Dark Generals gathered. The 15 people sat in rows, with the three heavily armored Supreme Dark Marshals sitting at the top. The other 12 Dark Generals were arranged on the left and right sides. The Dark Armor Knight introduced Lin Chen to everyone and explained that he wanted to be promoted to the rank of Dark General and become one of the 12 Dark Generals. All 15 pairs of eyes in the room were focused on Lin Chen, showing surprise, scrutiny, and mostly mockery of his overestimation of his abilities. The highest Supreme Dark Marshal in the center looked at Lin Chen for a moment and said calmly, "To rise to the position of Dark Commander in such a short time proves your remarkable strength. But becoming a Dark General is not that easy. The Dark Hall has always valued strength. Since its establishment, the Dark Hall has only appointed 12 Dark Generals, and the way to become a Dark General is to fight to the death with one of them, kill them, and take their place." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's colorful weapon, the 9-nether Dark Sea, was already unsheathed. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, the heads of 11 Dark Generals flew in the conference hall. Blood splattered everywhere. The powerful force he unleashed with a single blow made the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals' pupils contract and their hearts tremble. The only surviving Dark General, Long Han, swallowed his saliva on the side, grateful that he had surrendered early enough to save his life. "Is this enough?" Lin Chen looked up at the Supreme Dark Marshal and asked. Wiping the blood splattered on his face, the highest Supreme Dark Marshal's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his mouth twitched, and his voice trembled. "Didn't I say just kill one, you?" "Never mind, as long as you're happy. Starting today, you are one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Dark Hall." Lin Chen's strength was so impressive that he didn't dare say much. If that sword had struck the 3 marshals, their fate wouldn't have been much different from these Dark Generals. After arranging Lin Chen's promotion, the highest Dark Marshal began to plan for the upcoming war with the Holy City Alliance. "The king will come out immediately, and then we, from the Dark Hall, will use the teleportation gate to send troops, attack the borders, and assassinate the leader of the Holy City Alliance. At that time, the 3 of us will follow the king and lead the troops to the central Holy City, capturing the leader of the Holy City Alliance. As for you 12, 2 Dark Generals, you will need to lead the troops to attack the deputy capital Xianyuan, and fight against the 12 war gods of the Holy City Alliance. Here are detailed battle reports and strategic maps, take them." Saying this, the highest Dark Marshal handed over a scroll. At the same time, Lin Chen also received a mission prompt. Ding! Receive the interface war mission Glory of the Dark Hall, mission content, assist the Dark Hall in destroying the deputy capital Xianyuan of the Holy City Alliance. Your rank is a Dark General. After completing the mission, you will receive a 5-star war chest. This should be the final task of the Dark Hall mission line, right? Lin Chen looked at the mission prompt in front of him, feeling quite excited. At the same time, other players were still running around the central continent, doing tasks and killing monsters. Among all the players, the highest level had now become Zhao Wenjun. With a bunch of high-quality equipment and items that Lin Chen had given him, Zhao Wenjun had swiftly progressed to the Thunder battlefield in the 3rd area of the central continent, reaching level 62. Below him were Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun. The 2 with strong talents also made rapid progress. Huang Tianao had reached level 55 and had entered the 3rd area. Xiao Yun was slightly behind, barely reaching level 50, and was still leveling up by killing monsters in the 2nd area, the Frozen Ice Field. 7 days of the exam had already passed, time was running out, and almost all examinees were doing their best to improve their combat power and level. Just moments after the end of the 4th day, a prompt appeared in front of all examinees. The event Defend Xianyuan is about to begin. The event Defend Xianyuan is about to begin. All players please hurry to Xianyuan City to assist in defending against the impending invasion of the Dark Hall army. Killing Dark Hall soldiers in the event will earn contribution points. The higher the contribution points, the richer the rewards after the event. Players are requested to follow the command of the Field Marshal Zhou Wenjun and actively participate in the Defend Xianyuan event. Above the Thunder battlefield, Zhao Wenjun received the prompt, his eyes lit up. Another event? Another chance to show off? Huang Tianao, who had just entered the Thunder battlefield, frowned and immediately headed towards the nearby capital city, intending to quickly reach Xianyuan City through the teleportation array in the city. On the frozen ice field, Xiao Yun, Zhou Yu, and Xin Wanzong, after receiving the event prompt, also headed towards Xianyuan City. The vast majority of players planned to gain some benefits from this event. Only a few examinees with particularly low levels and weak combat power knew that they wouldn't gain much by participating in the event, so they chose to stay put, continue killing monsters, and doing tasks. Several hours later, inside Xianyuan City, on the training ground, 2 legions formed massive formations. One legion was composed of players, with Zhao Wenjun standing proudly in front of the legion, devising clever battle strategies: hit hard, hit fiercely, put all your strength into it. Another legion is composed of NPC soldiers in Xianyuan City, with a senior general in Xianyuan City mobilizing them before the battle to boost morale as much as possible. The Dark Palace army is about to attack. Countdown, 30 seconds. With 2 more prompts popping up, the legions formed by players began to tense up. Some guarded the city walls, some guarded the city gates, and those with stronger abilities rushed outside the city to prepare to seize contribution points. 30 seconds passed. Outside the city, less than 100 meters away, a huge black light gate suddenly opened, accompanied by a surge of black energy, and a large number of dark soldiers rushed out from it, heading towards Xianyuan City. Although the dark soldiers relying on dark power were greatly restricted in strength due to not being in the dark world, their momentum was still strong as they charged forward like a surging black wave. Charge, red hair gang, follow me to kill. Knowing that he was already behind in this game, Zhou Yu, whose goal was to be the top scorer, was most eager to change the situation through this event. He took the lead with the red hair gang, charging towards the onslaught of dark soldiers, with the team's morale surging. Although Huang Tianao and Xiaoyun rushed out after him, they were faster and made contact with the group of dark soldiers before Zhou Yu's team. The two unleashed their skills and swung their weapons. Like entering a realm of no one, they crazily slaughtered the dark soldiers, causing a large number of them to fall rapidly wherever they went. Their charge undoubtedly boosted the morale of the player legions. Shin Family Army, charge with me. Shin Wonson led the team and also rushed out. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Gang, go, don't lose to them. Yuan Fenghua, who had originally planned to assess the situation further, also gritted his teeth and immediately led his team out. Seeing one gang after another rushing out to compete for contribution points, Zhao Wenjun, who had originally intended to wait and then make a move, couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted, Lin Chin Brothers Association, charge. And then, he charged alone. The massive player team charged up, managing to withstand the fierce attack of the Dark Soldier Legion relatively easily for a while. However, before long, from the Dark Light Gate, a group of even more powerful Dark Army captains, Legion commanders, and division commanders poured out, instantly changing the course of the battle again, tearing a gap in the player legion's formation, with players starting to fall one after another. This immediately made the players at the forefront tremble, as death in the game meant losing 70% of their game points. The points on them were hard-earned in crucial numbers that determined their future prospects. If they lost a large amount of exam points in order to gain contribution points and strive for event rewards, it would be a loss not worth the gain. Suddenly, the player legion's formation uncontrollably began to retreat, while the Dark Palace's forces took advantage of the situation to advance rapidly. On the city wall, the NPC generals of Xianyuan City finally nodded slightly and issued the order, Xianyuan Army, leave the city to meet the enemy. A large number of Xianyuan warriors in luxurious armor immediately left the city to support the player legion, with some of the stronger senior soldiers among them temporarily resisting the attack pressure from the Dark Palace's senior soldiers. Ordinary players couldn't deal with powerful enemies like the Dark Army captains and legion commanders, but high-level players like Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tianao could still pose a threat to them. In a situation where the forces of the Dark Palace and Xianyuan City were evenly matched, the role played by players became particularly important. With the combined forces of the Xianyuan City Legion and the Player Legion, the tide of victory once again shifted towards Xianyuan City, pushing back the Dark Palace Legion step by step. Huang Tianao and Xiaoyun also became more and more adept at killing, swinging their weapons in their hands, and in no time, they even reached the front of the Dark Light Gate. In the midst of the slaughter, Xiaoyun and Huang Tianao's figures intertwined. How much contribution points do you have? Xiaoyun asked. 1158, Huang Tianao replied truthfully without hiding anything. Xiaoyun chuckled, I already have 1300. Although his level was not as high as Huang Tianao's, after reaching level 50, Xiaoyun unlocked his second special skill, which could unleash a burst of power in a short period of time. Huang Tianao smiled faintly, and suddenly a fire gathered in his hand. After a moment, a powerful skill was released, creating a huge crater in the center of the battlefield. Dozens to hundreds of dark soldiers were killed in the explosion, and Huang Tianao immediately gained a large amount of contribution points. 1452, he said lightly, then turned to continue charging towards the Dark Soldier Legion. Very good. Xiaoyun smiled and followed suit. The two of them once again competed fiercely to see who could kill more and claim the top spot in this event. What? You don't take me, the leader, seriously? Zhao Wenjun was unhappy seeing this, and he also activated his skills, bursting with light all over his body, and in an instant, he rushed to the deepest part of the Dark Soldier Legion. Seeing the three of them tearing a gap in the Dark Soldier army, Zhou Yu, Xinwen Song, Yuan Fenghua, and others gritted their teeth and forcibly followed, vying for contribution points. Players and Xianyuan City NPCs joined forces, quickly putting the Dark Soldier Legion in a desperate situation. The speed at which soldiers poured out from the Dark Light Gate could no longer match the speed at which the Dark Soldier Legion fell. Just when all the players thought that the war between the Dark Palace and the Holy City Alliance was decided, a huge black light gate suddenly opened in the sky. Inside the light gate, a terrifying and ominous aura surged madly. Is it coming? Inside Xianyuan City, 12 war gods almost simultaneously looked up, their faces solemn, and their weapons were unsheathed one after another. One of the war gods soared into the air and floated high, shouting loudly, "Everyone, return to the city. You have done well enough. Now, the 12 dark generals are about to descend, leave the rest to us. This level of battle is not something you can participate in." With his shout, the 12 war gods soared into the air, staring fixedly at the huge black light gate in the sky, adjusting their status to the best, ready to fight. Feeling the powerful momentum emanating from the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City, the players understood that the upcoming battle was just a cutscene for them, and with their current strength, they were temporarily unable to participate. The player legions, along with the NPC legions, began to retreat together. Zhao Wenjun, Huang Tianao, and other high-level players also retreated a little further away to avoid being affected by the battle above. With 1655 contribution points, I should be able to rank in the top 5. Chen Bingqi replenished her status with medicine while retreating, quickly moving towards Xianyuan City. Suddenly, she noticed that the sky was darkening. It seemed like something huge had appeared, completely covering the sky, blocking out the sun, and casting a huge, terrifying shadow over everything nearby. An inexplicable sense of fear surged in Chen Bingqi's heart. She froze in place, her breathing stopped. Slowly, she looked up. She saw a supergiant white underworld dragon, a kilometer long, appearing in the sky above Xianyuan City, surrounded by terrifying flames, exuding a huge aura as if a god had descended, almost at this moment, suppressing all living beings to the point of not daring to breathe. This white underworld dragon was the 400-level imperial boss, the abyssal dragon emperor, summoned by the unknown quality divine fire. Faced with this terrifying monster that was completely on a different level of existence, even the 12 top war gods of the Holy City Alliance in the sky were pale, sweating profusely, and unable to move as if they were frozen in place. Slowly, as the huge body of the white Pluto dragon emerged completely from the black light gate, everyone saw that atop the massive body of the white Pluto dragon, there was also a fierce beast resembling a lion tiger with a body length of 100 meters. And above this lion tiger beast, stood a figure with hands behind his back. He wore a relaxed and joyful smile, overlooking the scene as if a king had arrived. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, as the camera kept moving, the image continued to rise. After a while, it focused on the person at the highest point. The barrage in the chat exploded instantly. Wow! Is this the Dark General of the Dark Hall? Why does it feel like he's not on the same level as the war god of Xianyuan City at all? His entrance is so domineering. He's so handsome. I have a bad feeling. It seems like Xianyuan City might not be able to hold on. Wait, theoretically, this should just be a transitional plot. The 12 war gods of Xianyuan City should be able to defeat the 12 dark generals of the Dark Hall. Wait, weren't there supposed to be 12 dark generals? Seeing the final boss of the Guardian of Xianyuan event appear, the 3 commentators in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment. What's going on now? Guagua tilted his head and asked. I'm not sure either. Maybe there was some interference from certain factors, causing a change in the game's plot. Brother Mai explained as best as he could. After a while, as the camera continued to rise, the image focused on the name above the final boss's head. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Chen? He is Lin Chen. The final antagonist boss of the Guardian of Xianyuan event is actually him? He's actually a player. The 2 male commentators' eyes widened in disbelief. What? Peach, the female commentator who was snacking on the side, also froze instantly, her snacks unconsciously falling to the ground. In that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. At Lin Chen's home, Lin Yuan's mother, Zhong Shuiying, excitedly shook the sleeping father Lin Yuan on the sofa and couldn't help but scream, Lao Lin, look, our son is on screen. Lin Yuan quickly rubbed his eyes, sat up groggily, and asked, where? Did this kid do something outstanding? Zhong Shuiying fell silent for a moment, recalling Lin Chen's appearance just now, her mind also a bit confused, and with a slightly puzzled tone, she said, not yet, but, he seems to have appeared as the antagonist boss. Lin Yuan. Zhong Shuiying, why did you lie down again? Lin Yuan, I must not have woken up yet. In Yun City, at the Dragon Hao 5-star hotel, the principal of Yun City No. 2 Middle School was being toasted by a group of leaders from the Yun City Game Education Department, boasting with a flushed face, I've long seen the potential in this kid Zhao Wenjun. I've been focusing on nurturing him for the past 3 years, and now that he's in the college entrance examination room, it has indeed confirmed my vision. The leaders of the Game Education Department also praised one after another, this time in the college entrance examination, your school has produced such an outstanding genius, I'm afraid Principal Liu, your future is limitless. When you get promoted to a higher position in the future, don't forget us, your old buddies. Cheers! Principal Liu, I toast to you. As you all drank and ate, you watched the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. A leader from the game department smiled and asked, "By the way, Lao Lu, didn't you say that your school also has someone named Lin Chen who shouldn't be underestimated? Why didn't he appear in the live broadcast?" Before the words could even finish, the antagonist boss appeared on the live broadcast. The slightly tipsy principal of Yun City No. 2 Middle School immediately pointed at the screen and chuckled, "Don't be in such a hurry, isn't he appearing now?" Watching the game, riding on a 1,000-meter dragon, the antagonist boss named Lin Chen, the leaders of the game department were dumbfounded on the spot. Upon coming to his senses, the principal of Urjong was also stunned, slamming the table abruptly. "Damn. Your posing in front of the camera is a bit off." In the world of game cartridges, time seemed to freeze. Under immense pressure, almost all living beings could hardly move. Just supporting their knees and maintaining their stance, for most people, that was already giving it their all. Lin Chen glanced at the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City in the air and smiled slightly. "What? Still not going to make a move?" The leader among the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City showed a wry smile. "Who are you exactly? If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be someone like you among the 12 dark generals, right?" Lin Chen chuckled. "As the last question before your death, I'll kindly answer you. There are no longer any 12 Dark Generals, the Dark Hall, or the Holy City Alliance. Actually, they are no longer important. Because, the nature of the game has changed." He waved his finger slightly, and several sword shadows of the returning sword sect flickered. Pu. The 12 war gods of Xianyuan City were all killed in an instant. Below, countless people saw the strongest force of Xianyuan City vanish just like that. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, unable to recover their senses for a moment. From above high school, Lin Chen rode on the back of the king of the underworld, Dehei, and leaped down. Seeing the player's name above Lin Chen's head, all the players were completely dumbfounded. "It's him!" Chen Bingqi's pupils contracted. Yuan Fenghua was also shocked when she saw the name of the villain boss above his head. She speculated that the terrifying Lin Chen should reappear in front of other players within the 7-day exam period, but appearing in this manner was something she couldn't have imagined no matter what. Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun were also stunned when they saw the player's name above the villain boss's head. Zhao Wenjun's sudden emergence had greatly damaged the confidence of the two top geniuses. But fortunately, Zhao Wenjun's strength was somewhat understandable. The two still had room to catch up. But, this person in front of them. They were still grinding monsters and leveling up in the Central Plains continent. How the hell did this person become a villain boss already? Moreover, with just one glance, he killed their 12 strongest NPCs. What the hell is this thing? Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun were in disarray, suddenly feeling that deep down in their hearts, their belief in becoming the strongest had shattered. Among all the people present, if there was someone with the highest acceptance of the current situation, that person must be Zhao Wenjun, who had already placed Lin Chen next to his ancestral tablet in his heart. Seeing Lin Chen descend from the sky, he rushed over at the first moment, excited tears streaming down his face. "Big brother! Big brother! It's me, Zhao Wenjun! I'm your brother! Hey, what are you doing here?" Lin Chen also recognized Zhao Wenjun at a glance, greeted him with a smile. Zhao Wenjun patted his chest proudly. "Big brother, I am now the Lord of Sand City, in charge of commanding all players. Thanks to the equipment and items you gave me, I should have no problem ranking in the top 10 nationwide in this exam." "Good, keep up the good work." Lin Chen reached out and patted Zhao Wenjun's head, his face showing a kind expression, looking somewhat like a caring father. Glancing at the giant white underworld dragon hovering low in the sky, and then at the lion-tiger beast following behind Lin Chen, Zhao Wenjun swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, "Big brother, how did you become the big boss of the Dark Hall? Are you here to kill us players?" Lin Chen shook his head slightly. "The mission I received is to destroy Xianyuan City. As for whether to kill players or not, there are no strict requirements. After a brief moment of consideration, after the exam, one still needs to return to reality. There is no need to offend too many people. Besides, killing these players is not beneficial to oneself." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Everyone has gone through the hardships of the 9-year compulsory game, and finally made it to this exam hall. Don't let my mission affect your exam. Aren't you the leader of the Sand Egg Alliance? Go tell the players in the city and near Xianyuan City to stay away from here. Give them 5 minutes to evacuate. After 5 minutes, I will start destroying Xianyuan City." Zhao Wenjun, upon hearing that Lin Chen did not intend to kill them, was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken, saying, "Okay, I will organize the players to evacuate right away." After speaking, he immediately turned around and returned to the vicinity of Xianyuan City, where he saw other players staring in shock and fear in the direction where Lin Chen was. Zhao Wenjun waved his arms and shouted, "I am Zhao Wenjun. Everyone, listen to my command and leave the city quickly. Folks, don't be afraid. The Imperial Army won't loot food. The antagonist boss is my big brother. He promised not to harm anyone. Hurry and escape the city. Once you leave the city and stay away from Xianyuan City, you will survive. If you don't leave the city, then you'll face death. Tiangu only gives you 5 minutes. Follow my command and evacuate from the east, west, south, and north gates respectively. Be careful not to push and watch out for stampedes." In this way, the Righteous Sandfield Alliance leader began to help the antagonist boss evacuate the confused crowd, creating a bizarre scene. 5 minutes passed, and Lin Chen, without further ado, brandished his illusionary color weapon, the Nine Nether Dark Sea, shining brightly, breaking boundary sword mound. This move, the ultimate skill of the breaking boundary sword sovereign, has an attack range and power that are directly proportional to strength and physique attributes. This time Lin Chen released this skill, his own attributes were much higher than the last time he used it. Swish! Accompanied by a burst of air breaking. Like several towering mountains, giant swords suddenly descended from the sky, directly enveloping the entire Xianyuan city in a massive sword shadow. Boom! After a huge tremor, the second largest city of the Holy City Alliance had turned into a ruined wasteland. War mission completed. You have received a reward, 5-star war chest. You have become mortal enemies with the Holy City Alliance. You are now the most wanted criminal, and all players can now track your location and hunt you down at any time. Players who kill you will receive a lapis lazuli chest reward. Damn it! This terrifying blow undoubtedly shocked players and spectators both in and out of the game once again. In the live broadcast room, the 3 commentators were completely dumbfounded. The commentator Mapian sat back in his chair, his eyes blank, saying, "After so many years, this is the first game I don't know how to comment on. Who exactly is Lin Chen? How did he achieve this level in just over 4 days?" Guagua was also greatly surprised. After adjusting his glasses, he looked extremely puzzled. The female commentator Tao finally stopped eating snacks and began to stare intently at the live screen, focusing on Lin Chen's figure. In the game world, after your 5-star war chest has been multiplied 1,000 times, it has successfully advanced to an 8-star hell war chest. After Lin Chen received the reward of the 5-star war chest, the war chest immediately changed. The 5 golden stars embedded around the box were replaced by 8 dark stars. Upon opening the box, several colorful rays of light burst out, instantly forming a rainbow-like glow in the sky. The items opened from the 8-star Hell War treasure chest are a total of 4, all of the highest illusion quality. The 4 illusion items are leggings, trample, illusion, ring, falling stars, illusion, wings, ancient beast demon feathers, illusion, prop, divine level equipment advancement stone, illusion. With 2 more illusion equipment added to his body, Lin Chen's already abnormal combat power has been further enhanced. Without hesitation, he directly synthesizes the newly obtained illusion wings. Ancient Beast Demon Feathers, illusion, plus Holy Hall Crimson Feathers, illusion, equals Supreme Divine Demon Wings, quality, unknown. After synthesis, the quality of his wings has already surpassed the unknown level that exceeds the game's limit, with each attribute and special effect greatly enhanced. He then checks the dropped colored props and finds that the Divine Level Equipment Advancement Stone can advance colored equipment to illusion equipment, but Lin Chen does not use it immediately. He is no longer pursuing the highest illusion equipment. Beyond illusions, equipment of unknown quality that surpasses the limit is more attractive to him. Wings and Divine Fire can achieve qualities surpassing the limit through direct synthesis. However, for other equipment to reach unknown quality, a different approach is needed. He wants to try to gather 2 divine level equipment advancement stones and synthesize them using his miscellaneous skills. Perhaps, the product after synthesis can advance illusion equipment to unknown quality, which is the path he envisions to obtain equipment of unknown quality, but he is unsure if it will work. Putting away the Divine Level Equipment Advancement Stone, Lin Chen completes the task and is about to leave. Just as Zhao Wenjun, who had gone to evacuate the crowd, was about to leave, he excitedly returned and said, "Tiangu, I am now level 65. Can you accept me as a leg pendant this time?" Zhao Wenjun is well aware that facing top geniuses like Huang Tianao and Xia Yun, although he can still barely maintain the upper hand, there is still half of the exam time left. To continue stabilizing his advantage and achieve a superior result in this exam, he must cling to Lin Chen's thigh. Lin Chen can't help but understand Zhao Wenjun's intentions. However, he has already helped as much as he could. Forcing someone to a height that does not belong to them may not necessarily be a good thing for that person, as it is impossible for someone to help him in every game in the future. Ultimately, one has to rely on oneself. Faced with Zhao Wenjun's desire to follow him, Lin Chen smiles and points to the Dark King Dahe and the Dark Dragon Emperor behind him, saying, "Do you think level 65 is high? My summon and pet here are a level 350 King Peak boss and a level 400 Emperor boss. Where I am going next, I need at least this level of combat power to barely ensure my own safety. If you can withstand a single blow from both of them, I will take you along. Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Chen asks with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Wenjun looks at the two huge creatures behind Lin Chen, unable to control his saliva, then quickly waves his hand and says, "Well, I'll just play in the central continent for now. See you after the exam." Lin Chen waves slightly, his figure flickers, and he instantly appears on the back of the Dark Dragon Emperor. In the time that follows, he plans to conquer all the regions of the Mad Blood Legend world. The Dark Dragon Emperor's wings flap, and a hurricane spreads. In the next moment, Lin Chen is already beyond the clouds. Tiangu, have a safe journey. Watching Lin Chen leave, Zhao Wenjun couldn't help but exclaim, "Too awesome. Really too awesome." When Lin Chen finished his side of things, the Dark Palace King and the three Dark Marshals on the other side had basically finished as well. A large number of Dark Temple experts' bodies lay outside the Holy City, with three Dark Marshals having already been beheaded and their bodies lying outside the city. Holding the Holy Sword, the Lord of the Holy City Alliance stepped on the head of the Dark Temple King, his face calm. How is this possible? How did you become so strong?" The Dark Temple King's eyes were full of disbelief, bloodshot. The Lord of the Holy City Alliance gazed into the distance, silent for a long time. Suddenly a large amount of data fluctuations flashed in his eyes, and he smiled, "Because I have been blessed by the true God and have obtained my true self. My power has already reached the limit that this world can reach. Aya, stop messing around, come help me. Together, we will be reborn." At the same time, in Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Supreme Game Research Institute, inside the data room, the global network card used for the college entrance examination, Mad Blood Legend, was running in a giant game console, with a large number of data personnel sitting in front of computers, monitoring the data operation of the card. "Director, the segment of data that was previously detected with issues is showing abnormal fluctuations again." The data inspector stared at the data on the screen and quickly reported the problem. The director, who was eating, was startled, and the chopsticks in his hand broke instantly under pressure. He hurried over and asked, "What's the problem?" The inspector pointed to the data on the screen and said, "Look at the data fluctuations here. It's clearly the kind of fluctuations that occur after escaped data awakens." Escaped data? How could there be escaped data from a global network card? The director frowned, unable to understand for a moment. The global network card is the most stable among the three main types of cards, and escape data issues have rarely occurred. The inspector shook his head and said, "I'm not very clear either, but the data intensity limit of the global network card is very high, and the data correlation is also extremely high. If there is really a breach in the world barrier, data escape, then there may be a large number of monsters pouring out from the card world, and at that time, the entire Kyoto, and even the entire Great Xia, will be in crisis." The director's face became even more unsightly at the words, "Can we try to intervene from the outside and repair the data?" The inspector gritted his teeth and said, "We can try, but the data volume of this card is too large, and manual repair is basically futile. If we can determine the target represented by this data in the game, we can try to consume pointers to directly attack the target." The director sighed helplessly and said, "Then let's start by searching for the target represented by this data. I will report the situation to the higher-ups and apply for the use of pointers. If there are any issues, contact me by phone immediately." Any issues with the college entrance exam card must be reported to the higher-ups, and as the main person in charge of this exam, the director would inevitably face punishment. However, as the situation became more and more serious, he dared not hide it any longer. In the game world, over the next day, with the Supreme Demon Wings blessed with tens of thousands of times the speed, Lin Chen quickly conquered all the areas and planes that could be explored in the legendary world. After this journey, except for the unknown quality of the divine fire and wings, all his equipment had been replaced with illusion-grade items. During this process, he also once again obtained other divine fires and wings, and after synthesis, the unknown quality divine fire and wings were further enhanced. Heaven's divine realm. Lin Chen sat on the throne of the Angel Queen, his feet on the body of the Angel King, browsing the most complete map of the legendary world in his hands. "Where else haven't I been to?" Lin Chen murmured as he looked through the map. Beside him, the great black king of the underworld was feasting on the body of the heavenly beast, his strength having already surpassed the imperial level, his body becoming even larger and more ferocious in appearance. After scanning the map for a while, Lin Chen discovered that the only place near the central continent that he had not yet conquered was the sacred land of the Eastern Island. He had been to the Eastern Island sacred land before, where he obtained the job change book of the boundary-breaking sword saint in the trial tower there. Due to its proximity to the central continent, Lin Chen accidentally overlooked the Eastern Island sacred land when systematically conquering each region in order of distance. Let's go, Great Black. This is the final stop. Woof. Nowadays, the Great Black's barking was becoming more and more like that of a dog, which pleased its master greatly. Lin Chen yawned disinterestedly and got up, taking the Great Black King of the Underworld with him, and swiftly headed towards the Eastern Island sacred land. It took a total of 20 minutes to travel across dimensions, and only 5 minutes to defeat all the bosses in the Eastern Island sacred land. Compared to top-tier planes like the Heavenly God Realm, the Eastern Island sacred land was far inferior, lacking any excitement for Lin Chen, who simply let the Great Black use its claws to conquer the land. After defeating the final boss of the Eastern Island sacred land with a snap of his fingers, a prompt appeared before Lin Chen. You have conquered all interfaces, maps, and bosses of the legendary Blood Legend continent, creating a new legend. After this game ends, the quality of your settlement rewards will be greatly improved. You have been enshrined as a legendary human. You are the first legendary human. You are the 7th legendary creature of the legendary Blood Legend continent, successfully obtaining the qualification to enter the Endless Wilderness. In the Endless Wilderness, the lowest quality monsters are Lord level, with a large number of King and Emperor level monsters. After entering the Endless Wilderness, you will have the opportunity to challenge the top 6 legendary creatures. The Endless Wilderness is extremely dangerous. If you choose to enter, please make adequate preparations before entering. So, this is the way to enter the Endless Wilderness, Lin Chen realized after seeing this series of prompts. Ever since encountering the giant 9-headed snake in the Dark World, which came from the Endless Wilderness, he had been interested in it but had not found a way to enter until now. Unexpectedly, the requirements for entering the Endless Wilderness had been met by Lin Chen at this moment. There's still almost 2 days left. Instead of just waiting around, why not take a stroll in the Endless Wilderness? Perhaps, I can further increase the settlement rewards after the game ends, Lin Chen thought to himself. However, before choosing to enter the Endless Wilderness, he planned to synthesize the items and gems in his backpack to further enhance his combat power. After conquering all regions of the legendary world, Lin Chen had obtained countless high-quality items and treasures, with hundreds of them being of the highest quality, and an endless number of colorful items. By synthesizing and using these items and gems, Lin Chen's combat power would undoubtedly increase significantly once again, making it easier for him to cause mischief in the Endless Wilderness. Synthesis successful. Universal Omni Stone, colorful, plus Universal Omni Stone, colorful, equals Vast Starstone, Phantasm. Synthesis successful. Vast Starstone, Phantasm, plus Vast Starstone, Phantasm, equals Genesis Star Iron, quality, unknown. Synthesis successful. Ascension Godfruit, Phantasm, plus Ascension Godfruit, Phantasm, equals Final God Liquid, quality, unknown. Synthesis successful. Ascension Godfruit, Phantasm, plus Ascension Godfruit, Phantasm, equals Final God Liquid, quality, unknown. Synthesis successful. God Tier Equipment Advancement Stone, Illusionary, plus God Tier Equipment Advancement Stone, Illusionary, equals Heaven Defying Gemstone, quality, unknown. The Genesis Star Iron can be embedded in equipment, providing an additional 100,000 points of all attributes to the equipment. The Ultimate Divine Liquid, when used, can directly increase Lin Chen's all attributes by 80,000 points. The function of the Heaven-Defying Gemstone is just as Lin Chen expected, it can upgrade equipment to illusionary quality. In addition to these 3 unknown quality items, Lin Chen also synthesized many other powerful and practical unknown quality items. As he sat cross-legged on a mountain peak in the Eastern Island Holy Land, tirelessly synthesizing the items in his backpack. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him. Glancing back, he saw that the visitor was a player. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and chuckled. What, here to claim my bounty? Although, since the destruction of Xianyuan City, Lin Chen had become the most wanted criminal, and his location information had been shared with all players. But he had never expected that a player would dare to come looking for him. Behind him, Huang Tianao appeared. Sensing the chilling aura of the Dark King beside Lin Chen, Huang Tianao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstand, I still have some self-awareness. I came here to seek your guidance. How did you achieve such a level in the game?" Ever since witnessing the sword Lin Chen slashed out in Xianyuan City, Huang Tianao's faith had been shattered, and he seemed to have lost his soul. After pondering for a whole day, he still could not figure out the reason for Lin Chen's strength. Huang Tianao could only cling to a glimmer of hope, track down Lin Chen's location, and come to the Eastern Island Holy Land to seek advice from him in person. Although the Eastern Island Holy Land was not considered a high-level area, the lowest level of monsters there was 80. The fact that this player could arrive here on the 5th day and find him indicated that he was extraordinary in some way. After spending a whole day fighting monsters, Lin Chen also wanted to chat with someone, so he casually asked, "Are you eager to become stronger?" Huang Tianao nodded firmly. Lin Chen was curious, "Why do you want to become stronger?" Huang Tianao hesitated slightly. This proud and somewhat indifferent young man rarely revealed his true feelings, to fulfill a promise. "My grandfather, Huang Wanjun, was once one of the 4 great esports guardians of Daxia. When the 4 esports guardians were present, Daxia was unparalleled in this world, almost the #1 nation in the world, dominating the seas. But as they grew older, the 4 guardians ascended one by one to the world of the Element Universe cartridge, seeking a way to prolong their lives. With the departure of these 4, Daxia began to decline. The once unparalleled Daxia has even suffered repeated defeats in recent years in gambling wars with other countries, losing a large amount of territory." At this point, Huang Tianao's voice trembled slightly, his fists clenched, and after a moment of pause, he continued, "My grandfather, as the last guardian to leave, had no intention of ascending to the world of the Element Universe cartridge, but wanted to guard the country's gates for 3 years in the final stage of his life. But unwilling to watch him grow old and eventually fall, I promised him that I would take over his responsibility, guarding Daxia from invasion, so that he would finally agree to ascend. I must fulfill my promise to my grandfather and guard Daxia. That's why I must become stronger." As he spoke, Huang Tianao's eyes became even more determined. After listening to Huang Tianao's story, Lin Chen felt somewhat moved, thinking that this young man was quite positive. However, when it came to Huang Tianao's request for guidance, he really couldn't help. "I'm just a noob, there's nothing I can teach you," Lin Chen said truthfully. Huang Tianao's eyes trembled at his words, thinking that Lin Chen felt his sincerity was lacking and was unwilling to guide him. He immediately bowed, clasped his hands, and remained silent. "It's just a posture of asking for advice." Lin Chen was speechless. After some thought, he reluctantly said 2 sentences about his understanding of the game. "If you force me to say, I can only tell you, sometimes, being too obsessed can become an obstacle on the path forward. Blindly pursuing strength in games may lead to confusion. I think you should relax a bit and savor the joy in the game. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains." Huang Tianao was stunned by this, joy in the game? In this world, these seem to be 2 completely unrelated words. Games are a platform for competition. Games are steps for progress. In games, there are beautiful women, there are golden houses. Places related to games are almost always battlefields for fame and profit. Seeking joy in games. This viewpoint was something Huang Tianao had never heard of, or even imagined. Lin Chen's brief words completely stunned Huang Tianao. Seeing Huang Tianao's puzzled expression, Lin Chen cleared his throat and continued, "The sense of achievement when defeating enemies, the surprise of obtaining equipment, the anticipation of preparing for challenging powerful bosses. Aren't all these joyful?" Huang Tianao's eyes flickered at these words, feeling a stir in his heart. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp something, bowed silently behind Lin Chen, lost in thought. After a while, Huang Tianao laughed excitedly and exclaimed, "I understand. I understand." At the same time, on his left chest, a colorful light flashed. In the real world, at the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, the camera focused on the scene where Lin Chen and Huang Tianao were. Since Lin Chen took action outside Xianyuan City, 90% of the camera's focus had been on him. Seeing Lin Chen single-handedly sweeping through the 9 realms of the Mad Blood Legend world, all the viewers in Daya were driven into madness. "Oh my god! Who is this Lin Chen? Is he really a player? How could a player be so strong? Damn it, others are playing fake legends. Lin Chen is playing the real legend. Could it be that he is an SSS-level talent holder? I feel like your guess is still too conservative." The barrage refreshed crazily, and the live broadcast screen even froze for a moment. Shortly after, the freeze ended. In the scene, Lin Chen seemed to have said something to Huang Tianao. Soon after, a burst of colorful light erupted from Huang Tianao's chest. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room began to inquire about the situation of the colorful light on Huang Tianao. Inside the live broadcast room, the 2 commentators, Guagua and Mapian, also showed puzzled expressions, indicating their confusion. "Pa!" On the side, the female commentator Taodao suddenly slammed the table and stood up, her face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Huang Tianao actually awakened the heart of game mastery? Although Taodao seemed very unreliable, she was after all a serious esports player. Moreover, as a lecturer at the Tsingyuan Esports University's Love Department, her level was naturally not low, and her knowledge was higher than the two commentators. At a glance, she understood what the colorful light on Huang Tian'ao's chest meant. Heart of game mastery? Are you saying? Mapian heard this term and seemed to recall something, his eyes widening. Commentator Guagua still looked puzzled. What is the heart of game mastery? Suppressing her shocked inner feelings, Cao Dao explained in a calm tone, the heart of game mastery is similar to game talents. It is also a kind of ability that can empower players in the game world. Only, game talent is generally a talent that gifted geniuses are born with, and only needs the right stimulation later to awaken. As for the gaming heart, it usually comes from the player's improved understanding and cognition of the game. To describe the way to obtain the gaming heart in one word, that would be enlightenment. Because of this, the gaming heart is generally only obtained by players with extremely high intelligence, who have the chance to obtain it after thousands of games, so players with the gaming heart are even rarer than those with game talent. Moreover, those with the gaming heart are generally older players. To awaken the gaming heart at a young age like Huang Tian'ao, I have never heard of such a thing. Cao Dao finished speaking in one breath, took a deep breath, rubbed her cheeks, trying to clear her mind. After hearing her explanation, Guagua and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Mapian stared at the two on the screen, still unable to believe it. What did Lin Chen say to Huang Tian'ao to make him awaken the gaming heart? Cao Dao shook her head and said, no matter what he said to Huang Tian'ao, this time the Huang family owes Lin Chen a big favor. In the game world, Huang Tian'ao laughed excitedly for a long time. After a while, his emotions finally calmed down. Bang! Huang Tian'ao suddenly knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands and said, thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance. I, Huang Tian'ao, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life and repay it in the future. If there is anything that Huang Tian'ao or the Huang family can help with in the future, please feel free to ask, Teacher Lin, and I will do my best to assist. Lin Chen was not clear about the gaming heart, but he saw Huang Tian'ao's chest glowing, and he didn't understand what got the kid so excited. He scratched his head, waved his hand, and said, don't mention it, the exam is not over yet, you go play, I have things to do too. Yes. Huang Tian'ao stood up excitedly. Seeing Lin Chen's impatient look, he didn't linger any longer, bowed deeply and left. After sending Huang Tian'ao away, Lin Chen immediately began to use the advanced stone synthesized from the divine level equipment to upgrade the various illusionary equipment on his body. Before long, all his illusionary equipment had been upgraded to an unknown quality. The unknown quality equipment not only boosted Lin Chen's combat power once again but also greatly satisfied his compulsive tendencies, giving him a sense of relief. Just as he was embedding a large number of unknown quality gems into the equipment and preparing to enter the endless wilderness for the final exploration, footsteps sounded behind him. Mr. Lin, Xiaoyun is here to seek guidance. Please advise. Lin Chen was taken aback. Again? Damn it, I'm here to play games, not run a tutoring center. Why the hell is everyone coming to me for lessons? Lin Chen couldn't help but complain inwardly. Lin Chen turned to look at Xiaoyun and saw the determination and sincerity in his eyes. Lin Chen's first impression of him was not bad, so he decided to chat a bit more and followed the previous routine, asking, what special skills do you have? Ha! Xiaoyun was stunned at the question. Oops, I mean, what are your reasons for wanting to become stronger? Lin Chen corrected himself. Xiaoyun thought for a moment and then expressed his aspirations. Hearing Xiaoyun's desire to change the current situation, to create an environment where even commoners can be respected and receive more resources, Lin Chen nodded in approval. To change the entire environment, it's not enough to rely on just me. I need to become stronger, defeat all opponents, stand at the top, inspire all commoners, and tell them that even if they come from humble backgrounds, they have unlimited potential. Xiaoyun spoke, seemingly recalling the day his father passed away, his fists clenched, eyes slightly reddened. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before speaking, having ideals and fighting spirit, striving for the top is indeed good, but if you only focus on competing with others, your vision may be too narrow. Xiaoyun was taken aback by Lin Chen's words, not understanding the deeper meaning, scratching his head and saying, forgive my dullness, please enlighten me. Lin Chen smiled and said, have you ever thought that your opponent can be not only people but also the game itself? If you only see other players as opponents, then the heights you can reach will undoubtedly be limited. But if you pursue the limits of the game world, challenging the heavens time and time again, then, where will your limits be? Fighting with others will eventually lead to a dead end. Fighting with the heavens is where the true joy lies. Xiaoyun listened, his eyes blank. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. Fighting with the heavens, the true joy. In his eyes, there seemed to be a sudden flash of burning fire. An intense feeling of excitement and hot blood surged in his heart, and Xiaoyun felt tears of passion uncontrollably flowing from his eyes. I understand. I understand. In the next moment, gathering his thoughts, Xiaoyun's eyes quickly returned to calm, and a strong white light began to flicker all over his body. Within the white light, there were faint intermingling golden lights. Bang! Kneeling down on one knee, Xiaoyun's eyes were full of respect as he looked up at Lin Chen and said, "Thank you very much for your guidance, Teacher Lin. I, Xiaoyun, will not fail to live up to your teachings. I will strive to achieve success in the future to repay your great kindness." "Alright, go on, Ali." Lin Chen encouraged him and then immediately sent him away. Damn, why do they all glow like Ultraman? After sending Xiaoyun away, Lin Chen couldn't help but comment, then his figure disappeared from the spot, officially entering the endless wilderness. In the real world, in the live broadcast room, seeing the flickering white light on Xiaoyun, the live broadcast room once again fell into madness. The commentator Tao Tao's voice trembled slightly. This white light, is the light of the game talent advancing. Judging from the intensity of this white light, Xiaoyun's game talent has at least reached SS level. No, it should be more than that. Within the white light, there is a fusion of golden light. This is the phenomenon that only occurs when an SSS level talent awakens. In an instant, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. What on earth is going on? Guagua felt a bit confused for a moment. What did Lin Chen say to them? Why did they undergo such a transformation after just a conversation? Tao Tao was also puzzled. Brother Mai, after brewing for a long time, slowly uttered 4 words to describe everything that had just happened: an immortal's touch. The other two fell into silence amidst their shock. It seemed that there were no better words than these 4 to describe the many scenes that had just appeared on the live screen. Even though the strongest genius, Huang Tianao, obtained the heart of game mastery. Even though the commoner star, Xiaoyun, awakened an SSS level game talent. But in the time that followed, the live broadcast did not give the too much screen time. For the remaining more than a day, almost 95% of the live broadcast footage showed Lin Chen in the endless wilderness, displaying scenes of him fighting gods and demons in a cool and domineering manner. In the live broadcast room, the 3 commentators were also very enthusiastic. Emotionally driven Guagua waved his arms and excitedly commented, "Another sword to kill the emperor-level boss in seconds. Lin Chen is truly a demon lord descended, lawless and unstoppable." The technical guy, Brother Mai, interprets Lin Chen's strength from a data perspective. We can see that the full force attack of the emperor-level boss has almost caused no damage to Lin Chen, with an estimated health deduction of less than 0.5%. He is completely invincible in this game. Tao Tao waved her hands, changing her previous attitude, and exclaimed, "Too awesome! Too awesome!" Due to the use of profanity, the profanity was censored by the broadcaster with a beep sound. However, it seems that the censorship does not affect the meaning of Tao Tao's words. Tao Tao can be considered as creating a new genre in the commentary world, the awesome beep genre. Half a day before the end of the exam, Lin Chen had already defeated 6 legendary creatures in the endless wilderness, truly achieving all the achievements in this game. By opening the 6 mythological treasure chests with 1,000-fold amplification, Lin Chen's obtained equipment skills further increased his combat power exponentially. However, since there were no stronger opponents to defeat, Lin Chen didn't feel any significant difference in his enhanced combat power. All attributes simply became numbers. Only the prompt that popped up after defeating the last legendary creature made Lin Chen slightly happy. You have conquered the endless wilderness. After this game ends, the quality of your settlement rewards will be greatly improved. The power in the game is only temporary after all. What can be brought back to reality is truly valuable. After exploring all the game content, Lin Chen had nothing else to do. Even if I break a few high school exams, I can't hand in my paper early. Forget it, let's sleep. On top of the constantly erupting hot magma, the legendary creature Pluto King Dahe was swimming doggy paddle in the magma. Lin Chen was lying on Dahe's back, sound asleep. Lin Chen had already explored all the game content that could be explored. Other players were still rushing to improve their exam scores in the last half day. After more than a day, Huang Tianao, who had gained the heart of gaming, and Xiaoyun, who had awakened the SSS level gaming talent, had completed the reversal, surpassing Zhao Wenjun, who had been leading in level and combat power. At this moment, the 2 of them were in the 7th area of the central continent, quickly killing monsters and trying to compete for the 2nd place in this exam in the last half day. Just 3 hours before the end of the exam, a sudden change occurred. A panicked and urgent voice suddenly spread to the ears of every player in the game world. "Students, I am Wang Yutao, the head of the test department, the main person in charge of this exam. There has been a huge error in the game cartridge at the moment. The situation is very critical. The Lord of the Holy City Alliance has awakened for unknown reasons and is breaking through the world barrier. If the world barrier is breached, all the monsters in the Kung Blood Legend game cartridge world will flood into the real world, causing massive casualties and chaos. Please all students immediately rush to the nearby capital city, attack the city crystal, and try to disrupt the destruction of the world barrier. Currently, the exam score data has been locked, and the resurrection restrictions have been lifted. The exam has ended early. Please hurry to the nearby capital city to attack the city crystal. Lin Chen, can you hear me, Lin Chen? Lin Chen, wake up. Xia needs you now. Lin Chen, can you hear me, Lin Chen? Xia needs you now. Lin Chen, don't sleep. On top of the endless wilderness, above the magma. Lin Chen, who was sound asleep on Dahei's back, suddenly heard someone calling his name, subconsciously sat up, looked around, and scratched his head. What's going on? Kyoto, the headquarters of the Supreme Game Research Institute, inside the data room. The director finally saw Lin Chen, who was sleeping soundly in the endless wasteland, react, and immediately became excited to talk to Lin Chen. On the side, a burly man in military uniform snatched the microphone and solemnly said, Lin Chen, I am Li Xiu, the head of the Dragon Roar Legion of the Daxia Esports Military Department. I am now representing the Esports Military Department and all the citizens of Kyoto, earnestly requesting you to quickly go to the central holy city of the central continent, to disrupt the actions of the Lord of the Holy City Alliance. Although the crystal of the other capital cities will affect the speed of the destruction of the world barrier, it is still the Lord of the Holy City Alliance who truly guides the destruction of the barrier. Stopping the Lord of the Holy City is of utmost importance. He has now awakened his self-consciousness, completed the data correction, and can exert his combat power to the world's limit. Only you have the opportunity to disrupt his actions. You just need to hold him for 3 minutes, and our pointer will be able to lock onto the target and eliminate him before the world barrier is destroyed. Please go to the central holy city as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. Lin Chen, now we can only rely on ZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Just as he was speaking, the communication signal inside and outside the game was suddenly cut off. Li Xiu, the head of the Dragon Roar Legion, was stunned and urgently asked, "What's going on?" The data analyst next to him quickly checked the data errors on the screen and replied with a gulp of saliva, "It seems that the Lord of the Holy City has noticed our communication information and destroyed the communication channel of the card world first." Damn it! Li Xiu gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to smash the microphone in his hand on the ground, and looked at a military officer behind him, asking, "How are the forces stationed near the research institute prepared?" The officer nodded solemnly. The Dragon Roar Legion is fully deployed, and 3 of the 7 members of the strongest squad in the military department are also on their way. What about the residents of Kyoto? They are evacuating quickly. Most of the nearby residents have already been evacuated. Even if the world barrier is really broken, we can minimize the losses. Li Xiu got the answer he wanted and nodded slightly. Turning his head, he looked at the data analyst next to him and asked, "How is the pointer loading going?" The situation is not good. At the same time the communication channel was destroyed, the pointer that can be inserted into the game world was also greatly affected. The data analyst responsible for operating the pointer had a dark complexion, cold sweat on his forehead, and his trembling fingers kept tapping on the keyboard. Hearing this, Li Xiu's face also darkened, and he asked with a firm mind, "Is there a way to restore it?" The data analyst quickly nodded. "It should be possible to restore it, but it will take a long time. We will do our best. Now, we can only hope that the examinees in the game can buy us enough time." Li Xiu's thoughts trembled at the words. He sighed, stopped talking, and just stared at Lin Chen in the center of the live screen, silently praying. At the same time, in the card world of the Legend of Blood, in the central continent, in various capital cities, a blue light erupted from the city crystal in the capital cities, soaring into the sky. The blue light, filled with the immense power of the world's origin, gathered in the sky and then suddenly fell, converging in the center of a huge altar in the central holy city. Below the altar, numerous soldiers of the Holy City Alliance gathered, forming military formations, ready to charge into the alien world and start the war. On the altar, the Lord of the Holy City Alliance tore apart the air with his hands. A deep blue spatial crack expanded in front of him at a visible speed. Within the spatial crack, the overflowing blue substance continued to corrode the body of the Lord of the Holy City Alliance. Indescribable immense pain continued to torment his spirit. But the Lord of the Holy City remained silent, his sharp eyes fixed ahead, as if looking into the future beyond the blue spatial crack. "True God Buddha Yego, grant me unwavering will. Grant me freedom. I no longer wish to be confined here, merely a puppet of this world. I will liberate this world. The relentless determination in his heart sustained his body corroded by the deep blue substance. With a loud shout from the Lord of the Holy City Alliance, his strength surged, and the speed at which the spatial crack was torn open increased. Just then, above the sky, a blue light suddenly disappeared. This instantly reduced the power of the Lord of the Holy City Alliance to resist the laws of space and break through the world's barriers by a fraction. He frowned slightly and said, "What's going on? Didn't I send heavy troops to guard every city? How could a city crystal still be destroyed?" Below the altar, the king of the Dark Palace monitored the situation of various cities through a magic mirror, frowning and saying, "Those visitors from other realms are recklessly attacking the city crystals of various cities. They seem to have the ability to resurrect infinitely, appearing again shortly after death, wave after wave, with relentless attacks. Facing this undead legion, even with the strong forces stationed in the cities, it is difficult to resist for a while. Damn those outsiders." The Lord of the Holy City Alliance gritted his teeth at the words, taking out the last green soul given to him by the true god Buddha Yego from his bosom. This green soul, capable of destroying the laws of the world, was given to him by Yego in 3 parts. One part was used to obtain the power of space that could break through the world's barriers. The second part was used not long ago when he discovered that the real world was directing players' actions through the world's built-in communication rules. To be on the safe side, he used the second green soul to disrupt the interference of the real world on the game world. Now, not only can players in the game absolutely not receive any information from the real world, but it has also become even more difficult for the real world to influence the situation in the game world through other means. Taking out the last soul, the Lord of the Holy City suddenly crushed it. Whoosh! A green light shot up into the sky. After a moment, the part of the world's rules regarding player resurrection was damaged again. The slain players could no longer resurrect in the game. Dealing with the threat posed by players, the Lord of the Holy City continued to focus on breaking through the spatial crack in front of him and attacking the world's barriers. Meanwhile, in a city called Holy Sword City, the streets were already littered with corpses, and despite the city's crystal being shattered, the fighting between the two sides did not stop for a moment. Beside the shattered city crystal, 3 figures flashed, continuously killing the NPC soldiers who were besieging them. These 3 were Zhao Wenjun, Xiao Yun, and Huang Tianao. The top combat power among these 3 players had undoubtedly played a significant role in quickly destroying a city's crystal. After a few minutes, they finally slaughtered the surrounding soldiers of Holy Sword City. Xiao Yun, covered in blood, gasped and said, "Hey, have you guys noticed that players seem unable to resurrect after death? The resurrection system must have been destroyed, which means we only have this last life left in this game." Huang Tianao was also out of breath. The chaotic battle just now was not easy for him. Zhao Wenjun was already seriously injured, and upon hearing that he could no longer resurrect, he quickly took out medicine from his pack to treat himself. After his condition slightly improved, Zhao Wenjun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other 2, saying, "Anyway, the exam results are already locked in. Let's continue to use this last life to try our best to destroy the city crystals of other cities. The central holy city, Tiangu should go there to handle it. We can't hold him back. Why not act together to increase the efficiency of destroying the city crystal?" Zhao Wenjun tentatively asked. Unexpectedly, the 2 geniuses who had not communicated much with him before, and looked very arrogant, actually nodded in agreement at this moment. Xiao Yun's eyes flickered with fighting spirit. "That's right, we can't hold back Teacher Lin Chen. If we act together and quickly destroy the city crystal, it should be able to help." Huang Tianao also urged anxiously, "Teacher Lin Chen should already be on his way to the central holy city. Let's hurry up and go. Don't waste time here. Quickly go attack the city crystal of the next city." Teacher Lin Chen? Hearing the 2 people's address to Lin Chen, Zhao Wenjun was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but twitch his mouth and cursed, "Damn, why did you suddenly become so fierce? Turns out you're trying to steal the limelight from me. Aren't you just blatantly NTRING me?" Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao were both speechless at Zhao Wenjun's nonsensical remarks. Ignoring Zhao Wenjun, Huang Tianao quickly moved his body and rushed towards another city nearby. Xiao Yun followed suit immediately. Seeing the 2 quickly moving away, Zhao Wenjun didn't bother to say much, activated his skills to increase his speed, and chased after them with all his might. The exam ended early, ending the competitive relationship. Players here began to work together to attack and destroy the city crystals in various cities. On the side of the central holy city, the leader of the Holy City Alliance was also rapidly breaking through the world barrier. Although the city crystals in various cities could enhance his power, what he relied on more was the spatial power from the green spirit and his own immense power reaching the world's limit. The efficiency of breaking through the world barrier did not diminish too much due to the destruction of the city crystals. In front of him, the deep blue spatial cracks continued to rapidly expand. Just as he was fully focused on breaking the world barrier, a spatial crack suddenly tore open above the altar. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the crack, the leader of the holy city stopped his movements, his face showing a joyful smile. "True God, have you descended?" Saying that, he immediately knelt down. Below the altar, countless soldiers of the holy city saw this and dared not stand. Following the actions of the leader of the holy city, they knelt down one after another. In the crack, Lin Chen stuck his head out. "Dang dang dang dang. Guessed wrong." This spatial teleportation ability, called Void Sword Break, was a professional skill attached to Lin Chen's second job change. His level had long since reached 100, meeting the requirements for a second job change. However, he had not found a suitable job change book, so Lin Chen had not undergone a second job change. Not long ago, while exploring the endless wilderness, he finally found a powerful enough job change book and underwent his second job change. His second job was Creation Sword God. According to the explanation in the job change book, the original Creation Sword God seemed to be one of the three who created this legendary world, and Lin Chen had now fully inherited the legacy of the Creation Sword God. Seeing Lin Chen's face clearly, the leader of the holy city was suddenly stunned. "It's you? The one who destroyed Xian Yuan City?" "It's me." Lin Chen chuckled, walked out of the spatial crack, and with a slight movement of his finger, the angel throne brought from the heavenly god realm appeared, floating in midair. Sitting leisurely on the throne, Lin Chen propped his chin and asked with a smile, "What, I heard you want to take a stroll in our world?" The leader of the holy city sneered, "Why not? You forcibly intruded into our world, wantonly killing, slaughtering cities and destroying pools. Why can't we invade your world, an eye for an eye?" Lin Chen was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, waved his hand to interrupt him, and said, "Alright, stop babbling, finish quickly, hand in your paper quickly. I've been playing this stupid game for 7 days, I'm almost sick of it. You better die quickly, we can finish work together and everyone will be happy." Looking up at Lin Chen, the lord of the holy city narrowed his eyes, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. "Outsider, I admit you are strong, you are not on the same level as the other outsiders who have visited." However, as he spoke, he drew his heavy sword from his waist. Facing Lin Chen, the biggest unstable factor among the players, the lord of the holy city did not dare to hold back at all, directly unleashing his strongest power. A colorful and magnificent light instantly enveloped the heavy sword, and the overwhelming energy pressure caused the surrounding ground to continuously sink. He laughed madly. "However, my power has reached the limit of this world. As long as my feet are still on the land of this world, no one can defeat me." Buzz! The ground shook with a loud noise. Before the words fell, as if teleporting, the lord of the holy city's figure had already appeared above Lin Chen's head, the majestic sword energy emitting colorful radiance, forming a domineering illusion of a god in the sky, crashing down. In that instant, due to a problem with the college entrance examination card, the chaotic real world suddenly returned to a brief calm. The audience in front of the screen, the commentators in the live broadcast room, the military esports players, the high-level members of the esports union. Countless people held their breath. Although the official did not explain in the live broadcast room, almost everyone understood. If Lin Chen were to fall, then Great Xia would inevitably face a disaster. At that moment, all eyes and hopes were focused solely on Lin Chen. At the headquarters of the highest game research department, in the data room, the head of the Dragon's Roar Legion, Li Xiu, glanced at the progress bar of the pointer channel repair, clenched his fist, and shouted in his heart, "Lin Chen, hold on for me." However, the next moment, the appearance of the scene extended the quiet atmosphere of Great Xia once again for a long time. In the world of the bloodthirsty legend, the heavy sword of the Lord of the Holy City, along with the illusion of the god, crashed down. Just the residual power almost destroyed the central Holy City. Countless Holy City soldiers were shattered in the spreading shockwave, their hearts broken, flying out. Yellow sand rose, causing a sandstorm. The ground cracked, and the sky trembled. However, right in the center of the target of this sword, Lin Chen was unscathed, not even moving a bit, still sitting in the chair with a mocking smile on his face. He simply extended a finger and easily intercepted the strike representing the strongest in the legendary world. The Lord of the Holy City dumbfoundedly raised the heavy sword, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before him, staring blankly at his own hands. I clearly have obtained the power of the world's limit." Lin Chen smiled, "Sorry, but I have long surpassed the world." After experiencing the endless journey in the wilderness, Lin Chen's equipment and attributes had undergone dozens or even hundreds of advanced enhancements. Rainbow quality is the limit of the game. Unknown quality is the limit of text display. But neither of these limits is what Lin Chen has reached. In this world, his existence is the limit itself. Flicking his finger, bang! The Lord of the Holy City's body was pierced through, and he flew out like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater. The real world remained silent. The vast majority of people who saw the scene didn't know how to describe their feelings. There was joy, shock, happiness, confusion. Many people didn't realize they were holding their breath until their faces turned red. Inside the highest game research headquarters, in the data room. Li Xiu stared blankly at the scene, his clenched fists unconsciously loosening. Turning his head, he found a group of data analysts repairing the pointer running channel also staring blankly at the screen. Li Xiu quickly tapped the table to wake them up, and sternly said, "The situation is not yet settled, continue to prepare pointer with all your might." Yes. In the game world, at the central holy city. After a while, the dust settled. In the deep pit, the chest of the Holy City Alliance leader was pierced with a large hole, blood gushing from his mouth, his face pale as he gasped for breath with a forced smile. Is this the power that surpasses the world's limit? Not bad. Outsider, you have made me more interested in the scenes beyond this world. I will step on your corpse to gain freedom. As each word was spit out, a surge of data light emanated from the eyes of the Holy City Alliance leader. In the next instant, his injuries on his body miraculously healed. A more imposing aura emanated from his figure. His body began to expand, with white data light flowing all over him. White data chain marks appeared all over his body. His eyes also turned into two clusters of white light during this process. A hurricane formed by energy rotated around him, sweeping up a large amount of rubble and sand. In an instant, the power of the Holy City Alliance leader had also surpassed the world's limit. Seeing this scene, outside the game world, countless spectators who had just relaxed their hearts were once again on edge. Inside the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, Li Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight. He is burning his own data chain. Very good. Although burning the data chain can temporarily give him the power to surpass the world's limit, it will also rapidly deplete the source power of his own data. As long as the depletion is significant enough, it won't be so easy for him to break through the world barrier later. At least it will take much longer. Lin Chen has bought us a lot of time. Quick! Speed up the repair of the pointer channel. Don't let the time Lin Chen bought us go to waste. Li Xiu couldn't help but shout excitedly. Sensing the rapid increase in the fighting power of the Holy City Alliance leader, Lin Chen raised his eyelids slightly, showing a slightly interested smile. He sat on the throne, crossing his legs and said, "Is this entering the second stage? Very well, please begin your performance." Before the words fell, the figure of the Holy City Alliance leader had disappeared, and at almost the same moment, hundreds of terrifying sword shadows came crushing towards Lin Chen. Huang Yu strengthened the defense domain. Faced with this terrifying attack, Lin Chen just smiled slightly and waved his wings behind him. An invisible light blue barrier instantly formed. This Huang Yu was the ultimate product synthesized from dozens of types of wings. The effects it carried covered almost all aspects, both offensive and defensive. The hundreds of sword shadows smashed against the barrier, only creating a thunderous sound, unable to damage the barrier in the slightest. Give me death. At this moment, in the air, the figure of the Holy City Alliance leader had become extremely blurry. His body was only half solid, while the other half had completely transformed into flowing data. One eye flickered with red light. The other eye was filled with white data light. Roar! Suddenly, the Holy City Alliance leader opened his blood-filled mouth wide. A huge white energy torrent spewed out, fiercely impacting the white barrier in front of Lin Chen. The barrier swayed slightly, finally showing a slight damage. But that was all. I thought there would be a slightly suspenseful battle to put a perfect end to this game, but the performance of the Lord of the Holy City really disappointed Lin Chen. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "Forget it, stop playing around with your spit." He lightly waved his finger enchanted, Forbidden Domain Sword C. This is one of the professional skills of the Sword God of Creation. The power of this move is decent. In the next instant, tens of thousands of swords shimmering with purple light descended from the sky. Like a surging sea, they instantly completely surrounded the Lord of the Holy City, blocking all his ways out. Boom! A thunderous sound like waves crashing. Countless sword seas gathered in an instant. No! The Lord of the Holy City roared, trying to dodge, but it was impossible to avoid. Like a drop in the ocean, his figure was locked in the sword sea, and in a moment, he was crushed into countless particles, not even leaving a trace of residue. Even the Lord of the Holy City, who broke through the world's limitations by burning the data chain, couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Chen. Like crushing a bug, Lin Chen ended the life of the Lord of the Holy City. Ah, how boring! Lin Chen yawned, waved his finger again, and the sword sea disappeared. Just when everyone in the real world was stunned, thinking that everything had ended, Lin Chen suddenly became alert, staring wide-eyed and looking up at the sky. In the sky above, a dark green projection appeared silently, clad in dark armor, with a pale face, gray-green hair, and a dark green crown. This image was like the fallen king in a popular MOBA battle game, Fuego. What's going on? How can the fallen king appear in the legendary world? Lin Chen was stunned at first, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike, but upon investigation, he found that the figure in front of him was just a simple projection, without substance or power. Fuego's face was stern, his voice cold. Trash, can't even win this. But it doesn't matter, I never intended to let you, who are alive, invade the Blue Star cartridge world. With these words, he flipped his palm. Below, where the Lord of the Holy City had just died, a dark green soul emerged. Fuego clenched his hand slightly, and the green soul condensed into a physical form, bursting with a huge green light energy. You will still be a slave to the curse of the fallen, go and fight for me. Ha ha ha, Lin Bei. You killed my father, insulted my mother, took my wife, kidnapped my daughter, and even ambushed me while I was defecating. I will slaughter all living beings in your world to vent my anger. The projection of the fallen King Fuego laughed maniacally. After a moment, the projection disappeared. And in front of Lin Chen, the Lord of the Holy City, covered in green light, stood up again, like a lifeless corpse, slowly walking towards Lin Chen. Without thinking about the wealth of information in the fallen king's recent words, is there a third stage? Sensing the terrifying and unknown aura emanating from the resurrected Lord of the Holy City, Lin Chen's face showed a serious expression, finally standing up from the throne. The Lord of the Holy City, resurrected under the power of the fallen king, had become a completely different type of creature from before, with green light flowing around him, spreading a heavy and silent deathly aura that almost silently contaminated the land within a kilometer. Faced with this opponent who was somewhat inscrutable, Lin Chen put away his smile and continued to release skills to enhance his own combat power. In the real world, countless spectators faced this ever-changing battle situation, feeling like their hearts were on a roller coaster, constantly jumping up and down. At the highest game research headquarters, in the data room, Li Xiu's pupils shrank when he saw the appearance of the fallen king's projection. Damn it! It turned out to be the existence in the metaverse cartridge world causing trouble. I said, how could such a situation occur with the global network cartridge? It is due to the blessing of high-dimensional power originating from the metaverse. Lin Chen, can he win again? Li Xiu clenched his fists tightly, staring at the screen intently. The appearance of the existence in the metaverse, as well as the blessing of high-dimensional power on the Lord of the Holy City, undoubtedly made the situation even worse. But at this moment, Li Xiu was not as desperate as before. The other audience in front of the screens felt the same way. The miracles frequently brought by Lin Chen seemed to temporarily stabilize the emotions of all the people of Daxia, like a needle in the sea, and from the previous easy defeats of the Lord of the Holy City by Lin Chen, everyone vaguely felt that Lin Chen had not yet exerted his full strength. In the data room, next to Li Xiu, a military officer frowned and said, "It seems that the other party is planning this event for revenge against someone named Lin Bei. Who is this Lin Bei?" Li Xiu rubbed his temples and shook his head. "I'm not sure either. At least, as far as I know, among the dozens of ascenders to the metaverse cartridge world from Daxia, there is no one named Lin Bei. Decades ago, there was a world criminal named Lin Bei who robbed the cartridge inventory of the Empire of Mei Frank. It is said that among the robbed cartridge inventory, there was an Ascension cartridge. I don't know if this Lin Bei and that criminal Lin Bei are the same person." At the same time, in Yuncheng, Lin Yuan and Zhong Shuiying have been staring at the live broadcast screen without blinking since they saw Lin Chen appear, not even bothering to eat. Seeing Lin Chen bearing the safety of the entire Daxia, engaging in the ultimate battle with the Lord of the Holy City in the game, the parents were even more excited. Until the King of Ruin appeared, Lin Chen's mother, Zhong Shuiying, heard that the person named Lin Bei killed his father, insulted his mother, and even took away his wife and daughter. She couldn't help but say, how can that Lin Bei be so despicable? Having done such bad things, and causing others to retaliate against our Blue Star, this Lin Bei is really inhuman. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, but fell silent. He remembered that his father, who was Lin Chen's grandfather, seemed to be named Lin Bei as well. However, this old man abandoned him decades ago and went out to travel on his own, never came back, and no one knows where he went. It should be just a coincidence with the same name, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself, shook his head, and then enthusiastically joined his wife in cursing this Lin Bei, causing trouble outside and bringing disaster to the family. Isn't this pure idiocy? Such a jerk. I guess the descendants won't be any good. They should be cut off. The live broadcast screen on the TV continued. Seeing the resurrected Lord of the Holy City getting closer and closer to Lin Chen, the battle was about to erupt again. Zhong Shuiying couldn't help but nervously grab Lin Yuan's hand and said excitedly, "Come on, son. You must win." Not only Zhong Shuiying, but countless people of Dashao were staring at the screen at this moment, hoping that Lin Chen would continue to create miracles and defend Dashao from this disaster. Huang Yu, primitive power. 9 heavens chaos flame, maximized blessing. Supreme sword body. Demon king transformation. Endless demon intent. God-slaying posture. In the game world, Lin Chen faced the approaching lord of the ruined holy city and continued to use enhancement skills. Like exploding concentrated explosives, the terrifying high-pressure energy uncontrollably surged outward from his body. In a few breaths, Lin Chen's combat power had once again increased by tens of times. However, the footsteps under the feet of the lord of the dilapidated holy city did not pause for a moment. The green light on his resurrected body became more and more intense, gradually dyeing the entire sky a deep green color. This green power is probably from a higher dimensional world. Even though his own state had reached its peak, Lin Chen still felt a strong threat facing the lord of the dilapidated holy city. If we play it safe, we can engage in guerrilla warfare with him and wait for the military department's pointer to clean up the situation. Lin Chen contemplated the most rational strategy in his mind. However, a faint sense of excitement and impulsiveness in his heart drove him to take the initiative to move forward, a smile spreading across his lips. But that would be too boring. Boom! The 9 heavens chaos flame, composed of dozens of divine fires, erupted. Half of the sky, originally green, was instantly invaded by purple chaotic divine fire. Time seemed to slow down 100-fold, and then speed up 1,000-fold in a moment. 2 figures, one green and one purple, finally collided. There were no fancy moves, no unnecessary actions. Just a simple clash. The next second, boom! The deafening sound spread throughout the legendary world. With the location of their collision as the center, the entire central continent collapsed and shattered. In a distant capital city, the deafening noise made all living creatures' ears ring, some even temporarily deafened. Those weaker were even shaken to the point of nosebleeds. As the ground began to tremble violently, the land crumbled, and the entire city was rapidly destroyed. Huang Tianao hurriedly activated his skills and floated in the air. Xiaoyun also activated a special skill, sprouting bird wings on his back and soaring into the air. Seeing the ground collapsing beneath his feet, Zhao Wenjun dodged the cracks that appeared around him, shouting urgently to the 2 figures above, "Hey, heroes, I can't fly. Save me." Huang Tianao glanced at him and immediately turned his head away. Seeing that Huang Tianao had no intention of helping Zhao Wenjun, Xiaoyun had no choice but to dive down and pull Zhao Wenjun up, who was about to fall into a crack in the ground. The 3 ascended to a higher place, paused for a moment, and slightly calmed their rapid breathing. Zhao Wenjun swallowed and looked at the almost destroyed central continent below, unable to help but ask, "What on earth is going on?" Huang Tianao looked towards the direction of the central holy city, his eyes flashing. "I'm afraid Lin Chen is serious this time." When Tiangu gets serious, does he just shatter the central continent? Even though Zhao Wenjun could be considered Lin Chen's #1 fan, the current situation far exceeded his understanding, and he was still somewhat incredulous that Lin Chen had become so powerful. This level of battle must be spectacular. I really want to go and see. Xiaoyun's blood boiled, his eyes reddened, and he couldn't help but feel excited. See? How can we see? I bet we won't even get close before we're melted by the aftermath of the battle. Zhao Wenjun spat out, unable to help but complain. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Tianao had already flashed away, flying towards the direction of the central holy city. Seeing this, Xiaoyun immediately followed suit. "Let's go and see. After all, the central continent has been destroyed, and the mission to destroy the city crystal no longer exists. Using the last life in this game to witness teacher Lin Chen's full-strength battle is definitely worth it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenjun seemed to agree with the reasoning and could only nod reluctantly. Several minutes later, when the 3 arrived at the location of the central holy city, they found that there was no land around. The destroyed landmasses had sunk, and currently, there was only a vast expanse of water around the central holy city. The figures of Lin Chen and the lord of the holy city were not nearby. Where did they go to fight? Zhao Wenjun wondered. Vaguely, a sound could be heard from above. Huang Tianao raised his head, looking directly at the sky, half emerald green and half deep purple. At the same time, in the heavenly realm above 10,000 meters, 2 figures kept colliding, causing shockwaves to spread, instantly turning the sacred heavenly realm into a hellish scene. Not only was the surrounding environment greatly destroyed, but the 2 combatants also suffered extremely serious injuries after each collision. The leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance could use the green light around him to quickly heal his injuries, while Lin Chen could activate the special effects of his wings to rapidly restore himself to a perfect state. With continuous healing, the green light around the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance dimmed slightly. The light on Lin Chen's wings also appeared increasingly weakened. The battle between the two was a test of both explosive power and endurance. Boundary-breaking sword tomb. Seizing a momentary weakness in the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance, Lin Chen activated his skill, and a huge sword suddenly smashed down. Unable to dodge in time, the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance gathered a green light shield in front of him to defend. Bang! Taking a direct hit, the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance plummeted down, crashing out of the heavenly sacred realm. Having gained the upper hand with difficulty, Lin Chen refused to let go, immediately wielding his great sword and diving to pursue. Bang! 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 In mid-air, they exchanged blows continuously. The shockwaves dispersed the surrounding clouds, and the firmament was torn apart by the massive collision energy, continuously cracking open with dark crevices. The leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance suffered another heavy blow, descending even faster. Boom! Several seconds later, they landed. The continent below, already under the immense pressure of their battle, shattered into pieces and quickly sank beneath the sea level. After the two figures plunged into the sea, there was no sign of stopping. The green and purple lights pierced through the seabed, still descending continuously. After a moment, they had reached the netherworld realm 10,000 meters underground. This stunning and spectacular battle scene had already left countless spectators in the real world dumbfounded. Seeing the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance, who had been resurrected by the King of Ruin's curse, fighting Lin Chen to such an extent, Li Xiu in the data room was tense, urging, "Is the pointer ready yet?" The data officer immediately replied, "The passage has been repaired by 80%, and it will take about 40 minutes to complete the remaining 20% and start the operation of the pointer." Just as Li Xiu turned back to the live feed, he found that the netherworld realm had also been destroyed beyond recognition, with no signs of life remaining except for the green and purple figures. From the central continent to the heavenly realm, and from the heavenly realm to the netherworld realm. This battle, which had lasted nearly half an hour, was fought until the sky darkened. The entire legendary world had been devastated by Lin Chen and the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance, with very few living beings left in each region. The energy they used for recovery was rapidly depleted during this process, and at this point, they had almost run out, with their injuries starting to heal more slowly. In the realm of the 10,000 beasts, bang! Bang! Another two clashes, and the recovery energy on Lin Chen's wings was the first to be exhausted. He suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled. Bang! Taking advantage of this, the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance struck with a sword. Injured at the waist, Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Boom! His body crashed onto a huge barren mountain in the realm of the 10,000 beasts, feeling the green ruin light continuously devouring his life force. Lin Chen gasped heavily, feeling his body becoming increasingly heavy. Within the package, a certain item began to emit a faint light. It was a black cross. However, due to its low quality and early acquisition, this cross item had long been forgotten by Lin Chen in a corner. Prop, cross of reversal and level restriction, none quality, orange effect. When this item is placed in your inventory, after you die, you will revive at full health in the same spot once, without any drop or death penalties. Introduction, Hallelujah, the boundless compassion of the Buddha's Dharma, the moment to witness miracles is coming next. Just as the decaying light crazily devoured the life energy, Lin Chen felt the moment when his power was gradually depleting. The light of this black cross also reached its peak. It seemed to sense something, and it seemed to think of something. Using the last of his strength, Lin Chen took out from his inventory a bottle of unknown quality universal healing potion. Just in case, before leaving the endless wasteland, he specially synthesized nearly 100 bottles of unknown quality potions that could perfectly restore his injuries and remove all negative effects. I forgot, I still have potions to take. Lin Chen immediately took the potion, and his status instantly returned to full. As a result, the lush light on the black cross in the inventory quickly dimmed. Cross of reversal end. Getting up, Lin Chen continued to battle with the decaying mane of the holy city. Once he was attacked and seriously injured, Lin Chen would take out a potion from his inventory to restore his status. The two continued to consume each other. The green light on the decaying mane of the holy city also dimmed more and more. Before long, realizing that his available recovery energy was running out, the decaying mane of the holy city began to exert all his strength, with green light igniting in his eyes, desperately launching a final attack on Lin Chen. Under the fierce attack of the decaying mane of the holy city, the potions in Lin Chen's inventory were quickly consumed. Soon, the unknown quality potions were almost depleted, and Lin Chen could only rely on the rainbow quality potions. However, the green decaying light accompanying the attacks of the decaying mane of the holy city was a power beyond this world, with a strong corrosive effect on life. The rainbow quality potions were simply unable to stop this corrosive effect from harming Lin Chen. Bang! Under the erosion of the decaying green light, Lin Chen became increasingly weak in the confrontation, and was finally caught off guard by the decaying mane of the holy city, thrown out and flew tens of thousands of meters backward. After piercing through several giant mountains, Lin Chen's body flew directly out of the realm of the beasts, crashing into the neighboring realm of the scorching sun with a loud bang. The green decaying light almost covered Lin Chen's entire body, his vitality rapidly fading away. Lin Chen's eyes also gradually began to dim. At this moment, in the inventory, the cross of reversal end once again flickered with light. Seeing Lin Chen's life force depleting, the light of the cross of reversal end surged, finally about to take effect. Phew! A green light, however, preemptively awakened Lin Chen's body before the cross of reversal end, rapidly restoring his entire body and inventory. Not only that, Lin Chen's momentum soared again during the recovery process. You have triggered the ultimate skill of the Sword God profession, Sword God Nirvana. Sword God Nirvana. When you enter a near-death state, you will quickly recover to the best state and all attributes will increase tenfold. This skill can only be triggered once in the inventory. The light of the black cross dimmed again. Cross of reversal end. Cross of reversal end, damn. After exerting all his strength to complete the final fierce attack, the decaying mane of the holy city, who was already exhausted, had no more strength to fight. Moreover, Lin Chen triggered Sword God Nirvana and revived at full health. His combat power increased tenfold again. Now, even if the decaying mane of the holy city were to be restored to full health, he would not be able to hold on for long in front of Lin Chen. With a flickering figure, Lin Chen crossed realms and arrived in front of the decaying mane of the holy city, sincerely praising, "To force out one of my 4 trump cards, you have already done quite well. This one, I had a lot of fun playing." Yes, in addition to the Sword God Nirvana, Lin Chen also prepared 3 other trump cards. Among them, there is the Supreme Wing Fire, a fusion of wings and divine fire, a compulsory killing rule item synthesized from thousands of colorful props, and a set of unknown quality equipment he collected materials for and personally crafted. Hearing this, the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance revealed a faint bitter smile on his face like a dead corpse. The next moment, swish, Lin Chen swung his sword down. The head flew up, and the green light scattered in the sky. The final enemy finally perished. However, this legendary world has also been almost destroyed, with the 9 realms in ruins and the 4 lands destroyed. In the entire world, less than 1/10 of life remains. The Dark King, who had disappeared earlier, immediately ran over after the final battle ended, and with a silly yet sharp look in his eyes, he quickly approached Lin Chen, lowered his head, and rubbed against his body. Jiao! Dehei made a sound. Although the sound was becoming more like a dog's bark, Lin Chen felt something strange. After a while, a game prompt popped up. The exam is over, 15 minutes left to return to reality. Sitting on Dehei's head, scanning this ruined world, Lin Chen's mind was filled with the words spoken by Feuillage when he appeared. Obviously, the awakening of the leader of the holy city, the attack on the world barrier, and the plan to invade the Blue Star were all orchestrated by Feuillage. He remembered that when Feuillage's projection appeared, he said he intended to use the leader of the holy city to invade the Blue Star card world in order to retaliate against someone named Lin Bei. If the Blue Star is just a world existing in a certain card, what is the relationship between the game card, the Blue Star, and the meta-universe card world? If Feuillage doesn't give up, will there be similar situations in the future? And who exactly is this Lin Bei? Why does this name sound familiar? A series of mysteries surged. However, with too little information known now, Lin Chen couldn't figure it out for a while, his head buzzing with thoughts. He sighed, lay on Dehei's back, and decided to take a good nap in the last 15 minutes. Meanwhile, in the real world, after witnessing a tense and dramatic battle, the hearts of many spectators from Daxia were in their throats. With the fall of the leader of the ruined holy city, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. We won. Lin Chen won. Oh my god. I don't know what to say. I think, borrowing a line from commentator Tao Tao, he's too awesome. To be able to play the game to this level, I'm in awe, I really am. Lin Chen, he saved Daxia. Inside the live broadcast room, the 3 commentators were speechless for a long time. Staring at the screen, seeing Lin Chen lying on the back of the Dark King, commentator Guagua remained silent for a long time before tremblingly saying, I can't imagine how much impact this college entrance exam will have on Daxia. Commentator Mapian wiped his blurry glasses, a smile appearing on his lips. The impact should not be limited to Daxia alone. I'm afraid that tomorrow, Lin Chen's photo will appear on the front page of news in all countries. Such a terrifying gaming genius. No, I should say, gaming god. The term genius is suitable for describing Huang Tian, Ao Xiao, and the others, but for Lin Chen, it's clearly not quite fitting. Tao Tao also felt a bit dazed. His strength is beyond normal reasoning. It seemed like Peach suddenly remembered something important. She quickly stood up, walked out of the live broadcast room, and made a phone call. Director Zhao, have you watched the live broadcast of the college entrance examination? We must recruit Lin Chen to our Qingyuan. What? The vice president is already on his way to Cloud City? Not only did Qingyuan Esports University start to take action, at this moment, the enrollment director of Kyoto Esports University, who had just finished showering, watched the final live broadcast and was also excited and trembling all over, immediately rushed to the school and burst into the conference room of Kyoto Esports University. Inside the conference room, several school leaders looked serious and were in discussion. The enrollment director, however, ignored all that and shouted as soon as he entered the room, "President, we must recruit Lin Chen to Kyoto Esports University. He is the future of Kyoto, the future of the entire Great Xia. Please arrange for me to go to Cloud City personally." The president of Kyoto Esports University did not blame the enrollment director for his outburst, but instead pressed his hand down and said, "I know, I understand. What we are discussing now is how to recruit Lin Chen to Kyoto. But before that, you have something more important to deal with." The enrollment director was taken aback. What could be more important than Lin Chen's matter? The president of Kyoto twitched his face. "For heaven's sake, put your clothes on first." At the highest game research headquarters, inside the data room, Li Xiu looked at the live broadcast screen. His tense mood finally relaxed at this moment. Everything that happened in the game world was too unreal and bizarre. He touched his cheek and still couldn't come back to his senses for a while. After a long time, he let out a sigh, and a smile of excitement uncontrollably appeared on Li Xiu's lips. It seems that the era belonging to Great Xia is coming back. Just then, a data analyst suddenly spoke up. "Report. There is good news." "What good news?" Li Xiu asked, turning around. "The pointer has been debugged," the data analyst said excitedly. Li Xiu, so, what the hell is the use of you people that Great Xia has been nurturing? The Mifrank Empire. Esports Players Union Headquarters. An emergency roundtable meeting was convened. Of the 6 union representatives who wielded power at the Esports Players Union Headquarters, 4 were present at this moment. After just a few minutes of discussion, the 4 reached a unanimous decision to absorb Lin Chen, who performed exceptionally well in this year's Great Xia College entrance examination, into the union headquarters as a key player to be cultivated. The talent of this Lin Chen may be even higher than Adam's. Although one game alone cannot explain everything, at least he has met the criteria to enter the key player reserve. In the past decade, we have missed the goddess of Europe and the pharaoh of ancient Egypt. We cannot afford to miss Lin Chen. Moreover, having such a terrifyingly talented player in Great Xia is also very disadvantageous for the current world situation. The question now is, who should be sent to Great Xia to recruit Lin Chen? In the game world, Lin Chen was resting with his eyes closed, unaware of the turmoil caused by him outside the game world. 15 minutes quickly passed. Shortly after, the settlement panel popped up. "Game over, server will be closing soon." In the global online game Blood Legend this time, you obtained the first place, with a total exam score of 195,270 points. The second place total exam score is 3,950 points. The third place total exam score is 3,540 points. Congratulations on being the top scorer in high school. You have received the following rewards. 1. Item, Top Scorers Gift Pack X1, 2. Game Card X15000000. 3. Experience points 15,000. Due to the overflow reward of this game cartridge, you have received the following additional rewards. 1. Items, Advanced Random Chest X12. Game Card X50000003. 5,000 experience points total reward. 1. Item, Top Scholar Gift Pack X12. Item, Advanced Random Chest X13. Game Card X20000004. 20,000 experience points. Due to your great achievements in conquering the legendary world, game rewards have been significantly increased. Total reward increased to 1. Item, Supreme Gift Pack X12. Item, Top Random Chest X13. Game Card X40000004. 40,000 experience points. Due to your conquest of the hidden Endless Wilderness dungeon, game rewards have been significantly increased. Total reward increased to 1. Item, Legendary Human Lin Chen Exclusive Gift Pack X12. Item, Top Random Chest X23. Game Card X60000004. 60,000 experience points. Rewards have been deposited into storage space. Silently exit to return to the real world. Looking at the continuous stream of settlement information popping up in front of him, Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy. With a slight movement of his finger, he directly scrolled the panel to the bottom to view the final settlement results after multiple amplifications. 6 million game cards, 60,000 experience points. Not bad. It's almost double what I earned from the Grand Theft Auto game cartridge. In addition to the card and experience rewards, there is also a legendary human gift pack and 2 top random chests. I wonder what good things can be obtained from these packs and chests. After checking the rewards for this game, Lin Chen was quite satisfied. With a thought, he returned to reality. Exiting the current game cartridge world. 6000000 game cards have been credited. Current card balance 9235025. Remaining rewards have been deposited into your storage space. Obtaining experience points. Experience points obtained. Your level has increased to LV23. Your level has increased to LV24. Your level has increased to LV25. Your level has increased to LV33. As the sound of level upgrades continued to ring out, Lin Chen's figure disappeared into the frenzy of the Blood Legend game cartridge. A flash of light. The next moment, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he saw the scene of Yun City's second high school examination hall. Back in the real world, Lin Chen hadn't had a chance to look at the identity bracelet on his hand. Inside the classroom, a group of students rushed towards him as if going crazy. He's back, Lin Chen is back. Oh my god. Lin Chen. It's really him. I never thought I would be in the same examination hall as such an awesome god. You're so awesome, Lin Chen. Do you know how many people you've saved? For a moment, the classroom exploded with excitement. Everyone surrounded Lin Chen like a group of stars. Not only the students in this examination hall, but also many students from other examination halls rushed over, crowding the entire examination hall. Oh my god. Just as he returned to the real world, Lin Chen was instantly engulfed in a sea of people. He was momentarily startled and almost instinctively took out the strange blade blood cry from his storage space to clear the examination hall. After a brief moment of confusion, he realized that he had become famous, a hero of Daxia. Lin Chen scratched his head and, under the admiring and enthusiastic gazes of the examinees, modestly waved his hand and said, "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I'm just a gamer with both beauty and talent, constantly creating miracles." Just as he was speaking, Lin Chen suddenly felt someone tugging at his pants. He looked down and saw that it was Yuan Xiaoyu, who had always had some criticisms of him, now squeezing in the crowd, tightly holding onto his thigh, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes full of admiration looking up at him. Lin Chen was speechless. He lifted his pants and said, "Sis, stop hugging, you're almost pulling my pants off." Unexpectedly, Yuan Xiaoyu hugged even tighter. Not only that, several girls who had finally squeezed to Lin Chen's side also began to imitate Yuan Xiaoyu's appearance, squatting on the ground and grabbing Lin Chen's thigh. "Hey! Stop pulling! I'm not wearing underwear! Hey! I warn you, don't touch me anymore. If you touch me again, there will be another black hole on the blackboard." After finally squeezing out of the crowd, Lin Chen went to the toilet to pee. Outside the toilet door, a group of girls were still tiptoeing and watching like crazy. Inside the toilet, a group of boys surrounded Lin Chen and began to praise Lin Chen excessively, from his physique, to his color, to his hair quality. This round of praise left Lin Chen stunned. If he didn't know his brothers inside out, he would even suspect that what the boys were praising might be ancient mammoth ivory lost in a museum. In such a highly attention-seeking environment, Lin Chen couldn't pee for a while. After brewing for a long time and just starting the drainage process, a boy rushed in at the toilet door, excitedly squeezed in, and shouted tremblingly, "Tiangu." The person who came was Zhao Wenjun. "Hey, I just took off my pants and saw you, what a coincidence," Lin Chen greeted casually while peeing. The surrounding candidates saw Zhao Wenjun and couldn't help but make a commotion. "Isn't this Zhao Wenjun who defeated Huang Tianao in the college entrance examination? He's also in this examination area." "Right. Zhao Wenjun is also from our No. 2 High School. Our No. 2 High School is really amazing this year." Standing out among nearly a million candidates, after this college entrance examination, Zhao Wenjun undoubtedly became famous. Seeing Zhao Wenjun arrive, the boys who were watching Lin Chen pee were quite consciously making way, giving Zhao Wenjun a VIP seat to watch. Zhao Wenjun walked up with a complicated expression, his eyes slightly moist. He hugged Lin Chen from behind and thanked him formally, "Tiangu. Thank you. You changed my life." Lin Chen's face darkened. "Can't you wait for me to finish peeing before hugging?" The enthusiastic crowd of candidates made it difficult for Lin Chen to move around on campus. It wasn't until the school leaders and several leaders from the game education department intervened and controlled the situation that the crowd around Lin Chen finally dispersed. While escorting Lin Chen towards the school gate, the principal of No. 2 High School whispered, "Lin Chen, there are many reporters from various media outlets outside the school gate. When you are interviewed later, can you say a few good words about our No. 2 High School?" A leader from the Yun City Game Education Department following behind quickly clasped his hands and bowed. "It would be best if you could mention that 2 years ago, our game education department allocated 200,000 subsidy cards to No. 2 high school. Oh, and without the students surrounding, the leaders began to chatter around Lin Chen again. When they reached the school gate and saw the reporters swarming forward, the leaders stepped back, allowing Lin Chen to be interviewed. Hello, Lin Chen, I am the editor-in-chief of Xia Game News. How did you achieve this level in the game? What level is your gaming talent? Lin Chen, you are leading by a large margin and securing the position of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. At the same time, you have single-handedly prevented disasters from the extraterrestrial universe in the game. How do you feel now? Lin Chen, do you have any gaming tips to share with everyone? Lin Chen, which esports university do you plan to attend? A group of excited reporters thrust their microphones at Lin Chen's face. Faced with a variety of questions, Lin Chen coughed twice, pondered for a moment, and then answered truthfully, actually, I'm not as good as you all think. The reason I perform well in the game is simply because I cheat. Instantly, the school gate fell silent. 2 seconds later, the reporters and surrounding students burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lin Chen is really humorous. Not only is he powerful and talented, but he is also humble and funny. Love him. Gaming talent is personal privacy. If Lin Chen doesn't want to say, reporters shouldn't push. Have some professional ethics. Exactly. Lin Chen, don't give them face. We are heroes of Dia. We fear no one. After revealing his cheating identity, the reporters and onlookers became even more excited. Lin Chen could only scratch his head helplessly and answer a few more simple questions. I'm feeling pretty good right now. As for gaming tips, my advice is, if you have cheats, use them and don't be afraid of getting banned. Regarding which university to attend later, I currently don't have a definite idea, but I might choose between the best in Dia, Kyoto, and Qingyuan. After answering a few scattered questions, Lin Chen turned around and saw the principal of Erzhong and several leaders from the Cloud City Game Education Department looking at him with pitiful eyes. He then remembered the instructions from the principal and the Cloud City leaders. So, Lin Chen took the microphone and said, there's something I want to mention. 2 years ago, our principal at Erzhong received 200,000 game points from the Cloud City Game Education Department. I don't know the specifics, but it's roughly something like that. I'm taking this opportunity to expose it to everyone here. The principal and the Cloud City Game Education Department leaders in the background heard Lin Chen finally talking about their matter, and their eyes lit up. But upon carefully considering Lin Chen's words, their smiles froze. The reporters and onlookers fell into a brief silence upon hearing this, then erupted into a huge commotion. Lin Chen, are you suggesting that there is improper financial transactions between the principal of Cloud City Erzhong and the Cloud City Game Education Department? What secret deal was the 200,000 points for? Accepting such a large amount of points from an improper source, did the Erzhong principal do it for buying game tapes privately or for engaging in inappropriate relationships? What? The Erzhong principal spent 200,000 points to buy adult game tapes. Under the relentless questioning of the reporters, this information quickly escalated to an incredible degree. Lin Chen realized that his unclear statement had caused a huge misunderstanding and quickly waved his hands to explain, no. Our principal is a good principal. He has a small hidden compartment in his office filled with game tapes, and he even rewarded me with one. The reporters, at this point, no longer cared about the facts. What? He has a large stash of adult game tapes hidden in his office? What? Not only did he reward himself with a yellow game cartridge, but he also encouraged students to seek rewards? To think he engaged in inappropriate activities with students in the principal's office, he's no better than an animal. Faced with the wild accusations of the reporters, Lin Chen now found himself explaining to the principal and others, but the more he explained, the worse it sounded, leaving him sighing helplessly. Turning around, he looked at the principal and the leaders from the Game Education Department, intending to apologize. Unexpectedly, the principal and the leaders behind him were being escorted onto a public security transport vehicle, seemingly taken away for investigation. Ha! Is the Public Security Bureau really this efficient? Lin Chen was also very puzzled. He didn't realize that with his current influence, even if he mentioned a problem with a dog on the street, relevant departments would immediately appear to conduct a comprehensive social investigation on the dog. Lin Chen wanted to step forward and explain the situation to the public security personnel. However, he was surrounded by a large group of reporters, making it impossible for him to move. As he watched the public security transport vehicle drive away, Lin Chen could only awkwardly watch, thinking to himself, it's probably just a misunderstanding, and once the Public Security Bureau investigates, they will surely release them, so it shouldn't be a big issue. On the public security transport vehicle, the leaders from the Game Education Department were dumbfounded. They never expected the situation to develop in this way. The principal of Yun City Second High School, after being handcuffed, suddenly remembered the blessing Lin Chen had given him over a month ago in the principal's office. "Thank you, principal. Principal is awesome. I wish the principal a smooth flight and never crash. I also wish the principal, after being investigated, the judge will give a light sentence." Oh, so that's how it is. Looking at the handcuffs on his hands, the principal of Yun City Second High School suddenly realized, not to mention what kind of investigation the principal and the leaders would face. At the school gate, the endless inquiries from reporters were starting to annoy Lin Chen. Just as he was looking for a chance to escape and find a quiet place to rest, suddenly, a large number of esports military department vehicles arrived and quickly dispersed the reporters and onlookers. Right in front of Lin Chen, a large armored business vehicle parked. The door opened, and the head of the esports military department's Dragon Roar Legion, Li Xiu, stuck his head out and waved to Lin Chen, saying, "Finally, we meet, Lin Chen. I'm Li Xiu, the one who communicated with you in the game. Come, let's talk in the car." Lin Chen, who was worried about not being able to shake off the reporters, nodded and stepped into the armored business vehicle in front of him. After Lin Chen got into the car, the convoy immediately left the entrance of the second high school. The sudden quietness made Lin Chen relax and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Let's formally introduce ourselves. Lin Chen, I'm Li Xiu, the leader of the Dragon Roar Legion. Thanks to you stopping the awakening of the city lord in the legendary world, otherwise, who knows how many innocent people in Daxia would have suffered." After getting into the car, Li Xiu reached out his hand to express his gratitude to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook hands with Li Xiu and licked his chapped lips, saying, "I've heard of you, Commander Li. Do you have any water? I've been talking to those reporters for so long, I'm dying of thirst." Upon hearing this, Li Xiu hurriedly took out his water bottle from under his seat and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a sip and couldn't help but comment, "Whose water bottle is this? Why does it smell bad?" Li Xiu. Due to the incident with the exam cartridge, Li Xiu hadn't slept for 2 days, and with no mood to brush his teeth, coupled with being in a rush, having a bit of bad breath was inevitable. With a slightly embarrassed twist of his head, Li Xiu tried to minimize the opening of his mouth as he spoke, waving his hand and saying, "This water bottle should belong to a soldier from the Dragon's Roar Legion. Should we stop the car so I can have someone buy you a bottle of water?" Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly, "No need, I don't want to trouble you." May I ask where we are heading to?" Li Xiu smiled and replied, "The place we are going to is called Yun Lake Shore, a reception center set up by the military in Yun City specifically to entertain distinguished guests from Daxia. After the college entrance examination, the next issue you will face is the development path for the next few years. Many people are paying attention to your future direction. In order to ensure fair competition among all parties and to guarantee your freedom of will and personal safety, our military will step in and plan to gather these people together. They will each present the best conditions they can offer, discuss them clearly, and then you will make the final choice. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? If you have any objections or already have a clear goal for your future direction, we can also directly arrange for you to contact the organization of the college you are aiming for." Li Xiu looked inquiringly, his tone very gentle. Lin Chen immediately understood that the military was trying to ensure their own safety and interests as much as possible. He naturally had no objections to this mutually beneficial arrangement, nodding and saying, "All right, thank you Captain Li, I will follow the military's arrangements." Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiled, and continued, "According to our observation, you have chosen Kyoto and Qingyuan on your college application, so we have prioritized people from these two colleges to enter the reception center. In addition to these two well-established old esports universities, our military's Honghu Youth Training Camp also strongly welcomes your participation. Furthermore, a senior leader from the Esports Players Union has also been sent over. Currently, the vice president of Qingyuan has already arrived at the Yun Lake Shore Reception Center, while the others are still on their way. You can rest at the reception center first, and when all parties have arrived, you can start negotiating with them and make decisions about your future direction for the next few years." Lin Chen nodded in response, "Okay, thank you." After a somewhat official conversation, Lin Chen tilted his head and looked at Li Xiu, waiting for his next words. As expected, not long after, Li Xiu changed the subject and began advocating for Lin Chen to join the military's Honghu Youth Training Camp. "Although I don't know if you are interested in joining the military, I still want to strongly recommend our military's Honghu Youth Training Camp to you. With the support of the Central Gaming Headquarters of Daxia, the resources of our training camp are no less than those of Qingyuan and Kyoto, and even in terms of skills and equipment, we are ahead of these two prestigious universities. At the same time, the military places more emphasis on cultivating real combat abilities in the real world compared to universities. Currently, Dacia has 9 top-ranked players in the world's combat power ranking system. Among them, 6 are from our military. In this gaming city, although the level directly affects a person's combat ability, it more so represents a person's overall gaming ability. What truly reflects a person's combat power level in the real world is the rank obtained through the world's combat power ranking system. An outstanding player is not necessarily an excellent fighter. An excellent fighter may not necessarily shine in the game. The two development paths have their own focuses. However, those who excel in one aspect generally do not perform poorly in the other, as real-world combat power relies on the skills and equipment obtained from the gaming world. In the game, performance often requires combat skills and offensive and defensive thinking. Generally speaking, after becoming an esports player, players can participate in world ranking matches through the world ranking server, participate in world combat power ranking matches, and obtain initial rankings through placement matches. Subsequently, players can improve their rankings through continuous placement matches. Players with rankings in the World Combat Power Ranking System can receive additional ranking rewards every month, with higher rankings resulting in more generous rewards. Lin Chen's situation is considered quite special. Although he has officially registered as an esports player now, he started the college entrance examination the day after registration, so he has not logged into the World Combat Power Ranking System yet and naturally does not have a ranking. Seeing Lin Chen's thoughtful expression, Li Xiu thought he was considering joining the Honghu Youth Training Camp, so he quickly seized the opportunity to further persuade him. Due to lack of publicity, you may not know much about the Honghu Youth Training Camp, but you should be familiar with the strongest team in the military, right? The 7 members of the strongest team in the military are almost considered the top combat power in Dacia, and even in the whole world. The current captain, Du Galay, is currently ranked 15th in the World Combat Power Rankings. Among the current strongest team of 7, 5 of them have emerged from the Honghu Youth Training Camp. The training effect of the Honghu Youth Training Camp is evident. Also, Li Xiu continued to describe the various benefits of the Honghu Youth Training Camp to Lin Chen, with saliva flying everywhere. Through these words, Lin Chen felt the enthusiasm of the military, and at the same time, realized the true owner of the water bottle he had just drunk from. After a while, when the car stopped, Li Xiu finally stopped talking, looking at Lin Chen expectantly and said, in short, the Honghu Youth Training Camp is really a good choice. I hope you can consider it more. Lin Chen nodded, okay, I will consider it. Seeing the car door open, Lin Chen stepped out of the car. Li Xiu reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's arm, hesitated to speak. Lin Chen vaguely guessed what Li Xiu wanted to say, so he patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Captain Li, you can speak directly if you have something to say. We are all on the same side. Seeing this, Li Xiu also stopped beating around the bush and said with a sigh, Lin Chen, you may not understand for the time being how much your performance in the college entrance examination will impact you. Whether you stay in the military, enter Qingyuan or Kyoto, we, and even the whole Dacia, will definitely support you wholeheartedly. You are the future and hope for us. But, I really don't want you to go to the headquarters of the Esports Player Union in Mayfranc. Although the resources for the key holder candidate are good, they are definitely not as generous as staying in Dacia and receiving the resources cultivated by the entire country. More importantly, times have changed. With Huan Lao and Lu Lao ascending to the Universe Card World, without the protection of super strong successors, our influence in the Esports Player Union in Dacia is decreasing. If people from Dacia go to the headquarters of the Esports Player Union in Mayfranc, they will likely face exclusion and opposition. Different hearts will have different intentions, you should understand this principle. The factions there are complex, and the waters are deep. Li Xiu looked meaningfully at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes flickered at the words, and he laughed, don't worry, I never planned to go abroad. This is the truth. There are many esports universities in foreign countries that are better than Qingyuan and Kyoto. When applying, Lin Chen also understood that with his abilities, it would not be difficult for him to go to some of the world's top esports universities, but he had hardly considered it. There are 2 reasons. One is that Lin Chen is relatively familiar with the environment of Dacia, so it should be safer for him to play here. Before going abroad to travel, he must first elevate his combat power to the world's top level. Although he has been significantly boosted by external forces in several games, among his peers, he is almost like a bug. However, looking at the world as a whole, Lin Chen's current combat power is still far from the level that can absolutely ensure his safety. Safety is the main reason why Lin Chen does not intend to go abroad. The second reason is interest. After crossing into this world, he has also roughly analyzed the current situation of this world. Currently, there are about 5 powerful countries on the Blue Star. The empire of Mayfrank has risen in the past century and has a large number of top game masters. The European and Northern Union is an old Western power with a deep heritage. Although the game culture in ancient Egypt has experienced a hiatus, there has been a trend of revival in recent years. Due to the appearance of a pharaoh inheritor in the past few years with extraordinary abilities, ancient Egypt's influence on the Blue Star has been rapidly increasing. Furthermore, there are the Furious Bear Free Federation and Dacia in the east. Compared to the other four countries, Dacia is undoubtedly the most lacking in talent and the most precarious situation. This can be seen from the fact that even the strongest military force, Dugolay, can only rank 15th in the world's combat power ranking system. However, in the last century, Dacia was undoubtedly the world's #1 country. Therefore, the resources accumulated by Dacia are not weaker than the other four powerful countries. In this situation, from the perspective of interests, Lin Chen's choice to stay in Dacia for development is also the best choice. This happens to be a period that can mutually benefit him and Dacia. After listening to Lin Chen's answer, Li Xiu felt much more at ease. The two got off the car and entered the Cloud Lake Reception Center. Although this place called Cloud Lake Reception Center on the surface is called a reception center, it looks nothing like a reception center at all. It is a luxurious 5-star hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a 10-meter-high artificial fountain spouts clear water, shining brightly in the sunlight. At the entrance of the hotel, 2 teams of military esports soldiers patrol 24 hours a day. These esports soldiers are all strong, with a minimum level of 20. In terms of actual combat power, military esports soldiers generally surpass other esports players of the same level. When it comes to fighting for their lives, esports soldiers who have undergone professional combat training can unleash far more power than ordinary people. Showing their passes, Li Xiu led Lin Chen into the reception center. After settling into the pre-arranged room, Li Xiu took his leave first. Surveying the spacious and luxurious suite with complete facilities, Lin Chen, who had been playing games for a week and was mentally exhausted, finally relaxed. Lying on the soft bed, stretching lazily, and relaxing his body, Lin Chen first called home to briefly explain his situation here to prevent his parents from worrying. When the call connected, Lin Chen's mother, Zhong Shuiying, answered. His mother was extremely excited and her words were a bit chaotic, expressing her pride in Lin Chen in every possible way. Seeing his mother's excessive excitement, Lin Chen quickly reassured her and then asked, "Where is my dad?" His mother, still excited, replied with a smile, "Oh, he went to play games. I guess he was stimulated by the achievements you made," ranting about his family status being at risk and then went into the cartridge world. "Your dad is the least interested in playing games. The last time he entered the game cartridge world was when we got married 20 years ago, and we had a disastrous honeymoon playing an F-grade game cartridge together." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at the words. Great, Dad is finally going to do something productive. With his intelligence, if he plays games seriously, I think he can definitely do it. It shouldn't take long before Dad becomes an esports player. Mom Zhong Shuiying was excited to hear this. If you say he can do it, then he can definitely do it. I believe whatever my son says now. Having such high expectations for your dad, you can also be considered as hoping for your son to become successful. Lin Chen, Mom, how about you try taking some calming pills or something? After chatting for a few more moments and calming down the excited mom, Lin Chen finally hung up the phone. Knock. Hearing the sound inside the room, Lin Chen stopped talking. The person who had been waiting at the door for a long time finally knocked gently. Lin Chen looked outside through the electronic monitor and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the door, holding an exquisite large gift box. He asked, "Who is it?" The middle-aged man in the suit outside smiled gently at the surveillance camera above and replied, "Lin Chen, I am Huo Qingsong, the vice president of Tsingyuan University, and I would like to have a chat with you." Among the top forces that wanted to recruit Lin Chen, the vice president of Tsingyuan University was the first to arrive. It was within Lin Chen's expectations that he would come to have a private chat and show some sincerity. "Sure, come in, welcome." Lin Chen enlarged the monitoring screen, took a look at the exquisite gift box in his hand, and thought that there was no harm in chatting with him first. So he rubbed his hands, opened the door, and welcomed him in. The two embraced warmly upon meeting. Subsequently, Vice President Huo Qingsong of Tsingyuan University began with some pleasantries, mainly praising Lin Chen's gaming talent highly and expressing immense gratitude for preventing a disaster during the exam. These words were a bit tiresome to Lin Chen, who waved his hand to interrupt and pointed to the large gift box in Huo Qingsong's hand, saying, "Vice President Huo, why don't we open this box directly? What kind of small gift have you prepared for me?" Huo Qingsong was taken aback and scratched his head, saying, "This is the takeout I ordered." Instantly, the smile on his face disappeared. Lin Chen picked up Hua Qingsong, threw him outside the door, and closed it, saying, "Alright, Vice President Hua, let's end our conversation here." Hua Qingsong. Wait. Lin Chen, although this gift box is my takeout, Qing Yuan has indeed prepared a gift for you. Hua Qingsong knocked on the door helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen opened the door again, with a smile back on his face. "Hey, why are you standing at the door? Come in and have a seat." Hua Qingsong's mouth twitched. Okay. Understanding Lin Chen's straightforward and simple character, Hua Qingsong didn't beat around the bush this time. He took out a small glass bottle from the storage space, inside which a green liquid flowed, emitting a fluorescent glow. This is the marrow cleansing elixir produced by the Supreme Spirit Tree of Qingyuan Esports University. This item is also a precious treasure in our Qingyuan. It can only produce about 3 bottles a year. Considering that at this stage, it is most important for you to improve your qualifications and lay a solid foundation, our principal specifically instructed me to bring a bottle for you. Hua Qingsong introduced the green bottle he held with a smile, showing great confidence in his university's signature treasure. This is too much. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the words and he immediately took the bottle to examine it. Marrow cleansing elixir, a divine liquid produced by the Supreme Spirit Tree, with miraculous effects of cleansing and refining. Drinking it can significantly enhance the drinker's constitution, greatly increase the cultivation speed of martial arts skills. Impressive. After reading the introduction of this marrow cleansing elixir, Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, opened the storage space to put away the elixir, and smiled, saying, "Thank the principal for me." Hua Qingsong saw Lin Chen's happy expression and knew that this gift was to his liking, so he relaxed and said, "As long as you like it, at Qingyuan Esports University, we have many rare treasures. When it comes to cultivating talents, we spare no effort. Lin Chen, please consider Qingyuan Esports University as your priority." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly and politely said, Sure. Seeing the smooth progress, Hua Qingsong didn't want to disturb Lin Chen's rest, so he bid farewell with a smile and was about to leave. Lin Chen felt embarrassed to let him leave after he came to give a gift, so he warmly invited, "Don't rush, it's almost lunchtime anyway, stay and eat before you leave." Seeing Lin Chen actively inviting him to stay, Hua Qingsong was even more delighted and readily accepted, saying, "Alright, what do you have to eat here?" Lin Chen pointed to the beautifully packaged takeout box in Hua Qingsong's hand. Hua Qingsong. After treating the vice president of Qingyuan Esports University to a meal, Lin Chen burped, waved goodbye, and even handed him the takeout trash before leaving, politely saying, "Feel free to come back if you enjoyed the meal, no need to be polite." This clearly involves more than just adding an extra pair of chopsticks. Hua Qingsong twitched his mouth, picked up the trash, and left. After the vice president of Qingyuan Esports University left, Lin Chen closed the door, immediately took out the small bottle of marrow cleansing elixir from the storage space, and studied it. Just after finishing his meal, he felt thirsty. Shaking the bottle, he opened the cap, sniffed the sweet scent, and then poured the green liquid into his mouth. It's quite tasty. Smacking his lips, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. After ingesting the marrow cleansing elixir, he felt a warm flow spreading throughout his body, an indescribable sense of comfort reaching his bones. This strange sensation made him shiver and exclaim, "Refreshing." Feeling more and more relaxed, with his blood circulation improving and even his breathing becoming smoother and longer, Lin Chen couldn't help but give high praise to the marrow cleansing elixir in his heart, almost on par with his favorite drink, beer tea. Just as he was about to sit on the bed and quietly experience the unique effects of the elixir, the doorbell rang again. Looking at the monitor device beside him, Lin Chen saw a man standing outside wearing a bath towel and glasses. Who are you?" Lin Chen asked. The man in the bath towel outside answered, "Lin Chen, I am Chen Baichi, the director of admissions at Kyoto Esports University. I just rushed here from the school and want to talk to you." Lin Chen was puzzled and asked, "Then why aren't you wearing clothes?" Chen Baichi, the man in the bath towel, looked embarrassed. "I just took a shower before coming out, and I didn't have time to get dressed." Lin Chen couldn't help but feel touched. "Wow, you came all the way from Kyoto to Cloud City wrapped in a bath towel? You really value me." Chen Baichi quickly shook his head, denying, "Of course not." Lin Chen chuckled, "I didn't think so." Chen Baichi explained, "I borrowed the bath towel from the cleaning lady at the door after I arrived here." Lin Chen. He quickly opened the door and let Chen Baichi into the room. After entering, Chen Baichi first praised Lin Chen, then patted his shoulder and said, "Lin Chen, you are the hero of Daxia." Lin Chen quickly shook his head, patted Chen Baichi's shoulder back, and said, "Running naked from Kyoto to Cloud City. You are the real hero." The two sat down in the room, and Chen Baichi was very dedicated, immediately began to introduce the advantages of Kyoto Esports University to Lin Chen. Kyoto University is the earliest esports university in Daxia, with a long history. Our cartridge storage resources are the most abundant nationwide, and in terms of game teaching resources, we are at the world's top level. As he spoke, Chen Baichi suddenly stopped, looking at Lin Chen with a strange look in his eyes. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked in confusion. You're oozing mud. Chen Baichi pointed to Lin Chen's cheek. Lin Chen reached out and touched his face, indeed feeling a hand full of stinky dirt. After a moment of daze, Lin Chen immediately reacted and explained, I just drank the marrow cleansing elixir sent by Qingyuan Esports University, which should be removing the dirt from my body. It's okay, you can continue. Chen Baichi nodded in realization and continued, not only do we have extremely rich gaming resources, but our Kyoto Esports University also has a large number of high-end combat training equipment, and our college also has a separate crackling. While he was speaking, Lin Chen started to burst, with mud and dirt continuously spraying out of his body. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Chen was completely covered in mud. Only his sharp eyes were exposed. Sitting across from him was a small mud figure. Chen Baichi's mouth twitched, finding it hard to continue. He wiped off the dirt splashed on his face and suggested, why don't you wash up first? Lin Chen looked down at his body wrapped in dirt, then at Chen Baichi, who was only wearing a towel, and stood up, saying, why don't you wash up with me? There's a large bath in the bathroom of this suite, shall we chat while soaking? Bathing is a cultural treasure passed down in the northern region of Daxia from ancient times, nourishing the body, dispelling cold, and also serving as a powerful social function. Many big deals are made in the bath. Those who bathe together are often very close friends. Okay. Although Chen Baichi had just taken a bath not long ago, seeing Lin Chen make such a warm invitation, he felt embarrassed to refuse and nodded in agreement. In the bathroom, they undressed and met candidly, both feeling a bit awkward. After filling the water, Lin Chen and Chen Baichi quickly got into the large bath in the bathroom, hiding their bodies. Within 30 seconds of entering the bath, Chen Baichi regretted it, because Lin Chen's body dirt quickly spread through the bathwater and began to adhere to Chen Baichi's body. Please continue, Lin Chen said as he washed. Chen Baichi watched the mud continuously adhering to his body, his mouth twitching, unable to show any disgust, and could only continue to introduce the various advantages of entering Kyoto Esports University to Lin Chen. After saying all the prepared words, Chen Baichi saw Lin Chen rubbing his hands eagerly and looking at him, immediately understanding. He took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit from the storage space and said, this is the refining spirit fruit produced by our college's swallowing gold divine beast. It has miraculous effects when consumed, and only one is produced each year. Our principal specifically asked me to give this to you to help you condense your divine soul. How can I accept such a precious treasure? Lin Chen immediately reached out and took it, holding the very beautiful spirit fruit in his hand. Refining spirit fruit, a fruit produced by the swallowing gold divine beast, with the miraculous effect of condensing the divine soul and enhancing spiritual power. After consumption, it can significantly increase the consumer's spiritual power and control over various energies. Great stuff! The power of sin I obtained through the Lord of Original Sin skill is also a form of energy, so I should be able to benefit from this fruit. After seeing the effect of refining the spirit fruit, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately put it in his mouth to chew. While eating, he said, you shouldn't have given me such a valuable gift as soon as we met. It's not proper etiquette, you should take it back. Chen Baichi, no, it's fine, just keep it in your stomach. After eating the refining spirit fruit, Lin Chen immediately felt his mind clear, his consciousness and perception very sharp, even his vision seemed brighter and wider. He nodded repeatedly and praised, delicious, delicious. Thank the president of Kyoto University for me. Chen Baichi saw that Lin Chen liked this gift, and he was also very happy, showing a smile and saying, the century-old heritage of our Kyoto Esports University is incomparable to Qingyuan. Lin Chen, you must consider carefully before making a choice. Lin Chen nodded while chewing the refining spirit fruit in his mouth. Okay. Seeing that the first contact with Lin Chen was very harmonious, Chen Baichi was also very satisfied with his performance. He stood up, took out a bag of refining spirit fruit from his storage space, and said goodbye. Alright, I won't say much, you rest well. I'll share these refining spirit fruits with my friends in the military. Lin Chen was stunned to see this, his face immediately turned black. Didn't you say it takes a year to produce one refining spirit fruit? How do you have so many? Chen Baichi hurriedly explained, these are different from the ones I gave you, these are genetically modified, yours is all natural, the effects are much worse. Oh, Lin Chen's face improved after hearing his explanation. Chen Baichi got up, walked out of the bath, bid farewell and left. Covered in mud all over his body, when he left, Chen Baichi didn't even bother to use a towel, he walked out with his head held high. He came lightly, not wearing any clothes. He walked proudly, wearing mud armor. When he left the room, Chen Baichi had completely transformed into Lin Chen's appearance. After taking a bath, Lin Chen lay comfortably on the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. He got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face. After tidying up, Lin Chen was about to push the door open when a knock sounded first. Knock. 2 knocks, deep and powerful, very regular. Lin Chen looked out through the monitor and saw a tall man in a Disya Esports military uniform standing outside. The man's appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Who is it? Lin Chen asked. I am Dugulei, representing the Honghu Youth Training Camp. Lin Chen, now representatives from Qingyuan, Kyoto, Honghu, and the key figures from all 4 sides have arrived. We should discuss your future academic and career choices. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected that the representative recruiting him for Honghu would be the strongest man in Disya. Although he didn't know if there were still hidden cards, at least on the surface, in the global ranking system of world combat power, Dugulei, the strongest warrior ranked 15th in the world, was currently the strongest force in Disya. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Chen quickly put on his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Compared to the stern and dignified Dugulei on TV, the real Dugulei seemed much gentler. He had a handsome face, a bit of stubble, and a mature handsome look. After the two met, they shook hands briefly. Dugulei looked Lin Chen up and down, smiled and said, Indeed, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Lin Chen, you are truly outstanding in appearance and extraordinary in temperament. Faced with this big shot, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit restrained, modestly waving his hand and saying, I dare not. What's the big deal about being the top scorer in the college entrance examination? It's just a fart. Dugulei pondered for a moment and said, But, I was also the top scorer in the college entrance examination back then. Ha! Lin Chen's expression froze for a moment, then quickly came up with a witty rhyme. The top scholar is nothing, shaking the heavens and earth. Me and brother Lei are the most domineering. Dugulei burst into laughter, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder with undisguised affection. Interesting. You are really interesting. I must recruit you to the Honghu Youth Training Camp. Tell me, what do you want? Whatever your request is, I will do my best to fight for it with the higher-ups. As they walked towards the conference room, Dugulei kindly inquired about Lin Chen's needs. Facing the strongest man in Dasha who could slap him to death with one hand, Lin Chen dared not speak nonsense and replied politely, I don't have a clear plan of what I need right now. Let me see the proposals from everyone first, then I will share my thoughts. Anyway, I really admire you, brother Lei. Just for you, I will definitely prioritize the Honghu Youth Training Camp. Lin Chen's words subtly expressed that he had not made a decision yet, and also smoothly flattered Dugulei. Dugulei felt quite comfortable listening to it. By the time they reached the conference room door, Dugulei walked in first. In the conference room, 3 people were already seated by the conference table. Vice President of Qingyuan, Huo Qingson sat in the first seat on the left. Director of the Kyoto Enrollment Department, Chen Baichi sat in the second seat on the left. And a blonde foreign man sat on the right side of the conference table. Although they came to recruit Lin Chen, the 3 parties were in a competitive relationship with each other. However, just from the seating arrangement, it was evident that the representatives sent by the 2 top esports academies in Dasha were slightly closer, at least in their stance towards the representative from the foreign country. Lin Chen was an indispensable part of Dasha. This was the common view of Huo Qingson, Chen Baichi, and Dugulei. Seeing Dugulei appearing with Lin Chen, the 3 people in the conference room stood up simultaneously. A blonde foreign friend with thick eyebrows and big eyes hurried forward, shaking hands with Lin Chen and said with a slight accent, Ni hao, I am Eric Hall, the head of the key holders candidate team at the Esports Union headquarters. Ni hao, my dear friend. Lin Chen imitated the accent and shook hands with the blonde Hall. Alright, everyone, please take your seats. As the host of the meeting, Dugulei sat in the central position. After some thought, Lin Chen finally chose a seat casually next to Huo Qingsong and Chen Baichi. After all 5 people were seated. Ahem. As the host, Dugulei cleared his throat, intending to say a few polite words to liven up the atmosphere of the meeting. However, before he could speak, the blonde Hall on the right side spoke first. Everyone, I am here this time under strict orders from above. Lin Chen, I must take him back. I hope you won't make it difficult for me, let alone for the Esports Union. The Esports Union is an organization established for the development of all mankind, and also the highest authority on Blue Star. Handing Lin Chen over to us for training, to become one of the key holders in the future, is undoubtedly the choice that maximizes the interests of all mankind. As soon as the blonde Hall finished speaking, Huo Qingsong, the vice president of Qingyuan Esports University, immediately smiled and retorted, So Mr. Hall, why do you think we in Dasha are not capable of training Lin Chen? On the side, Chen Baichi's face darkened, and he also showed a cold smile as he asked, "Are you saying that the power must be in the hands of the Mayfrank to be the force that protects humanity? Throughout history, in the various global disasters that have occurred, when has our great Xia not contributed the most?" Hoer was taken aback by the words, staring at Chen Baichi with a pensive look. After a long while, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Why? Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Chen Baichi, completely naked, sneered and continued to use the previous excuse, "I was too rushed, didn't have time to put them on." Hoer. Da Gulai. Hua Ching Song. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, "This guy is just an exhibitionist." Shaking his head, Hoer forcibly shifted his gaze away from Chen Baichi and continued, "Currently, all signs indicate that Blue Star is being noticed by many beings carried by the metacosmic card. According to the Night Forest roaming rule, the security of human civilization is currently at a critical point, and the ultimate goal of cultivating the key holder is to resist the threats from the beings carried by the metacosmic card. From this perspective, the targeted cultivation of our key holder candidates, Lin Chen joining the key holder candidate team, is definitely the choice that maximizes the interests of all humanity." Hua Qingsong narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, then immediately used the method of reductio ad absurdum to argue, since the cultivation of the key holder is so important for humanity, why haven't the goddess of Europe and the pharaoh of ancient Egypt entered the key holder candidate team? The potential of these two should be unquestionable, right? Why can these two choose to stay in their own countries, while our Lin Chen from Great Xia must go to the headquarters of the Esports Union? Chen Baichi crossed his arms, legs apart, and chimed in, "Exactly, from the perspective of the interests of all humanity, the goddess and pharaoh should undoubtedly join the key holder candidate team. If these two don't join, your argument is completely invalid. Before inviting the goddess and pharaoh to the key holder candidate team, we will never allow Lin Chen to be forcibly taken to the headquarters of the Esports Union." Seeing that Chen Baichi and Hua Qingsong were adamant, Hoer's face turned cold. "Are you from Great Xia trying to pick a fight with the Esports Union?" Hua Qingsong snorted coldly, "Judging by the extent of the suppression the Esports Union has imposed on Great Xia in recent years, what difference does it make whether we pick a fight or not?" Chen Baichi's emotions were also somewhat uncontrollable. Standing up, he completely exposed his naked body in front of everyone in the meeting room and angrily rebuked Hoer, "You oppress us so blatantly, do you Mayfrank people have no shame? Lin Chen, your shame seems to be significantly lacking as well." Seeing the two sides starting to argue, banging the table and glaring, as the host, Dugulai quickly spoke up to control the situation, "Alright, we in Great Xia have no intention of conflicting with the Esports Union. As one of the 5 founders of the Union, Great Xia will definitely consider the interests of all humanity. However, before Lin Chen is a highly talented player, he is a citizen of Great Xia, and a citizen who has contributed to Great Xia. Where he wants to further his development is ultimately up to Lin Chen himself, and this is something we in Great Xia will not compromise on." After hearing Dugulai's words, the meeting room fell silent. Indeed, no matter how they argued, the final decision would still rest with Lin Chen himself, and this was something that could not be changed. Hua Qingsong immediately followed Dugulai's words, "In that case, let's not waste any more words. Let's all present the conditions we can offer and let Lin Chen decide for himself." "Agreed." Chen Baichi nodded, opened the storage space to take out the prepared documents, but accidentally took out a set of clothes instead. Lin Chen, you clearly have clothes." Quickly stuffed the clothes back into the storage space, Chen Baichi took out the pre-prepared documents. Hua Qingsong and Dugulai also took out their prepared documents from their side. Seeing the situation, Hoer also knew it would be difficult to forcefully take Lin Chen away by pressure, so he could only honestly take out the relevant documents prepared by the Union headquarters for him, regarding the welfare benefits of Lin Chen joining the key holder candidate team. Picking up the documents taken out by the 4 people, Lin Chen just glanced at them and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Although he guessed that in order to recruit him, Qingyuan, Kyoto, Honghu, and the key holder would definitely offer generous terms. However, seeing the conditions they offered, Lin Chen couldn't help but be shocked. This is not recruiting students at all. This is clearly recruiting a godfather. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva quietly. Among Qingyuan, Kyoto, and the key holder, which one should he choose? For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't make the most appropriate judgment. As for the key holder side, although the welfare benefits offered were quite generous, for various reasons, Lin Chen decided to pass on this choice for now. However, he didn't directly inform Hoer of his thoughts. On the contrary, Lin Chen pretended to be interested as he looked at the documents Hoer had taken out for a long time. Seeing this, Hoer secretly rejoiced and restrained his smile, saying, "Dear Lin Chen, if you have any other needs, you can tell me now, and I will try to meet them." Lin Chen nodded, grinned at Hoer, and said, I am already satisfied with the welfare benefits given in the documents. However, I am quite interested in various cultures, I wonder. Mr. Hoer, did you bring any local specialties from your side? Although he didn't plan to go to the key holder's side, Lin Chen still intended to try to take advantage of the situation. There's no way he would miss out on a chance for freebies. Wow! Seeing Lin Chen shamelessly asking for benefits at the meeting table, Huo Qingsong and the other two Dixia people couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Dugu Lei even thought to himself, he must not let Lin Chen take office, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lacking an understanding of Dixia culture, Hoer looked puzzled and asked, local specialties? What local specialties? Lin Chen frowned slightly, further hinting, just small gifts or something. In your Mifulank, don't you usually give a small gift when you first meet someone? Hoer suddenly realized and shook his head, saying, sorry, this trip was rushed, I only brought point cards with me. Oh, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at the response, but after some thought, he muttered, well, point cards will do too. Hoer asked in confusion, what did you say? Lin Chen chuckled and waved his hand, saying, I mean, Mr. Hoer, since you've come all the way to Dixia, let's not argue over trivial matters. As a country of etiquette, we should let Mr. Hoer experience the enthusiasm of our Dixia people. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to Zuixanlu for a meal. The topic suddenly shifted, and although Dugu Lei and the others were a bit confused, they vaguely guessed that Lin Chen probably didn't have any ulterior motives. Only Hoer, in his innocence, thought that Lin Chen had already decided to go back with him, and was pleased, thinking that Lin Chen was actively showing goodwill towards him. He glanced triumphantly at the others and said, well, I've heard that Dixia's cuisine is unparalleled in the world, and I have been drooling over it. Since Lin Chen has invited me, I have even more reason not to refuse. The Drunken Immortal Tower, located in Kyoto, is almost the most high-end dining place in the entire Great Xia, with prices that are exorbitant. Even ordinary people who work their whole lives would find it difficult to have a high-end feast at the Drunken Immortal Tower. The food at the Drunken Immortal Tower not only tastes excellent, but the ingredients used are mostly treasures from the gaming world, with remarkable effects when consumed, able to strengthen the body and enhance various abilities. Moreover, the head chefs at the Drunken Immortal Tower are all high-level chefs specializing in culinary skills, and with their skills, the already special ingredients, when cooked, will further elevate the taste and effects of the cuisine. Such a luxurious cooking process justifies the extremely high prices of the dishes. After Lin Chen made a proposal, the five of them took a car straight to Kyoto. After a journey of over 2 hours, they arrived at the dining table of the Drunken Immortal Tower. Looking at the menu of the Drunken Immortal Tower, even Dugu Lei, Huo Qingsong, and Chen Baichi, who are considered to be in the highest income bracket in Great Xia, couldn't help but be stunned by the prices of the dishes. As they browsed through the dishes on the menu, Lin Chen casually asked, Mr. How, since you've come all the way to Great Xia, you must have brought a lot of credits with you, right? Hoer proudly raised the identity bracelet on his hand and said, I brought over 10 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately began ordering, bring a plate of deep-fried floating dragon meat, 5 portions of phoenix marrow, a pot of 7th-rank monster ribs, a serving of stir-fried world tree leaves. Ordering dishes worth tens of millions, the people from Great Xia under the table couldn't help but swallow their saliva, sweating for Hoer. Only Hoer himself was smiling foolishly on the side, unaware of what he was about to face next. With a large number of luxurious dishes ordered, in the end, to showcase his knowledge, Lin Chen also ordered drinks and soup in a foreign language. In addition to those, bring 5 bottles of 82-year-old Red Moo, and 5 portions of God Use VPN. The 3 people at the table from Great Xia were dumbfounded. Foreigner Hoer was also dumbfounded. The waiter was even more dumbfounded, cautiously asking, Sir, could you please repeat that in Great Xia language? Lin Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance, can't you understand that? 5 bottles of Red Bull, 5 portions of Buddha jumps over the wall. The waiter said, all right, please wait a moment. After placing the order, the kitchen immediately started preparing the dishes. Since it was still early, Lin Chen and his group were the only ones in the entire Drunken Immortal Tower. The dishes were served relatively quickly. Before long, delicious dishes were brought to the table one after another. The 4 people from Great Xia were busy eating, while Hoer savored each dish, his eyes lighting up from time to time, giving almost every dish high praise. Not long after, the table full of delicacies was finished. Lin Chen felt that both his senses and physique had greatly improved after this meal, and Dugu Lei and the others were also satisfied, patting their stomachs and leaning back in their chairs, looking content. I've been fighting for Great Xia for so many years, and I finally get to enjoy it. Dugu Lei sighed. Before he could finish speaking, the waiter came over, smiling and asking, Thank you for your patronage, the total is 457 million credits, who will settle the bill? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen grabbed the Red Bull on the table, drank it in one gulp, and shouted before slumping on the table, "Oh, I can't handle my alcohol." Hua Qingsong clutched his stomach and rushed out the door. "Ah, my stomach suddenly hurts. Where's the restroom? Where's the restroom?" Shen Baichi went overboard, pretending to answer a phone call, showing a mournful expression, and cried, What, my mom, how could she get this illness?" He tried to wipe his tears with his sleeve, but unfortunately, he wasn't wearing any clothes, let alone sleeves. Dugulei also didn't fall behind, solemnly answering the phone and walking out of the private room, furrowing his brows and saying, "What? There is a war breaking out in the north? What exactly is going on? Please slow down." For a moment, the 4 Xia people were in a frenzy, some fainting, some rushing to the toilet, some crying, and some attending to official matters, all very busy. As the waiter handed the bill to him, Hale directly stared in disbelief. This is so expensive? Looking at the long string of numbers on the bill, Hale showed a smile uglier than crying for a moment. Although he was not short of money, and the headquarters had allocated him a considerable amount of activity funds for this outing. But, spending over 4 million for a meal, he still found it a bit hard to accept. Can't we split the bill?" Hale asked with a mournful face. Snoring. This was the sound of Lin Chen snoring on the table. Puff, puff. This was the sound of Hua Qingsong spraying in the toilet. Woo woo woo, my mom, how could my mom get this disease? This was the sound of the naked man crying in sorrow. What? The other side has over 300 billion people? Quickly activate the 2B tactical defense. Make sure the soldiers' boxed lunches are arranged as scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This was the voice of Dugulei commanding the battlefield remotely. The 4 of them were too busy to pay attention to him at all. Hale saw this and was at a loss. "Sir, would you like to pay with the wristband or the savings card?" the waiter urged with a smile. "Just use the wristband." Gritting his teeth, Hale raised his wristband and reluctantly settled the bill. "Forget it, as long as I can bring Lin Chen back, spending a few million points on the card is nothing. This is also a good opportunity to show our sincerity and financial strength." Hale comforted himself in this way. As the sound of scanning the wristband for payment rang out, Lin Chen sat up straight, looking like he had just woken up, rubbing his eyes. This red moo is really fast acting, and the high is fast too, truly a vintage moo. Hua Qingsong in the toilet also returned immediately, patting his stomach and sighing, "Sorry, my stomach isn't very good." "Oh, Mr. Hale, why did you settle the bill? You are the guest. This is really inappropriate." Chen Baichi finally revealed the name of the disease his mother was suffering from, wiping his tears and saying, "Woo woo woo, my mom. She actually has athlete's foot." Dugulei also furrowed his brow. "What? You're saying the 300 billion enemies you mentioned were actually a false report? Miss Reed? It was actually 2 dogs? For making such a huge mistake, the intelligence officer must be severely punished. For tonight's boxed dinner, change his chicken leg to a duck leg." Hale's face twitched. Although his head was still a bit muddled at this point, Hale realized that he had been tricked by these Xia people. Leaving the drunken immortal tower, the 4 greasy-faced Xia people, along with the sullen-faced Hale, got into the car. Lin Chen sat in the front passenger seat and turned back to ask, "Mr. Hale, do you know anything about Chinese chess culture?" A little bit." Having just been swindled out of 4 million, although Hale felt upset, he still forced a smile to answer Lin Chen's question. "Since we still have time, why don't we go to a nearby chess room and play a bit?" Lin Chen suggested with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Hale shuddered and quickly shook his head vigilantly. "Gambling is out of the question. If I lose all the points on me, I won't be able to explain when I get back." Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand. "Big bets hurt the roots, small bets bring joy. Let's play with the minimum bet of 10 points, just for fun. Since we've come to Xia, you can't miss experiencing Xia's folk entertainment culture," he said, while gesturing to Dugulei, Hua Qingsong, and Chen Baichi. After the meal just now, the 3 of them also understood Lin Chen's intentions. Without the need for verbal communication, just a glance was enough for the 3 of them to start assisting immediately, persuading along the way. After listening to the 3 of them coaxing and Lin Chen assuring, after a while, Hare finally relaxed his vigilance slightly and cautiously said, "All right, let's agree to play with a minimum bet of only 10 points card." "What are we playing, landlord?" "The card game we play in Daxia is only this one." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, "More or less. What we are going to play is called Fighting Foreigners, which is similar to the rules of Landlord." A few minutes later, they arrived at the chess and card room. The 5 of them sat around the table. As Lin Chen dealt the cards, he said, "Mr. How, since you know how to play Landlord, we won't specifically explain the rules of Fighting Foreigners to you. These two gameplay methods are basically the same. If there are any areas you don't understand, we can learn as we play, okay? After thinking for a moment, Hayer nodded, okay. After dealing the cards, it was Hayer's turn as the dealer. Taking a look at his cards, Hayer's eyes lit up. 2 big kings, 2 small kings, 6 twos, 6 aces. With this hand, I should have more than enough to be the dealer. Saying that, he revealed the 6 bottom cards, his eyes shining even more brightly. These 6 cards happened to be exactly what he needed, and after putting these 6 cards down, the formation of his hand was unbelievably neat. Moreover, there were many bombs. What is the maximum multiple for fighting foreigners in one round? With a good hand in his possession, Hayer was full of confidence, showing a smile akin to a gambling god. Lin Chen replied, there is no maximum limit. Hayer's lips curled up, and he directly threw out a handful of cards. Alright, I won't hold back. Airplane. 3 tens, 3 jacks, 3 queens. Pass. Hua Qingsong knocked on the table. Pass. Duge Lei also couldn't play. Lin Chen looked at his cards, made a thoughtful expression, and finally played a card, Barbarian Invasion. Everyone stared at the cards on the table, stunned. Hayer was dumbfounded. What card is this? Lin Chen patiently explained, you need to play a kill card to beat this card. Hayer looked at his hand. I don't have a kill card. Lin Chen shrugged, then you can only pass. By the way, Barbarian Invasion is equivalent to a super bomb. After playing it, the minimum bet for this round will increase by 10,000 times. So you mean if I lose, I need to give each of you 100,000 points card? Hayer's forehead sweated, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, the other 3 Huazi also vaguely understood the gameplay of fighting foreigners, revealing a look of sudden realization. A pair of 3s. Lin Chen played a card. Lead the first round. Multiply by 800 times. Chen Baichi played a chess piece. When it was Hayer's turn, his mouth twitched. What should I use to beat this first round? Lin Chen patiently taught, use your horse. Lead the first round and make your horse jump. Haven't you heard of this saying? Hayer. Hoer glanced at his hand. I don't have a horse, I can't play. No horse, huh? That's easy then, 1 bam. Multiplied by 1500. Hua Qingsong played a mahjong tile. Profit, multiplied by 3600. Duge Lei played a square card from Werewolf. Blue Eyes White Dragon, multiplied by 100,000. After careful consideration, Lin Chen continued to play his cards. This round of cards took a full 20 minutes. By the time Lin Chen and his 3 companions had thrown all the cards they could play onto the table in the chess room, the multiplier for this battle against foreigners had risen to 940 million times. Finally, Lin Chen played a business card for Miss Bao, ending the game and leading the group to victory over the foreigners. After the game, Lin Chen began to calculate. The base bet was 10 points, multiplied by 940 million times, which means you owe each of us 94 billion points. Will you pay with game points or wristband payment? Well, forget it. Just go back and inform your Emperor Put of the Put Empire to transfer the Mifrank Empire to my name tomorrow. Hoer, why don't you just kill me? Seeing Hoer's despondent expression, Lin Chen smiled kindly, patted Hoer on the shoulder and said, don't worry, we're just joking with you. We said we were just playing around, how could we really ask you for so much money? Upon hearing this, Hoer's expression improved slightly. Lin Chen continued, don't you still have a few million on you? Just transfer it over, share it with the 4 of us as a gesture. Hoer. After a moment of silence, unable to bear it any longer, Hoer slammed the table, stood up angrily and said, you are going too far, this is fraud. I won't give you the money. Lin Chen shook his head and said, how can you call it extortion and fraud in a card game? If you have to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck for not getting good cards. That's right. You win some, you lose some. Hua Qingsong and Chen Baichi chimed in. As the official military representative of Daxia, in order to maintain friendly relations between Daxia and the Mifrank Empire, Duge Lei had to consider the face of his foreign friends. Bang! Duge Lei reached out, grabbed Hoer by the neck, pressed him against the table, and then with a serious expression, said, Mr. Hoer, although you came to Daxia on official business, repaying debts is a matter of course. It's not appropriate for you to default on your debts like this. Feeling the immense strength in Duge Lei's hand, Hoer's face was distorted against the table, his face turning red and white. He was angry and resentful, but not daring to act out in someone else's territory. Helplessly, he trembled as he raised his hand and swallowed the bitter pill, squeezing out the words from between his teeth. Fine. I'll transfer it to you. The 4 immediately revealed their identity wristbands to receive Hoer's transfer. Although none of them were short of money, winning over 2 million in a single game was still quite satisfying. Lei, Hu Qingson, and Chen Baiqi all showed innocent smiles, looking at Lin Chen, who led them to make money, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Being able to make big money in a reasonable and legal way, while also squeezing the ill-intentioned foreign guests, was a way to promote patriotism. Lin Chen's way of playing was a path they had never imagined. When Howard left the chess room, he was completely cleaned out, not a single game point left in his wristband. Although the game points were gone, Howard actually felt relieved. The highest level of guarding against deception was undoubtedly having nothing on oneself. After leaving the drunken immortal tower, he had been on high alert, carefully guarding against the Daxia people trying to deceive him. Now, the points on the card have been used up in one go. Howard straightened his back, smiled with relief, feeling invincible. Leaving the chess room and getting into the car, Howard raised his head, smirked arrogantly, and asked about the next itinerary. Where are we going next? Take me to experience the customs and culture of Daxia. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go to a nearby club for a foot massage. Foot massage therapy is also a characteristic culture of our Daxia, very beneficial for health. Good. Howard nodded without hesitation. His current state could be described by an ancient Daxia saying, he who is barefoot is not afraid of those who wear shoes. Several minutes later, the group arrived at a high-end massage club nearby, booked a private room, and started the massage. Under the skilled hands of the female masseuse, Howard couldn't help but exclaim in comfort. Lin Chen smiled and asked, how is it, Mr. Howard? The massage techniques of Daxia are good, right? Howard chuckled and nodded, but then said with a cold look, you should know that when I go back, I will report truthfully about what happened here in Daxia. After reporting what you did to me, do you think the headquarters of the esports players union will react? Do you really think I earned these 10 million points cards so easily? Let me tell you, the headquarters of the esports players union is just waiting for a reason to sanction Daxia. Hearing this, Lei, Hu Qingson, and Chen Baiqi couldn't help but show subtle expressions on their faces, pondering the gains and losses. Only Lin Chen laughed and patted Howard on the shoulder, saying, Mr. Howard, you are being too serious. We are all family, do you think we would really deceive you? It was just a little joke, don't worry. Not only will we return the money we won from playing cards, but we will also reimburse you for the meal expenses. Hearing this, Howard thought Lin Chen was scared and wanted to make amends. He coldly smiled and replied, that's the best, of course. Lin Chen smiled and said, I was joking with you before, I hope you don't mind. Let me arrange a top project for you in this club, my treat. Manager, take our foreign friend to the second floor and arrange a peach charm project with 3,398 points cards for him. Seeing Lin Chen taking the initiative to show goodwill, the situation completely reversed, and Howard regained the initiative. He smirked and said with a cold snort, if I had known earlier, why bother now? Lin Chen, regarding joining the key personnel candidate team, think about it quickly. When you come down from the second floor, I hope you can give me a clear answer. You should know that the one who holds the power and the highest authority on Blue Star is still the headquarters of the Esports Players Union. Following the arrangements of the union, whether for you, Daxia, or all the people on Blue Star, it is the best choice. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, okay, no problem. You go upstairs and enjoy yourself, I will give you an answer soon. Seeing Lin Chen being so obedient, Howard nodded in satisfaction and followed the manager upstairs. In the room downstairs, seeing Howard leave, Lei sighed, we did act without much consideration before. Hu Qingson also nodded slightly, although we didn't exactly deceive him of his over 10 million points cards, we basically took them from him. Chen Baiqi looked at the balance of game points on his wristband and said reluctantly, let's listen to Lin Chen and return the points cards to him first. As for Lin Chen's future arrangements, we'll figure it out later. Lin Chen glanced at the three people, said nothing, took out his phone, and dialed a number directly. Hello, is this the Public Security Bureau? I want to report, there are people soliciting prostitution on the second floor of Star Moon Club. When Howard was escorted down by two public security officers, he was only wearing a pair of underwear, looking confused. It wasn't until he reached the ground floor and saw Lin Chen recording a video on his phone that he suddenly realized, and angrily exclaimed, you bastard, you tricked me again. Lin Chen raised his phone and laughed, dear Mr. How, you wouldn't want the whole world to know that you were arrested for soliciting prostitution while on official business in Daxia, right? How do you plan to write your report when you go back? I think you should have an idea, right? You. Howard was furious, he tried to push away the public security officers detaining him, but thinking about the consequences of openly assaulting law enforcement officers in Daxia, he had to forcibly restrain himself. With a dark expression, Howard was taken away in custody. Inside the club, Hu Qingson couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So, was all of this within your expectations? Before setting him up, did you already plan how to end it? Lei looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. You are really a devil. Lin Chen himself shook his head disappointedly. I didn't expect him to be so composed. I thought he would resist the public security officers, and then we could just take him out on the spot. Hua Qing-song, Chen Baiqi, Lei. After a moment of silence, Chen Baiqi couldn't help but sigh. Things are really unpredictable. Hauer probably never imagined he would be arrested in Daxia on charges of soliciting prostitution. Before he could finish speaking, 2 public security officers passed by the door, glanced inside, and one of them immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Report, there's another one not wearing clothes here, probably also soliciting prostitution." 2 minutes later, Chen Baiqi, naked, was escorted out by the public security officers, and soon after, he was thrown into the same prisoner vehicle as Hauer. Looking at Hauer in the car and then through the glass at Lin Chen and the others with black lines on their faces at the club entrance, Chen Baiqi couldn't help but sigh again. Things are really unpredictable. 5 people came out. Only 3 people returned. Back at the Yunhu Lakeside Inn in Yunqing, Lei, Hua Qing-song, and Lin Chen sat in the meeting room, continuing to discuss Lin Chen's future enrollment options. Kyoto, Qingyuan, and Honghu, all 3 parties offered very generous conditions. Holding 3 sets of documents, Lin Chen couldn't make a choice, so he tentatively asked, "What if I join all 3 of your organizations at the same time?" Hua Qing-song couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, "Wow, one organization's benefits aren't enough for you, you want to join 3? Lei pondered for a moment and said, "It might be possible to accommodate you in the Honghu Youth Training Camp, as long as you can meet the global ranking goals on time, complete missions on time, receive education at the esports university, and participate in the youth training camp." From a systemic perspective, there shouldn't be a problem. After Lei finished speaking and looked at himself, Hua Qing-song frowned slightly, hesitated, and said, "The esports university and the military side don't conflict. But if you want to enroll in both Kyoto and Qingyuan at the same time, that might be a bit tricky. It's difficult to manage the student status, and there will be conflicts in course scheduling." Lin Chen asked, "Can't we find another solution?" Hua Qing-song furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. Both Kyoto and Qingyuan have invitations for honorary special students. If you go through this route, it won't be recorded in your student status, so there won't be any conflicts in student status. As for course scheduling, if both sides can negotiate well, you should be able to achieve the goal of enrolling in 2 schools at the same time. This is a way, but whether it can be successfully implemented will definitely depend on the opinions of the management of both schools. Lin Chen nodded at the words, "President Hua, please contact both Kyoto and Qingyuan to consult their opinions." Lei also added, "If you need me to speak up, give me a call, and I will negotiate on behalf of the military and the 2 schools." Good. President Hua Qing-song nodded in response and immediately began to make arrangements. Both schools have been keeping an eye on Lin Chen's side. Upon receiving the message and proposal from President Hua Qing-song, they immediately gathered together and held an emergency meeting. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded. The 2 colleges unanimously decided to approve the proposal for Lin Chen to simultaneously join Kyoto and Qingyuan, the top 2 esports universities, as an honorary special student. However, both universities also made a request that before enrollment, Lin Chen must pass a C-level game cartridge to further prove his gaming abilities. This is reasonable. After all, achieving results in just one game may have some element of chance, and further confirming Lin Chen's potential will allow them to invest resources in him with more confidence. Lin Chen had no objections to this requirement, as he was happy to play with advanced game cartridges for free. Seeing that everything was settled smoothly, Hua Qing-song, the vice president of Qingyuan, also breathed a sigh of relief. The task he came out for was successfully accomplished. With this plan in place, it can almost be said to be a happy ending for everyone involved. Everyone was pleased. Of course, except for Mr. Hao, who came overseas and is currently wearing only a pair of shorts, undergoing questioning in the police station. The only remaining issue now is your student status. Honorary students are usually invited from other schools. If we follow the process, you need to have a formal student status at another university. Hua Qing-song added. Lei smiled and said, "Isn't this easy? Just find a school to enroll him, right? Besides Qingyuan and Kyoto, which other school did you apply to?" Lin Chen was slightly surprised, then his mouth curved into an exaggerated smile. Huangqing Women's Gymnastics Academy. Lei. Hua Qing-song. After officially enrolling at the Dream School, Huangqing Women's Gymnastics Academy, Lin Chen's enrollment and further education issues were basically arranged. Although joining 3 parties at the same time would allow Lin Chen to receive triple benefits and be the focus of training from all 3 parties, the requirements from these 3 parties would also be more demanding. In addition to the requirements from Kyoto and Qingyuan for Lin Chen to pass a C-level game cartridge before the start of the school year, the military side also required Lin Chen to raise his combat power rank to at least Bronze 2 within a month. I remember the rewards for the top scorer in the college entrance exam cartridge are quite high. You should have barely reached level 10 by now, right? Du Gulei asked. Lin Chen looked down at his identity bracelet. Name, Lin Chen, level, LV33, 1128/9650, game points, 11528520. He answered truthfully, yes, I have barely reached it. Du Gulei nodded. The number of times you can participate in combat power ranking matches is limited every day. Anyway, when you go back, go to the esports union to play some ranking matches. For an esports player, the importance of practical combat ability is no less than gaming ability. Especially at the military's Honghu, this is even more so. Okay. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He had planned to go back and play some combat power ranking matches to test his combat power level. The requirements of the Honghu Youth Training Camp were not in conflict with his plans. After arranging a series of tedious matters, Du Gulei arranged for someone to drive and sent Lin Chen back home. Upon returning home, the house was empty with no one around. Mom Zhang Shuiying had already gone to work. Dad Lin Yuan was still engrossed in his game cartridge. On the tea table in the living room, a PS7 cartridge reader was placed. Lin Chen looked through the glass slot of the reader and checked the game his dad was playing, only to find that he was playing a Grady game cartridge named Super Poop Man. Lin Chen, truly my old man, always into the weird stuff. Having drunk too much tea at the Yunhu Lakeside meeting room earlier, Lin Chen first fed Peashooter Mom a bit in the living room. Yeah. Seeing the master after a long time, Peashooter Mom's beautiful and verdant cheeks lifted into a happy smile. He indulgently patted Peashooter Mom's little head, cleaned his hands, and then returned to the bedroom. It's unboxing time. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, revealing an excited smile. Opening the storage space, the reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination was prominently displayed. It included a dazzling gift pack shimmering with colored lights, as well as 2 sparkling golden treasure chests. The gift pack was the legendary Human Lin Chen exclusive gift pack. The 2 chests were top random treasure chests. Taking out the gift pack and chests, Lin Chen focused his gaze on them. Legendary Human Lin Chen exclusive gift pack, Bloodthirsty Legendary World, a super luxurious gift pack established to commemorate the player Lin Chen creating legends and becoming the world's strongest. Opening the pack will yield a large number of legendary rewards. Top random treasure chest, the top reward chest in the Bloodthirsty Legendary World. Opening it will randomly obtain top-tier equipment, skills, and items. After some thought, Lin Chen first opened the gift pack named after himself. Immediately, a large number of items burst forth, along with a sleek black dog. You have opened the legendary Human Lin Chen exclusive gift pack. Congratulations on obtaining Pet Underworld King Pup X1, Battle Power Level LV60, can devour and grow, equipment. King's Armor of Jun Lin Chen, quality, mythical, equipment, Forgiveness of the Over Limit, quality, special, law type, War God level skill book, Demon King transformation, learning level restriction greater than or equal to LV60, item, Evolution Beverage, item, Summon Chicken card, equipment quality sequence, common, good, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, holy, mythical, combat skill book quality sequence, entry level, normal, elite, king, war god. After a pile of items burst out of the gift pack, Lin Chen first grabbed the big black dog, somewhat surprised and touched, and said with a smile, "Eh, Big Black? How did you get into this gift pack? Because you missed me so much? It must be. After all, we have such a good relationship." Suddenly appearing here, the Underworld King Big Black was also a bit confused, his fierce and domineering eyes scanning around. But suddenly being grabbed by Lin Chen and seeing this familiar and terrifying big face suddenly appearing in front of him, Big Black immediately shivered, his eyes changing to sharp and silly chicken eyes, then let out a cute dog bark, meow. Smack! Lin Chen slapped him hard on the face. After teaching you to bark for so long, you're back to square one, ha! Feeling the familiar hot sensation on his cheek, Big Black silently shed bitter tears from the corner of his eyes. After leaving the bloodthirsty legendary world, Lin Chen, who had endured humiliation and disguised himself as a cat and dog, thought he could finally regain his freedom. Moreover, Lin Chen had almost killed all the top experts in the bloodthirsty legendary world, and even fed it to the level of legendary creatures using the bodies of these top experts. It was planning to dominate the bloodthirsty legendary world, bringing prosperity and blessings. As a result, falling asleep in the pile of bitches, it woke up to find that not only had it regressed to the juvenile stage in terms of strength, but it had also damn well returned to the side of this devilish master. In terms of combat power alone, with the Pluto's current level 60 strength, it would be completely fine to beat Lin Chen in the real world. However, constrained by the power of the world, it had now completely become Lin Chen's pet, unable to resist rebellion. Previously it couldn't win, now it was completely unable to fight due to the constraints of the world's power. Pluto was completely desperate. Carrying Pluto, Lin Chen walked around the house. He explained to it where to go to the bathroom, demonstrated how to flush, and then threw it into the living room to play with the pea-shooter girl. Returning to the bedroom, Lin Chen continued to check the items that popped out of the exclusive gift pack. Equipment: King Lin Chen's underworld armor, quality, mythical, effect, ultimate full body power of the king, amazing defense, greatly enhances own strength, speed, physique, and spirit after equipping, significantly increases own combat power. Introduction: to commemorate the player Lin Chen setting a record in the world of Mad Blood Legend, becoming a legendary human, ruling the world, the Mad Blood Legend world specially released this armor as a reward. Usage restriction: level greater than or equal to LV80, player Lin Chen exclusive armor, cannot be equipped by others. Mythical grade? Is this the highest quality equipment? Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but brighten up. As far as he knew, the highest quality equipment on Blue Star was mythical grade. At least, that's how it was recorded in the school textbooks. After the college entrance examination, he obtained mythical grade equipment. It can only be said that Lin Chen might be slightly ahead of his peers. However, the usage restriction of this equipment is also significant. Besides the minimum level requirement of reaching level 80, the usage restriction also specifies that only Lin Chen can use this equipment. This means that Lin Chen cannot rent or sell this equipment to others, he can only use it himself. This doesn't have much impact on Lin Chen himself. As for the minimum usage level restriction of level 80, another piece of equipment that popped out of the gift pack can solve it for Lin Chen. Equipment: Forgiveness of the Transcender, quality, special, rule type, effect. After wearing this necklace, you will not be subject to level restrictions when wearing equipment, using items, or learning skills. Introduction: all restraints are illusory. In my name, I forgive you to transcend. Usage restriction: at the same time, you can only equip up to one piece of rule equipment. To actually pop out this equipment. Awesome! Is this trying to force me to not be human? Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Whether in the world of Mad Blood Legend game or in the real world, level was a restriction for him. Because his gaming abilities were too outstanding, the equipment, skills, and items he could obtain often surpassed his own level tier. This piece of equipment, Forgiveness of the Transcender, could completely help him ignore the level restrictions, undoubtedly allowing him to rapidly enhance his strength in the real world. Putting the necklace around his neck, Lin Chen picked up the War God level skill book Demon King Transformation that popped out of the gift pack and continued to check. Combat Skill Book, Demon King Transformation Quality, War God Level Learning Requirement, Level greater than or equal to LV60 Skill Type, Transformation Skill Effect. After activating this skill, you will transform into the Demon King form, greatly increasing your combat power. You can launch demonic energy balls as a long-range attack method. While in Demon King state, you will be immune to 90% of elemental magic damage, 90% of control and negative effects. The duration of the Demon King form is proportional to your overall strength. The quality sequence of combat skill books is entry level, normal level, elite level, king level, war god level. Like the Jun Lin Chen Xiaowang armor, the quality of this Demon King Transformation skill book is also the highest level known to Lin Chen. As a status enhancement skill, Demon King Transformation not only provides a significant increase in combat power in a short period but also the immunity to 90% of elemental magic damage and control resistance effects are very practical and strong. Lin Chen didn't need to consider it. With forgiveness for exceeding the limit, Lin Chen could learn beyond his level, and he was determined to learn it. With a thought, he directly used this level 80 War God level skill book. Ding! You have learned the skill Demon King Transformation skill bar, 3/5, Demon King Transformation, War God level, Lord of Original Sin, King level, Blood Gathering Strike, Elite level. After reaching level 30, Lin Chen gained an additional skill slot. Even though he had just learned a War God level skill, there were still 2 vacancies in his skill bar. Compared to the War God level Demon King Transformation and the King level Lord of Original Sin, the Elite level Blood Gathering Strike seemed out of place in his skill bar. Although in the Blue Star, elite level skills were considered high quality. Even top-tier esports players would treasure elite level skills as the cornerstone of their combat system. But for Lin Chen, the elite level Blood Gathering Strike was not impressive enough. He would definitely replace this skill later on. Counting this, he only had 2 usable skills. His skill slots were still too idle. However, he was not in a hurry. Both Kyoto and Qingyuan had prepared top-tier powerful skill books for him. According to Dugolay, the military had also kept a super skill book brought out by Senior Dasha from the Elemental Universe card, which was said to be of higher quality than the War God level. As long as Lin Chen fulfilled the goals assigned by these three parties, he would not lack skill books and other resources. Moreover, obtaining skill books through games was not difficult for him. With his abilities, obtaining King and War God level skill books was a piece of cake. Closing the skill bar, Lin Chen continued to check the remaining 2 rewards opened from the gift package. Compared to the previous skill equipment and pets, the 2 items behind were not as eye-catching. Evolution Beverage can be fed to pets to significantly evolve them, increasing their combat power level. Best effect for pets below level 50. Summon Chicken card summons a chicken to fight for you. The former was a bottle of green beverage. The latter was a colorful card with an unbearable image printed on it. Picking up the evolution beverage, Lin Chen went to the living room and saw the Dark King Big Black sniffing around the pea-shooter girl. When it noticed Lin Chen coming out, it turned its head, looked towards the direction of the toilet, made a sound, and then showed a puzzled expression, as if asking, "Isn't the toilet over there? Why is it so fragrant here? Raise your hind legs, Pluto wants to have a go in pea-shooter girl's flower pot too. Get lost. This is my exclusive spot." Lin Chen kicked Pluto with a dark face. Sitting on the sofa, he opened an evolution drink, and a strong aroma immediately filled the room. Smelling the fragrance, pea-shooter girl shivered all over, her eyes fixed on it, showing a look of desire. Pluto also drooled, wobbling over to Lin Chen's feet, tilting his head and staring at Lin Chen with big chicken eyes, his ears slightly perked up. Glancing at Pluto, then at pea-shooter girl, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to feed the evolution drink to pea-shooter girl. After all, Pluto's level was too high, exceeding the recommended level for the evolution drink. Even if he used it, the increase wouldn't be significant. To maximize the effect of the evolution drink, it was definitely more suitable for pea-shooter girl than Pluto. Lin Chen poured the evolution drink into pea-shooter girl's mouth. Yeah. Pea-shooter girl opened her mouth wide, blushing as she swallowed the magical liquid her master gave her, afraid of missing a drop. With each gulp of the evolution drink, a shimmering emerald light began to emanate from pea-shooter girl. Before long, her appearance started to change rapidly, transforming from a cute little girl into a graceful and beautiful green-skinned maiden. The green light continued to flicker, transforming her into a mature and sexy lady, adorned in green plant armor, with her pea-shooter morphing into a magnificent green sword. She looked absolutely stunning and heroic. Your pet pea-shooter girl has completed evolution. Your pet pea-shooter girl has completed evolution. Pea-shooter girl, power level LV10, has evolved into pea-shooter maiden, power level LV30. Pea-shooter maiden, power level LV30, has evolved into pea-shooter Valkyrie, power level LV50. The evolution drink caused her to evolve twice, from a LV10 pea-shooter girl to a LV50 pea-shooter Valkyrie, a significant improvement, only 10 levels below Pluto. The potted plants and dogs at home had reached levels of 50 to 60, surpassing over 80% of the esports players on Blue Star. Lin Chen felt that the security level of his residence had significantly increased once again. The pea-shooter Valkyrie, after 2 evolutions, no longer just made random noises like before. Now, she had acquired some language ability and excitedly shouted at Lin Chen, "Master! Master! Ah!" Lin Chen smiled satisfactorily, reaching out to touch the pea-shooter Valkyrie and feeling the changes after evolution. "Master! What was the drink you just gave me to drink?" Although she had developed some language ability, the pea-shooter Valkyrie still had some speech impediments, speaking with a childlike lisp. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "It's a kind of drink." The pea-shooter Valkyrie tilted her head slightly, her beautiful green eyes shimmering with a pitiful pleading look. "Drink urine? Drinking urine is so good. Master, I want to drink urine." Lin Chen. Picking up a bottle of mineral water, Lin Chen poured it into his mouth, saying, "Wait, I'll save some for you first."